I am Zhao, and I've been given a second chance to rewrite the end of the world. The first time the meteorite rain fell, I watched as the world I knew crumbled into chaos. The skies burned, the earth split, and humanity was reduced to prey. Most people turned into monsters, twisted, grotesque versions of themselves. Animals and plants, once our resources, became our hunters. The air was thick with screams, the ground slick with blood. It was hell. But amidst the destruction came the star crystals. Glittering shards of cosmic power, they held the keys to survival, extraordinary food, weapons that defied logic, evolution potions that could turn the weak into gods, and supernatural bloodlines that granted unimaginable abilities. For those who could seize them, the apocalypse wasn't the end, it was the beginning of something greater. I was one of those who rose. An evolver. A superpower. But it wasn't enough. I lost too much. Too many. And when I finally fell, it was with regret burning hotter than the meteorites that started it all. But fate, or something far older, gave me a second chance. I woke up in the past, days before the meteorite rain, with the memories of a world that hadn't yet ended. And this time, I won't make the same mistakes. My first move? Seizing the enemy's SSS-level superpower, the Contract Soul. A power so vast, so absolute, it bends reality itself. In my past life, it was wielded by a tyrant who used it to enslave thousands. This time, it's mine. With the Contract Soul, I can bind allies, forge unbreakable bonds, and create a team stronger than any the apocalypse has ever seen. But this isn't just about power. It's about survival. It's about making sure the people I care about don't just live, they thrive. The meteorite rain will come again. The monsters will rise. The world will burn. But this time, I'll be ready. I am Zhao, the reborn, the contract bearer. This is my second chance, and I won't waste it. The apocalypse may be hell for most, but for me and my partners? It's our paradise. And this time, we're not just surviving. We're winning. Get out. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Aha! Aha! Have you said enough? A pair of iron pliers forced Zhao Yin's mouth open, yanking out his tongue. With a sickening snip, his tongue was cut off by his adopted son, Zhang Dongliang. Blood dripped from the severed flesh as Zhao Yin's eyes, bloodshot and furious, locked onto the three women across the room. Those three women, the ones he'd once called foolish, were now the only ones standing by him. They hadn't left. Even as the portal behind them shimmered, offering a chance to escape, they stayed. Tears streamed down their faces as they watched Zhao Yin suffer. Brother Yin, where would we go if we left? Ningyu's voice was soft, her usual cold demeanor replaced by a rare tenderness. If it weren't for Brother Yin's protection, I, Jiang Xaner, would have been a plaything for those superpowered brutes. If Brother Yin can't leave, then I won't either. Jiang Xaner's smile was bitter but resolute. Brother Yin, I'll die with you. The youngest, Xiaodao, cried but spoke with unwavering calm. Zhao Yin, bound and gagged, his chest stained with blood, could only watch. He hadn't expected the paradise base to fall so quickly. He hadn't expected Zhang Dongliang, his most trusted adopted son, to betray him, getting him drunk, tying him up, and handing him over to the enemy. And he certainly hadn't expected these three women he'd once dismissed, to stay and fight for him. In the 7 years since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yin had countless women. These three were just a fraction of them. But now, in his darkest hour, they were the only ones who hadn't abandoned him. No one leaves tonight. A tall, handsome man stepped forward. Lin Tianfeng, the contract lord, one of the most powerful figures in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin, I didn't expect you to hand over Tian Relay to these women. To save you, they killed nearly 10,000 of my men. This debt will be settled with you. Zhao Yin's gaze shifted to Lin Tianfeng. Once, they had been brothers. They'd met at the start of the apocalypse, when Lin Tianfeng was weak and powerless. Zhao Yin had saved his life, and Lin Tianfeng had called him Big Brother. They'd fought side by side, survived countless battles. But Zhao Yin had only awakened a B-level power, while Lin Tianfeng had awakened an SSS level power, the soul of the contract. 2 years ago, they'd had a falling out over a trivial matter. But Zhao Ying knew the truth, Lin Tianfeng had outgrown him. In the eyes of others, it was a disgrace for the contract lord to call a B-level superpower big brother. So Zhao Ying had left, taking his people to establish a new base. He'd thought they'd go their separate ways. But Lin Tianfeng had other plans. Zhao Ying, the contract lord, is known for his benevolence and righteousness. I only made you my adoptive father. Zhang Dongliang sneered, holding up the severed tongue. Zhao Ying laughed bitterly. Benevolence? Righteousness? In this fucking apocalypse, those words meant nothing. Lin Tianfeng's reputation for benevolence had been built by Zhao Ying. It was Zhao Ying who'd planned his rise to power. But now, Lin Tianfeng's strength was unmatched. No scheme, no strategy could touch him. Zhang Dongliang turned to Lin Tianfeng. Father, you promised to spare Zhao Yin's life if he handed over the base. But he cost you so many men. I took it upon myself to cut out his tongue. Lin Tianfeng's expression was cold. To deal with 3 useless women, I had to intervene myself. What use do I have for an adopted son like you? Before Zhang Dongliang could react, a blade pierced his chest from behind. He fell, blood pooling around him, his eyes wide with shock. Zhao Ying felt no joy, only a hollow emptiness. The cunning rabbit dies, the lackey is cooked. Zhang Dongliang had betrayed him, and now he was dead. And Zhao Ying? He was next. Lin Tianfeng raised his hand, and a massive beast descended from the sky, a flying white tiger, a top-tier mutant beast Zhao Ying had once helped him capture. The tiger landed in front of the portal, blocking the women's escape. It dragged them before Lin Tianfeng, then crouched at his feet like an obedient dog. Zhao Ying, you called me ungrateful. Let me show you the fate of those loyal to you, Lin Tianfeng said, his voice dripping with mockery. Zhao Ying could only watch, helpless, as Lin Tianfeng gestured to his men. Blades flashed. 3 heads rolled. Ningyu, Jiang Xaner, Xiaodao, their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Ningyu's head came to rest at Zhao Yin's feet, her eyes still open, gazing at him with that same gentle expression. Zhao Ying felt something inside him shatter. Around him, laughter erupted. Lin Tianfeng's men reveled in the spectacle, as if it were all some twisted game. And Zhao Ying, bound and broken, could do nothing but kneel there, a wooden man in a world gone mad. Zhao Ying, who had always been as hard as stone, felt his heart shatter. Amidst the hatred, a deep regret took root, his first in the apocalypse. Ningyu, Xaner, Xiaodao, have a safe journey. If I could do it all over again, I'd treat you right, he thought, his mind swirling with grief and fury. Lin Tianfeng, if I could do it again, I'd tear you apart with my bare hands, no, I'd grind your bones to dust. If I could do it again, I'd awaken a more powerful superpower as soon as possible. If? But there were no ifs. Lin Tianfeng's cold voice cut through the air. Brother Zhao, you taught me to cut the weeds at the root. Don't blame me. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for knowing too much of my dark history. I'll be remembered in history. How can I let you live? Thud. The flying white tiger lunged forward, its massive paw crushing Zhao Yin's skull. Don't move. Zhao Yin's consciousness slowly returned. A lazy, cooing voice reached his ears, soft and spoiled. Little rascal, don't move. Let your sister sleep a little longer. He felt something heavy on his chest, pressing down. Instinctively, he reached out, his hand brushing against something warm and soft. He jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. A woman lay on top of him. She looked unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar. She was in her mid-20s, her fair skin glowing, her long, wavy hair splayed across his chest, carrying the faint scent of perfume. The room was a mess: white bedsheets, a dressing table, an open box of condoms, and tissues scattered across the floor. In an instant, it all came rushing back. This was the woman he'd hooked up with at the nightclub the day before the apocalypse. He couldn't remember her name, only that after that night, the world had ended, and he'd never seen her again. The scene before him was identical to that day. Zhao Yin's mind raced. The survival instincts honed over 7 years in the apocalypse kicked in. He had died 7 years after the apocalypse and returned to the day before it all began. Little bastard, can't you just stay still? The woman's face was still buried in his chest, her voice muffled and annoyed. I never give second chances when I go out to play. Are you really going to waste this opportunity? Before she could finish, Zhao Yin rolled over, dumping her onto the floor. She yelped, clutching her chest and glaring at him. What the hell is wrong with you? Zhao Yin ignored her, jumping out of bed and standing in front of the full-length mirror. The face staring back at him was young, 22 years old, fair-skinned, slightly thin, with a bookish air. At 1.85 meters tall, he was exactly the type of pretty boy that women had fawned over before the apocalypse. His heart began to race. Help me up! The woman snapped, glaring at him. I've never met a man as heartless as you. Zhao Yin didn't respond. He quickly dressed, his movements methodical. In his memory, the apocalypse would begin in the early hours of tonight. He didn't have time to waste on her. This woman was just a tool for release. He'd felt no attachment to her in his past life, and he wouldn't let her become a burden in this one. What are you doing? Are you just going to leave like this? The woman's anger grew as she scrambled to get dressed, as if preparing for a fight. Zhao Yin finished putting on his shoes and socks, then grabbed his cigarettes, lighter, phone, and the open box of condoms from the table, stuffing them into his pockets. Suddenly, he remembered something. He turned and walked back to the woman. What are you doing? Panic flashed across her face. She'd noticed the change in him. The affectionate puppy from last night was gone, replaced by someone cold and calculating. Zhao Yin stopped in front of her, pulled out his wallet, and took out a 1,000 yuan bill. He bent down, tucking the money into her cleavage, then pinched her cheek. I never play for free. With that, he turned and walked out of the hotel room. In the early morning, the streets were already bustling. The sidewalks were crowded with people, elderly couples walking hand in hand, mothers leading their children, white-collar workers rushing to work. The air was filled with the aroma of fried dough sticks and steamed buns from roadside breakfast stalls. Nearby, roast duck shops, braised pork shops, cake shops, and milk tea shops lined the streets. The sight filled Zhao Yin with a bittersweet nostalgia. He'd taken this peaceful life for granted once. After the apocalypse, he'd dreamed of it countless times. Was he really back? Zhao Yin looked toward Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. Lin Tianfeng, the future contract lord, was still a teacher there. But dealing with him could wait. Zhao Yin needed to find the star crystal that carried the SSS level power. This time, he wouldn't waste energy building a base. He understood now only personal strength mattered. As for Ningyu, Jiang Xianer, and Xiaodao, he'd met them in the 6th year of the apocalypse. Finding them now, in this sea of people, was impossible. That would have to wait. For now, the world was at peace. But Zhao Yin knew the truth, this prosperity was fleeting, the calm before the storm. Tonight, an unprecedented meteor shower would rain down, turning the world into a wasteland. Buildings would crumble, supplies would vanish, and most food would rot under the intense heat. A month later, radiation would spread, turning 98% of humanity into zombies. The survivors, along with animals and plants, would mutate. Zhao Yin organized his thoughts. He needed to stock up on supplies. After the apocalypse, ordinary food would spoil quickly. New, extraordinary food would appear, so he didn't need to hoard too much, just enough to last until the meteor shower passed. He hailed a ride and headed home, a high-end apartment in the heart of Guangzhou, left to him by his parents. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. His parents were executives of state-owned enterprises and were killed in a car accident when he was 15 years old. The inheritance and compensation left by his parents allowed Zhao Yin to live a more prosperous life than ordinary people before the end of the world. With no one to discipline him, he developed a bohemian character. When the apocalypse broke out in the previous life, Zhao Yin was sleeping at home. His villa was lucky enough to escape the meteorite impact. So Zhao Yin decided to hide at home when the apocalypse breaks out. He walked directly into the garage and drove his Audi A6 straight to the ice cream factory 10 kilometers away. The meteor shower would not stop until a full month later. At the beginning, it would form a terrible high temperature, and he had to buy ice cubes to solve this problem first. In his previous life, he had a hard time in the high temperature for a month, so Jiaoyin almost died after the meteor shower ended. He did not have much energy to find supplies, and missed the first echelon to discover the secret of the star crystal. Guangzhou City can only be regarded as a third-tier city in China. There is no large ice factory, but the ice cream factory can definitely make ice. Jiaoyin arrived at the ice cream factory and went directly to the factory director's office. With a promise of a large sum of money, the factory director readily agreed to deliver 50 tons of ice cubes to Jiaoyin's address before dark. Then Jiaoyin went to the building materials market and bought a large number of insulation boards, air nail guns, high-temperature resistant glue. After negotiating the price, Jiaoyin asked the boss to help hire a group of decorators, and the work would start today, and the more people the better. After completing these, he drove to the supermarket to purchase the most important food. Everything Jiaoyin liked was packed in big bags, including salt-baked chicken, canned meat, compressed biscuits, pure milk, instant noodles, ham sausages, various nuts and dried fruits, etc. Prepared food with preservatives can be preserved for a little longer, so Jiaoyin bought all of them. As for raw meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, he didn't take any of them. More important than food was bottled water, so he asked for 30 barrels. After the end of the world, water, electricity, and gas would be cut off, so he bought 3 cans of liquefied gas and 10 waterproof flashlights. After purchasing more than 1 month's worth of living supplies, and even saving some, it was enough for him to live for 3 months, and Jiaoyin stopped with satisfaction. Next was weapons. Although he developed a strong sense of combat in the end of the world, Jiaoyin's physique was still that of an ordinary person. The initial handy weapons were still necessary. He came to the vegetable market and found a butcher, and bought a butcher knife and a bone-cutting knife for 500 yuan. The tools used by professional butchers for eating were not comparable to ordinary knives in terms of steel quality or sharpness. Then he went to a car repair shop and asked someone to weld an iron handle of more than 1 meter for the bone-cutting knife. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The ordinary bone-cutting knife was transformed into a big killer, and the butcher knife was intended to be kept as a close-range weapon. After putting the 2 knives into the trunk of the Audi A6, Jiaoyin finally went to buy a few gas masks. Finally, he bought all the items he could think of. When Jiaoyin returned home, it was already dusk. At this time, a red sun was shining obliquely in the sky, and the red clouds in the sky shone on the earth, covering the world with a layer of dreamlike colors. It seemed that the world had feelings and was also blooming its brilliance at the end, lingering on the past. Jiaoyin sat in the car and watched quietly for 2 minutes, which was considered a farewell to his hometown and his dream. He got out of the car, and several trucks had already parked outside the villa, supermarkets, building materials stalls. The decorators who had been hired at the building materials stalls had also arrived, a total of more than 30 people. Only the ice cubes from the ice cream factory had not arrived yet. Jiaoyin spent 1,000 yuan red envelope for each of the decorators, asking them to help move all the useless furniture out of the villa, and then move the building materials in. For these ordinary people who earn their hard-earned money, 1,000 yuan red envelope is enough to cover a few days' salary, and everyone is very motivated. More than 30 skilled decorators are working very fast, and time is tight. Jiaoyin's requirement is that it doesn't matter whether it looks good or not, and it doesn't matter whether it is professional or not, as long as it is practical. At 7:30 in the evening, it was dark. All the insulation boards have been laid. The ice blocks from the ice cream factory have also been delivered. 50 tons of ice blocks almost filled the entire living room, and Jiaoyin paid the balance. It was already 9:30 in the evening. After sending off the last batch of ice cream factory movers, Jiaoyin was the only one left in the villa. Looking at the mountains of ice blocks and supplies, and the full insulation boards, he finally felt at ease. Jiaoyin was also hungry all day. He looked at the sports watch on his wrist and saw that there were still 2.5 hours left. He simply went out to the community to have a big meal and bought 10 soft mid-length shoes. When he returned to the villa, it was 10:30. Zhao closed all the doors and windows and sealed them completely with the remaining insulation boards, leaving only a small movable window to observe the situation outside. It was 11:30. There was still half an hour before the end of the world. Zhao sat in the villa full of cold air, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute by minute. Buzz, buzz. The alarm on the mobile phone next to him finally rang. The end of the world is coming. Woo woo woo. Countless meteorites dragged long tails and hit the ground like raindrops, and the whole villa was shaking. At the same time, the chandelier above his head went out and the power was paralyzed. Zhao turned on the flashlight, walked over and pulled open the movable insulation board on the window, and looked out. The end of the world that he saw in his previous life was happening again at this time. Countless dazzling white lights fell from the sky and filled the whole world. Dense meteorites fell like raindrops endlessly, and the buildings in sight were soon smashed into pieces. The whole city was set on fire, and there was thick smoke and fire everywhere. The artificial lake outside the villa was rolling with bubbles and sizzling with white gas. Help, someone save me. Ah! What happened? Why are there so many meteorites falling? I'm going to die. Why didn't the astronomical department warn me in advance? Damn it, ah! Woo! I don't want to die. The house collapsed. My legs are broken. Woo! People outside the villa were screaming and crying. Some people were shouting in despair. With a click, an old osmanthus tree in front of the villa was broken by a bull-sized meteorite. It quickly burned in the dense meteorite fall. A burst of choking smoke, mixed with heat waves, rushed in from the open small window. Zhao closed the movable insulation board with force and quickly sealed it with high-temperature resistant glue. The cruelty of the end of the world could not shake Zhao Yin's long-numbed heart. The screams did not stop until dawn. Perhaps the people around the villa had died. Zhao boiled water to make a box of instant noodles and ate it with salt-baked chicken legs. At this time, no one knew that among the countless meteorites, there were pieces of blood-colored crystals. After the end of the world, they were called star crystals. Each star crystal can randomly open items needed after the end of the world, which may be extraordinary materials, equipment and weapons, or directly open supernatural powers that can make people transcend the world. In the end of the world, some people have counted that most star crystals can only open low-level materials, and very few can open equipment and evolution potions. Star crystals that can open supernatural powers are even rarer. Similarly, whether it is materials or equipment, even supernatural powers, there are strong and weak points. After the end of the world, a system was counted, with a division from F grade to SSS grade. Zhao shook his head and put aside these thoughts. After he had eaten and drunk enough, he found the military coat that his father had left behind. Outside the villa, there were fires everywhere, but the temperature in the room filled with ice was dropping rapidly. Zhao put on the military coat and fell asleep. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's snoring was heard. 7 years in the apocalypse, he had no choice but to wake up and sleep at will. Even if the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with Zhao Yin? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks on the door woke Zhao Yin up. Is anyone there? Open the door and let me in. Zhao Yin frowned, and then he remembered an incident in his previous life. Outside the door was Dong Jun, the security guard of the community. He survived the first few hours of the apocalypse because he was on duty in the underground garage. The underground garage just collapsed. Zhao Yin's villa is the only surviving building in the community. Dong Jun escaped from the garage by chance and found this place. In the previous life, Zhao Yin let Dong Jun in. At first, Dong Jun thanked him profusely. But as the stored food became less and less, Dong Jun showed his fangs and began to enslave Zhao Yin with his strong physique. A month later, the meteorite rain ended. Zhao Yin was so hungry that he had no strength to look for supplies. It was inseparable from this Dong Jun. If Dong Jun hadn't consumed too much food, Zhao Yin in his previous life might have discovered the secret of the star crystal earlier. However, a few days later, after Dong Jun had wasted a lot of food, he was hacked to death by the angry Zhao in his sleep. Zhao had experienced too much darkness and blood in the end of the world, and deliberately forgot the past, so he didn't think of this matter at the first time.
Zhao, are you in there? I saw you come back today. Open the door quickly, or I'll break it down. Dong Jun began to yell impatiently outside the door.
Zhao sneered in his heart. In this life, he would not make the same mistake again. Grabbing the bone-cutting knife beside him, he walked towards the small window.
After prying it open, Zhao smiled. Is it Brother Dong? Zhao, you are really here. Hurry and open the door for me, I almost died.
When Dong Jun was talking, a meteorite fell at his feet. He jumped up in fright, and his voice became more and more flustered. Brother, as long as you save me, I will do anything.
I'm not sure if you are Brother Dong. What if you meet a bad guy?
Zhao said in a deep voice.
How could I be a bad guy? It's really Dong Jun. You passed by the security guard that day and handed me a cigarette. Have you forgotten it, brother? Brother Dong, come here and let me see.
After Zhao finished speaking, Dong Jun, who had been unbearable in the high temperature, came to the small window and showed a face that was burned red by the fire. It's really me, brother.
Puff.
A bone-cutting knife suddenly poked out from the window. It pierced directly into Dong Jun's eye socket, and when it was pulled out, red and white gushed out. Zhao pulled back the bone-cutting knife and quickly sealed the small window. It was as if nothing had happened. In this life, Dong Jun had not had the chance to harm Zhao, but Zhao had no guilt at all for killing him. The other party would not leave here.
If they drag it out, they will definitely break down the door.
Without the protection of the door, a high temperature will enter the villa. In the previous life, Zhao had no preparation. In the first few days of the end of the world, he relied on the isolation of the villa to support himself. After a few days, the walls were burned hot. He could only dig through the floor and bury himself in the soil. He not only had to dig for himself, but also for Dong Jun. Fortunately, there was dirty water from the sewer, which flowed into the pit along the sand and gravel. The problem of drinking water was solved, and it also played a role in cooling down, allowing Zhao in the previous life to support himself.
He didn't want to start over again in this life.
Throwing down the bone-cutting knife, Zhao continued to sleep, and soon snored again. In the following days, no one came to find Zhao again, and the temperature in the room remained several degrees below zero. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was full, and exercised his weak body in the villa when he woke up.
Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the 29th day of the end of the world.
Even though the room was equipped with heat insulation panels, the 50 tons of ice had almost melted. There was a lot of water in the room, but the temperature remained very low. Compared with the suffering in his previous life, Zhao had a very comfortable life this month. He still had more than half of his food and water left, and he had gained a lot of weight.
Zhao opened the small window to check.
The meteorite rain was much smaller, falling sparsely. Sometimes not a single meteorite could be seen for half a day. 29 days ago, everything that was set on fire in the city had already been burned. The temperature was also dropping, and there was thin smoke everywhere. The people and animals who survived didn't know where they had hidden. Zhao knew that there were still some supplies that were not destroyed by the meteorite rain, and there were also places that the meteorite rain could not reach. Those supplies might be buried, or in some special buildings. There were also ordinary buildings that survived, such as Zhao Yin's villa. Zhao was not very interested in those ordinary supplies.
What he wanted most now was Lin Tianfeng's SSS level ability.
Also, he had to try his best to collect as many star crystals as possible while no one knew the secret of the star crystals. Finally, the meteor shower stopped.
Zhao prepared everything and removed the insulation board on the door. He opened the door of the villa.
The temperature was still around 40 degrees, and the air was filled with thin smoke that had not completely dissipated. There are potholes everywhere, the buildings in the community have been basically destroyed, and only the dark roots of the green plants are left. Zhao wore a gas mask on his face, put some food and water in his backpack, and held a bone-cutting knife in one hand. A roll of magazine was tied with tape on his left forearm, and the butcher knife was inserted there. The whole world was dead silent. Bookbar. In this apocalypse, he has long been accustomed to being alone. Zhao Yinqing was alone, as if he was the only one left in the world, walking alone into the hazy smoke.
Go straight to the family home of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School.
Along the way, Zhao Yin saw countless corpses. Some had half of their bodies burnt by flames, some had their heads smashed through by meteorites. When the apocalypse came in the early hours of the morning, most people were indoors and ended up buried in buildings. But these bodies did not decay due to high temperatures. Zhao Yin knew that in the early hours of tonight, all the dead people would get up again. As they devoured flesh and blood, their broken bodies would grow completely. They would then continue devouring flesh and star crystals, begin to evolve, and eventually become a nightmare for the survivors. When Zhao Yin passed by a shopping mall that had not completely collapsed, he vaguely felt prying eyes. He paused in his steps and turned his eyes to look indifferently. The upper floors of the mall collapsed. Due to the quality of the construction, the bottom floor barely survived. There is plenty of food and water in the mall, the area is large enough, and the fire protection and heat insulation are complete. It is not surprising that some people survive. Zhao Yin didn't intend to pay attention and continued to move forward. At this time, in an office in the mall, a dark face was lying behind a crack in the wall, with bright eyes staring at Zhao Yin's back. Until Zhao Yin disappeared into the ruins, his expression slowly relaxed. This is a boy of 15 or 16 years old. The school uniform on his body is dirty and torn, and the color is almost invisible. Okay, now that he's gone, there won't be one more person to share our food with. Brother, isn't it good for us to do this? In the corner behind the boy was a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. One of her arms was obviously broken, and it was sandwiched between two burned wooden boards and wrapped with tattered cloth strips. There were dark brown bloodstains. The food section of the supermarket collapsed, and we don't have much food left. How can we feed one more person? The boy sighed. But didn't Brother Wang go to the collapsed place to look for food? The little girl pouted unconvinced. Brother Wang has been gone for 3 days, are you sure he can come back? The boy asked. The little girl fell silent and slowly lowered her head. The boy stepped forward and stroked the little girl's head. Xiao Dao, when my parents left, I promised them that I would take you to survive no matter what. I swear in the name of Song Xiaojian. If Zhao Yin were here, he would definitely recognize that the little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old is Xiao Dao. Zhao Yin didn't know what he missed, and he quickly shuttled through the ruins. Along the way, he sensed several survivors' places, but he ignored them all. He was not far from the family community of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. Suddenly, Zhao Yin paused and turned around to look at a crater not far away. Under the dim sunlight, there was a faint blood-colored light refracting. He quickly jumped down from the crater and started digging with his bone-cutting knife. Not a moment later, a blood-colored crystal the size of a walnut was caught in Zhao Yin's hand. Star crystal! Zhao Yin did not expect to find the first star crystal so quickly. The information about the star crystal in the previous life is reflected in the blood of almost every survivor. The meteorite rain that lasted for a full month was mixed with a kind of blood-colored crystals, which were later called star crystals. Most of them were buried in the ruins. Zhao Yin had only heard that at the beginning of the end of the world, there were star crystals on the surface. With the zombie outbreak in the early hours of tonight, all the star crystals on the surface were swallowed by zombies. Only a handful fell into the hands of survivors. Later, if the survivors want to get the star crystal, they must either kill zombies and take it out from their bodies, or rely on luck. Star crystals can produce all kinds of things. No one can tell clearly how many types they are, even 7 years after the end of the world. All star crystals have the same appearance. They may just give out food and water, or they may be a pack of toilet paper. With luck, they can give out extraordinary equipment and evolutionary potions. The most difficult thing to prescribe is the Power Awakening Potion. Superpowers, which everyone is flocking to in the apocalypse, have exceeded the imagination of mankind before the apocalypse. In front of superpowers, any evolved person can only bow his head and submit, and ordinary people are worse than pigs and dogs. However, items of the same type also have strengths and weaknesses, and were later planned from F level to SSS level. For example, a piece of bread, F level may only help people quickly recover their physical strength, and it will be a huge help to recover minor injuries. But if you are above level F, you may directly increase your physical fitness and regenerate your severed limbs. Jiaoyin squeezed it hard and found that the star crystal in his palm was intact. Then he remembered that this body had not evolved in any way. He placed the star crystal on a piece of hard cement in front of him, raised his bone-cutting knife and smashed it hard. Click! Several cracks appeared on the star crystal, and then a ball of white light emitted, which lasted for 3 seconds. Waiting for the white light to dissipate, a green military jacket appeared in place. It's actually a piece of equipment. The first star crystal after the apocalypse gave out equipment. Although based on experience, this military uniform is only F level. But even so, the toughness is definitely not comparable to the clothes on his body. Ordinary iron tools can hardly cut it. This is a good sign, and a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. He took off his clothes and put on the military uniform, and immediately felt safe. Zombies broke out tonight, and with this military uniform, the safety level was raised to a higher level. He carried his backpack and continued to move forward with a bone-cutting knife. The road was unobstructed, but no star crystals fell on the surface. Soon, Jiaoyin came to the family compound of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. This place has long become a ruin and a dead silence. If Jiaoyin hadn't known in advance that Lin Tianfeng was here, he would never have thought that there were still living people here. The zombies and strange beasts had not had time to mutate, and the survivors were still immersed in the sudden disaster at this time. Most people would instinctively choose to stay in a safe place and continue to observe. But some people are exceptions, such as Lin Tianfeng, an English teacher in junior high school. He was holding a kitchen knife at this time, and crawled out of a half-collapsed basement with a listless look, and there was fresh blood on his white t-shirt. Lin Tianfeng looked at the devastated world in the dim sunlight, and fell into a daze for a moment. Little did he know that a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from behind the broken wall. Jiaoyin understood that if he appeared too early, it would change the timeline of Lin Tianfeng, and it was very likely that he would miss the star crystal carrying the contract soul. In the previous life, Jiaoyin met Lin Tianfeng 3 days later. At that time, Lin Tianfeng had already obtained the contract soul. It was just that he had not contracted any contract beasts. Lin Tianfeng's strength was just that of an ordinary person. When he was looking for supplies, his leg was broken by a broken wall, and it was Jiaoyin who saved his life. Previously, Jiaoyin did not know when Lin Tianfeng got the contract soul. But now it is confirmed that the time is today. The zombie outbreak tonight will devour most of the star crystals on the surface. In Lin Tianfeng's current state, it is impossible for him to compete with the zombies for them, let alone have the strength to dig blindly in the rubble. What the hell? Lin Tianfeng looked at the apocalypse in front of him, and suddenly yelled like crazy, then squatted down and cried with his head in his hands. It was obvious that he had not had a good time in the month after the apocalypse. He was thin, his lips were chapped, and his dirty white shirt was stained with blood. It was unknown where he was injured. Lin Tianfeng was tired of crying, so he stood up and walked forward carefully. He had the courage to go out, not because he was so brave, but because he would starve to death if he didn't eat. Jiaoyin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and followed him with a cat-like step. Lin Tianfeng's speed was very slow. He searched for 3 hours, and there were black ashes everywhere. Where was there anything to eat? Bookbar 96. He suddenly raised the kitchen knife to his neck, his expression was nervous, and his eyes were bloodshot. Jiaoyin watched from afar and realized that the lord of the contract almost committed suicide at the beginning of the apocalypse. But Jiaoyin knew that he could not die. Lin Tianfeng slowly put down the kitchen knife, his expression became firm again, and he continued to move forward. Help! Help! Suddenly, a voice came from the ruins not far away, with a pleading, "Is there anyone outside, can you help me?" Lin Tianfeng's trance became clearer and he walked over. It was a collapsed family building, and the sound came from the ruins on the bottom floor, which was relatively intact. Because the collapse above formed an insulation layer, the survivors inside survived, but they could not get out at this time.
Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. Save you? Is there anything to eat? Everything that can be eaten is finished. I will definitely treat you to a big meal at Fulin Building after I go out. The woman's voice could not hide her excitement. Move the cement quickly, and I can go out. Go to Fulin Building for a big meal? Lin Tianfeng's mouth showed a self-deprecating look. Obviously the woman inside didn't know that this was the end of the world. Without food, how could Lin Tianfeng spend his energy to save people? He turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? Why don't you save me? Hey, hey! The woman inside heard the footsteps going away and suddenly became anxious. Please, save my child. You have a child? Lin Tianfeng stopped and asked, how old is it? Just 5 months old. The woman said hurriedly. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Tianfeng's mouth, and he said, I'll save you. The woman's voice was strong, and she must not have been hungry, so... Pieces of concrete fragments were moved away by Lin Tianfeng, and soon a hole was revealed. It was a large space inside, like a kitchen that had not collapsed. A dirty woman was sitting on the ground holding a baby. Thank you, brother. Before the woman finished speaking, Lin Tianfeng crawled in and searched desperately. There were still some rotten vegetable leaves left in the smashed refrigerator, and he grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth without caring at all. There were a bunch of snack bags and empty water bottles on the ground. It was obvious that the woman survived by relying on these. Lin Tianfeng unscrewed the empty water bottles one by one and dripped the remaining water stains into his mouth. Then he picked up the snack bags and licked the food residue inside. He was so hungry that this little thing didn't work at all. After confirming that there was really no food left, he looked at the woman with bloodshot eyes. Brother! The woman felt Lin Tianfeng's obvious malice and shrank back subconsciously. The baby in her arms seemed to feel something and cried loudly. Why didn't you leave some food for me? Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. Brother, don't joke. How would I know that you would be hungry? The woman's voice trembled. Isn't it time to go out? I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat. You treat me? Lin Tianfeng sneered and murmured, it's the end of the world. I've only seen you as a living person. Where can I treat you? Brother, what did you say? The woman was shocked. Lin Tianfeng did not respond. His eyes became colder and colder, and suddenly looked at the baby in her arms. Where is the baby's milk powder? Where did you hide it? He had heard that the woman had a child before, so he changed his mind and came to save her. It was just because the woman cared about her child very much. Even if she didn't eat it herself, she would definitely leave some food for the child. The milk powder is in the bedroom, which has collapsed a long time ago. It's because of me that the child can survive. The woman faced Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Her voice suddenly paused, and she just subconsciously looked at her chest. Lin Tianfeng's eyes moved down, and he immediately understood something. With a gulp, he swallowed his saliva and walked towards the woman. Brother, you, help me. Amid the woman's terrified screams, Lin Tianfeng directly snatched the baby from her hand, threw it on the ground, and tore the woman's clothes. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Tianfeng got up, full, and he was suddenly much more energetic. Child, my child, woo-woo. After he let the woman go, she crawled to the baby who was abandoned on the ground and found that the baby's head had just hit the steel bar and was already dead. Zhao was hiding outside the cave entrance, listening to the woman's heart-wrenching cry the whole time. There was no expression on his face. After the end of the world, humanity was annihilated, and most people became beasts. There were countless people who were worse off than the woman. What does it have to do with him, Zhao? Lin Tianfeng yelled, don't cry, the child's death now is actually a relief, you should thank me. The woman shuddered and slowly raised her head to look at Lin Tianfeng. At this moment, something seemed to have changed in her. Her eyes were no longer as timid as before. Her clear eyes also turned red, full of resentment, staring at Lin Tianfeng. Snap! Lin Tianfeng slapped her in the face. Do you want to die too? How dare you look at me like this? The woman's head tilted, but she slowly lowered her head. I declare that you will be my granary in the future. Don't worry, if I can find food, I won't let you starve to death.
After Lin Tianfeng finished speaking, he bent down and tore off the woman's clothes completely. Tear them into strips with force, and then connect them together to form a rope. Lin Tianfeng tied her hands behind her back first, and then spliced a rope around the woman's neck, and dragged her out of the cave directly. The woman didn't say a word or resist throughout the whole process, but just numbly followed Lin Tianfeng forward.
Zhao Ying looked at the watch on her wrist. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Tianfeng has not found the star crystal with SSS level supernatural power.
Zhao Ying took off his gas mask, and the remaining smoke in the air faded a lot.
He took out a pack of dry noodles from his backpack and ate it with a bottle of Dongping special drink. Just as he finished the dry noodles and was about to take the last sip of the drink, his expression suddenly froze. Lin Tianfeng seemed to have discovered something, and quickly moved a piece of broken concrete on the road and took out a blood-red crystal from it. Lin Tianfeng's face was full of doubts, as if he felt that this crystal was different.
Teacher Lin, is that you?
Suddenly, a low voice came from behind. Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw Zhao Ying, who was carrying a backpack and only wearing a military uniform on his upper body, walking towards him with a bone-cutting knife in one hand.
Zhao Ying smiled. It turns out to be you, Teacher Lin. Who are you?
Lin Tianfeng subconsciously glanced at the bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand, with a sly smile on his face. I have a niece who was a junior high school student in number 2 middle school last year and was your student.
We met during the parent-teacher conference.
Zhao Ying said with a smile.
It turns out it's you.
Lin Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile bloomed on his face. In fact, I can't even remember who Zhao Ying is, but as long as I'm not here to rob his granary, that's fine. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Zhao Ying seemed to let out an inadvertent sigh and pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. Teacher Lin, what is this? Lin Tianfeng held Xingjing's hand and quickly put it into his trouser pocket, smiling. I picked up a small gadget, keep it as a souvenir. Zhao Ying raised the remaining sip of Dongping special drink in his hand, put it to his mouth and was about to drink it, then he seemed to suddenly remember something. It's the end of the world, and Teacher Lin is still interested in this kind of handicraft.
He is indeed a scholar. Etc.
Lin Tianfeng discovered that Zhao Ying actually had a drink in his hand. Although there was only a small sip left, it was also rich in sugar, which was what he needed most at the moment.
Brother, you don't look very thirsty. Since you are interested in this artificial gemstone, how about I exchange a sip of drink with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Ying suddenly had a serious look on his face. You want to exchange useless things for my drink? Brother, give me this drink, and you will be my big brother from now on.
Lin Tianfeng begged. Besides, you still have a lot of food in your backpack, and you don't care about a sip of drinks. Zhao Ying successfully captured the rich greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes when he looked at his backpack. The smile on his face was still bright. I do still have a lot of drinks.
Since Teacher Lin wants it so much, then, let's change it.
The woman didn't speak, staring at Zhao Ying from a distance, her face covered with dust and blood plasma. Her body was still trembling in the dim sunlight.
Get out, or I'll kill you.
Zhao Ying cursed coldly, turned around and continued to walk. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, as long as there are no obstacles blocking the line of sight, Zhao Ying will definitely be able to find the star crystal on the surface. Half an hour later, a trace of blood appeared 300 meters away, and Zhao Ying immediately quickened his pace. Sure enough, a piece of star crystal was mostly buried in the soil, reflecting a faint bloodlight in the sunlight. Zhao Ying grabbed it and smashed it with a bone-chopping knife.
3 seconds later, there was a bottle of Nongfu Spring in his hand. Disappointment flashed across Zhao Yin's face.
This kind of water is the most rubbish material that can be obtained from star crystals, belonging to a kind of F level. He drank a lot in his previous life, and the effect was only equivalent to a whole day's water consumption. Better than nothing, Zhao Ying threw the Nongfu Spring directly into his backpack and continued to search. In the next hour, no more star crystals were found.
It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Ying was a little irritated.
There were not as many star crystals on the surface as he imagined.
There were so many high-level zombies in the previous life because they could find star crystals under the surface.
And here in Jiaoyin, as long as there is anything covering it, it is difficult to find it even if it is stepped on. Suddenly, Jiaoyin heard something, paused, and looked back. The woman was jogging all the way, chasing in the direction where she was.
What do you want to do? Do you really want to die? Jiaoyin was in a bad mood.
He turned and rushed over, kicked the woman over, and raised the bone-cutting knife to her neck.
You avenged me, so let me follow you.
The woman was calmer than Jiaoyin had imagined. She was exhausted and had not drunk water for a long time, so she said in a hoarse voice, "I can be your granary." When Jiaoyin heard this, his face darkened instantly. He turned his wrist and slapped the woman's face with the back of a knife, leaving a blood groove immediately. "Get out of here."
This damn woman dared to delay his time.
Jiaoyin resisted the killing intent and turned around and strode away. But after all, he needed to pay attention to the surrounding surface at all times, so he didn't walk fast, and the woman soon caught up with him again. When Jiaoyin turned around, she retreated, and when Jiaoyin walked forward, she continued to follow. Jiaoyin was confused. This woman was not afraid of death at all.
Okay. You want to eat, right? I'll give it to you. Jiaoyin didn't want to waste time on her.
After all, the two had just had contact, and he didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He took out a salt-baked chicken leg and a bottle of Dongpeng special drink from his backpack and threw them on the ground. "Take them, go as far as you can, don't follow me." There are still many such ordinary supplies in the villa. For some reason, ordinary food in the apocalypse cannot be kept for too long no matter what method is used, and it will quickly rot.
This is also the reason why Jiaoyin did not stock up in large quantities before the apocalypse.
It can't be stored for long anyway, so Jiaoyin doesn't care if he gives her some. He made up his mind that if this woman dares to follow him again after taking the supplies, he must kill her. After Jiaoyin left cursing, the woman came forward to pick up the chicken leg and drink, with gratitude flashing on her face, and then her eyes were dim. 5 minutes later, Jiaoyin was relieved to make sure that she didn't follow him again. Soon, another star crystal appeared in front of him. Zhao Yin's gloomy mood was swept away, and he quickly picked it up and smashed it open with force. A jet-black butterfly knife appeared in front of him.
Equipment again. Jiaoyin was delighted.
With a click, Jiaoyin threw away the butterfly knife and swung it forward with force, cutting a meteorite.
The cut was neat, like a mirror.
Although the butterfly knife was only F-grade, it was made by Star Crystal, so it must be a fine product. According to statistics from the previous life, the probability of a star crystal opening an equipment is less than 1 in 1,000. And the 4 star crystals he got, except for the one with SSSS grade supernatural power, the remaining 3 pieces actually opened 2 equipment.
Has his luck improved in this life?
Jiaoyin put the butterfly knife on his waist and continued to search forward. About half an hour later, he met another star crystal. After a slight perception, he found that the granary still did not follow him, and cursed it inwardly for being a jinx. Without her following him, he found the star crystal faster. This time, a sandwich was opened. Jiaoyin had eaten this kind of bread in his previous life. It could sustain a day's energy consumption, and the key was that it could quickly recover from injuries. It could save lives at critical moments, and it was Zhao Yin's most scarce material at present. He carefully put the bread into his backpack and started looking for it again. 40 minutes later, Jiaoyin got another star crystal, and as a result, he opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring.
Sure enough, the equipment was not so easy to get.
Soon, a red sun in the sky slowly disappeared on the horizon, and the sky was dim. The smoke in the air had completely disappeared. Without the refraction of sunlight, Jiaoyin began to find it difficult to find star crystals. As night fell, even if there were star crystals, they looked like ordinary stones. There were 3 star crystals in Zhao Yin's pocket at this time, all of which were just found. In order to save time, they were not opened on the spot. At this time, Jiaoyin took the opportunity to knock open all the star crystals. The first piece produced a pack of instant noodles, which was enough to fill you up and resist the cold. The second star crystal produced another bottle of Nongfu Spring.
It's that damn Nongfu Spring again. Jiaoyin couldn't help but curse.
This was the third bottle. He simply ignored it and looked at the last star crystal.
After knocking it open, white light rose again. Zhao Yin's breathing stagnated. A piece of equipment was vaguely visible, appearing in the white light that was about to dissipate. Soon the white light dissipated, and when Zhao Yin saw the equipment clearly, he was stunned. 69shux. Com, a pair of black fishnet stockings. Please remember bookbars. Website to watch the fastest chapter update. Zhao Yin never expected to get such a thing. At this time, he was in need of equipment for the lower body. Would he be asked to wear it? I, Zhao Yin, am a 7-foot man. Even if I die, or get bitten to death by zombies outside, I will never wear women's stockings. He made up his mind secretly, raised his hand and threw the fishnet stockings more than 10 meters away. The action was extremely free and easy, revealing endless manliness. Then Zhao Yin strode away, and in the night, his back was brave and fearless. A real man would never wear that kind of thing even if he had no pants to wear. Although the fishnet stockings looked like they were of a higher grade than F grade. Although with the fishnet stockings, his safety was further guaranteed. Just wear them once and see. Zhao Yin accidentally came to the discarded fishnet stockings again, frowned, bent down to pick them up, and looked disgusted. Then he quickly pulled off his pants and put the fishnet stockings on his fluffy legs. I had never seen such fishnet stockings in my previous life, and I didn't have the B-grade supernatural power eye of true vision in my previous life. I could only know the effect by trying. Zhao Yin exerted a little force on his feet, and the whole person rushed forward in an instant, and rushed nearly 100 meters away in 3 or 4 seconds. The wind whistled in his ears, and the speed had already exceeded the limit of human beings. Even the flying people before the end of the world would have to eat their farts. Zhao Yin stopped, took a deep breath, and a happy smile appeared on his face. In fact, if I wear it inside, as long as I don't take the initiative to take off the coolie, no one will know. Zhao Yin said secretly, it's so comfortable. This is definitely E-grade equipment. With Zhao Yin's current physical condition, it is difficult to achieve the maximum effect. Soon, Zhao Yin calmed down, put his pants back on, and lit a cigarette. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and secretly calculated that so far, he has obtained 3 pieces of equipment, an F-level military jacket and butterfly knife, and an E-level fishnet stockings. In addition, there are 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, and a piece of instant noodles. Next, it is not wise to blindly look for star crystals. There are more important things to do. It's time to get back the B-level supernatural power eye of true vision in the previous life. There is an old zoo site, and I still remember the exact location. It is about 10 kilometers away from here. In addition, Zhao Yin remembered that the star crystal that opened the eye of true vision was on the surface. It was able to survive for 3 months without being taken away by anyone, let alone being swallowed by zombies, because there was a mutant monkey there. There are 2 purposes for this trip, to get back the eye of true vision, and to see if I can subdue the mutant monkey. Zhao Yin picked up the bone-chopping knife and rushed there. With the speed bonus of the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin arrived at the old site of the zoo 20 minutes later. The buildings here were destroyed by meteorites long ago, and the green plants were burned to ashes. There were corpses of people and animals everywhere, most of which were in ruins. At this time, the monkey had not mutated yet, and no one knew where it had hidden. Zhao Yin sensed it, but did not hear any movement from the monkey. The zoo was dead silent. The monkey was unimaginably cunning, and might be hiding somewhere deep underground. In his previous life, Zhao Yin tried hard to help Lin Tianfeng catch it, but failed several times. In the end, he spent a lot of money to buy an A-level trap net, and then caught the monkey, which was already sea level at that time. Its growth talent is extremely amazing, and it is one of the most promising beasts Zhao Yin has ever seen. It's just a pity that it died in the 2nd year of the apocalypse to save Lin Tianfeng, and it had grown to B-level at that time. The most urgent task is to get the eye of true vision first. Zhao Yin went directly to the place where he found the star crystal. He remembered that it was an inconspicuous meteorite crater. After Zhao Yin arrived, he quickly jumped down. But the next moment, his expression froze. The place where the star crystal should have been placed was actually empty. Only gravel and soil were exposed on the surface. This was definitely not the scene in his previous life. He remembered clearly that the star crystal should have been exposed on the surface and could be easily found. Zhao couldn't believe it and picked up the bone-cutting knife and started digging desperately. Until he was exhausted and panting. As a result, he dug 3 feet into the ground, but there was no trace of the star crystal. He finally confirmed that his true vision eye had really disappeared. How is it possible? Zhao widened his eyes and was stunned for a long time. The reason why he came now was because he came 3 months later in his previous life, and the star crystal had not been taken away. At this time, most of the survivors were still hiding in fear. Who else would come to take away the star crystal that should still exist 3 months after the doomsday? But it really happened. Zhao was very angry and regretted that he should have come earlier. The Eye of True Vision belonged to him. From the beginning to the end, the Eye of True Vision was in his plan and he never thought that it would be taken away. It must not be taken away. Whoever dares to take my things, Zhao, must die. Zhao gritted his teeth and said hatefully. He soon calmed down and realized that the thief might not have gone far. He immediately tried his best to listen carefully to identify. A few seconds later, Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of anger, and his figure rushed out instantly. About 1,500 meters away, there were human footsteps. It was extremely weak, but it was still heard by the angry Zhao. Zhao was filled with murderous intent, and in less than a minute, he appeared 100 meters behind the man. But when he saw the figure clearly, his eyes became focused. Granary? At this moment, Zhao stared at that thin figure and finally understood everything. No wonder someone could take his things away, and it was her. The woman who was supposed to die in the hands of Lin Tianfeng in her previous life, survived because of Zhao, deviated from the timeline Zhao knew, and took things she shouldn't have taken away. At this time, Granary's body was trembling, his steps were shaky, and he was limping on the road full of craters. Her dirty face was full of horror, and she screamed every time she stepped on a horrific corpse on the roadside. Why don't you live well? Why didn't you find a place to hide? Why did you come to take away my superstar crystal? I've given you a chance, but you must seek death yourself. The murderous intent in Zhao Yin's eyes gradually became stronger. Although she looked a little pitiful, she still had to die. Zhao Yin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and walked over. Granary seemed to hear Zhao Yin's footsteps and slowly turned around. It's you? The expression on her face was not that of panic. She soon showed surprise. She tried to remain gentle and said, It's really you. I was just looking for you. Are you looking for me? Zhao Yin's bone-cutting knife that he wanted to swing relaxed slightly. I know you are looking for this. Granary slowly put his hand into his bra. Soon, she felt something on her chest. In front of Zhao Yin, he slowly spread his dirty palms. Astonishingly, there were 3 blood-colored crystals as big as a thumb. I saw that you have been searching for this everywhere. It must be important to you, right? Granary asked seriously. Zhao Yin was slightly lost in thought, his eyes changing several times. Do you know what this is? I don't know, I just saw you looking for it before. I happen to have nothing to thank you for, so I looked around for you. Granary smiled. Her face was dirty, but her teeth were delicate and white, and she seemed very excited. I didn't expect to meet you again. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to find more for you, only these 3 pieces. Zhao Yin looked at her silently. Although Granary said it was easy, he knew that with her physical ability to get here, she must have devoted all her efforts to find star crystals for herself since the 2 separated. What do you want from me? Zhao Yin asked coldly. You saved my life. Didn't you give me food and water? I know that these things cannot repay the kindness of saving my life, but I think it can be regarded as doing my best. Granary's voice was dry and hoarse. Coughed. Zhao Yin looked at her deeply, suddenly unable to understand this woman. It's the end of the world now, even if she doesn't know the true value of the star crystal. But as long as she is not mentally ill, she should know that to her, anything of value is extremely precious.
What's more, there is a precedent of Lin Tianfeng exchanging star crystals with Zhao Yin for drinks. It was impossible for her to guess nothing, but she still wanted nothing.
Is this woman playing a hard-to-get game?
At this time, Granary suddenly took Zhao Yin's hand and put the star crystal into his hand. Zhao Yin stared at the star crystal in her hand, which was still stained with the blood on her hand. It was caused by digging between the cement with bare hands.
Please don't dislike it, Granary said softly. Zhao Yin's eyes flashed. Of course he would not dislike it. Even if the granary was not given, he was still planning to kill and rob him. But at this time, should we kill or not?
Zhao Yin was struggling in his heart. He had never thought before that this woman would affect the timeline. If he didn't kill her at this time, he might never meet her again, and the timeline he knew might go completely astray because of this woman.
Thank you for allowing me to meet a good person like you in this world and do something meaningful,
Granary said hoarsely.
I'm leaving.
I may not see you again in the future, Granary smiled at Zhao Yin again.
How many days can a woman like me survive in the end of the world?
So,
I probably won't see you again.
She turned around slowly and limped forward. Her feet were bare and her shoes were lost at some point. Zhao Yin looked at her back, but after all, he still didn't lift the knife. After 7 years of the end of the world, I still haven't lived like a beast. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to kill a defenseless woman. What's more, the other party also found 3 star crystals for him. The granary was far away, and Zhao Yin did not remind her about the zombie outbreak tonight. Life or death depends on her own life. Next, Zhao Yin stopped thinking about the granary and prepared to break open the 3 star crystals. The first star crystal was knocked open by Zhao Yin, and the familiar white light appeared in front of him again, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. But Zhao Yin didn't care. Within 1,000 meters, there was no trace of people except the granary that had gone far away. After the white light, a scarlet pill appeared in front of Zhao Yin, but he couldn't recognize the effect. In the previous life, star crystals could be opened into tens of millions of types, and no one knew how many there were. At this time, Zhao Yin only knew that, apart from supernatural powers, various pills and potions were the most rare and precious. This was a good start. Thinking that when he had the true vision eye, there would be nothing he couldn't recognize, Zhao Yin didn't hesitate anymore and smashed the second star crystal directly. This time, the white light lasted for 3 seconds and didn't dissipate.
Book bar 96. Zhao Yin's breathing was stagnant.
According to the experience of the previous life, after the star crystal is smashed open, the longer the light lasts, the more precious the thing is. Just like the SSS level supernatural power contract soul that was opened before, it lasted for a full minute, and even the color was golden. This time the white light lasted for 5 seconds. Could it be another E-level item? Finally, the white light dissipated, and an inconspicuous bronze ring appeared in front of Zhao Yin. After Zhao Yin saw it clearly, his eyes widened.
Space ring. He couldn't stay calm.
The value of any space ring was comparable to A-level equipment. In the end times where people have no place to live, the space ring is the second life.
In terms of rarity, it even exceeds A-level equipment.
When he got the space ring in his previous life, it was already the 5th year after the end of the world. At that time, Zhao Yin had already cultivated Lin Tianfeng. With the support of the forces behind him, he could spend a huge price to acquire one. Zhao Yin quickly put the space ring on his hand, and with a thought, the bone-cutting knife in his hand disappeared. He could feel that the bone-chopping knife was lying quietly in a 10 cubic meter space.
Following Zhao Yin's thoughts, the bone-chopping knife appeared in his hand again.
No mistake, it was a genuine space ring. Although it was not as big as the one in the previous life, it was completely enough for Zhao Yin at the moment. Zhao Yin's mood took a long time to calm down. Finally, he stopped playing with the space ring, raised the bone-chopping knife, and suddenly knocked open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared, the B-level supernatural power True Vision Eye. In the previous life, it was because of the existence of the True Vision Eye that he lived to the 7th year of the end of the world. This supernatural power had long been integrated into Zhao Yin's soul and had shared life and death with him. Because of the true vision eye, he avoided countless dangers. Morning after morning, evening after evening, as if it was just yesterday, Jiaoyin was inevitably complicated. Although it is not a combat supernatural power, although it is only B-level. However, the ability of the true vision eye is to see through the information of everything. In his previous life, many powerful superpowers came to Jiaoyin to identify treasures, which not only earned him a large commission, but also gained interpersonal relationships. Therefore, in that doomsday, many people would give Jiaoyin some face, which is one of the reasons why he was able to create the heaven base. Jiaoyin put away his distracting thoughts, put all the items around him into the space ring, turned around and walked towards the old side of the zoo. In his previous life, he absorbed the B-level superpower awakening potion, which was very painful and lasted for 3 hours. During this time, he had to find a safe place. For the mutant monkey, Jiaoyin planned to stay at the old site of the zoo tonight. The mutation of plants and animals and the outbreak of zombies started at the same time, both in the early morning of tonight. He planned to open the eye of true vision before that. When he arrived at the old site of the zoo, Jiaoyin came to the collapsed office building and used the space ring to collect some intact cement blocks and meteorites that were not buried in the soil due to building buffering. Jiaoyin prepared to build a temporary shelter. After the space ring was full, he chose a relatively flat place to release it. He first used several larger pieces of concrete fragments to build a triangular space that could accommodate him, and then piled concrete and meteorites on the outer layer. He carried it several times in a row until a temporary shelter of 5 or 6 meters high, like a grave mound, was formed. Jiaoyin then bent down and crawled into the narrow space that was not much bigger than a coffin. Then he released all the concrete blocks in the space ring and completely sealed the entrance and exit. After doing everything, Jiaoyin deliberately ignored his fatigue, took out the true vision eye awakening potion, and drank it without hesitation. Suddenly, a burning feeling spread in his stomach and soon swept his whole body. In just a moment, Jiaoyin felt like he was in a fire, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. There was no expression on his face, and he lay motionless in the grave mound. Long lost pain. Ha ha. So cool. Before the zombies broke out, I already had 2 superpowers. Who can compare with me in this life? No one knew that in this desolate world, there was a man in a corner, enduring pain that ordinary people could not bear, laughing crazily. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed as long as a year. Although Jiaoyin had a willpower that ordinary people could not reach, after all, this body was just an ordinary person. At some point, he fainted. Jiaoyin did not expect that, unlike in his previous life, the SSS level superpower awakening potion had saturated his ordinary body, and it was extremely difficult to absorb other superpowers. Until the early morning, he still did not wake up. Roar! At this moment, the whole dead world seemed to come alive in an instant. The earth was shaking, the ruins were rolling, and countless buried bodies slowly crawled out from the ground. At this time, 30 kilometers away, in a dilapidated shopping mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly woke up. What's that sound? Is my brother back? Bang bang! Before Song Xiaojian went to find supplies, there was a sound from the blocked door, as if someone was slapping it hard. Brother, stop slapping, I'll open the door for you. Song Xiaodao said in surprise, walked over to open the door lock insurance, and pulled the door open. However, the next moment, half of a dark face appeared in Xiaodao's eyes, and his head was broken in half. A fist-sized facial muscle, attached to the white skull, was hung on the chest by a blood vessel, shaking. Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, and the excessive shock made her forget everything. She screamed instinctively and turned around to run away. But she was still a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar, pulled Xiaodao in front of her, opened its stinking mouth and bit down. Help! Xiaodao cried loudly. Bang! At this moment, the zombie's body stiffened, and it fell down with Xiaodao in its arms. Song Xiaojian, who was covered in wounds, put down the iron rod, kicked the zombie that had just exploded in the head, picked up his sister and quickly closed the door. Little sister, are you okay? Song Xiaojian asked in a low voice with a worried look on his face. Xiaodao looked up and saw that it was his brother Song Xiaojian. He burst into tears, but Song Xiaojian covered his mouth with his hand.
Don't cry, those dead people are alive. I just saw my parents outside with my own eyes. They also crawled out of the collapsed shopping mall. Song Xiaojin's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled. They all turned into zombies, just like in zombie movies. Xiao Dao looked at his brother blankly after hearing this. She had also seen zombie movies, and her face turned pale when she thought about it. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let the zombies eat you, but you have to remember to be obedient. Song Xiaojin continued to speak in a low voice. Xiao Dao pushed Song Xiaojin away and went to the crack in the wall to look out. There were more and more zombies outside the mall, crawling out from various places, some in the mud, some in the ruins. Xiao Dao even saw a female zombie in a deformed car. Its lower body was clamped by the car, and it was struggling violently in a weird posture. Crack! It seemed that something broke, and the female zombie suddenly crawled out. Her belly was still clamped in the car, but her upper body crawled quickly, and her intestines were dragged all over the ground with black blood. Xiao Dao retched, but didn't dare to be too loud, and tears couldn't stop falling. Song Xiaojin did not stop him. He knew that his sister would have to face all this sooner or later. Xiao Dao, we are still safe for now. If we save some food, we can survive for 3 days. Maybe after 3 days, these zombies will die. Song Xiaojin said. It seemed like he was comforting Xiao Dao, but more like comforting himself. But as soon as the voice fell, the zombies outside the crack in the wall suddenly became chaotic, and then a figure rushed out and ran straight to the mall. Song Xiaojin, Xiao Dao, are you still alive? Open the door. The man shouted from a distance. Bookbar 96. When Xiao Dao saw the man clearly, he was shocked. Brother, it's Brother Wang who is back. Song Xiaojin frowned, staring at the zombies gathered behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. Don't go. Brother, when my parents were crushed to death, it was Brother Wang who saved us. Xiao Dao said, if you don't let him in, he will die. Song Xiaojin gritted his teeth, sweat beads appeared on his forehead instantly, and he fell into a struggle. Song Xiaojin, Xiao Dao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first. I'll take you out after the danger is over. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and came to the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojin and Xiao Dao were, and said anxiously, are you really going to watch them die without saving them? If I die, who will take care of you 2 children? Perhaps because of the food Wang Quan mentioned, or perhaps because of Wang Quan's life-saving grace, Song Xiaojin walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojin closed the door with force, and then several zombies followed and slammed into the door. Bang! 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 Xiao Dao, hurry! Help move things to block the door. Song Xiaojin said without hesitation. Xiao Dao rushed to help, and the 2 siblings dragged the only heavy desk in the room behind the door. The door was still shaking, and the zombies outside the door were incredibly powerful. If the mall office was not equipped with an anti-theft door, it would have collapsed long ago. Song Xiaojin could only take his sister with him, and the 2 of them were pressed against the door. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Wang Quan, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Brother Wang, come together. Wang Quan raised his head and felt the commanding tone in Song Xiaojin's mouth. Displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he still went over to help block the door. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room, where there was a pile of food and water that could at most feed an adult man for a day. Zhaoyin slowly woke up, opened his eyes in the dark, and heard a roar in his ears. In an instant, Zhaoyin understood that another disaster had broken out, and this time the coma lasted longer than in the previous life. Zhaoyin did not go out immediately, but took out the flashlight from the space ring. With a snap, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the space ring in his hand, and a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Space ring, grade A, space equipment, with 10 cubic meters of space inside. Then, Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awakened superpower, strength 7, agility 8, physical strength 6, spirit 12, life countdown, 21,920 days. If a normal human's physique is placed before the end of the world, he can probably live another 60 years. Everything is not much different from the previous life. After all, the Eye of True Vision is a B-level superpower, and it cannot detect superpowers beyond B-level.
But Zhaoyin is already very satisfied. After all, there are not many awakened superpowers beyond B-level. The real benefit of the Eye of True Vision is that it can identify the treasures opened by the star crystal. Zhaoyin remembered the pills that were opened before, and immediately took them out of the space ring. Strong soul-stirring incense, F-level control drug, which can stun any life form below F-level for 10 minutes, the simple introduction shocked Zhaoyin. Control drugs are rare among all grades of drugs. Although the grade is the lowest, it is what Zhaoyin needs most at present. Thinking of the mutated monkey, it should have mutated by now. Zhaoyin was still worried about how to catch it. With this soul-stirring incense, isn't it easy to catch it? Zhaoyin suddenly remembered that the 3 star crystals given to him by the granary all gave good things. Isn't she a jinx? He waved away this meaningless thought and immediately sorted out his equipment. Long-handled bone-cutting knife, no grade, firmness 8, sharpness 6, slaughter knife, no grade, firmness 5, sharpness 9, butterfly knife, grade F, attack equipment, firmness 13, sharpness 14, military top, grade F, defense equipment, firmness 16, fishnet stockings, grade E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, additional effect charm plus 3, at present, the highest grade equipment in Zhao Yin's hand is fishnet stockings. Next, Zhaoyin controlled the space ring to collect the concrete fragments blocking the door, and directly bent down and crawled out. Roar! Before Zhaoyin could get up, a nearby zombie spotted him. It roared and pounced on him. Zhao Yin's eyes focused, and he raised the bone-cutting knife and stabbed it upwards. Puff! The bone-cutting knife was accurate and pierced the zombie's mouth and out of the back of the head, bringing out a large amount of black sticky substance. Male zombie, no evolution, strength 8, agility 6, spirit 0, Zhaoyin got up from the ground and took a look at the first zombie he killed. From the tattered clothes on its body, it can be seen that it was a staff member of the zoo before it died. Except for the knife Zhaoyin had just stabbed, its entire right shoulder was a mess of bones and flesh, and it should have been killed by the collapse of the building. But black granulation has grown there. If it had not been stabbed to death by Zhaoyin, its tattered body would soon recover gradually over time. Then it would begin to evolve. Zombies in the apocalypse are always the biggest threat to survivors. They are numerous and have amazing growth potential. Compared with the number of survivors, zombies are nearly 50 times the total number of survivors. Only evolvers or powerful people with superpowers can deal with them. However, the number of survivors who could become evolvers in the previous life is less than 1%, and the number of powerful people with superpowers is even 1 in 100,000. Tonight, zombies are revived, mutant beasts awaken, and the real apocalypse has officially begun again. Roar! Roar! Several zombies nearby heard the noise and quickly surrounded Zhaoyin. They had not had time to evolve. Although their strength was greater than when they were alive, their stiff bodies slowed them down a lot. Zhaoyin took the initiative to meet him, and the powerful combat consciousness trained in his previous life burst out instantly, and he chopped the zombie's head with a knife. To deal with zombies, only a headshot can completely kill them. The zombie's head was instantly chopped off, and the black brain mixed with the white skull splashed everywhere, and a few drops of brain sprayed on Zhao Yin's face. He had no expression, and quickly met the second zombie and chopped off its head with the same knife. At this time, the remaining 6 zombies were all approaching. Zhaoyin turned and ran, relying on the speed increase brought by the fishnet stockings, and quickly ran out of the encirclement, then returned with a knife and chopped the head of the zombie behind him. Next, he did the same thing, and soon, all the remaining zombies were solved. With Zhao Yin's current physical strength, he was already exhausted after killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row. He didn't dare to stay for long, took a few deep breaths, and ran wildly towards the monkey breeding area. Zhao Yin wanted to recruit the monkey as soon as possible and train it as soon as possible before the zombies evolved. This would give him an extra self-protection ability. Zombies seem to be more like the protagonists of this world. Even if they do nothing, they can evolve very quickly. Some lucky zombies in the previous life were able to devour fresh flesh and blood, or directly devour star crystals, and their growth rate would be a terrifying situation. 96. The zombies that had just been killed had no value. They did not devour star crystals, nor did they evolve corpse crystals that could increase the strength of the evolvers. so Jiaoyin did not dissect them. Next, he did not encounter human zombies along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. Jiaoyin avoided them all with his speed. Most animals had physical advantages, and it was extremely troublesome to deal with them after they became zombies. Roar! 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 Squeak! From a distance, Jiaoyin heard a chaotic fight, so he slowed down. A skinny monkey was jumping up and down, with a fearful expression on its face. Dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it and attacked it crazily. They could no longer recognize their former counterparts. Their dead eyes were full of desire for fresh flesh and blood. Jiaoyin had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would never die so easily. When Jiaoyin saw it in his previous life, it had grown to sea level and was the king of this area. Jiaoyin hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from the space ring and put it on his face, then took out the powerful soul-stirring incense, crushed it with the handle of the knife, and wrapped it in toilet paper. Next, Jiaoyin calmly observed the development of the situation and was ready at any time. Squeak! The little monkey jumped and moved among the rocks. Although it was extremely fast, the number of zombie monkeys was so large that the little monkey could only wail in fear. For some reason, Jiaoyin suddenly felt that the little monkey did not want to hurt the zombie monkey. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it immediately cried in a very human way. Just as it was distracted, the little monkey's tail was grabbed by another zombie monkey and lifted up directly. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and bit the little monkey's butt. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The little monkey squeaked and screamed, and a leg that was not much bigger than a baby suddenly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye it became the size of an adult monkey, and suddenly kicked back. Bang! The zombie monkey that caught it was kicked out directly, and its head hit a piece of bluestone, and it burst like a watermelon. The little monkey was stunned, obviously not adapting to this change. One of its long legs stood there in a golden rooster posture, and the other leg looked like a small toothpick. Jiaoyin, who was hiding behind a stone in the distance and peeking, froze, and at this moment, he completely confirmed the identity of this monkey. It was the mutated monkey in the previous life. The sea-level monkey at the time was already able to become huge all over, and now it has just mutated and awakened. After the little monkey killed a zombie monkey, it bared its teeth and showed off its might to the remaining zombie monkeys. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys were irrational and did not fear its threat at all. They surrounded it again. So the previous scene was repeated. A group of zombie monkeys chased a little monkey, jumping up and down among the rocks, and the little monkey was frightened and wailed again. The difference was that with that long leg, its two legs were not coordinated at all. Not only did it not speed up, but it slowed down. In less than a minute, the little monkey had been bruised all over his body, and his wailing and begging for mercy were useless. How could the zombie monkey let go of the blood and flesh that was about to be eaten? Finally, the little monkey seemed to be aroused, his eyes became fierce, and one of his monkey claws expanded rapidly, suddenly grabbing the head of a zombie monkey. Bang! Directly crushed. At this moment, the little monkey was no longer cowardly as before, and his face was full of hideousness and ferocity. The little monkey quickly met the second zombie monkey and slapped its head to pieces. But the little monkey's tears kept flowing. Jiaoyin looked at it quietly, as if he saw himself in his previous life. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he was afraid, cried, and sad for the death of others. From fear to strength, and then from strength, the blood gradually turned cold. In order to survive, he suddenly killed zombies and people. In this cruel world, everyone just wants to survive, that's all. Including the fierce monkey at this time. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that besieged the little monkey were killed, and there were horrible monkey corpses everywhere. It stood there stupidly, trembling all over. It seemed that it had just woken up and realized that it had killed so many kindred. Although it didn't understand why these kindred suddenly became like this. The little monkey was covered in blood, and it looked at the destruction of the entire tribe and cried again. So much so that the little monkey didn't notice that a figure behind him was slowly approaching. Suddenly, it smelled a strange fragrance, and then it felt dizzy and staggered to the ground. It seemed to realize something, and then saw a pig-faced monster approaching with a smile. The pig-faced monster was of course Xiaoyin wearing a gas mask. In order to leave a good impression on his first contracted beast, he smiled particularly kindly. Growth stage macaque, no grade mutant beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talents, gigantism, madness. Xiaoyin grabbed the little monkey's tail, lifted it up and strode away. When the little monkey woke up, he was in a small space, surrounded by broken concrete blocks. Just when he wanted to move, he found that he was tied up with 5 flowers, and there was a human. No, it's that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes and his smile was so cute. When Xiaoyin saw the little monkey regaining consciousness, he smiled even more kindly, and like a magic trick, he took out a salt-baked chicken drumstick, tore open the package and took a big bite. Want to eat? Xiaoyin puffed out his cheeks and asked while chewing. The little monkey sniffed and looked at the drumstick with straight eyes. The mutated beasts in the apocalypse have been hungry for too long. Xiaoyin said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyin. I am your future master. Next, I will make a contract with you. Of course, you don't have to accept it, and the contract will still be successful, but as my first contracted beast, I still hope that you will be willing to accept it. If you accept it, just follow me and enjoy the food and drink. If you don't accept it, you won't have to eat it in the future." After Xiaoyin finished speaking, he walked forward, put a hand on the little monkey's head, and directly released the spirit of the contract with supernatural powers. An invisible chain slowly emerged from Xiaoyin's palm and forcibly penetrated into the little monkey's head. This is the power of SSS level superpowers. No matter how powerful the mutant beast is, even if it is the emperor level in the previous life, as long as Xiaoyin is given a minute, it can only become his contracted beast obediently. The biggest disadvantage of the contracted soul is that it cannot increase any combat power before obtaining a powerful contracted beast. But once it grows up, no superpower can compare. In the previous life, when Lin Tianfeng just got the superpower, he almost died several times, but he still relied on Xiaoyin to survive. But in the end, after Lin Tianfeng grew up, even if he met a superpower user of the same SSS level, most of them had to bow to him. The top SSS level superpower users can be on par with the Emperor level mutant beasts. But Lin Tianfeng in the previous life cultivated 2 Emperor level ones. At this moment, the chain formed by the contracted soul disappeared in the little monkey's body, and Xiaoyin felt its existence, and then he directly heard the little monkey's voice. "Pig-faced monster, when will you give me the chicken leg?" Pa! 96. Xiaoyin slapped the little monkey on the head, his face darkening. "From now on, I am your master, remember that." The little monkey covered his head with both hands, instinctively wanting to glare at the guy who hit him. But when he looked up and met Xiaoyin's eyes, the anger in his heart instantly disappeared, and a kind of respect from the heart naturally rose. At this moment, it felt that the guy in front of him was the person closest to him, and he needed to spend his whole life to protect him, fight for him, and be a licker for him. For him, even if Pai Yanzi stabbed him in the back, he would not hesitate. "Master. I'm hungry." The little monkey was aggrieved. Zhao Yin's face looked much better, and he threw the chicken leg to it directly. Soon, Zhao Yin learned from the little monkey's voice that when the end of the world came, it happened to fall into the reserve well of the zoo. For a month, the monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. At this time, it got the long-lost meat, swallowed it in a few bites, and looked at Zhao Yin pitifully again. Zhao Yin thought about it and took out the sandwich bread again. "This is the only food that can heal the wound." The little monkey was covered with scars when fighting with the group of zombie monkeys. "Eat it, and come to work with me after you finish eating." Zhao Yin threw it directly to it. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, and his eyes widened in an instant. The extraordinary food opened by the star crystal tasted incomparable to any food before the end of the world. It was fresh and delicious, and melted in the mouth. It immediately swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Zhao Yin swallowed his saliva quietly. He himself was reluctant to eat the food opened by the star crystal. He secretly decided that he would never let this monkey do this again in the future. After the little monkey finished eating the bread, the wounds on his body suddenly emitted spots of light, and began to heal visibly. It seemed to have no feeling at all, and continued to look at Zhao pitifully. "Master, I'm still hungry." "Hungry asshole, hurry up and work with me." Zhao cursed unhappily. Now he is very poor, how can he allow this monkey to do this? After saying that, Zhao used the space ring to start collecting the concrete fragments blocking the door. The food before the end of the world will soon rot and disappear after the zombie outbreak, and the materials that humans rely on for survival will be replaced by new species. The chicken leg just now is no longer fresh, and there are still a lot of food in the villa. Zhao plans to go home and take it all back, and put it in the space ring now to preserve it, so it is still okay to eat it. He secretly planned that after taking back the food, he would continue to look for star crystals. At this time, the sky was already bright. The temperature today has dropped a lot, similar to the summer before the end of the world, about 30 degrees. Zhao led the little monkey out of the temporary grave mound, and the zoo was full of wandering animal zombies. It has been several hours since dawn, and all the corpses have been turned into zombies. Squeak! A zombie snake as thick as a bowl immediately spotted Zhao and quickly swam over. Zhao immediately opened the eye of true vision. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0, go, kill it. Zhao took out the butcher knife and threw it to the little monkey. The little monkey received the order, took the knife and stepped forward. But after it approached the zombie snake, its two short monkey legs suddenly trembled. Without waiting for the zombie snake to get close, the little monkey scurried back and hid behind Zhao trembling. "Master, I'm scared." "What are you afraid of? Its attributes are much worse than yours." Zhao grabbed the little monkey's neck and threw it at the zombie snake. The little monkey screamed in fear, and before he could react, he saw a bloody mouth swallowing him, so he quickly sank his body and avoided it dangerously. The zombie snake only had the instinct of hunting left. When it missed the first strike, it immediately entangled the little monkey. The little monkey rolled on the ground to avoid it, squeaking and screaming, desperately calling for help in his heart. "Master, help me, master, I'm dying, master, I'm dead." "Sabi monkey, I'm not dead yet." Zhao cursed, "Kill it, you can live, and you can eat delicious food with me in the future. If you can't kill it, you can be its blood food." He took out a bag of corn sausage, tore open the package and prepared to eat it, but found that it was a little sour. But he still took a bite and smacked his lips. "Delicious." The little monkey sniffed and suddenly seemed to be full of blood. "Master, eat slowly, I will kill this bastard zombie snake now." The expression on its face became fierce, baring its mouth, and one hand suddenly became huge, grabbing the zombie snake 7 inches fiercely. Then the little monkey raised the butcher knife and chopped it down suddenly. Crack! This knife cut off a large piece of rotten meat of the zombie snake, spraying black blood plasma. "Cut its head. If you want to kill a zombie, you can only cut off its head," Zhao instructed on the side. The little monkey pulled hard, and the huge body of the zombie snake was pulled directly in front of it. The knife fell, crack. The head of the zombie snake was cut off directly, without even a twitch, and it was immediately silent. After killing the zombie snake, the little monkey ran towards Zhao. It looked excited and even a little silly, totally unlike the ferocious mutant just now. "Master, I killed that stinky snake." This book is first published to provide you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Zhao patted its head. "Well done, remember that you are a powerful mutant, and zombies are not worthy of carrying your shoes." The little monkey nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. The master was praising it for its strength. However, its eyes never left the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. "Eat it." Zhao Yin pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the eager little monkey. It immediately tore open the package and ate it. It didn't care about the staleness of the food at all. It finished it in a few bites and looked at Zhao Yin eagerly again. Zhao Yin pointed at the butcher knife it had thrown on the ground. "Pick it up, and don't put it down without my order. In the end times, the knife is your life." The little monkey immediately picked it up obediently, but the expression on its face clearly didn't care. "Don't believe it? Look back," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey looked back and saw 3 zombie wolves appearing behind him. One of them had already bitten its neck. The little monkey instinctively chopped back and cut off half of the zombie wolf's head. The other 2 zombie wolves had already surrounded it, forming a flanking force on the left and right to bite it. At this time, the little monkey could only deal with one in time. He would definitely be bitten by the other one. Bang! A big knife suddenly came, and the back of the knife fell on the head of the zombie wolf on the left, which was closer to the little monkey, and it exploded immediately. The little monkey also stabbed the eye socket of the zombie wolf on the right with a knife, and cleverly stirred it hard, and the zombie wolf suddenly stopped moving. The fear on its face did not dissipate for a long time. In the wild, you must always be alert to your surroundings. If you lose your life, you will have nothing to eat no matter how much food you have. Jiaoyin put away the bone-cutting knife. But the remaining corn sausage was not given to the little monkey. It lowered its head, unwilling to give up, but too embarrassed to ask for it. Jiaoyin took the bone-chopping knife and walked forward. In fact, he was deliberately training this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, who just used the contracted beast as a weapon. Once the thoughts of the contracted beast were imprisoned, it would only become a tool for killing. When Jiaoyin really encountered danger in the future, it would be difficult for them to respond flexibly alone. What Jiaoyin wanted more was that the little monkey could handle things for him like a human in the future. The morning dew wet the concrete and steel bars between the ruins, as well as the broken glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and broken tiles. The whole world was desolate and dilapidated. Jiaoyin saw a few new green buds growing out. Overnight, the destroyed world entered a new cycle. From then on, everything would be different. Many new species would appear, including mutated animals and plants. There were mutated beasts that specialized in killing people and eating meat. There were also crops that were close to extraordinary after mutation and fed most of the survivors. The survivors lost their homes and found a new world that was more dangerous but full of possibilities. Most of the food was corrupted and disappeared, but there were mutated animal meat and mutated fruits and vegetables, and even star crystals. Jiaoyin recalled the past life and slowly walked out of the old site of the zoo. Roar! The zombies roared not far away. At this time, people were surging in the ruins, and countless zombies were wandering aimlessly. Although Guangzhou City is not big, it is a downtown area. Without the cover of buildings, the zombies are like the big market in the countryside and the pedestrian street in the city, densely packed. Once Jiaoyin and the little monkey are exposed, they will be besieged by countless zombies and will be torn into pieces in an instant and become the zombies' food. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Jiaoyin made a gesture to silence the little monkey. The little monkey's expression froze and he followed Jiaoyin on tiptoe. One man and one monkey avoided the dense zombie area, carefully using the broken walls to cover, and slowly left. Finally, they left the downtown area, and the zombies ahead were no longer dense. When Jiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's inner voice. Bun, such a big bun. Looking back, the little monkey was drooling, his eyes fixed on a certain place. A female zombie was on the road ahead, her clothes were tattered, and a pair of round buns were dangling on her chest. Bun, it must be delicious. The little monkey licked his mouth, with a face full of yearning. Jiaoyin grabbed its ears and lowered his voice, That's not a bun, it's a zombie, you can't eat it. It's a bun, I ate it in the zoo before. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and communicated stubbornly, Master, look, there is a red date on it. Roar! At this time, at the end of the site, 2 more zombies came, a young man and a little boy, wandering not far from the female zombie. It looks like they were a family of 3 in their lifetime. After becoming zombies, they still gathered together, but they no longer knew the most important people in their lives. The clothes of the 3 zombies were all tattered, and the little boy's pants were long gone, revealing a little sparrow. As for what was exposed on the man, Jiaoyin simply ignored it. The main reason was that the young zombie was too big, and he felt a little ashamed of himself. Go kill the 2 adult zombies, and leave the little zombie to me. Jiaoyin ordered in a low voice. Master, I'm scared. The little monkey was scared again. You're right, that's the steamed buns with red dates, kill them and you can eat them.
Jiaoyin tempted. The little monkey looked at Jiaoyin suspiciously. Really?
Of course it's true, I swear.
Jiaoyin said seriously.
The little monkey immediately picked up the butcher knife and rushed to the nearest female zombie like chicken blood.
Jiaoyin said behind him, remember to chop off the head directly.
Roar! The female zombie heard the footsteps, looked over with white eyes, and her yellow teeth were exposed in her mouth. A corpse roared, like metal friction. The next moment, the female zombie went crazy and pounced on the little monkey. The little monkey easily avoided the embrace of the female zombie, jumped behind the zombie flexibly, and stabbed out with the butcher knife.
Puff! The knife stabbed the female zombie in the back.
When it was pulled out, it brought out dark brown plasma. But the female zombie turned around and continued to pounce on the little monkey as if nothing had happened.
Squeak, 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 the little monkey screamed in fear.
It just remembered that the master said to chop off the head of the zombies, so it jumped up and dodged. At this time, the other two zombies noticed the movement here, and all ran towards the little monkey with roars.
Roar, roar, roar.
Squeak, 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 the little monkey screamed and communicated with Jiaoyin in his heart, Master, help me.
Stop screaming, do you want to attract more zombies?
Jiaoyin cursed, stupid monkey, I told you to chop off its head, do you understand? While cursing, Jiaoyin rushed forward with the bone-chopping knife, blasted the child zombie's head with the back of the knife, and then stopped the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down.
It was aroused by the female zombie.
The hand holding the butcher knife suddenly became larger and longer, and it swung forward suddenly.
Puff! The female zombie's head was split in half with one knife.
Then, it saw Jiaoyin was about to blow the male zombie's head off. Master, let go of that zombie, let me do it. It was afraid that the master would not let it eat the bun, so in a hurry, its two hairy monkey legs expanded rapidly, and after becoming huge, it stepped in front of Jiaoyin.
Poof!
The butcher knife stabbed into the male zombie's eye socket, and the dark brown brain matter sprayed Jiaoyin's face again.
A battle ended simply. Master, can I eat that bun? The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and looked at Jiaoyin with a flattering face.
Jiaoyin wiped the brain matter off his face, and slapped the little monkey on the head.
Just know how to eat. He didn't expect that the mighty and domineering mutant monkey in his previous life would be so stupid and greedy at the beginning of the end of the world. The little monkey was slapped, but he didn't care. He continued to stand in front of Jiaoyin with a pair of long legs, looking at him eagerly. Go and eat,
Jiaoyin said with his eyes wide open. The little monkey suddenly became happy, and its long legs shrank quickly, jumping to the corpse of the female zombie.
It stretched out its furry hands and grabbed it. Then, the little monkey was stunned.
Although it has no culture and is just a little monkey who was born 6 months ago, it does not mean that its IQ is stupid. The first release of this book bar provides you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. It soon understood something, and its face fell, looking back at Jiaoyin with resentment.
Why don't you eat it? Jiaoyin asked unhappily.
The little monkey retracted his hand aggrievedly, lowered his head, and found that it was just a piece of meat from the female zombie, and his mood became depressed. Jiaoyin took out a piece of bread that was already a little moldy from the space ring. I don't have steamed buns, but there are still a few pieces of bread. The little monkey took the bread and became happy again in an instant. It jumped and ate the bread, and followed Jiaoyin with its short legs. Along the way, Jiaoyin met a few scattered zombies, and he ordered the little monkey to deal with them. With the reward of food, it gradually became bolder. Sometimes, even without Jiaoyin's order, the little monkey would take the initiative to rush forward to kill. 2 hours later, Jiaoyin finally took a detour back to the community. From a distance, he saw his villa standing alone among the ruins. At this time, a zombie was wandering outside the door. Jiaoyin immediately recognized that it was the community security guard Dong Jun who had been killed by himself, and now he had become a member of the zombies. This time, Jiaoyin did not let the little monkey do it again. He personally went forward and smashed the zombie's head with the back of a knife. Then, he took the little monkey to open the door and enter the house. The supplies in the house were still there, and there were no signs of being touched.
Perhaps all this should be thanked to the zombie Dong Jun.
It's just a pity that after this period of time, the food at home has deteriorated more seriously.
Zhao Yun had expected it, and quickly put all of it into the space ring.
In the following days, Zhao Yun took the little monkey out during the day to kill zombies and search for star crystals. Now, all the star crystals on the surface have been devoured by the returning zombies, and the only way to get them is to take them out from the zombies.
3 days passed in a flash.
Zhao Yun encountered a total of 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals, and obtained 9 star crystals. The previous 7 star crystals were used to open a sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of instant noodles, a can of tuna, and a piece of compressed biscuit.
All F-level food and water.
Zhao Yun was not surprised by this. Most of the supplies that star crystals could open in his previous life were the lowest level food and water.
Good luck like 3 days ago could not be common.
Among them, tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that had not been opened 3 days ago. Canned tuna, grade F, extraordinary food, immune to viruses below grade F for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed biscuits, grade F, extraordinary food, effective in maintaining vigorous energy for 72 hours. At this time, Zhao Yun held the 2 star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long sigh. For 3 days, he took the little monkey home to rest until late at night.
This body was still an ordinary person.
The high-intensity fighting made Zhao Yun exhausted.
There are 2 star crystals left.
It would be great if I could make an evolution potion, Zhao Yun said to the little monkey in his heart. The little monkey looked up at him and didn't know what evolution potion was. Zhao Yun didn't bother to pay attention to it and knocked open a star crystal in his hand. The white light dissipated, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of Zhao Yun. Sure enough, it was Nongfu Spring again, the most useless star crystal product. Zhao Yun was speechless for a while, knocked open the second star crystal, and then turned to look at the little monkey next to him. Do you still want to make food? The little monkey nodded vigorously immediately. It was not interested in other materials at all, but it seemed to be possessed by demons for extraordinary food. Ever since the sandwich he ate that day, the little monkey has been drooling in his dreams. Okay, if you give me another piece of food, I'll let you eat one. Zhao Yun paused, and suddenly felt that it was not good to make random promises. The little monkey paused for a moment, his pupils dilated, and he stared at Zhao Yun excitedly. After a pause, Zhao Yun said, I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread. The little monkey was listless when he heard this. But it no longer had the courage to curse Zhao Yun in its heart, and now it understood that the pig-faced monster master could hear its voice. Zhao Yun smiled, and after teasing the little monkey, his mood improved. Then he turned back to see what was given. The next moment, Zhao Yun's eyes shrank.
It was a black potion.
Evolution potion, grade F, primary potion. After taking it, it can activate the human evolution gene and become a new human. It's really what you want. Has your luck improved after rebirth? Even the introduction information of the Eye of True Vision has become much longer. Zhao Yun picked it up directly and said happily, Monkey, I'll give you another piece of bread today. No, 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand, and could feel the fluctuations in his master's heart, and squeaked twice listlessly. After Zhao Yun threw 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, he quickly locked the door and took out all the extraordinary food in the space ring. Except for the can of tuna that can be immune to viruses, all were taken out. In the little monkey's pitiful eyes, Zhao Yun tore open the packaging of all the extraordinary food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The little monkey was stunned, and the moldy bread in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. It drooled for 3 feet and looked at its owner in disbelief. 2 days ago, the master said that these extraordinary foods were reserved for emergencies. Why did you eat them all? The master is not saying that extraordinary food can save the life of the little monkey and himself at a critical moment. It turns out that the master keeps it for himself and doesn't give any piece to the little monkey.
Zhao Yun is still eating extraordinary food.
In fact, all he wants is the ability to resist hunger. In his previous life, Zhao Yun got the first bottle of evolution potion. He didn't know the side effects at that time. When the potion took effect, he ate all the food he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated for half a year in one go. and still almost starved to death. Zhao Yin could still bear the terrible hunger, but the damage caused to his body due to insufficient nutrition would require more than 10 days of rest to recover. The zombies should evolve in the next 2 days, and Zhao Yin didn't have much time to delay, so he chose to eat most of the extraordinary food. At this time, except for the zombies outside who were lucky enough to swallow star crystals, corpse crystals were about to form inside the bodies of ordinary zombies. Corpse crystals can not only improve Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength, but also the little monkey's strength. After he consumed the evolution potion, he finally had some ability to protect himself when facing those zombies. After Zhao Yin finished eating the extraordinary food, he took out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring and drank 3 bottles. He stopped when his stomach was full. The little monkey on the side swallowed his saliva. Zhao Yin said, "When I become an evolver, we will kill more zombies tomorrow. If we get extraordinary food, you will eat it first." The little monkey looked at him with disbelief. Zhao Yin took out nearly 100 kilograms of spoiled ordinary food from the space ring, and piled them all in front of him for later use. Then, he opened the evolution potion directly. Voodoo. The medicine flowed down his throat, and intense pain spread rapidly throughout Zhao Yin's body. Every muscle in his body seemed to be crushed and then reorganized. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body began to lose weight visibly to the naked eye, his round belly slowly shrank, and the extraordinary food he had eaten was rapidly consumed. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin was red all over, sweating profusely, and black stains overflowed from his pores. For a moment, an unpleasant smell filled the room. This kind of terrible pain is difficult for ordinary people to bear. In previous lives, it is said that many people committed suicide because they could not bear it, and some people who were not strong-willed were directly killed by the pain. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth and couldn't help but make a muffled sound coming from his mouth and nose. His face was distorted, and he reached out with a trembling hand, grabbed the Nongfu Spring in front of him, drank it all in one breath, and then began to tear off the packaging bags of spoiled food. Seeing Zhao Yin's hands shaking, the little monkey quickly ran over to help tear off the packaging. It actually didn't eat secretly. All the open food was fed into Zhao Yin's mouth, and then water was poured into his mouth. At this time, the monkey was like serving its biological father who was ill in bed. An hour later, Zhao Yin's body finally stopped shaking and the pain subsided. 2 hours later. Even though Zhao Yin ate extraordinary food and 50 or 60 pounds of ordinary food, his cheeks on both sides were sunken due to weight loss. 3.5 hours later. After eating all the more than 100 kilograms of food, Zhao Yin lay on the bed exhausted and fell asleep. Before falling asleep, he ordered the little monkey, "Protect me, and when I wake up, I will take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey grabbed Zhao Yin's bone-cutting knife and squatted in front of the bed, not leaving even a step. He looks as cute as a child. Zombies roar. More than 10 kilometers away from Zhao Yin's villa, a zombie that looked like a middle-aged man tore open the concrete, grabbed a piece of star crystal, lay on his back and roared. The next moment, it raised its head and swallowed it. Although the dozens of zombies surrounding him were all restless, none of them dared to go up and snatch it. This is the second piece of star crystal that this zombie has swallowed. It is more powerful than any zombies around it. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie's body have long been fully restored. At this time, the body is swelling visibly to the naked eye. The unknown substance brought by the meteorite in the air seems to be drawn by the star crystals in its body, quickly filling its constitution. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to more than 2 meters tall. The suit on his body has long been torn, revealing a body of knotted muscles, bulging, like iron plate chest muscles, big arms as thick as buckets, and a large strip under his pants is as thick as a small arm. A terrifying momentum exploded from it at the same time. Zombies everywhere are moving, and the first batch of evolved zombies have begun to appear. Even the zombies that have not swallowed star crystals or flesh and blood, most of their bodies have returned to their full form and are slowly changing. At this time, most survivors were still hiding in every corner, and a small number of people walked out of the shelter, either because they ran out of food or because they didn't want to sit still and wait to die. In short, they chose to face the end of the world bravely. There are mutant beasts that start to capture survivors for food, and there are mutant beasts that feed on zombies. Of course, they may also become food for zombies and survivors. In front of Zhao Yin's villa, a green bud that grew 3 days ago has grown to 1 meter high. The shore of the artificial lake not far away is emerald green. Zhao Yin woke up faintly. It was already the next morning. Feeling that his body was not exerting much strength, he sat up. Zhao Yin clenched his fists, and a force flowed through his body. The feeling of being an evolver in his previous life came back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey happily jumped up and down in front of Zhao Yin's bed, dancing and thinking, "The master is not dead, it's great. The master is not dead, it's great, there will be something to eat in the future." Snapped. Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head. Originally, Zhao Yin was very pleased to hear the first half of the sentence. He felt that at least there was a monkey in this world who cared about him. But after listening to the second half of the sentence, I really wanted to slap this greedy monkey to death. "I just know how to eat." Zhao Yin cursed. The little monkey covered his head and looked at him timidly. Zhao Yin felt hungry, so he took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from the space ring and ate them with mineral water. The only extraordinary food in his hands now is the most important tuna. Among ordinary foods, only compressed biscuits have spoiled, which is not serious. The little monkey looked at him eagerly. "Master, I'm hungry too." Zhao Yin recalled the scene before he fell into coma. The little monkey tried his best to feed himself food, but it didn't steal any food, so he threw away 2 of the most spoiled ham sausages. Zhao Yin stopped caring about the little monkey, opened his eyes of true seeing, and observed his evolved self. Human male, Power Awakener, F-level Evolver, Strength 15, Agility 17, Physical Strength 13, Spirit 24, Life Countdown, 29,920 days. Compared with before evolution, the overall attributes are twice that of ordinary people, and even the lifespan has been extended by more than 20 years. If no accidents occur, Zhao Yin can live to be more than 100 years old. His strength and stamina are a few points higher than when he first evolved in his previous life. It should be the result of eating extraordinary food before evolving. Zhao Yin was very satisfied and threw 2 more ham sausages to the little monkey. Now the little monkey is no longer as hungry as he was at the beginning, and his mouth is picking up. He no longer wolfs down the spoiled ham. It quietly looked at Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed biscuits, his eyes filled with grievances. "If you don't want to eat, just give it back to me. Do you know how many people are hungry now?" Zhao Yin stared. In fact, if he had better food, he would not feed the monkey sour ham and moldy bread. "You have to keep the slightly spoiled biscuits and the like for yourself, so you can only give this to the monkey." Zhao Yin scolded, "Do you know how many mutant beasts are envious of you? Many of them can't even eat moss now. There are countless mutant beasts that are smarter and more loyal than you, but they all starve to death. How can there be someone like me? Master, do you know how lucky you are?" The little monkey's expression became frightened, and he nodded repeatedly. "Master, I don't dislike the food you gave me. It's delicious, it's delicious." It chewed big mouthfuls, trying its best to make it look more delicious. It seemed that he was afraid that Zhao Yin would find other mutant beasts that were smarter and more loyal, so he gave up on his useless little monkey. Zhao Yin then nodded with satisfaction. "When you're full, go to work with me." He turned around and started to pack his things. Food and water had already been put into the space ring. Pots and pans, clothes and bedding, as long as they could be taken away, Zhao Yin put everything into the space ring. Next, Zhao Yin does not plan to come back again. He and the little monkey had basically killed all the zombies that had eaten the star crystals nearby in the past few days. If you want to continue searching for star crystals, you can only go further, and coming back is no longer realistic. The end of the world. Why call home? When leaving the villa, Zhao Yin looked back. The villa was left by his parents during their lifetime and protected him for 2 lifetimes. If you come back later, this place may have been destroyed by mutant beasts or zombies, or it may be occupied by other survivors. Zhao Yin thought for a while and left the key in front of the door. It's not that he has good intentions, but he doesn't want to let the survivors break down the door. After all, it is a relic left by his parents. Zhao Yin had killed all the zombies nearby in the past few days, and there were scattered zombies coming over. Back! Several zombies instantly discovered Zhaoyin and the little monkey, and immediately rushed over. Zhaoyin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and rushed over immediately. Now his physique is twice that of an ordinary person, making him astonishingly explosive. The already extremely fast speed, coupled with the increase of the E-class equipment fishnet stockings, made his figure dazzling, and a gust of wind was directly behind him. Boom! One zombie was shot in the head by Zhaoyin before he could react. Only then did the other zombies sense Zhao Yin's presence and roar towards him. In the eyes of Zhaoyin now, they were as slow as shit, and they swung the bone-cutting knife with several explosions. Puff puff! All had their heads smashed. Dark brown brain matter was sprayed everywhere. Zhaoyin put away the bone-cutting knife and stood there, wiping the dirt off his face, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. In his previous life, after he got the evolution potion, these zombies had already evolved to become more powerful, and he could only survive cautiously. Now, with the strength of an F-class evolver, he can completely crush zombies that have not evolved. The zombies are too weak. The little monkey behind him was carrying a curled butcher's knife, and then he ran over and was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Then it looked at its master with admiration, and murmured in its heart, "Master has been greedy for life and fear of death these days, why did he suddenly become so aggressive?" Then, the little monkey remembered that his master could hear his own voice. He looked up and met Zhao Yin's unkind gaze. The little monkey quickly hugged his head and begged in his heart, "Master, don't hit me." "I didn't mean to say anything about your master." Zhaoyin ignored the snarky monkey and stepped forward to pull the zombie's broken head away with a bone-cutting knife. He bent down and picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain. Then he took out the rag from the space ring, wiped it clean, and put it in his hand. The crystal was white and translucent, just like the mutton-fat white jade before the end of the world. At this time, under the dim sunlight, it reflects the beautiful brilliance. Sure enough, some of these zombies have evolved corpse crystals. To what extent should the zombies that have swallowed star crystals evolve now? Class F or Class E? Zhaoyin remembered that there was a kind of zombie in his previous life. They were very lucky and swallowed more than one star crystal at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was not something that any survivor at that time could handle. The survivors called them zombie kings. It was not until later that SSS-level superpowers came into the public eye, and many powerful people joined forces to kill the zombie king. However, there was no zombie king in this area in the previous life, so he and the little monkey should not encounter him for the time being. Next, Zhaoyin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy penetrated into his body along the palm of his hand. The next moment he felt nothing. Zhaoyin looked at his body. Human male, Power Awakener, F-level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/0.01, Strength 15, Agility 17, Physical Strength 13, Spirit 24, Life Countdown, 29,923 days. Consuming an ordinary corpse crystal will increase the evolution degree by a pitiful amount. If Zhaoyin wants to become an E-level Evolver, he needs to consume 10,000 such ordinary corpse crystals, but if he changes to F-level corpse crystals, 100 of them can make him evolve to E-level. Only one E-level corpse crystal is needed. Every time the corpse crystal rises to a higher level, there is a 100-fold energy bonus. Zhaoyin opened the heads of several other corpses, but no corpse crystals evolved. The evolution speed of these zombies is extremely terrifying. It won't be long before all zombies will evolve corpse crystals in their heads, and even F-level ones may appear. He took the little monkey and continued to move forward with the bone-cutting knife. The first release of this book provides you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Zhaoyin can collect a corpse crystal from time to time, and his strength is slowly growing. Evolution Degree 100/0.02. Evolution Degree 100/0.03. Evolution Degree 100/0.18. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Ahead was an old-school site, with thousands of zombies as far as the eye could see. Zhaoyin was startled and wanted to take the little monkey around, but suddenly he stopped and looked at one of the female zombies in school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution degree 100/98, strength 18, agility 11, spirit 0. It was actually a zombie that was about to evolve to F level. Jiaoyin was sure that this zombie evolved so quickly, there must be star crystals in its body. And there was also a corpse crystal that was about to reach F level. All of which he needed at the moment. "Monkey, do you want to eat extraordinary food?" Jiaoyin asked in a low voice. The little monkey's eyes lit up immediately and looked over eagerly. Jiaoyin pointed at the female zombie and said in a low voice, "See, that's a zombie carrying a star crystal." The little monkey turned his head and stared blankly at the dark group of zombies. "You go and lead the other zombies away, I'll kill that zombie, take the star crystal and we'll run together." Jiaoyin bewitched, "If the food is opened, as long as it doesn't have healing and antiviral properties, I'll give you half." The little monkey swallowed his saliva and communicated with Jiaoyin in his heart, "Master, if I'm caught by the zombies, you must save me." "Jiaoyin, don't worry, as long as I have a breath, I will never let you die first." In the past few days, the little monkey followed Jiaoyin to kill zombies, and has gradually mastered his own abilities. His legs swelled up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the long legs that Jiaoyin was familiar with. "Squeaky," the little monkey screamed, and instantly rushed out of the broken wall where he and Jiaoyin were hiding. His long legs jumped several meters high and ran wildly around the periphery of the zombie group. Roar! 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 The quiet world was like a drop of clear water poured into a boiling oil pot, and the roar was deafening. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation and chased madly. The little monkey was very fast. From Zhao Yin's angle, he could only see a red buttocks going up and down, running around the school playground, screaming in fear from time to time. Only the female zombie did not move. It had just swallowed the star crystal not long ago, and the energy in its body was still saturated. So it did not have the desire for flesh and blood like other zombies for the time being. Jiaoyin understood this point, so he let the little monkey attract the zombies. "Help, master, help!" The group of zombies behind the little monkey gathered more and more, and it screamed in fear. It would shoot cold guns from time to time and kill one, and then quickly fled. Jiaoyin ignored the little monkey's call for help, waiting for the last few zombies around the female zombie to go away, then he spread his body and ran forward, soaring to the extreme speed. In fact, Jiaoyin understood that he was letting the little monkey risk his life. It is impossible for a mutant beast without a grade to use its superpowers to last for a long time. As long as the little monkey loses its long legs, it will become the blood food of the zombies in an instant. The wind whistled past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, he suddenly jumped up, raised the bone-cutting knife high, and chopped at the female zombie's head. At this time, the female zombie seemed to sense something, and slowly raised her head to look at Jiaoyin, who fell from the sky. Her eyes were like dead fish, and she instinctively raised her hand to grab the bone-cutting knife. Crack! This knife directly cut off the female zombie's right hand at the wrist, and its body fell out suddenly under the action of huge force. Zhao Yin's body fell to the ground, and then bounced up again in an instant, and the bone-cutting knife made a sound of breaking through the air, and chopped it down fiercely. Roar! The female zombie didn't know what it was to dodge, and she opened her mouth and bit it directly. Crack! The bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand was actually bitten by it. The blade cut the corners of its mouth, and dark brown blood flowed. The 2 rows of yellowed fangs directly pierced through the blade. It was obvious that this zombie had evolved from teeth, and the teeth had reached F level. Zhao Yin had no intention of drawing the knife. He let go of his hand without hesitation, and at the same time, the butterfly knife in the space ring appeared in his palm. With the speed bonus of fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin flashed behind the female zombie, and the butterfly knife in his hand cut its neck easily like cutting tofu. Then, Zhao Yin turned around and grabbed the female zombie's hair. He took her head off directly. At this time, the bone-cutting knife was still in its mouth. "Monkey, run, run back!" Zhao Yin shouted loudly. The little monkey's legs were trembling in the distance. There were countless zombies around him. In just a few minutes, it almost exhausted all the energy in its body. Seeing the head in the master's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly and turned to run towards Zhao Yin. "Master, don't forget the extraordinary food you promised me." It was going to communicate with the master, but suddenly saw Jiaoyin had already stepped forward and exerted his speed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he could not see his shadow. The little monkey was full of question marks. Didn't he say that as long as he was still alive, he would not let himself die first? Jiaoyin ran 5 kilometers in one breath, and then he felt safe. He threw the female zombie's head to the ground and sat on it, gasping for breath. The reason why the little monkey ran back was that the way he came was more familiar. Would the stupid monkey die? Gotcha! Gotcha! The head under the buttocks was still biting the bone-cutting knife hard. Jiaoyin held the handle of the knife and pulled it out. The bone-cutting knife was covered with rolled iron slag, and the blade bone that could bear the force had been bitten off. It seems that it can't be used. Jiaoyin felt distressed, and finding a handy long weapon became the top priority. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, and its giant legs turned into short legs without knowing when. Its right arm and chest were bleeding. Master, master, I'm back. When it saw Jiaoyin, the gloom on its face disappeared in an instant, and it ran towards Jiaoyin excitedly. Jiaoyin coughed, looked at the monkey who trusted him, and suddenly felt guilty. Little monkey, you have worked hard, I decided to reward you. The little monkey looked at Jiaoyin excitedly and flattered him, I knew the master wouldn't let me work for nothing. Jiaoyin took out the bone-cutting knife that he had just put away, raised it high, and smashed it hard at a meteorite on the ground. The little monkey was wondering what the master was doing. With a clang, the bone-cutting knife, which had broken the blade, suddenly fell off the handle. Jiaoyin held the 1.5-meter-long rebar handle and handed it to the little monkey generously. Here, your new weapon. 96. The little monkey jumped back and forth excitedly. The butcher knife that the master rewarded had long been curled up and could not be used after the battle just now. It took the rebar handed over by Jiaoyin and waved it vigorously for a few times. Its dark eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, master, you are so good to me. Jiaoyin let the little monkey continue to be excited alone, and took out the head of the female zombie under his butt. At this time, the head of the zombie that was about to evolve to F level was not dead yet, and its teeth were still biting the air with a click. Jiaoyin kicked the head to the little monkey's feet, pointed and ordered, try the power, smash it. The little monkey wanted to find something to try out the new weapon, so he raised the steel rod and smashed it down. Bang! The head of the female zombie was smashed like a watermelon, and the brain was all over the floor. Jiaoyin personally stepped forward and took out 2 crystals from the brain. One of them was a circle larger than a peanut, like white jade, and it was the corpse crystal of the female zombie. It was only a hair's breadth away from the F-level corpse crystal. The other one, of course, was Jiaoyin's favorite star crystal. Jiaoyin thought about it, and did not absorb the corpse crystal immediately. He looked at the little monkey who was carefully wiping the brain of the steel rod at this time. Its movements were extremely seriously. Treat the new weapon given by the master, just like Jiaoyin treated those little lovers tenderly before the end of the world. Now Jiaoyin wants to evolve to E level, and he needs nearly 100 F-level corpse crystals. But if this corpse crystal is given to the little monkey, maybe it can successfully evolve from non-grade to F level. The physical attributes of the non-grade little monkey are comparable to those of F-level evolvers. If it evolves to F level, it can definitely fight against E-level zombies. Increasing the strength of the little monkey is to increase Jiaoyin's own strength. Little monkey, I said that as long as you work hard, you will be rewarded heavily. Come, take this. Jiaoyin threw the corpse crystal directly. The little monkey had seen Jiaoyin absorb corpse crystals before, and vaguely knew that this thing could increase strength. Moreover, this is a corpse crystal produced by a zombie that is about to evolve to level 1. I didn't expect the master to give it to himself. The little monkey was moved to tears by both weapons and corpse crystals, and clasped his hands together and bowed to Jiaoyin. Don't rush to absorb, I'll build a shelter for you. After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he used the space ring to collect concrete on the spot, and soon built a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey's neck and threw it directly in, then sealed the entrance and exit. This way, even if there is some movement, it will not disturb the zombies nearby. Next, Jiaoyin no longer paid attention to the little monkey, holding the star crystal and exerting force suddenly. Crack! The powerful force of the F-level evolver instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. Waiting for the white light to dissipate, a green pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Talent pill, grade B, the effect of amplifying and strengthening a talent. Zhao Yin's heart jumped. It was actually a B-level pill. In his previous life, after eating the talent pill, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. A sweet taste melted in his mouth and went down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yin's mind was clear, and an indescribable enlightenment emerged in his heart. Human male, awakened by superpowers, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/0.39, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent, B-level shooting, life countdown, 29,923 days. This talent pill actually enhanced Zhao Yin's shooting talent. Humans are born with all kinds of talents, but there are differences in strength. At this time, Zhao Yin had a feeling that whether it was a gun or a crossbow, he can operate them skillfully, even better than those professional athletes before the end of the world. Zhao Yin had the urge to get a long-range weapon immediately. However, it is difficult to make long-range weapons from star crystals for the time being, so he can only start with ordinary weapons. Soon, Zhao Yin remembered something. In his previous life, he accidentally heard someone mention that there was a shooting range in Guangzhou City, and the boss collected a sniper rifle in his office. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. The bullet can easily penetrate an armored vehicle 1,000 meters away and easily penetrate the target building. With Zhao Yin's current shooting talent, he can completely easy to control. Boom! The grave behind Zhao Yin suddenly shook, and a fist as big as a casserole suddenly knocked a piece of concrete away, and then a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. It was 2 meters tall, covered with golden hair, and its muscles were like the roots of an old tree. One arm was as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin subconsciously opened the eye of true vision. Growth stage macaque, F-level mutant beast, strength 28, agility 36, physical strength 24, spirit 9, bloodline talent, gigantic, frenzy. As expected, he was not disappointed. The little monkey successfully evolved to F-level. Except for mental strength, all attributes are almost twice that of Zhao Yin. Faced with the huge monster in front of him, Zhao Yin couldn't help but tremble even though he had been mentally prepared. The little monkey now has been able to completely grow huge. Even if Zhao Yin uses all his equipment, he may not be able to defeat it. Ho-hoo! The little monkey shook off the sand all over his body, and immediately sprinkled Zhao Yin all over. Bang! Zhao Yin jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head. You are capable, you don't take me seriously just after evolution? The monkey quickly shrank back to its original appearance, instinctively holding its head with both hands, and communicated in his heart, I'm sorry, master, it's too dark inside, I'm scared. So it came out on its own initiative. Zhao Yin hooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately ran to his feet, bowing with both hands and trying to please him. Zhao Yin carefully looked at the little monkey who had recovered his appearance. Compared with before evolution, it looked bigger overall. Come on, let's go kill zombies and try out your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey tugged at Zhao Yin's trouser leg. Zhao Yin thought about it and realized that he hadn't eaten much today. In fact, the best food for mutant beasts is mutant beast meat, but it's a pity that Zhao Yin has only met the little monkey since the end of the world. Otherwise, Zhao Yin still wouldn't give the beast meat to it, and there would only be one more contracted beast around him. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in the space ring and found that there was not much food left. He simply took out the most deteriorated bread one by one, a total of 6 pieces, and threw them all to the little monkey. Watching it swallowing in big mouthfuls, Zhao Yin also took out a piece of compressed biscuit and chewed it with mineral water. After eating and drinking, the man and the monkey set out on the road to kill zombies again, and their destination was the shooting range in Zhao Yin's memory. In the end of the world, the only way to survive is to keep killing. Supplies and strength are always the core. Walking and stopping along the way, time passed unnoticed. Song Xiaojian, go and lead those zombies away, your sister and I will be safe if we go in. Outside the half-collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high concrete and said to Song Xiaojian beside him in an imperative tone.
Brother Wang, you have eaten all the food. My brother hasn't eaten for a few days.
He almost got into trouble when he killed that zombie just now.
We can't.
Before Song Xiaodao finished speaking, Wang Quan interrupted him coldly. I ate those foods because I need to recover from my injuries.
Besides, the food was originally given to you.
Now my body has not recovered.
If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, will you go?
Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian raised his eyes and looked at Wang Quan. Brother Wang, it was you who brought Xiaodao and me into that office.
We two siblings have always been grateful.
You said that you gave me the food, and I won't argue, but I really can't run anymore.
If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future?
I only know that if no one leads those zombies away, the three of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, and his left hand quietly reached behind him.
Let's go somewhere else, Brother Wang, please. Song Xiaojian's face was pale, his lips were cracked, and he spoke weakly. There are zombies everywhere. I've been looking for a long time, and only this place hasn't collapsed completely. Where else can I go? Wang Quan suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind.
He put it on Song Xiaodao's neck. If you don't go, I'll kill your sister.
Xiaodao. Song Xiaojian was shocked. Brother Wang, what are you going to do? Let Xiaodao go. Brother, I have no choice. I'm sorry. If you don't go, we will all die. This is the only way. Wang Quan said viciously.
6-inch 9shux.com on weekdays. Although Wang Quan speaks domineeringly, he is the lifesaver of the two brothers and sisters after all.
They never thought that the other party would do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go.
Song Xiaodao struggled violently. I can't let my brother go again.
I can run faster than him now. Besides, your legs are fine, Brother Wang, why don't you go? Pa! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao in the face.
The little girl's tender cheeks swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth.
I didn't fucking tell you to talk. Wang Quan blared fiercely. Song Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be a little confused. How could people turn against each other so quickly? Bookbar 96.roar. Roar! Roar! Several zombies not far away were startled by the slap and quickly ran over here. Wang Quan did not expect that he would attract the attention of the zombies.
His face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't go, your sister and I will die here.
It's either you or both of you. Think about it. Song Xiaojian's face turned pale in an instant, and he had almost no choice. Brother, you can't go.
Song Xiaodao said with tears.
Song Xiaojian smiled miserably, and suddenly didn't know what to say to his sister.
He had too many words in his heart, so many that he couldn't finish them in his lifetime, and he didn't know which one to say first. Before my parents died, I promised them that I would protect you as long as I had a breath left. Song Xiaojian said. After saying that, Song Xiaojian didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes, staring at Wang Quan and said, Brother Wang, I hope you can be nicer to my sister, otherwise, even if I become a zombie, I will never let you go. Go with peace of mind, Xiaodao is still a child, what can I do to her? Wang Quan said with a smile. From the corner of his eye, he saw the approaching zombies and urged, go. Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated and turned around to rush out of the bunker.
Brother!
Song Xiaodao wanted to shout loudly, but Wang Quan covered her mouth tightly. She struggled desperately, but could only watch the last relative in the end of the world leave without looking back. Roar! When the zombies saw Song Xiaojian, they all went crazy and took stiff steps to chase him quickly.
Song Xiaojian ran among the uneven ruins, his steps staggering.
He just wanted to lead the zombies farther away, farther away. Only in this way can his sister survive.
In fact, Song Xiaojian knew that as long as Wang Quan encountered danger, he would let Song Xiaodao die first.
Behind Song Xiaojian, more and more zombies gathered, and the nearby zombies were attracted. As the noise became louder and louder, zombies farther away also heard the sound and rushed over. At this time, Wang Quan saw Song Xiaojian going away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He finally let go of Song Xiaodao. Don't worry, I won't let you die. When I take you to a safe place, I will sell you for a good price. Song Xiaodao didn't shout, looking at the direction where her brother disappeared, silently shedding tears. She understood that if she attracted more zombies, her brother would die in vain. She would definitely live well and live for her brother. She would live longer than anyone else. Let's go in and find something to eat. Wang Quan patted his butt and stood up, walking towards the gate of the shooting range that had collapsed for the most part. Song Xiaodao turned back and stared at Wang Quan's back. At this moment, the 12-year-old girl only had hatred in her eyes. She followed without saying a word. Zhao Yin saw a dark tide of corpses from a distance. There were more than those in the school before. There were at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them, chasing a teenager. Nest. Zhao Yin couldn't help but swear. In his previous life, no one told him that there would be a tide of corpses at the shooting range. He hurriedly took the little monkey to avoid it. As for saving the boy, Zhao Yin didn't even think about it. What bad luck! Zhao Yin cursed in his heart. He didn't understand how an ordinary boy who was not even an evolver could attract so many corpses. Zhao Yin and the little monkey walked away from it. When the boy led the corpses away, they took a detour to the outside of the shooting range. At this time, there was no zombie nearby. It seemed that the boy intended to take all the zombies away. Zhao Yin became more and more confused. Was the boy crazy? Soon Zhao Yin stopped thinking about it. There were all kinds of people in the end of the world. Maybe he was tired of living and wanted to have an exciting experience at the end of his life. Zhao Yin went directly into the shooting range. The buildings that had not collapsed were full of cracks and were in danger. He took the little monkey directly to the old office site. According to the information obtained in the previous life, the owner of the shooting range usually lived in the shooting range and kept a secretary in the office lounge. When the end of the world came, the office building was collapsed by a meteorite. The sniper rifle was in the basement at the bottom of the office building, which was also the place where the boss kept his mistress during his lifetime. Zhao Yin quickly found the entrance to the basement. Under a piece of concrete weighing about 3 or 4 tons, a corner of the metal door was exposed, which was similar to the description of the man in the previous life. If it were an ordinary person, it might take a lot of effort, but Zhao Yin just activated the space ring, and the huge concrete block disappeared instantly. Then Zhao Yin took out a butterfly knife, bang. He suddenly stabbed into the electronic lock and twisted it hard to cut off the lock spring. Go, open the door. Zhao Yin pulled out the butterfly knife and ordered. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, and his body expanded rapidly. The terrifying giant with golden hair appeared in front of him again, with a figure like a mountain, spreading a huge pressure. The little monkey grabbed the door handle with his huge palm and slowly exerted force. Creak, creak. The harsh metal friction sound sounded, and then the deformed metal door was pulled down by it. Roar! At this time, a black shadow came out of the door and pounced on the little monkey. Zhao Yin saw that it was a middle-aged male zombie who had not evolved yet. He should be the owner of this shooting range in terms of his dress. The little monkey stretched out a huge palm like a palm leaf fan and slapped it downwards. The zombie's head immediately shrank into its chest, but its hands were still grasping the thick fur of the little monkey, but it didn't even pull off a few hairs. The little monkey seemed to be humiliated, raised the huge metal door in his hand, and smashed it down suddenly. Puff! The dark brown blood plasma flowed all over the floor, and the basement, which was originally just a little moldy, instantly smelled fishy. When the door panel was picked up, the zombie was smashed into a meat pie. Look at what the room has become? Zhao Yin glared at it. The little monkey also knew that he had used too much force, and scratched his head embarrassedly. Zhao Yin pinched his nose and walked in. Suddenly, another zombie ran out of the inner room. It looked like a young girl in her early 20s, wearing only a pair of shorts. Even if it became a zombie, it can be seen that it was definitely a beauty in life. Mantu, too big Mantu, with red dates. The little monkey drooled instantly, completely forgetting the lesson from last time.
Jiaoyin waved the butterfly knife in his hand and directly split the head of the beautiful zombie in half, turning back and saying, "It's not Mantu." He bent down and poked the brains of the two zombies with the butterfly knife, but did not find the corpse crystal. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly saw the little monkey still drooling at the dead beautiful zombie. Jiaoyin sensed its inner voice, so big, too, it would be great if it was Mantu. "Don't look at it, wait until you find the mutant wheat, I will steam a pot of Mantu for you every day, let's go." Jiaoyin sighed. "I don't know why he has grown so big, look at how greedy the child is." The little monkey followed Jiaoyin reluctantly and walked into the inner room. A foul smell hit his nose. The ground was full of feces and urine, used condoms, toilet paper, food packaging. It is conceivable that after the end of the world, the shooting range owner and his secretary ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in this bedroom. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Finally, their food was finished, and the high temperature outside made them afraid to go out. The two starved to death here and turned into zombies 4 days ago. Jiaoyin and Xiaohozi searched through the boxes and cabinets for a while, but found nothing except 2 huazi. The food and water had long been used up by the couple, and there was no trace of the sniper rifle. Jiaoyin was puzzled, because he had seen the big sniper rifle with his own eyes in his previous life. There must be a dark room. Jiaoyin began to pay attention to the walls around him. The true vision eye has no effect on ordinary objects, but the eyesight enhanced by the contract soul is very useful at this time. Jiaoyin soon found that there was a difference in the wallpaper pasted on the wall. The tiny gap behind it was faintly visible, which was difficult for ordinary people to see with the naked eye, but it could not escape Jiaoyin's eyes. Jiaoyin stepped forward and knocked, and sure enough, a hollow muffled sound came. Taking out the butterfly knife, he thrust forward suddenly, piercing the alloy metal door along with the wallpaper. Jiaoyin pulled it down hard, and with a sizzling sound, it was like cutting tofu. The huge damage of the extraordinary weapon was completely incomparable to any metal before the end of the world. Jiaoyin directly cut out a square, put away the butterfly knife, and kicked it out. With a clang, the cut part was kicked away by Jiaoyin. A square entrance of about 1 square meter appeared on the wall. Jiaoyin turned on the flashlight and took the lead in stepping in. The little monkey quickly shrank his body and followed behind his master. The dark room was about 50 square meters in size. When Jiaoyin walked in, he saw a mountain of banknotes placed in the middle. It was estimated that there were at least 70 to 80 million 100 yuan bills. If it was placed before the end of the world, it would be enough to drive most people crazy, but now it has become waste paper. After the end of the world, for the owner of the shooting range at that time, this pile of cash was not as good as a piece of moldy bread. Jiaoyin ignored this pile of garbage and swept his eyes across the dark room. Various antiques and calligraphy and paintings filled 3 rows of shelves. An exquisite long wooden box was placed on the top table. Jiaoyin stepped forward and opened the wooden box. Inside were all the parts of the M82A1 sniper rifle. There were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing bullets on the side. Jiaoyin smiled. He finally got it. He picked up the parts and assembled them directly. Click, click, click. With 7 years of experience in playing with guns in his previous life, Jiaoyin's assembly speed can definitely exceed that of any special forces soldier. Soon, a majestic sniper rifle was assembled. Jiaoyin aimed the gun at an antique vase, and the murderous intent naturally emerged in his heart. This kind of gun is generally used by the military, most of which are equipped on small ships or armed helicopters, and the power is amazing. With Jiaoyin's current F-level evolver strength, he can hold the sniper rifle in his hand and use it as an ordinary rifle. Jiaoyin did not intend to test the gun, so he put it directly into the space ring. There were only 60 bullets, and they must not be wasted easily until the critical moment. His eyes fell on another row of shelves, and he had noticed a tang sword placed there before. Jiaoyin walked over and picked up the tang sword, which weighed about 7 or 8 pounds. He pulled out the scabbard, and the cold light flashed. It was actually sharpened. The blade bone and the back of the blade were thicker than ordinary tang swords. The blade was 1.6 meters long and the blade was 1.2 meters long. Before the end of the world, few people could wield this kind of tang sword.
The owner of the shooting range should have just kept it as a collection.
Now it is cheap for Zhao Yin. The little monkey looked at the Kultang sword in Zhao Yin's hand, and then looked at the steel rod in his hand. He immediately stepped forward and searched hard, as if he also wanted to find a real weapon. It's a pity that this dark room is where the owner of the shooting range puts valuables, and ordinary weapons are not placed here at all. Zhao Yin searched again, and there was nothing useful in the dark room. When he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he put away the metal door on the ground. Just now, after the little monkey became huge, it swung the metal door and directly beat a zombie into a pulp. At the critical moment, it was handed over to the little monkey, and it was fully activated. It would definitely sweep a large area. Zhao Yin did not leave the shooting range immediately. He did not forget where this place was. The man in the previous life left after getting the sniper rifle, but did not mention the arsenal of the shooting range because the other party could not dig it at all at that time. But Zhao Yin was different. Although the arsenal of the shooting range collapsed, Zhao Yin believed that there must be guns and ammunition surviving. The shooting range is a large open space that is easy to identify. The arsenal should not be far from the shooting range. The nearby buildings have collapsed. Zhao Yin brought the little monkey to the ruins, and at this moment, he suddenly heard someone talking. It was a man and a young female voice. As for what they said, Zhao Yin did not hear clearly. Are there any survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yin was ready to take the weapon and leave. The rest had nothing to do with him. As for whether the other party would come to cause trouble, Zhao Yin did not think that he was a soft persimmon, and did not care about killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yin found a bulletproof glass with the red words "Weapons Warehouse" on it. This was originally an independent building. The concrete after the collapse was stronger than the surrounding ones. It must be the weapons warehouse of the shooting range. Zhao Yin immediately used the space ring to move the concrete, and the little monkey also enlarged his arm to help. It is now an F-class mutant beast. Compared with before, it can use its superpowers for a longer time. If it fully activates the whole body to become huge, Zhao Yin estimated that it can last at least 3 minutes. If it only makes its arms huge, the little monkey will definitely last for half an hour. The man and the monkey worked hard. After more than 10 minutes, the ruins on the top of the armory were cleared, revealing the flattened tables and chairs, deformed iron cabinets, and various broken bows and arrows. Zhao Yin and the little monkey cleaned up for a while, and found that there were still a few compound bows on the outermost layer that were not completely scrapped. Although they were severely deformed, Zhao Yin still disassembled a lot of usable parts. In the end, he assembled 3 complete compound bows. Find arrows and see how many are still usable. Zhao Yin ordered immediately. The little monkey immediately made his arms huge, forcibly broke open several deformed large iron boxes, and poured out thousands of arrows inside. Most of them were seriously damaged. Zhao Yin went forward to count them, and there were about 100 arrows that could be used. Arrows are not like bullets, which can be reused. As long as Zhao Yin saves some, they can be used for a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows is even greater than the sniper rifle he just got. After all, there are too few bullets. Then, the little monkey dug out a severely deformed large safe from the sundries. Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey and cut it open in a few strokes. It was full of guns and ammunition. The long guns were squeezed and deformed and could not be used, but the pistols were small in size and many were preserved. Finally, Zhao Yin found 12 revolvers that could be used, and there were still a lot of bullets left, 120 shotgun bullets and 1,600 pistol bullets. Unfortunately, there were no large-caliber bullets suitable for M82A1. It may be due to the business reasons of the shooting range or policy restrictions. The types of firearms in the shooting range are very monotonous. Revolvers are police firearms from the last century. The power is very ordinary, but for most people in the end of the world, they are already rare lifeblood. Zhao Yin put all the weapons into the space ring, leaving only a compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver to put the arrows in, and put them on his back along with the compound bow, because it was more convenient to use. Little monkey, let's go. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey hurriedly followed, and the man and the monkey walked straight to the exit. Just then, Zhao heard the previous survivor talking again.
Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get it up for me. No. I don't want it, it's so disgusting, whoa.
Fuck, I've masturbated too much before, you can't get it hard without me, hurry up, or I'll break your legs.
The man's voice was fierce.
The little girl's voice was full of fear. Brother Quan, please let me go.
Song Xiaodao?
Zhao Yin's expression froze, and he vaguely remembered that among the 3 women who risked their lives to save him before his death in his previous life, the youngest one was called Xiaodao. It seems that her last name is also Song.
Xiaodao, there are so many people with the same name in this world, could it be a coincidence? Zhao Yin decided to go and take a look.
Now in this end of the world, he is alone, and there are not many people and things he cares about. If there are still a few people who can make him care, Song Xiaodao is one of them. At this time, in a half-collapsed kitchen, Wang Quan drank the rancid dirty water, sat on a 3-legged chair, squinting at Song Xiaodao opposite. Even if she hasn't washed her face for more than a month, you can see that she is a beauty. An evil thought rose in his heart, and his breathing became heavy.
Xiaodao, come to Brother Wang, let me show you my big baby. Wang Quan said hoarsely.
Although Song Xiaodao is young, the girl born in modern times has been exposed to the internet for a long time, and she understands what Wang Quan means.
Brother Wang, if you have something to say, please tell me now. Wang Quan's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, I will count to 3.
If you don't come over, don't blame me for being cruel.
1. Wang Quan counted loudly, 2. 3.
Song Xiaodao trembled all over and quickly shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother that you would take good care of me.
How can you not keep your word? Trust? Wang Quan sneered, this is the end of the world. Is that thing still useful? If I don't lie to him, will he be willing to die?
After saying that, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, he stumbled and was tripped by a piece of cement. He fell headfirst. The girl, who had always been timid and cowardly, suddenly stood up, picked up a stone and smashed it on Wang Quan's head.
Bang! Wang Quan felt a sharp pain, shook his head, waved away the dizziness, and stared at the girl fiercely. How dare you hit me? Brother Wang. I didn't mean it.
Song Xiaodao wanted to knock him out, but she was too weak. She was shaking all over while holding the stone in her hand.
Snap!
Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao in the face with her backhand. Her cheeks swelled up and she was in a trance.
Go to hell!
Wang Quan was like crazy, slapping Song Xiaodao in the face one slap after another.
Snap! Snap!
Without me, you and your brother would have died long ago.
How dare you resist?
Song Xiaodao's mouth was bleeding, but he no longer begged, just staring at Wang Quan numbly.
What the hell are you looking at? Do you believe that I will dig out your eyes?
Wang Quan was frightened by her look and felt ashamed. The look in the eyes of a little girl suddenly made him feel scared, as if he was being stared at by an evil ghost. Wang Quan raised his hand angrily and poked at her eyes. I'll dig your eyes out. At this moment, a big hand like a palm leaf fan suddenly grabbed the arm that Wang Quan stretched out. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that the light above his head was suddenly blocked by something huge. A terrifying breath suddenly spread in the dilapidated dark room, and the air seemed to solidify. Wang Quan turned his head stiffly, and then trembled all over. A terrible beast was standing beside him. The golden eyes were cold and indifferent. It was staring at him condescendingly. Roar! The little monkey roared loudly. At close range, the sound waves shook Wang Quan's hair and deformed the muscles on his face. Song Xiaodao also felt a buzzing in his ears. Don't kill me. Wang Quan was so scared that he peed and couldn't help but want to pull his hand out. Click! The little monkey exerted a little force, and Wang Quan's forearm bones were crushed instantly. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from Wang Quan's mouth. Then, the little monkey threw Wang Quan's body with force, and Wang Quan's body flew 5 or 6 meters away, hitting the wall with a bloody head. Be gentle, don't kill him at once. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey moved aside, and Jiaoyin walked out from behind its tall figure, stepped in front of Song Xiaodao, and stared at her carefully.
Your name is Song Xiaodao? Jiaoyin asked.
Her face was swollen like a bun, and it was almost unrecognizable.
Song Xiaodao also looked up at Jiaoyin, with horror on his face. Soon, she recognized Jiaoyin.
She had seen this person twice before, once when Jiaoyin passed by the mall. The second time was when she saw him killing another man in the distance. At this time, Jiaoyin gave Song Xiaodao the feeling of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious.
Speak, are you mute? Jiaoyin asked impatiently.
Uncle, my name is Song Xiaodao.
Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle?
Jiaoyin was startled and touched the stubble on his face that had not been shaved for a month.
Am I that old?
However, for a little girl of her age, it is not wrong to call him uncle.
Get up, let me see. Jiaoyin said directly. Uncle, what do you want to do, please? Song Xiaodao stepped back in fear.
Jiaoyin reached out impatiently, grabbed her ponytail, and directly pulled Song Xiaodao's thin body up from the ground.
Let me go.
In a hurry, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth and bit Jiaoyin's wrist. The stinging pain came, and Jiaoyin frowned deeper, but did not let go. He was too lazy to explain so much, and turned her body over directly, and saw a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark on the thin waist that could be grasped.
It's really you.
Jiaoyin then let go of her hand and cursed.
She is that Song Xiaodao.
In his previous life, Jiaoyin never asked about her birth background, and he was already an adult when he met her. One thing that I had always ignored was that I was reborn 7 years ago, and Song Xiaodao is only 12 years old now. The film of the little girl in front of him suddenly made Jiaoyin a little irritable.
Raise as a daughter?
Song Xiaodao looked at Jiaoyin blankly, a little confused by this man's behavior. Uncle, do you know me?
Who?
At this time, the little monkey snorted and put his big head in front of Song Xiaodao.
Ah! Help! Song Xiaodao tried to run away.
Jiaoyin grabbed her ponytail, pulled it back hard, raised his hand and slapped the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly retracted his head and stood behind Jiaoyin like a good baby.
Song Xiaodao looked at the man and the beast in horror, his whole body trembling. Uncle, what do you want?
Jiaoyin frowned and said directly, save you.
Song Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, unable to react.
Jiaoyin lowered his head and looked at the clothes on her body. They were all in tatters and were as dirty as a layer of mud. He took out a white t-shirt from his space ring and threw it to her. Put on this. Song Xiaodao was completely confused and had no idea what this scary guy was going to do. She quickly lowered her head to take the clothes, turned her back and put them on. Song Xiaodao is less than 1.6 meters tall, and Jiaoyin's t-shirt looks like a one-piece skirt, but it's not ugly at all.
Jiaoyin looked back at Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and asked, have you ever killed anyone?
Song Xiaodao was stunned for a long time before he realized that he was asking himself.
No. I haven't killed him before.
She remembered the scene when Jiaoyin tortured and killed Lin Tianfeng last time, and she couldn't help but tremble in her heart.
This man treats you like this, have you ever thought about how you would treat him? Jiaoyin asked. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Bang!
Jiaoyin directly pulled out the Tang Dao and threw it hard. The blade was inserted into the open space in front of Song Xiaodao, and the handle was trembling.
Are you without hands or without a knife? Jiaoyin said coldly. Song Xiaodao suddenly turned pale. For a child who has just entered the apocalypse, killing, for whatever reason, is far away from her.
Jiaoyin stared at Song Xiaodao with stern eyes, with compulsion in his eyes. I won't help you kill, and I don't dare to kill, so I will let him go.
Will you not take revenge?
Song Xiaodao seemed to have made up his mind when he heard this. Jiaoyin watched with interest. She held the handle of the knife in front of her with both hands and pulled it out with all her strength. The little girl Pianzi walked towards Wang Quan step by step, holding a Tang Dao that was taller than her.
Brother, I can give you whatever you want.
Please don't let her kill me.
Please, brother.
At this time, Wang Quan was lying on the ground. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken by the little monkey. Zhao Yin was smiling, and his smile was very cold. Even if Song Xiaodao is a burden, he must be a useful burden in the future. This person is the first person she wants to kill in the last days, and is destined to become a stepping stone on her path to growth. Song Xiaodao in her previous life was admitted into the harem by Zhao Yin, so she was naturally special. The most indispensable thing for people with superpowers is beauties. If she didn't have a firm mind, how could she be valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother regards you as a benefactor. In order to save you, our two brothers and sisters were almost killed by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly became hoarse. We recognize you as our eldest brother and gave you our last food, but in the end, you still wanted to harm my brother. Xiaodao, brother Wang was wrong. What happened before was just a moment of confusion. Wang Quan wanted to continue begging, but the next moment, poof! Song's knife struck him on the thigh. Ah! Wang Quan screamed like a pig again, little knife, listen to me. Song Xiaodao clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, raised it with all his strength, and stabbed it down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it will be you who killed him, do you understand? Puff. This knife stabbed Wang Quan in the lower abdomen, and blood flowed when he pulled it out. Xiao Nima, you little bitch, kill me if you dare. Wang Quan cursed loudly. He already understood that he was going to die today no matter what. So I am not ready to ask for mercy anymore. Song Xiaodao stopped talking. He raised the knife and slashed again. The sound of the blade penetrating into the flesh was heard and blood spattered. After all, Song Xiaodao's strength was so weak that every blow could only cause injuries, but could not kill Wang Quan. So much so that Wang Quan wailed loudly under the torture of one stab after another. Finally, his willpower collapsed and he continued to cry and beg for mercy. Xiaodao, please kill me, please. Song Xiaodao was exhausted and stood there gasping for air. Stab in the heart, one knife can kill. Zhao Yin said, teaching her how to kill. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin, suddenly no longer so afraid of him. Uncle, he forced my brother to lure away the zombies. I want to feed him to the zombies. This is not what a 12-year-old girl should say. But Zhao Yin's eyes flashed with appreciation. Finally, I feel like this oil bottle is not such a waste. Monkey, take him with you, let's go. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had put away his powers and shrunk to normal size. He stepped forward and grabbed one of Wang Quan's legs and dragged him directly outside the shooting range. A long trail of blood was drawn on the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said seriously, you have two choices now. The first is to follow me. I can promise you that I will try my best to save your life if I can. Of course, if you encounter a crisis, if it is beyond my ability, I will give up on you. Secondly, I will leave some food in this knife for you, and I will not care about the rest. Uncle, why are you so nice to me? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She doesn't think the other person is a good person with lots of love. If I said that after knowing you for 7 years, you are one of my women, would you believe it? Zhao Yin stared into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded, I believe it. Zhao Yin was stunned and looked at the girl seriously. Soon, he stopped laughing. What does a 12-year-old girl know? Uncle, I'll go with you. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. This answer was expected, and even a fool knows how to choose. Zhao Yin turned around and followed the little monkey. Let's go, take your enemies to feed the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the zombies that Song Xiaojian led away had dispersed, and some scattered zombies were wandering over. The little monkey screamed, which immediately attracted the attention of 2 zombies in the distance. The smell of blood from Wang Quan's body instantly made them crazy, and they rushed over desperately. After the little monkey finished shouting, he slowly backed away and hid behind the gate where Zhao Yin and Xiaodao were. Wang Quan was already dying, but when he saw the 2 zombies clearly, he regained his energy in an instant. Xiaodao, please save brother Wang, I don't want to die, please don't feed me to the zombies. I am Xiao Nima, Xiaodao. 2 zombies pounced on him, tearing open Wang Quan's chest in the blink of an eye and tearing out his heart, lungs, intestines and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth opened wide, and his eyes still showed unwillingness before he died. The blood was steaming, and the two zombies were biting and devouring frantically. Zhao Yun looked back at Song Xiaodao. She did not react with horror and vomiting like other survivors when she saw zombies eating people for the first time. There were tears in her eyes, but there was a smile on her lips. This expression suited Zhao Yun's taste very much. He raised his hand and patted her head. "Let's go." "Uncle, where are we going?" Song Xiaodao asked. "Stay alive." Zhao Yun just said 3 words lightly. "Stay alive." Song Xiaodao felt awe-inspiring. In the apocalypse, all survivors have only one goal, and that is how to survive. "Uncle, there was some food in the kitchen just now. Although there was only rotten meat and moldy rice left, it can still be eaten after cooking more," Song Xiaodao reminded. She and Wang Quan had eaten rotten meat porridge just now and were starving to death. Song Xiaodao didn't find it too unpalatable. As for whether it is harmful to the body, that is not a problem before the threat of starvation. I am afraid that many survivors today are eating this kind of food, and many people want to eat it but cannot. I still have some food. Zhao Yun didn't look back. The rate of food spoilage after the end of the world is extremely alarming. The supplies in his space ring are almost inedible. Can you imagine how unpalatable the leftovers in the kitchen of the shooting range are? At least he won't be reduced to eating that kind of food in his life, and he certainly won't let that kind of garbage occupy his space ring. After all, the internal storage space of the space ring is only 10 cubic meters, and half of it is now occupied. Zhao Yun frowned, and there was another mouth next to him. It was time to think about food. "Uncle, there are zombies ahead, aren't you going to avoid them?" Song Xiaodao reminded Zhao Yun from behind when he saw Zhao Yun walking straight towards the zombies. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a compound bow suddenly appeared in Zhao Yun's hand. Whoosh! 2 arrows were shot out, and the 2 zombies that were eating Wang Quan's head suddenly exploded like watermelons. The little monkey on the side immediately rushed over and skillfully ripped open the zombie's head. "Don't move!" Zhao Yun suddenly stopped the little monkey, turned to the knife and said, "From now on, you will be the one to do this kind of thing." The little monkey glanced at Song Xiaodao with a very dissatisfied expression. In the past, every time it helped its master collect corpse crystals, it could see his master smile, but now this opportunity to please his master was taken away by others. Zhao Yun didn't notice the little monkey's thoughts and walked over to pick up the arrow. Then he opened the heads of the 2 zombies and dug out 2 non-evolved corpse crystals. As the day went by, the zombies evolved more and more corpse crystals. Any 2 of them would produce corpse crystals. This thing is called a corpse crystal. You see clearly, every zombie will have it in their head from now on. Your task is to help me pick up arrows and dig up corpse crystals, Zhao Yun said while holding the corpse crystal with brains on it. The expression on Song Xiaodao's swollen face changed wildly. Although her temperament was far beyond that of girls of the same age, those zombies were still humans a month ago. Looking for something in their brains? I don't raise useless people around me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. You can go wherever you like, Zhao Yun said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly crushed the 2 corpse crystals into pieces and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao lowered his head and said, "I will do whatever uncle asks me to do." After saying that, she trembled and stepped forward to pull out the brains. There are no corpse crystals there anymore, there is only one for every zombie, Zhao Yun said. When Song Xiaodao turned around, Zhao Yun could see clearly that her red and swollen cheeks were pale with tears flowing down her cheeks. For a 12-year-old girl, what Zhao Yun did was too cruel. But this is the end of the world, no one can be a little princess anymore. There will be many more things like this in the future. I will let you kill zombies, fight mutant beasts, and maybe fight humans. The peaceful life before the end of the world will never happen again. You will die at any time. Zhao Yun's expression was ruthless. If you still want to go with me, you will know my secret, and I can't hide it from you everywhere. So, if you want to leave again, I will kill you with my own hands, you. When Song Xiaodao heard this, he remembered what his brother had said a few days ago. The first release of this book bar provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. The brother said that if he was no longer around, if he was lucky enough to meet this bad guy, he would let her follow him and obey his orders. My brother also said that only by following such people can we survive. I won't leave, and I'm not afraid either. Song Xiaodao said tremblingly. Roar! At this moment, Wang Quan, who had just died, suddenly let out a corpse roar. Then, his back twisted in a strange posture, and he stood up straight from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdominal cavity was filled with blood, and a piece of intestine was dragged on the ground. His dead fish-like eyes immediately spotted Song Xiaodao not far away. Roar! Uncle! It's alive! Song Xiaodao was frightened and ran towards Zhao desperately. It just turned into a zombie. After Zhao finished speaking, he took out the butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Go and kill it. Song Xiaodao originally planned to hide behind Zhao, but he was stunned when he heard this. Zhao just said that he would let her kill zombies with her own hands in the future. She thought it was far away, but she didn't expect that she would do it now. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill it. The movements of a newly awakened zombie are stiff. If you can kill it, it will give you a good practice. When you encounter zombies that need to be dealt with alone in the future, you will have the experience to save your life. There was no doubt in Zhao Yin's eyes, and he held out the butterfly knife again. Go, I won't say it a second time. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted his teeth, and faced the zombie that Wang Quan had turned into, gradually seeing its appearance clearly. His nose and eyes had been eaten by the zombies just now, the blood all over his body was still red, and the fishy smell could be smelled a few meters away. More disgusting than the smell of a slaughterhouse. Roar! Wang Quan let out another zombie roar and sped up to rush towards Song Xiaodao. However, most of the muscles and meridians of the newly awakened zombie's body had been eaten away. There was no time to recover, and the speed was not much faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao's whole body felt weak, and he barely managed to avoid its attack. Go around behind it and stab it in the back of the head. Zhao Yin shouted. Song Xiaodao gritted his teeth and became ruthless. He instinctively followed Zhao Yin's advice and took advantage of his small size to get around Wang Quan's armpit. When he got behind him, he raised his knife and stabbed him. She actually didn't let her miss the mark. Puff! The entire blade of the butterfly knife, which was as sharp as clay, sank into the back of the zombie's head. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan fell down. Song Xiaodao was shaking like chaff, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he still couldn't believe that he had killed a terrifying zombie. If Zhao Yin hadn't forced her, she would never have dared to use the knife even if it was a zombie that had just woken up, and she would have to be bitten to death by the zombie in the end. She suddenly felt grateful to Zhao Yin. Only then did I realize that monsters can actually be killed and are not as scary as imagined. Soon, Song Xiaodao bent over and vomited. Wang Quan's blood was still hot, and the breeze carried the smell of blood, brains, and viscera. There were 3 more zombies wandering not far away. Zhao Yin drew his bow and arrow, swish, swish. A few arrows hit the heads of 3 zombies. He frowned and stared at Song Xiaodao. Go to work. Song Xiaodao thought that he was going to pull out his brain, and he vomited even more violently. He stood up and walked toward the zombies while vomiting. The 12-year-old girl's thin body trembled. She dug out 3 corpse crystals and held them together with the brains in front of Zhao Yin. Uncle, is this it? Zhao Yin handed over a rag. In the future, you must remember that every time you dig out a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it to me. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin. This guy also hates brain matter? Oh. She pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals until they were spotless, then raised her hand and handed it to Zhao Yin. Uncle, here it is. Zhao Yin crushed the 3 corpse crystals directly in front of her and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao stared at him with a hint of curiosity on his face. That little monkey from before could grow or shrink at will. The things in his hands suddenly disappeared or appeared. And now when the corpse crystal is crushed, a faint white light will emit. Everything is mysterious, like a miracle before the end of the world. However, Zhao did not explain to her, and Song Xiaodao was smart enough not to ask. When Zhao opened his eyes, he looked at his body. Human male, Power Awakener, F-Level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/1.76, Strength 15, Agility 17, Physical Strength 13, Spirit 24, Talent B-Level Shooting, Life Countdown, 29,953 days. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yin's evolution level increased to 1.76%. At this rate, he would become an E-Level Evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, if they could have Zhao Yin's speed, they would be able to laugh out of their dreams. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that those zombies were blessed by nature. If he wanted to go further, he must not be left behind by the zombies. However, the countdown to life has increased by another month. Uncle, when you first came here, did you meet a boy? He was as tall as you, about 16 or 17 years old. He was my brother Song Xiaojian. Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately thought of the brave young man who caused the group of corpses. I've seen him, he's dead. Zhao Yin nodded and said. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears welling up in his eyes. Even though he had been mentally prepared, deep sadness still quickly filled his heart. Song Xiaojian died for her. From then on, she no longer had a brother in this world, and she lost her last relative. After a while. Where did he get into trouble? Can you take me to see it? Song Xiaodao begged. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for her brother, she couldn't care less. He turned into a zombie, who knows where he wandered. Zhao Yin frowned and speculated, if you want to kill him and bury him, I can go there on the way. If I meet him, I will help you bury him. If I don't meet him, I won't delay for such a small matter. Song Xiaodao didn't expect Zhao Yin to actually agree to it, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, uncle, if I don't meet him, I won't embarrass you. Zhao Yin touched his stubble, and suddenly his face sank. Don't call me uncle in the future. Every time he heard her call him uncle, Zhao Yin wanted to slap her to death. He was only in his early 20s. Big, then what should I call you? Can I call you Big Brother? Song Xiaodao had received 7 years of compulsory education before the end of the world, so he still knew basic manners. Who knew that Zhao Yin's face became even gloomier? In this life, he would never be someone else's adoptive father or big brother again. My name is Zhao Yin. After saying this coldly, Zhao Yin walked forward. He deliberately avoided the direction where he saw Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian was still alive, Zhao Yin would not save him. In a man's life, the two guys he should be most wary of are Xiao Zi and his brother-in-law. He didn't know anything about Song Xiaojian, so it was impossible for him to bring another burden. So many people died in the end of the world, so why couldn't Song Xiaojian die? Zhao Yin continued to move forward, killing zombies when he met them. Now that he had long-range weapons, he could kill them together with the little monkey even if he met a small group of zombies. With Song Xiaodao's help in collecting corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution was rapidly improving. Evolution Degree 100 to 1.83, Evolution Degree 100 to 2.51, Evolution Degree 100 out of 3.78. Of course, the direction Zhao Yin went was not without purpose. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a mutated chestnut tree in the suburbs south of Guangzhou City. Night gradually fell, and Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the end of the world, some people said that hard work would not necessarily lead to wealth, but after the end of the world, only hard-working people could survive. Until late at night, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the little monkey out of the city and approached the destination. The zombies gradually became scarce. The ruins of the city were no longer in front of him. The barren farmland burned by fire was bumpy and desolate. Occasionally, zombies wandered around aimlessly. They seemed tireless, and their extremely bloodthirsty nature drove them like a perpetual motion machine that never stopped. This book was first published on Bookbar 96, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. In the previous life, some people speculated that it was the mysterious power brought by meteorites from outer space that replenished the energy of zombies. Zhao Yin, don't we rest? Song Xiaodao was already panting, and every step was extremely difficult. Tiredness replaced her initial fear of zombies.
Rest when we get to the village ahead. Zhao drew his bow and arrow, whoosh. A zombie in the distance was shot in the head. The little monkey raised a steel stick and smashed a zombie's head with it, then the man and the monkey continued to walk forward without even looking at it. Song Xiaodao could only cheer up and quickly dig out the 2 corpse crystals, jogging to catch up with Zhao, wiping the corpse crystals and handing them to him. Zhao took the corpse crystals and crushed them directly. Human male, awakened person with superpowers, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/6.42, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 30,074 days. If he continues at this pace, Zhao will become an E-level evolver in at most 10 days. The life countdown has been extended to more than 30,000 days. Finally, a ruin appeared at the end of the field, which was the village Zhao was looking for. In the village full of ruins, a small rural Western-style building that was intact stood alone in the center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, this was a surviving building. In the night, Zhao Yin saw from afar a towering tree swaying in the wind in front of the gate of the small Western-style building, and the air nearby seemed to be much fresher. Zhao Yin, there is a house over there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small Western-style building and said. Zhao Yin also smiled, and all his fatigue was swept away. Let's go, there is food over there. The little girl and the monkey were shocked when they heard that there was food, and they hurried to follow Zhao Yin. When they arrived in front of the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly stopped and raised his hand to hold the little monkey who had rushed in front. Wait! The little monkey was grabbed by the tail and pulled back by the owner, looking up at Zhao Yin in confusion. At this moment, roar! 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 The quiet world instantly boiled up, and countless corpse roars broke out from the small Western-style building, breaking the quiet night. The door was suddenly knocked open, and dozens of zombies rushed out. Retreat, quick, Xiaodao, run! Zhao Yin roared, and immediately drew his bow and arrows. After a few sounds of arrows cutting through the air, he shot the heads of several zombies in front. The zombies behind seemed endless. A small rural building that was not too big actually rushed out of 100 or 200 zombies. And these zombies all had evolutionary degrees. 2 of them had reached F level, and their speed was not much slower than Zhao Yin, the evolver. Zhao Yin had no time to think about why these zombies evolved so quickly and why they hid in that small building. After shooting a few arrows, he turned around and started running wildly. If he was surrounded by this group of zombies, he might not die on the spot, but as long as he was scratched and bitten by the zombies, he would be infected. He now only had a can of tuna that could resist the zombie virus. It was not worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's 2 short legs couldn't run fast at all, and she cried loudly in fear, but the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. At this time, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and ran forward by her collar. Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and kill those 2 F-level zombies. Zhao Yin ordered loudly behind him. He asked Song Xiaodao to run first, not the monkey. What was it, an F-level mutant beast, afraid of? While shouting, Zhao Yin turned around and started shooting arrows, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 more arrows were shot out in succession. The 2 F-level zombies seemed to have awakened some wisdom in their previous lives and quickly hid in the zombie group. However, Zhao Yin's arrows were not aimed at them at all, and the 3 ordinary zombies in front were accurately shot in the head. At this time, the zombie group approached a distance of more than 10 meters. Zhao Yin did not dare to fight and turned around to continue running forward. Monkey, what the hell are you wasting on? Seeing that the master was fighting alone, he threw away Song Xiaodao and his body expanded rapidly, turning into a huge monster covered with golden hair in the blink of an eye. Hoo hoo! The little monkey snorted, slightly distinguished the F-level zombies mentioned by the master, and suddenly rushed forward with big strides. The zombies did not know what fear was. Seeing that flesh and blood life was rushing towards them, they immediately gave up chasing Zhao Yin and all surrounded the little monkey. Zhao Yin's pressure was relieved, and he turned around and saw that the giant little monkey was already surrounded. It waved the steel rod in its hand, and every time it hit, a zombie fell to the ground, but there were too many zombies, and soon it was surrounded by water. Countless hands grabbed the thick fur of the little monkey, and some zombies opened their mouths to bite.
Soon, the monkey was covered in blood. The two F-level zombies, who had just begun to gain wisdom, seemed to understand the horror of mutant beasts of the same level. They actually knew to rush to Jiaoyin while other zombies were surrounding the monkey. Jiaoyin narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Female zombie, F-level, evolution 100/2.3, strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2, male zombie, F-level, evolution 100/52, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2.3. It seems that they were a middle-aged couple in their lifetime, and they should be farmers in this village. The agility of the two zombies almost caught up with Jiaoyin, the evolver, and their strength was much higher than Jiaoyin, and even their spirit had evolved. Whoosh! Jiaoyin shot two arrows, one of which was aimed at the female zombie's head, but it dodged flexibly and the arrow pierced its chest, while the arrow shot at the male zombie did not even hurt a hair. The two zombies have closed the distance again, and now they are less than 10 meters away from Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin, run! Song Xiaodao behind him also stopped and saw the two zombies approaching Jiaoyin, which were obviously several times faster than other zombies, and shouted anxiously. Jiaoyin stood there motionless, and the compound ball suddenly disappeared, and a revolver appeared in his hand. The two zombies had no idea what the black lump was. Seeing Jiaoyin take the initiative to put away the bows and arrows that attacked them, they moved faster. Bang bang! The muzzle sprayed dazzling sparks, and the two zombies were one after the other, as if time was frozen there. There was a bullet hole between their eyebrows. Then they fell straight down. Then, Jiaoyin put away his pistol and used the bow and arrow again, and together with the little monkey, he dealt with the remaining zombies. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey smashed the head of the last zombie with a stick, and its huge body quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it became the skinny monkey cub, standing there gasping for breath. The previous battle almost squeezed out its strength, and Jiaoyin, who was standing beside it, was also slightly out of breath. Although he was not as desperate as the little monkey, this high-intensity shooting was also extremely physically exhausting. Well done! Jiaoyin stepped over the corpses, came to the little monkey, and patted its head with his hand. The little monkey's depressed expression instantly cheered up, and it kept squeaking. Jiaoyin sensed with his heart that it was telling how dangerous it was just now and how brave it was, all for protecting its master. Jiaoyin generously took out 20 compressed biscuits at a time, opened one and chewed it, and gave the rest to the little monkey. Eat it, it's your reward. The little monkey happily held the biscuits and circled around Jiaoyin several times. Master, I will definitely work harder in the future. At this time, Song Xiaodao widened her eyes, even forgetting her shock at Jiaoyin and the little monkey's strength, staring at the compressed biscuits in the little monkey's hand without blinking. Gudong! She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. For a few days, Song Xiaodao only accompanied Wang Quan to eat a small half-bowl of rotten meat rice porridge. At this time, the fragrance of compressed biscuits came, and the strong feeling of hunger almost occupied every part of her body. Jiaoyin didn't mean to give her food, pointing to the two F-level zombies and said, I will do these two myself, and you will deal with the other zombies. Eat after you finish your work. Song Xiaodao also knew that she was the most useless one in this team of two people and one beast. But Song Xiaodao one couldn't help but say, can you finish eating and then work? No. Jiaoyin refused. He stuffed the compressed biscuits in his hand into his mouth, and then walked towards the bodies of the two F-level zombies with the Tang sword. Crack, crack. Just like cutting a watermelon, the two knives cut open the zombies' heads. The Tang sword moved back and forth, and soon found 2 corpse crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled, and he knew that the current F-level zombies must have star crystals in their bodies. They can evolve so fast, only the power of star crystals can do it. After absorbing the 2 corpse crystals, the evolution degree increased by 2 percentage points. Equivalent to 200 ungraded corpse crystals. What Jiaoyin cares more about are the 2 star crystals. There was no star crystal income all day today, and these are the only 2. I hope I can have good luck. Women's clothing. Jiaoyin crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light suddenly appeared in his hand. At this time, Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted, looked over curiously, and couldn't help asking, Jiaoyin, what are you doing? Zhao spread out his other hand and held up the remaining star crystal. This is a star crystal, most high-level zombies have it in their bodies, so you should pay special attention to it in the future. The secret of the star crystal will soon be known to all survivors, and Zhao does not intend to hide it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded as if he understood, and then saw the ball of white light in Zhao Yin's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Bookbar Zhao set his eyes on the thing in his hand. Iced black tea, grade F, extraordinary drink, effective in replenishing 24-hour water consumption, doubling physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, a second drink other than Nongfu Spring was opened, and the effect is also good, which can be of great use at critical times. Zhao put away the ice flower tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light faded, and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin's breath sank. It was equipment again. He quickly spread the clothes in front of him. Soon, his face darkened. Another expensive women's clothing. In his hand was a white dress with cartoon patterns. The hem could only cover the thighs. This was forcing him to be a crossdresser. Dress, grade F, defensive equipment, sturdiness 15, strength +8, with the additional effect of charm +10, Zhao saw the attributes clearly and his heart skipped a beat. Although the sturdiness was a little less than that of the military uniform, it increased the strength by a full 8 points. This was based on his own strength, and it increased the strength of an adult man. What should I do? Should I wear it? Zhao Yin was entangled. Isn't this a sure way to make him a crossdresser? Fishnet stockings, dress, and the only thing missing was a pair of high heels. Song Xiaodao saw the dress in Zhao Yin's hand, and then looked down at the men's t-shirt on his body, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yin. Hurry up and work. Zhao Yin directly cut off her extravagant hopes and quickly put the dress into the space ring. The little monkey on the side was coveting the iced black tea that Zhao Yin had just opened. Zhao Yin glanced at the blood on the little monkey's body. The wound had stopped bleeding, so he rubbed its head. That's a combat drink. We use it to save our lives. We can't give it to you for the time being. The little monkey felt the warm big hand on his head and closed his eyes to enjoy it. It seemed that at this moment, the temptation of extraordinary food was not so great. The master just gave me compressed biscuits. The little monkey was very happy. The little monkey communicated in his heart. Zhao Yin didn't care whether it was really happy or not. Anyway, there would be chestnuts next. The spoiled ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help digest it, otherwise it would have to be discarded, and he would feel guilty. After all, there are so many people without food in the end times, and waste is shameful. Let's go, there is another glorious task for you. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey was immediately shocked. I like the tasks assigned by the master. Every time a task is completed, you can see the master's appreciative eyes. Sometimes it can get rewards. The most important thing is that it doesn't want Song Xiaodao to take its place in the master's heart. Just now, the master gave it compressed biscuits, but Song Xiaodao didn't have any. The little monkey was very proud. Next, you go pick all the chestnuts on it. Zhao Yin pointed to a huge chestnut tree not far away. There were a lot of chestnut balls on it. Each of the mutated chestnut balls was the size of a human head, covered with sharp thorns, and each one flashed a faint cold light. The little monkey was even more excited when he heard that it was tree climbing. The preference from its genes made it feel fun and exciting. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey swooped up the chestnut tree and reached out to pick a chestnut ball. The next moment, a squeaky scream came. It hurts. Master, help me. The mutated chestnut thorns were as sharp as blades, and the little monkey's thick skin and flesh were also pierced by the finger. Stupid, you want to poke with a stick? Zhao Yin shouted. The little monkey suddenly realized and swung the steel rod. Bang bang bang. One chestnut ball after another fell like a meteorite. After more than 10 minutes, a layer of chestnuts fell to the ground. Soon, the little monkey dropped the last chestnut ball, and many branches and leaves were also accidentally destroyed by the little monkey, covering the ground. The little monkey came down from the tree. His monkey face was full of excitement, and he ran to Zhao Yin's feet to ask for credit. Well done. Zhao did not hesitate to praise. After praising the little monkey, he focused on the chestnut balls on the ground and counted them. There were 303 of them. It was conservatively estimated that each one could peel out 10 kilograms of mutant chestnuts. That is, Zhao got at least 3,000 kilograms of mutant chestnuts this time. The fruits produced by any mutant plants in the apocalypse will not be as easy to rot as before the apocalypse, and the energy contained in them is more than 10 times that of the same kind of fruits before the apocalypse. If ordinary people before the end of the world could be full with about 1 pound of chestnuts, then 1 pound of mutant chestnuts is enough for ordinary people to eat 10 meals. If consumed for a long time, it can slowly improve physical fitness. In the previous life, Zhao had a subordinate who had never obtained superpowers and evolutionary potions, but by chance, he got several 100 pounds of mutant soybeans. After eating for 2 years, the subordinate's strength was enough to rival an F-level evolver. Zhao looked up at the horrible chestnut tree, feeling a little sorry. It was unknown when the next fruit would be produced. He couldn't wait here. Zhao didn't have a space to store life, and he couldn't take the tree away, so he didn't care whether it lived or died. He took out the tang knife and cut the chestnut balls. It took 2 hours to peel the 300 chestnut balls. Zhao thought about it and put the cut thorns into the space ring. Maybe he could use them in the future. At this time, Song Xiaodao also collected more than 100 non-evolved corpse crystals. Zhao, I really can't do it anymore. The bruises on her face subsided a little, and her eyes were tired. In fact, she was able to accompany Zhao until now, all relying on willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao a small package, which was wrapped with a small package of corpse crystals with a piece of cloth torn from some zombie. Here, they are all here. Zhao raised his hand to take the corpse crystals and absorbed them directly. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's evolution degree reached 100 to 10.09, and there was still 9/10 of the distance to the E level. If it was in the previous life, Zhao Yin would never have dared to imagine the speed of his current strength improvement. But he was not satisfied. In fact, there were still many things to do. For example, according to memory, go to Yangcheng as soon as possible to find the flying white tiger that had just mutated. For example, go to the Dawei Mountains to find the famous life space pendant in the previous life, an SS level treasure. For example, find a top powerhouse known in the previous life, and that person got his chance star crystal half a year later. Zhao Yin can plan to seize it in advance. Of course, food. Still have to eat it bite by bite. These things are not urgent. Before doing them, Zhao Yin must first ensure his own safety and sufficient supplies to survive. Zhao Yin, didn't you say that you would give me compressed biscuits after finishing the work? Song Xiaodao asked boldly. Zhao Yin collected his thoughts and said calmly, eat chestnuts tonight. With 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, it was enough to support him to find the next kind of mutant food. Those spoiled foods that survived before the end of the world were basically useless. Are you going to kill zombies tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. I'm not leaving tonight. I'll have a good sleep here. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked straight to the small Western-style building. Go and clean up a room. I want to take a shower after dinner. Take a shower? Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't taken a shower for more than a month, and she didn't dare to hope for it at all. Today, she still found some dirty water full of rust in the shooting range to drink, and her throat had already smoked. Zhao Yin, do you have so much water? Can you give me some? Zhao Yin paused, and then he remembered that he didn't give her water today. In the night, he looked at the little face that was swollen like a bun, and suddenly a touch of indescribable taste rose in his heart. He hadn't experienced this taste for a long time, so long that he almost forgot it, as if it was called guilt. There is a well here, drink as much as you want. I'll feed you later, and you can also take a bath. Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his previous life, and remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small Western-style building. The spring water in it led to an underground river, which was clear and clean. In addition to taking a bath, the space ring also needs to be filled with clean water. Zhao Yin walked into the small foreign building, and 2 human skeletons appeared in front of his eyes. There was only the remains of dark brown meat residue on it, which must have been eaten by zombies not long ago. No wonder there are 100 or 200 zombies gathered here. There should be 2 survivors living here. For some unknown reason, zombies from the whole village have been attracted. After they were eaten, the zombies did not disperse. This book is first published on Bookbarest, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. At this time, the small foreign building was in a mess, almost all the furniture was destroyed, and the air was filled with the stench of zombies. The floor was littered with garbage, as well as residual blood and corpse fluid dripping from zombies. After Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard to drink water, he found a broken broom head and prepared to clean the room. Forget it, you go to the rooftop and scan it. We'll spend the night there tonight, Zhao said. After saying that, he went to the independent kitchen in the backyard, which was also severely damaged by zombies. The wood-burning stove collapsed and pots and pans were broken on the floor. Zhao used the space ring to directly collect the wood, and then went to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden bucket for drawing water was not damaged, and there was still half a bowl of water at the bottom of the bucket, which Song Xiaodao had just drank. Zhao fetched 2 buckets of water and went to the rooftop of the small foreign building. He took out the hanging pot he had brought from his home before leaving, built a simple support frame with wood, lit firewood, and started boiling water. Song Xiaodao on the side had already swept out a clean open space. There was no mat or quilt. She and the little monkey were lying on the rooftop with their legs in the air, staring at the dark sky in a daze. Zhao took out a dozen fist-sized chestnuts and threw them directly into the fire. Soon, a burst of fragrance came out, and the little monkey jumped up suddenly and ran to Zhao with a squeak. Master, master, is dinner ready? Song Xiaodao sniffed. What smells so good? Mutated chestnut. Zhao used a tang knife to pull out the burnt chestnuts with dark skin, picked out one and split it open, revealing the golden chestnut flesh. The fragrance in the air became stronger. Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey couldn't take their eyes away immediately. Come here and eat together, Zhao said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and started to bite it. He was not afraid of being burned. Zhao was an animal's nature and did not intend to restrain it too much. He cut a chestnut in half and handed half of it to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot has boiled. Zhao poured some salt into it and filled 3 bowls of salt water. Zhao ate the chestnuts with salt water slowly and slowly. The little monkey had already finished one and looked at the rest in front of Zhao eagerly. There wasn't so much food before, but we won't go hungry again in the future, Zhao said. Really, master, the little monkey said in his heart, eyes widening in disbelief. The food intake of mutant beasts and evolved humans is several times greater than before evolution. The little monkey has never had enough to eat since he followed Zhao. Eat. Zhao didn't explain too much. He himself also ate 3 chestnuts in one go, weighing 3 to 4 kilograms, which was enough to equal the 30 or 40 kilograms of chestnuts before the end of the world, and he couldn't eat anymore. The little monkey ate 7 or 8 pills, stretched his round belly, and lay back in the clean open space with satisfaction. Song Xiaodao only ate a few mouthfuls and then burped. She suddenly put down the chestnut and shed tears. Why are you crying? Zhao asked. Zhao, I miss my brother, we didn't meet him all the way, yet. Song Xiaodao sucked the tip of his nose, big tears flowing down his face. He was forced by Wang Quan to lure zombies because of me. If he died, he wouldn't have even had a full meal before his death, Zhao frowned and said, he must be dead. Once he becomes a zombie, he can eat people and he won't starve anymore. It was originally meant to be a comforting word, but when Song Xiaodao heard the words, he cried even harder. Zhao was too lazy to pay attention to her, poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, poured it back into the bucket, and carried it off the rooftop. Arriving at the well, Zhao took off all his clothes, took out soap and a bath towel ball from the space ring and began to scrub his body. I haven't taken a shower for more than a month, and only hot water can wash me clean. Feeling the disgusting zombie aura gradually disappearing from his body, Zhao finally felt like he was still a normal person. Except for the fishnet stockings and military tops, Zhao simply threw away all his clothes and prepared to change into clean clothes from the space ring. Suddenly, he remembered the newly released dress in the space ring.
Zhao took it out and held it in his hand, hesitating again. Should I wear it or not? Wearing them will increase your strength and help you save your life in the apocalypse. Anyway, I'm wearing fishnet stockings. I, Zhao, am a straight man, so what should I be afraid of? But wearing this dress will be a stain that I, Zhao, will never be able to wash away in my life. In the future, my name will be resounding throughout the end of the world. How can I leave such a stigma? This high-crotch skirt was the same style as that of those internet celebrity female anchors before the apocalypse. Zhao hesitated again and again, but decided to wear it. As long as he didn't take off his coat, no one would know he was wearing a skirt. Zhao returned to the rooftop feeling refreshed and brought 2 buckets of water with him, ready to boil them so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could also wash them. At this time, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and stuffed the half-eaten chestnut into his mouth, as if he was starving to death. Zhao threw down the bucket and ordered, after eating, boil water for yourself to take a bath. Song Xiaodao nodded, opened his collar, and carefully put the remaining small piece of chestnut into Xiunqian's clothes. She has no pockets on her body. For her, such delicious food is only safe if it is stored close to her body. Immediately afterwards, Song Xiaodao went to boil water, while Zhao took out the tent and the space ring and set it up next to the campfire, with moisture-proof mats and quilts inside. Song Xiaodao is just an ordinary person. She is exhausted from a day of high-intensity work. Let her have a good rest tonight. The little monkey was injured and needed rest to recover. Zhao, do you have any clean clothes? I can't wear these clothes anymore. After Song Xiaodao boiled the water, he suddenly asked Zhao. The white t-shirt on her body and her exposed thighs were covered in dark brown zombie brains. Zhao looked back and saw that if it weren't for the 2 steamed buns on her chest that were slightly bulging, it would be hard to tell whether they were male or female. He took out another t-shirt and threw it to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one, don't throw away the other one. Wash it and you can still wear it tomorrow. Zhao thought for a moment and then said, by the way, the clothes I just changed out of are by the well. You can also wash them by the way. Is there any washing powder? Song Xiaodao asked. No, use hot water and rub it more. After Zhao finished speaking, he directly picked up the little monkey. The little monkey slept in a daze and squeaked dissatisfiedly, Master, do you have to work again? Bath. Zhao directly threw the little monkey into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao walked down the rooftop carrying the hot water. She was going to take a bath. The little monkey woke up immediately when it was stimulated by the cold water, and instinctively wanted to crawl out. Zhao pushed it back. If you don't wash it tonight, hurry up, and you are not allowed to eat chestnuts tomorrow. Master, I don't want to take a shower. I will still be dirty after killing zombies tomorrow. Why do I need to take a shower? Let's wait until I get dirty tomorrow. You must give me a bath whenever you have the chance. Zhao said sternly. Of course he knew that no matter how clean he was tonight, he would still be smelly of corpses tomorrow. It is more likely that the spring will not be found. But whether it was his past life or this life, Zhao never wanted to forget that he was still a normal person. As long as there is a chance, he will clean himself up, even if he can only be a normal person for a second, then just be a normal person for a second. He had washed himself, so of course this lazy monkey had to wash himself too. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the little monkey's clear water in the bucket quickly became turbid. Zhao Yin saw that it was almost washed, so he pulled it out of the bucket. At this time, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. Zhao Yin suddenly thought that he had contracted this monkey for a while, but he didn't know whether it was male or female. He grabbed the little monkey's legs and forced them apart. Suddenly, familiar physiological features were exposed in front of him. It was a small toothpick with 2 quail eggs. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't know why, but suddenly felt relieved. 96. The little monkey didn't know what shame was. Seeing that the master liked to watch, he took the initiative to open his legs. Master, keep watching, don't you like it? I like to watch Nima coins. Zhao Yin slapped him. The little monkey was inexplicably slapped and quickly hid aside. Squeak! Help! At this moment, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao Yin was startled and ran downstairs quickly. When he came downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket full of hot water, looking in a certain direction with a look of horror. Zhao Yin, what is that? Zhao Yin turned his head and looked at a huge monster standing under the chestnut tree. It was chewing the branches and leaves that had just been knocked down by the little monkey. It looked at Zhao Yin with a touch of indifference. Adult buffalo, E-level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, physical strength 50, defense 63, spirit 8, blood talent, huge strength, armor. Zhao Yin took a breath of cold air. This cow has actually evolved to E-level. Its comprehensive strength exceeds that of the little monkey by a large margin, and is several times that of Zhao Yin himself. After any mutant beast reaches E-level, due to the significant enhancement of its physique, it will have an additional defense attribute. And the defense of the E-level mutant cow is a perverted 63 points. Since Zhao Yin contracted the little monkey, he has never met any mutant beast again. In fact, he has been looking forward to this moment in his heart. But when they really met, Zhao Yin was not happy. He was not sure whether he would be killed by this cow. But Zhao Yin did not understand why this cow could evolve so fast and reach E-level in just a few days. Zhao Yin did not dare to move. One hand quietly gestured behind him, asking Song Xiaodao to go upstairs to call the little monkey, and the other hand tightly grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Song Xiaodao did not bother to put on clothes and ran upstairs naked. Zhao Yin smiled at the water buffalo from a distance. Brother Nyo, he. Hoo. The water buffalo snorted and directly withdrew his eyes from Zhao Yin, seeming to disdain him, and then lowered his head to continue eating leaves. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He found that with his current ability, all means would hardly have an overwhelming effect on this water buffalo. Fortunately, the cow did not intend to attack him at present. Soon, the little monkey came down from the building. After it saw the buffalo, its golden hair stood up, its body swelled up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it activated its giant power. It could also feel that this buffalo was not easy to mess with. The little monkey did not take the initiative to attack, but stood in front of Zhao Yin holding the steel stick tightly, shielding its master with its body. Master, where did the buffalo come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, and Zhao Yin still felt the cowardice in his heart. God knows how there is an E-level mutant beast, let me think about how to deal with it. Zhao Yin communicated in his heart. He was not ready to fight desperately. At this time, the buffalo seemed to be full, looked up at Zhao Yin and the little monkey, shook its tail, and slowly turned away. Its body size is more than 5 times that of an ordinary buffalo, and it walks on 4 legs among the ruins as if walking on flat ground. Zhao Yin's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he could clearly feel that the disdain in its eyes was even deeper. Seeing that the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin said in his heart, "Monkey, follow it quietly and see where it is going." The monkey's huge body immediately shrank, and it followed it on tiptoe. Wait! Zhao Yin stopped it and quickly took off his pants, and then pulled off the fishnet stockings. Its speed is higher than yours. Wearing this will make you faster than it. Remember not to conflict with it. The superpowers of this cow are huge strength and iron armor. These 2 superpowers are not so rare on human superpowers, but they are particularly terrifying on a buffalo. The little monkey immediately put the fishnet stockings on his legs, and his golden hair was immediately bound, making him look slimmer, and quickly chased in the direction where the buffalo disappeared. Zhao Yin also put on his pants, turned around and prepared to go upstairs, and suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him with a strange face. That, fishnet stockings are equipment opened by Xingjing, not what you think. Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. You wore that dress with cartoons, too? Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give her the dress, but she didn't expect him to wear it himself. The equipment from Xingjing has powerful attributes that can increase my combat power. Zhao Yin explained seriously, I definitely don't have that kind of fetish. Oh. I know. Song Xiaodao nodded. She turned around and suddenly took out something from the pocket of Zhao Yin's changed pants. Zhao Yin, what is this? Zhao Yin was originally very satisfied with her explanation just now, but when she saw what Song Xiaodao was holding, she was shocked.
It was half a box of unused condoms. I vaguely remember that he accidentally took it away from the hotel when he was just reborn.
For more than a month, I haven't noticed it.
Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and snatched it away, and put it directly into the space ring. Adult things, children can't touch them. After saying that, he turned and went to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him with strange eyes.
Modern girls often use the internet and understand many things very early.
Until Zhao Yin's back disappeared, she retracted her gaze and continued to wash clothes, but she was holding back a smile of success. At this time, Zhao Yin's face was a little hot, so he simply stopped thinking about it, added a handful of firewood to the campfire, and sat by the fire silently waiting for the return of the little monkey. He didn't plan to fight for a contracted beast for the time being, but the range of the buffalo's activities must be figured out. When the strength grows in the future, or when the props for hunting beasts are opened, it won't be too late to come back and find it.
Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao came back.
She hung the washed clothes by the fire, and then crawled into the tent and fell asleep.
The little monkey didn't come back until 3 hours later.
It was holding a steel rod stained with zombie blood and brains, and its lower body was still wearing fishnet stockings, with many more scars on its body. After asking, I found out that these injuries were not caused by fighting with the buffalo.
The buffalo didn't know what
was wrong with it. After leaving here, it ran all the way to the industrial park in the western suburbs of Guangzhou City.
It was the most densely populated place in the entire Guangzhou City.
After the outbreak of the apocalypse, a large number of zombies gathered there. Recently, Zhao Yin had not dared to go there. The buffalo broke into the industrial park like crazy, rushing all the way, and killed countless zombies along the way. Even 5 or 6 F-level zombies were killed.
Until the end, an extremely terrifying zombie appeared.
The little monkey didn't know what level it was, but it was able to crush the buffalo in terms of strength. A big battle broke out between the corpse and the buffalo, and in the end, the terrible buffalo was defeated and fled with injuries. The little monkey was also involved in the zombie group because he followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park, and he desperately used his supernatural powers to escape back.
The monkey was so scared that I couldn't follow him any longer. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin in a coy way.
This was the first time that he failed to complete the task assigned by Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and threw them into the fire, raised his hand and touched the little monkey's head. "No wonder you go and rest after eating these chestnuts." The little monkey was immediately flattered. He didn't expect that his master would give him something to eat. He said with a flattering look on his face, "Master, next time I meet that cow, I will kill it and eat its beef for you." Zhao Yin frowned. That was a mad cow. In the end, if there is no way to catch it, we can only find a way to kill it and eat the meat.
Eat.
Zhao Yin took out the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire and rolled them one by one in front of the little monkey. This book is first published on BookBard, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters.
It picked it up and wolfed it down.
It was solved in a few minutes, and the deflated belly became round again.
"Go to bed, it will be dawn in 2 hours.
Zhao Yin looked up at the sky and said,
"Master, I can also watch the night."
The little monkey communicated in his heart.
Mutated beasts controlled by the soul of the contract have an instinct to protect their master. "Go to bed and stop nagging," Zhao Yin ordered.
The little monkey still needs to rest to recover from his injuries. After dawn, Zhao Yin will continue to kill zombies, and it will still be the main force. Now there is only this contracted beast, and many dangerous things that Zhao Yin does not want to do personally have to be left to this monkey. The little monkey was moved to tears when he heard this, and crawled into the tent. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of snoring.
It was also exhausted from the high-intensity battle.
When Zhao Yin heard the snoring, he also got into the tent and pulled off the fishnet stockings from the little monkey's legs. Of course, the most important thing to wear to save his life is for him to wear it himself. When leaving the tent, Zhao Yin glanced at Song Xiaodao beside her. What was strange was that the bruise on her face that was supposed to disappear in a few days had actually disappeared. At this time, the outline of her facial features was not much different from her previous life, but she was a little too immature. "Yuwu, brother, don't leave me. Maybe it was in her dream that she saw her brother again, hugging one of the little monkey's legs tightly, with crystal tears flowing down the corners of her eyes. Jiaoyin took one look and left the tent, sitting by the fire with his eyes closed to relax. All sounds within a kilometer radius were heard by him. There were no zombies in the village, but there were scattered zombies wandering in the fields, but the light of the fire would not attract the zombies. The sky slowly became brighter. Jiaoyin went to the ancient well again and took out more than 20 empty pure water buckets from the space ring. Each bucket can hold about 20 liters of water. Once it is full, it can last for quite a while if you just drink it. After collecting the water, Jiaoyin used the kitchen bucket to carry the water to the rooftop to boil. He washed half of the face with hot water, put some salt in the other half, and threw in a few chestnuts to boil. Soon, the aroma of boiled chestnuts came out. Jiaoyin was about to wake up Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey when he suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Boom! 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 Jiaoyin quickly came to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his sight, the buffalo from last night appeared. Its dark and shiny cowhide was rolled up in many places at this time. The wounds were shocking. One of its eyelids drooped down, and the eyeball was covered with blood. The buffalo ran wildly and soon came to the villa where Jiaoyin was. After taking a few breaths, he lowered his head and ate the remaining chestnut leaves on the ground last night. There were not many leaves left on the ground, and they were quickly eaten by it. Branches as thick as a thumb were also rolled into its mouth by its big tongue, making them crunch. At this time, a magical scene happened. The wounds on the buffalo stopped bleeding and healed visibly to the naked eye. Jiaoyin's eyes widened in shock. He knew that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he didn't know that the leaves on this chestnut tree actually had this effect. In the past life, many people knew about chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the real treasure. At this moment, Jiaoyin Quan understood. No wonder the buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's injury on his face healed so quickly. That greedy girl must have eaten some leaves. In fact, Jiaoyin couldn't blame Jiaoyin for discovering the effects of leaves only now. In the 7 years of his previous life, he had never heard of any mutant plants that could produce two effects at the same time. This chestnut tree went beyond Jiaoyin's understanding of mutated plants. Jiaoyin took out a chestnut and opened the eye of true sight to check it. Chestnut, F-level mutant plant fruit, rich in nutrients, leaves, F-level medicinal mutated crops, quick recovery of injuries after consumption. There are actually mutant plants that can produce crops with two functions at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart was dripping with blood. The little monkey had dropped at least several hundred kilograms of leaves last night. So ruined by this cow. At this time, the buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground, circled around the chestnut tree, and looked up at the leaves above its head, its eyes full of longing. It's a pity that this chestnut tree is more than 30 meters high, and cows can't climb trees. Finally, the buffalo suddenly slammed into the trunk of the tree, bang. There was a loud noise, the huge chestnut tree trembled violently, and the sparse leaves were forcibly knocked down. The buffalo hummed excitedly and quickly swung its tail to pick it up and eat it. Zhao Yin's breathing paused again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let the cow continue to eat them? If he had these chestnut leaves, he would no longer be afraid of the little monkey getting hurt. In the future, after taming other contracted beasts, he didn't know how many casualties could be reduced. Whether the star crystal could produce food to treat injuries depended on luck. At this time, the chestnut leaves were particularly important to Zhao Yin. There were still several thousand kilograms of leaves on the tree. How many injuries could they treat? Zhao Yin immediately decided that he would save this chestnut tree no matter what. At this time, the buffalo collided again, and large pieces of leaves were shaken off. Zhao Yin couldn't bear it anymore. He took out the sniper rifle from the space ring directly, and didn't care about saving bullets. He loaded the bullet and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't ask to kill this mutant beast with armored superpowers, but only to drive it away. The buffalo reacted quickly, tilting its head. The armor-piercing bullet that could easily penetrate the armor hit the horn, splashing sparks. The bullet was directly smashed into pieces, but the horn was fine. The buffalo's one eye looked over again, and its temper was aroused. It roared and rushed towards the villa with 4 hooves. Zhao pulled the trigger again and again. Bang! 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 He stopped hitting the buffalo's head and shot at the neck, where the buffalo had the lowest defense. The first bullet pierced the buffalo's neck, splashing blood. But this level of injury was far from enough to kill the E-level mutant beast buffalo. The buffalo felt the pain, but became more and more angry. The next moment, a layer of fish scale-like armor quickly grew on its cowhide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Superpower, armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly expanded, and its already huge and strong body became several times stronger, and its whole body was full of terrible explosive power. Superpower, huge force. At this time, Zhao Yin's bullets could only tear through the armor and skin at most, and finally all got stuck in the cowhide. Boom! The buffalo hit the wall of the villa. The whole wall collapsed instantly, and the rooftop under Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Monkey, get up! Zhao Yin shouted. In fact, Zhao Yin didn't need to shout. The little monkey had already left the tent, holding an iron rod and staring at the buffalo below, with bulging eyes. It was just an F-level mutant beast, and its strength was not a little bit worse than that of the buffalo. Turn on the superpowers, take Song Xiaodao, and run. Zhao Yin had just finished speaking. Boom! The buffalo also knocked down the other load-bearing wall, and the whole villa began to tilt. Zhao Yin jumped off the rooftop with a sniper rifle, regardless of the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him, and ran hundreds of meters before looking back. The villa had completely collapsed, and the giant little monkey was holding Song Xiaodao in one hand, following far behind. Zhao Yin paused. His own agility was 17 points, plus the increase of the fishnet stockings. He was already faster than the buffalo, and turned the gun directly to the buffalo. Dead cow, come here. Bang! A shot hit the front shoulder of the buffalo, causing little damage but extremely insulting. The buffalo rushed over with one red eye. Even if the poor little monkey activated the giant ability, it was still a little slower than the buffalo, and even worse than Zhao Yin. Its hairy legs had left a shadow, but the buffalo was still chasing after its butt. Master! Master, it's going to hit my butt. Didn't Nitama say last night that you would help me kill this buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin scolded angrily. In addition to the giant ability, this monkey also has a berserk ability, but it can only be activated when it reaches level E. The berserk ability consumes too much energy, and its young body cannot bear it at present. In fact, the potential of the little monkey is not worse than that of the buffalo. Why did the dead cow come back? The little monkey still looked confused and had no idea what happened. Take it away from the chestnut tree. Zhao Yin ordered. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, blocking the buffalo for a moment, and turned around to continue running forward. Fortunately, the little monkey is more flexible than the buffalo. Although it is not as fast as the buffalo, it can perfectly avoid being hit by twisting its red butt every time. Poor Song Xiaodao was bumped and vomited, and the little monkey was covered with bitter bile. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were no longer visible. Zhao Yin shot the buffalo back with several shots and communicated with the little monkey. Monkey, I will hold it back. You take Xiaodao and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut tree. I will get rid of the buffalo and collect chestnut leaves. Master, you have to be careful. After the little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, he grabbed Song Xiaodao and turned around and left without waiting for Zhao Yin to speak. At this time, roar, roar, roar. The deafening roar of the corpse came densely. Zhao Yin turned back suddenly and saw a huge zombie with a height of more than 2 meters running towards him 1,000 meters away, followed by more than 20 ordinary zombies. Male zombie, E-level, evolution 100/79, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, F-level, evolution 100/5, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2.7. Female zombie, F-level, evolution 100/71, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3.3. Male zombie, F-level, evolution 119, strength 25, agility 16, Spirit 2.8, Male Zombie, F level. There are 27 zombies in total, and the lowest is F level. The tall zombie in the front has even reached E level.
Master, it's that zombie.
The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, his hair standing up, no longer caring about his own escape, but quickly blocking Xiaoyin behind him. Even the buffalo behind him stopped chasing Xiaoyin and the little monkey. His single eye was bloodshot, and he roared loudly, rushing towards the tall zombie. Xiaoyin understood instantly that this was the zombie that fought with the buffalo last night. He had seen such a huge zombie force in his previous life half a year after the end of the world, and he had never heard that such a terrible zombie had appeared in Guangzhou City so early. If the ability of mutant beasts just happened to correspond to the superpowers among the survivors, then the ability of zombies corresponded to the evolvers. And this tall zombie obviously surpassed the ordinary evolvers in strength, and could even crush mutant beasts of the same level, so there was only one possibility. In Zhao Yin's mind, the name that everyone in his previous life was afraid of appeared.
Zombie King.
A zombie king who had devoured several star crystals at the beginning of the end of the world. Zhao Yin didn't have time to think about it, so he raised his sniper rifle and tried to fire a shot over there. The armor-piercing bullet hit the chest of the zombie king, but it only scratched a little skin and was bounced away. The terrifying 72 points of defense, even the higher-level D-level zombies can hardly match it. This is the terrifying part of the zombie king. Every zombie king almost crushes anyone of the same level, not to mention that it is one level higher than Zhao Yin. There is no way to fight it. Zhao Yin put away the sniper rifle directly and shouted to the monkey, "Follow me to collect leaves and leave Guangzhou City." A buffalo that shouldn't have appeared was already difficult for him to deal with, and now a stronger zombie king appeared. The only thing Zhao Yin can do now is to avoid its edge.
The contract soul is not of much help to him now.
After all, Zhao Yin is just an F-level evolver. Even if the little monkey is added, it is just delivering food to the zombie. A zombie king, with more than 60 points of strength and more than 70 points of defense, is very likely to have some abilities that cannot be detected by the true eye. Unless Zhao Yin has a brain injury, he will stay. While the buffalo was entangled with the zombies, Zhao Yin took the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao back to the chestnut tree, and handed the tang knife to the little monkey, asking it to chop off all the leaves and thin branches. The little monkey chopped and a large piece of branches fell. Song Xiaodao collected the leaves together, and Zhao Yin used the space ring to put them in. When Zhao Yin collected most of the leaves, the space ring could no longer hold them. He simply took out all his clothes and bedding and threw them away, and continued to collect leaves. But the space ring was only 10 cubic meters, and it was filled with more than 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, hundreds of kilograms of thorny ball shells, weapons, food and other supplies, but it still couldn't hold nearly 2,000 kilograms of leaves. Finally, Zhao Yin threw away all the remaining food that had deteriorated before the end of the world, toiletries, anything that was not of high value. This included 10 buckets of well water.
Zhao Yin, you threw away all the food, what will we eat in the future?
Song Xiaodao hurried to pick up the food.
We'll eat chestnuts in the future.
The remaining water is enough for us to drink for more than 10 days.
Zhao Yin said.
But what if the chestnuts are all eaten in the future? What use do you have for these leaves?
Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to throw away the most precious food in the end of the world.
His hands were full of sour ham sausages and salt-baked chickens that had turned white and rotten.
I won't let you starve. Zhao Yin didn't explain too much.
After putting away all the leaves, there was not much space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare tree trunk.
Chestnut tree, F-level mutant plant, a simple introduction. Other than that, there was no useful information.
This was one of the reasons why Zhao Yin didn't check the leaves carefully last night. The main trunk didn't have any special effects, so Zhao Yin didn't plan to cut it away. He left it here and waited for the life space in the future. He could come and dig up this precious chestnut tree. At this moment, there was a noise behind him.
The buffalo's injuries were even more serious.
Its armor plates were torn and bleeding, and one of its horns was broken in half. It was running towards this side panting. The zombie king was leading the remaining 12 F-level zombies, chasing after it from a distance.
King, run!
Zhao Yin shouted at the top of his lungs and ran away. The little monkey quickly activated his giant ability, picked up Song Xiaodao, and also took quick steps. 96. Now, the little monkey has become accustomed to the rule that whenever the master encounters danger, he will run away as soon as possible. My food! Song Xiaodao screamed. The little monkey was too strong, causing most of the food in her hand to fly out. But she also knew that she couldn't let the little monkey stop at this time, so she could only look at the food with a distressed face, getting farther and farther away from her. After running hundreds of meters, Zhao Yin looked back. The zombie king had chased the buffalo into the village, and the buffalo ran under the chestnut tree, staring at the bare tree trunk in a daze. Zhao Yin understood that the dead cow was indeed thinking about his chestnut leaves again. It's gone now, right? Zhao Yin sneered in his heart. Zhao Yin, that cow is so powerful, look, the big zombie was injured by it. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin looked over and saw that the right shoulder of the zombie king was stuck with half of the horn, with black blood flowing. One arm was drooping limply, with only the fascia still attached to the shoulder, shaking back and forth as he ran. There was also a big transparent hole on the waist of the zombie king, and even his running speed was a few points slower than before. Zhao Yin immediately became energetic. Monkey, follow me and take a detour. Master, are we going to kill that zombie and the dead cow? The little monkey asked in his heart. What are we doing? The injured zombie king is not something we can deal with now, we are going to pick up star crystals. Zhao Yin said. Now that the zombie king's strength has greatly decreased, Zhao Yin's sense of security has increased a few points, and his mind has become active. He remembered clearly that there were a total of 26 F-level zombies following the zombie king before. Now there are only 12 left, which means that the remaining 14 have been killed by the buffalo. The place where the buffalo and the zombie king had just fought was not far from here. Zhao Yin only needed 1 or 2 minutes to get there. He ran all the way with his head down and soon arrived at the place. The previously bumpy farmland was now in a mess, with newly turned soil everywhere, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. More than a dozen F-level zombies were lying there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. Some of them had their bodies mostly broken, with intact heads left. Seeing Zhao Yin coming, they opened their mouths and kabakabiye. If Zhao Yin hadn't come, it would only take 1 or 2 days for their broken bodies to be repaired by unknown energy. But it was obvious that these zombies didn't have that chance. Without Zhao Yin's instructions, the little monkey immediately let go of Song Xiaodao, and the two people and the beast began to bang on the zombies' heads. Soon, 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He put them away directly and shouted to the little monkey, "Go!" But before he could take a step, hurried footsteps came from behind again. Blood was flowing from the buffalo's mouth and nose, and there was a big hole in its stomach, with its intestines flowing out. It rushed over in the blink of an eye from a distance of several hundred meters, followed by the zombie king, but did not see the 12 F-level zombies. The buffalo stared at Zhao Yin with a red eye and a face full of resentment. It seemed that it had figured out that the leaves that could have treated its injuries in time were taken away by the human in front of it. It was this human who harmed it. So since it couldn't kill the zombie king, it had to kill Zhao Yin before it died. It was too late for Zhao Yin to leave. The buffalo exploded the last potential of its life, and its speed was too fast. Zhao Yin almost didn't hesitate at all, and took out the sniper rifle directly, bang! A shot hit the broken scales on the buffalo's head and went straight into its head. With a bang, the buffalo and Zhao Yin passed by each other, and then fell to the ground. If Zhao Yin was even 0.1 seconds slower, he would be killed by the buffalo. Before Zhao Yin could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived. Without the attraction of the buffalo, it roared and rushed towards Zhao Yin. Bang! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots in a row, all hitting the place where the zombie king's arm was broken. The fascia that was already sticking to it was instantly broken, and the broken arm fell down. The body of the zombie king also staggered. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin roared, put away the sniper rifle and ran away. However, the zombie king was completely enraged, and the most worried thing happened. The zombie king's already extremely burly figure suddenly swelled a little again, and the speed of running suddenly increased. Neither Zhao nor the little monkey had seen this ability of the Zombie King before. Its speed even exceeded Zhao, who had fishnet stockings. The big hand with more than 10 centimeters of black nails suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's back. Zhao broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. For the first time after the end of the world, he felt such a strong life and death crisis. Bang! Zhao was slapped and flew away. His body dived forward rapidly, and the F-class military uniform on his back was torn by the claws of the Zombie King. He fell into the mud more than 20 meters away and rolled more than 10 times before he stopped. Zhao opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs seemed to be displaced, and his face turned pale instantly. If it weren't for the extraordinary equipment that blocked this attack for him, he would have been pierced by the Zombie King. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, raising his gun and continued to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing bullet hit the Zombie King, splashing sparks, but it could only slow down its forward speed. Soon, the Zombie King took a few steps to Zhao, bearing the huge impact of the armor-piercing bullet, and stepped directly on his head. Zhao had expected it, and rolled to avoid it. While shooting to slow down the Zombie King, he quickly moved his body to try to distance himself. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. The fishnet stockings only increased Zhao Yin's movement speed. In terms of agility, the Zombie King was as high as 36 points, more than twice that of Zhao Yin. It turned around and grabbed Zhao Yin's collar and lifted him up. Roar! The Zombie King glared at Zhao Yin and roared, as if accusing this little ant of daring to break his arm. Zhao Yin was suspended in the air. He never thought that one day he would be lifted up in the air by a Zombie King like a chick. The bloody mouth in front of him exuded a foul odor, and he could see its rotten teeth at a close distance. Roar! A roar came from behind the Zombie King. The little monkey had already reacted, but the Zombie King was too fast, so he rushed over it this time. The little monkey's giant ability was fully activated, and the iron rod in his hand hit the Zombie King's head. With a loud bang, the threaded steel rod was twisted and deformed directly, and stuck on the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King didn't care, and slowly turned his head to look at the little monkey. Maybe to it, the humans and monkeys in front of it are a joke. Bang! The next moment, the little monkey was kicked away directly, and his huge body fell like a meteorite. Zhao Yin was still extremely calm. The Zombie King in front of him had almost no weaknesses. He had extreme speed, terrible power, and difficult-to-break defense. The only weakness was the damage caused by the buffalo to it before. Yes, its weakness was the damage caused by the buffalo. Zhao Yin directly stabbed the sniper rifle in his hand into the big hole in the Zombie King's abdomen, and pulled the trigger violently at close range. Boom! 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 The armor-piercing bullets raged inside the Zombie King's body, tearing apart its internal organs crazily. At this moment, the Zombie King's whole body began to tremble, and a large stream of black blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, flowed out of the large hole in his abdomen. Despite this, the Zombie King was still not dead. He grabbed Zhao Yin's one arm and threw Zhao Yin directly with force. Zhao Yin felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer. While he was still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood again and rolled a few times before falling heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up immediately, but found that all the strength seemed to have been drained from his body. Every time I took a breath, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Bah! The sniper rifle on the Zombie King's belly slipped to the ground. Roar! Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. It rushed towards Zhao Yin angrily, as if it wanted to completely kill this little ant that had hurt itself. At this time, it was too late to save the little monkey. Zhao Yin, get up quickly. Song Xiaodao's young face was full of fear. He hugged the Zombie King's leg and stabbed it out with the butterfly knife in his hand. Clang! Even the extraordinary weapon only cut a little bit of skin on the Zombie King's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength was also too weak. Under the Zombie King's powerful defense, he couldn't even be truly injured. At this time, the Zombie King was angered by this weaker ant, turned around and kicked him out. Ah! Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao's petite body spun in the air, fell 20 or 30 meters, fell into the mud in the distance and never moved again, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. It was Song Xiaodao who blocked him, and the little monkey rushed over again. The steel rod in his hand had already flown away. The giant little monkey suddenly jumped on the Zombie King's head, squatted on its shoulders, and dug its long nails into the Zombie King's two eye sockets. Boom! The Zombie King swung out one arm and slapped the little monkey on the head. Half of the little monkey's cheeks immediately deformed, and he still hugged the Zombie King's head tightly and dug out his eyes desperately. Boom! 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 The Zombie King hit the little monkey's body one by one, and blood was sprayed with every blow. The thick monkey skin couldn't bear it at all, and it was torn to pieces, exposing the meridians and bones. Master, get up and run. The little monkey's heart was trembling, the bloody monkey's face had a painful expression, and his eyes dimmed. 2 puffs. The Zombie King's eyes were finally dug out by it. Ouch! The Zombie King's voice became shrill, his sharp claws suddenly penetrated the little monkey's abdomen, he grabbed the belly from the inside and pulled it forward suddenly. The little monkey, who was already exhausted, suddenly felt like he was having a convulsion before dying. He was thrown out by the Zombie King and rolled in the mud, twitching for a few times and became motionless. At this time, Zhao stood up unsteadily and stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which made him feel better. He looked at the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and his heart was still extremely calm, thinking about where to find a way out. To him, the E-level Zombie King is like an insurmountable mountain that cannot be shaken or resisted. The frailty of the human body was fully exposed. Zhao only withstood 2 blows. At this time, he could not even lift the Tang Dao. The little monkey fell. The sniper rifle is at the feet of the Zombie King. He lost his 2 biggest sources of support. What else can he use to fight this Zombie King? At this time, the Zombie King lost 2 eyeballs, and his huge body was swaying. Zhao suddenly discovered that this Zombie King had evolved eyesight and could actually see things with his eyes. The Zombie King without eyeballs seemed to have survived. The blind man among them stumbled towards Zhao. Even if the Zombie King is blind, even if he stands there motionless, he still has no ability to kill it this time. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in an instant, conjuring up all the possibilities of flipping cards. In the end, all he could think of were those 14 star crystals. Although the chance is slim, it is Zhao Yin's only hope at this time. If powerful equipment is released, he may survive. Zhao Yin took out 14 star crystals without hesitation and crushed them all at once. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary variety of drinks, replenish water consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Sandwich bread, Grade F, an extraordinary type of food, which replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, and also has the effect of treating injuries. Nongfu Spring, compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, has the added effect of boosting energy, lasting for 24 hours. Instant noodles, Grade F, an extraordinary type of food. After consumption, it replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours. It also has the effect of resisting severe cold and lasts for 24 hours. Canned tuna, Grade F, an extraordinary type of food, which replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, and also has the effect of immunizing against viruses below level B, which lasts for 24 hours. Iced black tea, Grade F, an extraordinary beverage, replenishes water consumption for 24 hours after consumption, and has the additional effect of doubling physical attributes, lasting for 1 hour. Mace. Grade D, extraordinary weapon type, toughness 54, attack 52, with effect power plus 20, women's suit. Grade E, defensive equipment, solidity 31, agility 28, with effective charm plus 5, Nongfu Spring, sandwich bread. All the white light faded away, and items fell to the ground from Zhao Yin's hands. When he saw the mace clearly, he was excited. He actually got a life-saving equipment. A D-level extraordinary weapon. With 52 attack points and 20 strength, if Zhao Yin's own 15 strength points were added, it would not be a problem to smash the E-level Zombie King in front of him. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, and then tore open a piece of healing sandwich bread without hesitation, chewed and swallowed it directly. This was not over yet. He opened a bottle of iced black tea and drank it in a gulp. The sandwich bread fell into his stomach, and the healing effect was several times stronger than that of the chestnut leaves. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The numbness and severe pain in his limbs were rapidly subsiding at this time. At the same time, the attribute doubling effect brought by the iced black tea broke out, and a majestic force spread in Zhao Yin's body. At this moment, Zhao Yin smiled, and his eyes were blood red. He bent down, grabbed the mace, and lifted it up. The Zombie King is amazing. Today, I'm going to kill a Zombie King and see. I almost died, just a little bit, you fucking die. At this time, the Zombie King strode over, clenched his fist with one arm, and smashed towards Zhao Yin fiercely. This time, Zhao Yin did not dodge, his body suddenly flew into the air, and the mace in his hand also smashed towards the Zombie King fiercely with a fierce momentum. Bang! The fist and the mace collided with each other, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. Then, accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, the Zombie King's fist was directly deformed by the smash. Its terrifying face could not see any expression, but it was obviously stunned. Zhao Yin landed on his feet, bounced up again, and hit hard. Crack! The Zombie King instinctively raised his one arm to resist, and the forearm bone was smashed. The Zombie King roared, instinctively wanting to raise his hand to kill Zhao Yin, but his one arm was so limp that he couldn't swing it at all. At this time, the mace came again, aiming at the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King dodged quickly, and the mace hit his neck directly, boom. The Zombie King's mountain-like figure fell to the ground. What a stinky bastard! Zhao Yin stepped on the Zombie King's chest and smashed it down with the mace. Again and again, until the Zombie King's head was smashed, there was no movement. Zhao Yin was sure that it couldn't die anymore, so he stopped. Zhao Yin gasped as if he was exhausted, and the mace weighing 300 or 400 pounds in his hand fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, two small figures, like mud figures, did not move at all. Knife, monkey! Zhao Yin shouted. Neither guy responded. Zhao Yin remembered the scene where they fought desperately to save him, and his hard heart actually felt a twinge of pain. Are you dead? Zhao Yin couldn't bear to be exhausted and walked over with difficulty. The skull of the little monkey was cracked, exposing the brain inside. I don't know how many pieces of fur were scratched off by the Zombie King. The big hole in the belly was similar to the previous buffalo, and the intestines flowed out. But Song Xiaodao's chest collapsed completely, blood was still spurting out from his mouth and nose, and he was unconscious. Fortunately, both guys are still breathing. Zhao Yin quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth. He found that it had no strength to chew at all. Zhao Yin thought for a while, stuffed the chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewed them, and then opened the little monkey's mouth. Puff! Zhao Yin spit it directly into the little monkey's mouth, and then poured it down with water. After irrigating the little monkey, Zhao Yin used the same method to irrigate Song Xiaodao. After the two guys ate chestnut leaves, the wounds on their bodies quickly stopped bleeding, healed slowly, and the breath of life gradually increased. But after all, the injury was too serious, and a handful of chestnut leaves were simply not enough. Zhao Yin directly took out 10 kilograms, chewed them vigorously, and fed them. In fact, there was still one piece of the sandwich bread that Zhao Yin had just ordered, but that thing recovered from injuries faster and was more useful than chestnut leaves in battle, so Zhao Yin did not use it. His lower jawbone was cramped from chewing, and the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed, and golden hair slowly grew. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest slowly expanded, and the bleeding from his mouth and nose stopped. Zhao Yin chewed a few more chestnut leaves, and the little monkey woke up first. Master, where is that big zombie? As soon as it opened its eyes, it jumped up from the ground. When it saw the Zombie King's body clearly, it suddenly stood there in a daze. Dead? How did you die? Zhao Yin was still chewing leaves in his mouth, and he opened Song Xiaodao's mouth. Poof! Skillfully spitting into Song Xiaodao's mouth and filling her with water, Zhao Yin said calmly, "Of course I killed you because I risked my life to save you. The little monkey's eyes widened, and then he jumped to Zhao Yin's feet and hugged his legs. Master, Master is so kind to me and Xiaodao. Master is the best master in the world, the most powerful master, so awesome.
It's amazing, it's amazing.
Zhao Yin enjoyed the little monkey's flattery, stuffed another handful of leaves into his mouth, chewed and said, in order to treat your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, and my teeth were chewed up.
The little monkey was moved to tears and didn't mind Zhao Yin's treatment method.
He put the monkey's face on Zhao Yin's thigh and rubbed it intimately, feeling very guilty in his heart.
Master, it's all useless to me. I can't protect the master.
Zhao Yin rubbed the little monkey's head. Your performance today is not very good, but it's still good, so I decided to reward you.
The little monkey suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Yin eagerly. Is it extraordinary food?
Zhao Yin took out the last bottle of iced black tea and handed it to the little monkey. This is an extraordinary drink that can double your attributes within an hour.
You cannot drink it now.
You will only be allowed to drink it if you encounter the same danger next time. The little monkey took it excitedly and stroked the extraordinary food that he had longed for. In fact, Zhao Yin had just thought about it and had to find a way to equip little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible.
A crisis like today must never happen again.
The habits he developed in his previous life made him always think about his own safety, so much so that he neglected his overall combat effectiveness. Now that he is the owner of the contract, he should hide and let his subordinates fight for their lives. If Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao were vulnerable, he would become the polished commander he is today. Go, there are 12 F-class zombies over there at the chestnut tree. They should have been killed by the buffalo.
Cut off their heads and bring them here.
Zhao Yin handed the tang knife to the little monkey.
I know, master, thank you master. The little monkey was still saying thanks for the iced black tea.
After taking the tang dao, it jumped away. Zhao Yin was about to clean the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, are we dead?
Dead, this is the underworld. Zhao Yin said.
Song Xiaodao was not as panicked as expected, but his expression seemed to be suddenly relieved, and then he closed his eyes. Oh, what is this taste in my mouth?
The chestnut leaves are for your wounds. Zhao said. I'm not dead, so why are you treating me?
Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something. He sat up suddenly, opened his eyes and looked around, and soon saw the dead zombie king.
I'm not dead, but you killed the big zombie?
Zhao Yin said calmly, since everything is fine, let's get up and work and dissect the dead cow.
We will eat beef tonight.
Song Xiaodao was still confused, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He picked up the butterfly knife that fell in the mud, wiped it briefly and walked towards the buffalo. Zhao Yin also stood up and walked forward, picking up his sniper rifle. It was found that the ring was not damaged and was directly stored in the space.
Although this sniper rifle didn't have much effect today, it had absolutely no problem dealing with ordinary zombies and survivors.
It's a pity that half of the armor-piercing bullets were shot down by him today.
Zhao Yin, it. Song Xiaodao's scream suddenly came from behind. What's wrong? Zhao Yin turned around and asked, don't you want to eat beef?
No, Zhao Yin, come and see, this cow is still alive. Song Xiaodao held a butterfly knife and stepped back, looking at the buffalo's corpse in horror. She was still frightened by the strength of this buffalo.
Zhao Yin was shocked and walked over in disbelief.
Sure enough, he saw that the buffalo's eyelids were slightly open and staring at him with hatred.
Didn't it even stop breathing? How come it's alive again?
Zhao Yin was surprised that it was so seriously injured, but it didn't die. The vitality of this cow was unprecedented.
Or, let's kill it from a distance.
Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the buffalo.
Zhao Yin, what are you going to do? Waste chestnut leaves to treat it?
Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it weren't for the cow's revenge, they wouldn't fight with the zombie king and almost die.
Zhao Yin didn't say anything. Of course he had to treat it.
The strength of this water buffalo was absolutely amazing. He was currently in need of such a powerful contracted beast.
Can't eat beef? Song Xiaodao was disappointed and whispered, what's the use of curing it? Aren't you afraid that it will retaliate against you?
In her cognition, although Zhao Yin was not bad, he was definitely not a kind-hearted person.
Zhao Yin's forehead was sweating. The water buffalo could die at any time. He grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth, then opened the mouth of the water buffalo, and poof! Zhao Yin vomited directly into it.
Song Xiaodao on the side stared at Zhao Yin with wide eyes. He had opened a bucket of water and poured it into the mouth of the water buffalo, and then continued to chew chestnut leaves. Green juice flowed down the corners of Zhao Yin's mouth. She felt her stomach rolling and bent over to vomit. Then, Song Xiaodao saw that what she vomited was clear water mixed with chewed chestnut leaves, so she vomited even more.
Zhao Yin. How could you do this?
Ugh.
Ugh. Song Xiaodao asked with red eyes.
Zhao Yin seemed not to hear and continued to chew the leaves. After chewing about 2 kilograms of leaves, the life breath of the buffalo finally increased a lot. Its eyes slowly widened and stared at Zhao Yin with hatred.
Contracted beast boom.
Zhao Yin kicked the buffalo decisively, and the buffalo's head was kicked to one side.
I saved your life, but you still dare to glare at me? Zhao Yin cursed.
Goo goo. The buffalo made a weak sound in its throat and still glared at Zhao Yin, not appreciating it at all. Zhao Yin raised his foot again, but finally stopped kicking it. There is no need to argue with a stubborn cow. As long as you make a contract with it, the soul of the contract will naturally change its mind. He did not continue to feed the leaves, fearing that the cow would kill him, so he put a hand on the buffalo's head and directly mobilized the soul of the contract in his mind to activate the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed the shape of a chain and disappeared from Zhao Yin's palm into the buffalo's brow. Then, the buffalo trembled violently all over, and then it seemed to understand something, and the buffalo struggled violently. Different from the original little monkey, the buffalo is an E-level mutant beast, 1 level higher than Zhao Yin himself. Its spiritual power crazily collides with the chains formed by the soul of the contract.
But everything was in vain.
Zhao Yin rode on the buffalo's head and pressed it to the ground with his butt. Facing the soul of the contract, all the resistance of the buffalo had no effect. The chain disappeared from its mind in an instant, and then its huge body collapsed and slowly closed its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and looked back at Song Xiaodao. You are sick. Without me chewing leaves to feed you, how can you still be alive and vomiting here?
Who is disgusting?
Song Xiaodao was already very afraid of Zhao Yin and understood that what he said was true. He wiped his tears and did not dare to refute. But the emotions in her heart could not be calmed down no matter what.
Anyone who eats someone else's saliva will feel uncomfortable.
Come over. Zhao Yin hooked his fingers at her, and Song Xiaodao moved slowly and came to him. What are you doing?
Snapped.
Zhao Yin struck Song Xiaodao on the top of his head. Do you want to go to the house and unveil the tiles? Song Xiaodao covered his head with both hands and looked up at Zhao Yin, with tears of grievance falling down his face. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth?
Pure water in the apocalypse is extremely precious.
If he hadn't come here, Zhao Yin wouldn't have even taken a shower last night.
He didn't even bring a toothbrush with him when he went out, so what could he use to brush his teeth?
He remembered that the last time he brushed his teeth, it was raining meteorites outside. Since then, he has never brushed his teeth again.
Didn't you brush it too?
I brushed it last week, so my mouth is cleaner than yours.
Zhao Yin said eloquently. Song Xiaodao was speechless for a moment.
She hadn't brushed her teeth for more than a month. It was difficult for her to even take a sip of water.
She had completely forgotten about this.
Why do you dislike others?
Any question?
Zhao Yin said, if there is no problem, just chew the leaves with me. These leaves have a bactericidal effect, so you can use them as brushing your teeth.
By the way, you can rinse your mouth with water and feed the mouthwash to the dead cow. Is chewing leaves really the same as brushing your teeth? Song Xiaodao asked innocently. Would you know if you try it?
After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he turned back and grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully opening the buffalo's mouth.
Poof!
Song Xiaodao hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed a handful of leaves and stuffed them into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged, and she frowned in pain. After chewing for a while, Song Xiaodao, poof. When the two of them finished chewing about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey came back and found a straw rope with 12 zombie heads on it. So, 2 people and 1 monkey started chewing leaves. Puff. 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 Monkey, be careful, you squirted all over me. Zhi. Haha, hee hee. The dead cow lying on the ground was being poured down, and the breath of life became stronger and stronger. After 100 pounds of leaves and 3 buckets of water were poured down, all the wounds on its body were finally healed. Only the blind eye and the broken horn were not restored. If you want to regenerate a severed limb, you need Xingjing to prescribe more advanced drugs, but that's all it can do for now. Soon, the buffalo opened its one eye, turned over and got up from the ground. The little monkey looked indifferent, but Song Xiaodao was startled. He quickly dropped the leaves in his hand and stepped back. Zhaoyin, what should we do now? Zhaoyin bent down and picked up the scattered leaves one by one, and said calmly, it's okay, it will be our partner from now on. At this time, Zhaoyin heard a voice in his heart, Master. The buffalo came to Zhaoyin, knelt on its humanized forelimbs, and lowered its head to him. Song Xiaodao looked at this scene in shock, staring at the buffalo and Zhaoyin, and then looked at the little monkey. For a moment, she seemed to understand something. Zhaoyin, the little monkey, is this how you come? She saw it when Zhaoyin signed the contract just now. Finally understood what he was doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man in front of him became more and more mysterious, and there must be countless secrets hidden in him. Zhaoyin nodded and didn't explain too much. He just said lightly, it's different. I saved the little monkey. I didn't have any unpleasantness with it. Zhi. The little monkey on the side immediately echoed. It's a pity that Song Xiaodao can't understand what it's saying. Zhaoyin raised his foot and kicked the buffalo. You are looking for grass to eat. You are not allowed to leave without my order, otherwise I will break your legs. Yes, master. The buffalo's inner voice. Not as lively as the little monkey, it sounds a bit silly. It got up and went to the side, gnawing on the green sprouts that had just grown in the field. Zhaoyin put all the things back into the space ring, walked over to pick up the mace, pointed at the 14 heads brought back by the little monkey, and told Song Xiaodao, go and clean them up. Song Xiaodao responded, walked over and skillfully cut the watermelon. Zhaoyin finally came to the corpse of the zombie king. At this time, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to pieces, and Zhaoyin used the mace to beat in the brain. Soon, 3 star crystals and 1 E-level corpse crystal rolled out. Zhaoyin was also a little shocked when he saw that there were 3 star crystals. No wonder this E-level zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of the zombie king. He often led Lin Tianfeng and others to run away immediately after hearing the news, and he had never really met one. If this zombie king had not met Zhaoyin, he would have grown to D-level quickly dominated Guangzhou City, controlled all the zombies in the territory, and even occupied Jiangnanzhou, invincible. It's just a pity that there is no such possibility. Zhaoyin didn't understand whether it was because he changed the timeline that this zombie king that he had never heard of in his previous life appeared, or because it existed in his previous life and later went to other places, so he didn't know the existence of this zombie king. But now is not the time to think about these things. Zhaoyin stared at the E-level corpse crystal with more eager eyes than when he saw the star crystal. Invisible Tent Zhaoyin crushed the E-level corpse crystal directly, and a pure energy instantly flowed into his body, and the familiar sense of evolution spread throughout his body again. Human male, awakened by superpowers, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100/0.16, strength 31, agility 35, physical strength 25, spirit 48, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 59,963 days, all attributes doubled, and even the lifespan increased by 30,000 days. In other words, if Zhaoyin has no accidents, it is enough to live another 160 years. At this moment, Zhaoyin's aura has changed, and he is more energetic and vigorous. Zhaoyin, you. Zhao Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals in his hands and looked at Zhaoyin blankly. What's wrong with me? Zhaoyin turned around and asked. No, nothing. Song Xiaodao came back to her senses and shook her head quickly. She just felt that Zhao had changed, but she couldn't tell why. This book was first published on Bookbar 96, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters or disordered chapters. Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all here. Zhao took the corpse crystals and put them into the space ring, and then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, there were 3 pieces from the Zombie King, and 12 F-level zombies produced 12 pieces. A total of 15 pieces, piled into a small hill. At this time, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could reach a radius of 2 kilometers. Except for a few scattered zombies, there was no trace of any other life forms. Zhao Yin sat in the mud and opened the star crystals piece by piece. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sure enough, it starts with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of vigorous energy, lasting 24 hours. Nongfu Spring, instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, and harvested 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 sandwiches, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 instant noodle, 1 military jacket. Only 1 F-grade equipment was produced, and the others were all extraordinary food and drinks that could be consumed at one time. It happened that the military jacket on Zhao Yin was torn to pieces by the Zombie King, and he just needed this new one. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhao Yin. Except for the last one that was exploded from an F-grade zombie, the remaining 3 were all exploded from the Zombie King. He remembered that there was a rumor in his previous life that the star crystals that exploded from the Zombie King had a much higher chance of producing top-quality items. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Zhao Yin still saved these 3 star crystals for the last, and he also wanted to surprise himself. Picking up the last star crystal that exploded from the F-level zombie, Zhao Yin applied a little force with his fingers, and the star crystal suddenly turned into white light. Soon the white light dissipated, and a small bottle appeared in the palm of his hand. Evolution Potion, Grade F, type of primary potion. After taking it, it will activate the human evolution gene and become a new human. Evolution Potion is a potion that activates the potential of the evolver. Zhao Yin no longer needs F-level now. Now only E-level evolution potion can enhance Zhao Yin's E-level evolution potential again. Of course, if Zhao Yin can't get the E-level evolution potion, he can also use the corpse crystal to enter the D-level, but if the potential of the E-level is not developed, then the evolution attribute will be reduced by half. Zhao Yin subconsciously looked at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutant beast, the little monkey could only be used by this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's eyes and looked at the small bottle in his hand blankly. Although Zhao Yin had not explained the knowledge of the post-apocalyptic world to Song Xiaodao, she had seen all of Zhao Yin's actions in the past 2 days and vaguely knew that the star crystal could produce very precious materials and equipment, the space ring could store items, the corpse crystal could make Zhao Yin stronger, and Zhao Yin had the ability to contract with mutant beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this, is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked expectantly. Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw the evolution potion to her. Take it, and you can use it when I allow you to use it. Song Xiaodao took the medicine bottle with surprise and held it in his palm as if he had obtained a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the medicine bottle, it must be something very valuable to make Zhao Yin look like this. In fact, Song Xiaodao didn't know that a bottle of evolution potion was enough to exchange for hundreds of lives in the end times. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to Song Xiaodao. He held the 3 star crystals opened by the Zombie King, took a few deep breaths, and then squeezed them all at once. Moscal, Grade D, type extraordinary weapon, firmness 50, attack 54, additional effective swinging knife speed plus 15, heavy armor, Grade D, type extraordinary defensive equipment, firmness 60, attack 39, additional effective physical strength plus 20, invisibility tent, Grade A, type extraordinary mobile shelter, firmness 430, attack 0. Additional effective invisibility. The 3 balls of white light dissipated, and Zhao Yin's breathing became rapid. 3 star crystals, all open good things. 2 D-level weapons and defensive equipment, 1 A-level mobile shelter.
The rumors in the previous life were indeed true. It was the star crystal that gave birth to the Zombie King, and then the star crystal was nurtured by the unknown energy in the Zombie King's body, which improved the quality of the items in the star crystal. An E-level Zombie King can produce A-level items, so what can the star crystal bred by a higher level Zombie King produce? S-level? SS level? Soon, Zhao put away this thought. Meeting a Zombie King almost killed him. Who knows what the more powerful Zombie King can do? As long as people are alive, Zhao firmly believes that he will get everything he wants sooner or later with the memory of the reborn person and the SSS level powers he has already obtained. Next, Zhao put everything away and was about to leave. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the cow's horn flashing cold light in the mud not far away. Zhao glanced at the buffalo with one horn not far away and quietly put away the broken horn. Although this horn is not an extraordinary weapon shot by Xing Jing, in terms of hardness and sharpness, it is not far behind the D-class weapon in Zhao Yin's hand. It can even break a big hole in the Zombie King's abdomen. Zhao Yin can't use it now, but how can a good thing be wasted here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed to the village in the distance. The small rural Western-style building she lived in last night had collapsed. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Don't worry, there is a place to live. Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. He had just eaten a piece of sandwich bread and extraordinary iced black tea. He didn't feel hungry at all, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be hungry. Zhao Yin did not make a fire to cook the chestnuts, but took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao with him, called the buffalo and returned to the village. Click. Zhao Yin took out the D-class weapon he had just obtained, the machete, and slashed it down, breaking the chestnut tree by the roots. Bare tree trunks collapsed. Zhao Yin, why do you want to cut it off? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig out the roots of the tree. Zhao Yin ordered, monkey, use your powers to work. There was not enough space in the space ring before, so Zhao Yin never thought of taking the chestnut tree away, but now he contracted the buffalo, and its huge size was completely like a living big truck. The little monkey immediately activated his gigantic power, and his big hands dug into the ground quickly, as fast as an excavator before the apocalypse. In a few minutes, he dug out a large tree root with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The little monkey struggled to move the tree roots out of the pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers, old cow. The buffalo hurriedly ran over and looked at Zhao Yin with a single eye full of intimacy. From now on, you must carry this tree root wherever you go. You are not allowed to put it down without my order. Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. The buffalo nodded honestly and communicated in a heart-to-heart voice, I know, master. Zhao Yin used a machete to cut off a useless chestnut trunk. On one side, he cut off the outline of the buffalo's shoulder blade, and on the other side, he cut it into a flat surface and buckled it into the buffalo's shoulder blade. Then he took off the tattered clothes from the zombies, tore them into strips of cloth, twisted them into ropes, and fixed the tree trunk to the buffalo's front elbow to form a stable support. Finally, Zhao Yin asked the little monkey to move the tree roots to the support and fix them with ropes. From now on, Zhao Yin only needs to water a bottle of extraordinary Nongfu Mountain Spring on the roots of the tree every 2 or 3 days to ensure that the roots will not die within half a year. When he has a living space, he can plant it. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin found an open space and took out the invisible tent. Looking at this newly acquired A-level item, Zhao Yin's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he couldn't wait to try out its effects. In Zhao Yin's hands, the invisible tent was like a palm-sized gauze cover. With a thought, the tent quickly levitated into the sky and then quickly grew in size. Until it covered a radius of 300 square meters, it slowly landed. In an instant, Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and 2 mutant beasts were enveloped. The 2 mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin's operation with a look of shock. Zhao Yin felt like he was in a huge yurt at this moment, with exquisite fabrics, a blue ceiling, embroidered with the sun, moon and stars, and round cloth walls, embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish and insects. Even the bumpy ruins turned into a flat wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this what you just opened? Song Xiaodao couldn't help asking.
Zhao nodded. This is called an invisible tent, with more than 400 points of defense.
At present, nothing can break through this doomsday. In the future, our safety will be more guaranteed.
Please remember bookbar.website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Zhao was in a very good mood. After speaking, he walked out of the tent. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed, and the little monkey followed behind him. Finally, the water buffalo also felt that he couldn't be out of the group, so he moved his 4 hooves and followed. Zhao came to the outside of the tent, turned around and looked back. It was still the ruins just now. Then, a small figure appeared out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao who had just walked out of the tent, followed by the little monkey and the water buffalo. If it weren't for the tent that Zhao arranged by himself, his powerful mental power would not be able to discover the existence of the invisible tent. Old cow, charge forward, use your greatest strength. Zhao pointed at the tent and ordered. The water buffalo was stunned, looking at the empty space in front of him. Although there were too many things he didn't understand, he still activated his giant power. The water buffalo suddenly charged forward. The master said to use the greatest strength, so he proved to the master how strong it was. There was a loud bang. The water buffalo was like hitting an air wall, and fell straight to the ground under the recoil. Carrying several tons of weight, it slowly climbed up for a long time. The little monkey looked at the buffalo with gloating eyes, and Song Xiaodao stared at the air wall in front of him. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's lips, and a machete appeared in his hand. He chopped forward with force, bang! He used all his strength to attack, and his arm was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the machete. In his perception, there was not even a scratch on the invisible tent. The A-level props were still so powerful. After Zhao tried the tent's defense, he took Song Xiaodao and the 2 mutant beasts back to the tent.
It's time for dinner, Zhao said.
The 2 beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately surrounded him, all looking at Zhao eagerly. Zhao took out 30 raw chestnuts, and was too lazy to roast them. He directly threw 20 to the little monkey, but only gave 10 to the buffalo.
The difference between relatives and strangers can be seen.
Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master. The little monkey saw that the chestnuts in front of the water buffalo were half as many as those in front of him, and he jumped around Zhao happily. Monkeys are the most vengeful, and the water buffalo almost killed its master, and it has not forgotten it. The water buffalo looked at the chestnuts of the little monkey, then looked at its own, and the expression in its one eye immediately fell. In his heart, the master is partial, and the little calf is very unhappy.
If you want to be like a monkey, you should work hard for me in the future.
Zhao scolded. Also, don't call yourself a little calf, and don't even take a piss to see how big you are.
Call yourself an old cow in the future, understand?
The water buffalo lowered its head and dared not say a word.
Zhao, where are mine?
Song Xiaodao on the side asked hurriedly, why didn't you give me any chestnuts? Both mutant beasts had chestnuts, and it seemed that Zhao had forgotten only her. Song Xiaodao subconsciously put her hand on her chest. There was a small piece of roasted chestnut hidden at the airport. She hadn't finished eating it last night. Zhao reached out to wipe her waist. The butterfly knife was tied to her waist by Song Xiaodao with a rotten cloth strip. Zhao grabbed it and sat on the wool carpet. Zhao took out a pile of chestnuts and piled them in front of her. The blade cut through the chestnut skin, and a cut appeared immediately. With a light rub of her fingers, the chestnut skin fell off. The golden chestnut meat inside was exposed. A few minutes later, Zhao peeled more than a dozen chestnuts, and then looked up at Song Xiaodao. These chestnuts are all yours.
All for me? Song Xiaodao was immediately shocked.
What she cared about was not how many chestnuts Zhao gave her, but that Zhao actually helped her peel the skin himself. After the end of the world, except for her brother, no one had ever been so good to her. Zhao didn't notice the little girl's eyes, and said calmly, before eating chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you. Okay. She was so happy that she didn't ask what the potion was, and poured it into her mouth. Gulp. Song Xiaodao smacked his lips and exclaimed, Zhao, it tastes good. Yes, sweet and sour taste.
Zhao nodded.
The next moment, Song Xiaodao's face suddenly turned red, and he stared at Zhao Yun with wide eyes. No, I have a stomachache, Zhao Yun, what kind of potion is this? F-level evolution potion can open the evolutionary gene hidden in your body. If you can survive, you can have the same power as me. If you can't survive, you can only die or become an idiot. Zhao Yun still said it calmly. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Song Xiaodao complained. In just a few seconds, her face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Soon, sweat soaked her hair on her forehead, and the white t-shirt was also soaked, tightly attached to her immature body. Song Xiaodao became visibly thinner. Zhao Yun understood the pain after taking the evolution potion, and grabbed a chestnut. Do you want me to feed you? Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly remembered the scene of Zhao Yun feeding leaves. He took the chestnut and ate it with big mouthfuls. Zhao Yun continued to peel the chestnuts, and ate one himself. It was crisp, sweet, and delicious. He looked at Song Xiaodao calmly. In her previous life, she was still just an ordinary person until her death. In this life, Zhao Yun gave her this opportunity. In this life, Zhao Yun did not keep idle people around him. Even if he was grateful for her sacrifice for him in the previous life, that was all. He gave her the best he could give. Whether she could grasp it or not depended on herself. She would either become his powerful helper or die. Song Xiaodao gnawed the chestnuts, her small body trembling more and more, and she groaned from time to time, but she did not stop eating. As long as she could not bear the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yun glanced at the dozen chestnuts left in front of him and stopped peeling them. These were enough for Song Xiaodao to survive until the evolution was over. He began to organize the extraordinary supplies in the space ring. Today, he killed 26 F-level zombies and an E-level zombie king, which was a lot of money. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 instant noodles to keep warm, 3 sandwich breads to heal wounds, 3 compressed biscuits to make people energetic, 2 cans of tuna to resist F-level viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced black tea whose properties doubled within an hour. The little monkey still had a bottle of iced black tea. The original military uniform jacket was damaged, and a new one was opened today. In addition, there were 1 new weapon, a mace and a machete, and an E-style women's suit. Zhao Yun was not going to use extraordinary food and water easily. If there was no food to support his evolution last time, he would not have eaten a bite. After he put away all the extraordinary food, he began to organize his equipment. First, the mace that killed the zombie king must be given to the little monkey. This thing is too heavy. Zhao Yun was able to kill the zombie king before because he drank iced black tea and his strength doubled. Although the little monkey's strength is not as good as Zhao Yun's now, after activating the giant ability, his strength doubled, and there is absolutely no problem in swinging it. The D-level machete is not worse than the mace, but it is much lighter. Zhao Yun plans to keep it for himself. In this way, the Tang sword was naturally eliminated by Zhao Yun and left to the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left to Song Xiaodao, so that she could continue to hold it to cut watermelons. Zhao Yun himself did not like close combat. As for firearms and bows and arrows, Zhao Yun chose a best-maintained pistol with 100 bullets, which was also prepared for Song Xiaodao, and the rest were all collected. Next, there are D-level heavy armor, E-level women's suits, F-level military jackets, and F-level dresses that can be distributed. As for fishnet stockings, Zhao Yun did not even think about distributing them. That was a necessary weapon for him to escape and save his life. How could he give it to others? The overall appearance of the heavy armor is that of the Qin and Han dynasties. The material is made of a pitch-black extraordinary metal, which Zhao Yun estimated to be at least 1 to 200 kilograms. He could wear it himself, but it was very difficult and would actually reduce his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Zhao Yun also prepared to let the little monkey use it. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. It can be imagined that after the little monkey activates the power of giantization, he wears an indestructible armor and holds a mace, and he is invincible among the zombies. He kills powerful zombies for himself and collects them one by one. The picture of the star crystal. Zhao Yun wiped his saliva and finally remembered that it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He himself wears at most 2 tops, and if he wears more, he will have difficulty moving.
The military uniform jacket must be worn outside. The women's suit I just got is E-level, and its attributes are not comparable to those of a dress.
So the dress is ready for Song Xiaodao, who has been coveting it for a long time. After Zhao thought about how to distribute, he turned back to look at Song Xiaodao. She had eaten all the chestnuts she had just peeled, and had already passed out. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours for her to wake up. He put on all the equipment that he needed to change, and divided the equipment for Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao called the little monkey, "Monkey, this heavy armor and mace are both D-level. They are the best equipment in my hand. I originally planned to keep them for myself to save my life, but when I thought about you, I was like a piece of shit. I'll give it to you if you have a big P." The little monkey's eyes widened, staring blankly at the heavy armor and mace pointed by Zhao.
It remembered clearly that the terrifying zombie king was killed by its owner with a mace.
It had no idea that the owner of the usually picky Sosu would actually give him such a killer weapon.
This heavy armor is a good thing. Defensive equipment is more rare than weapons.
It is 60 points strong, which is only slightly inferior to that zombie king.
When you wear it, even armor-piercing bullets will not be able to hurt you. Zhao added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao and was so moved that there were tears in his eyes. "Master, you were so kind to me, you should wear this heavy armor yourself." It almost shed tears when it saw that its owner was only wearing a military jacket and a pink women's suit underneath. "I'll give it to you, put it on, go out and kill zombies now, and don't come back until dark." A look of majesty appeared on Zhao Yin's face, and he said with awe-inspiring righteousness, "Bring me all the star crystals and corpse crystals." Before Song Xiaodao wakes up, how can he let the little monkey relax? With this set of D-level equipment, every minute and every second of the little monkey's life is filled with corpse crystals and star crystals. Before the little monkey left, Zhao thought for a while and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and a piece of sandwich bread. Zhao warned, "You can eat chestnuts if you are hungry. This bottle of Nongfu Spring is enough for your water consumption for a day. You don't need to bring other supplies. However, the sandwich bread and the bottle of iced black tea given to you are both good things to save your life. Don't use it casually at critical times." The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it was very greedy for extraordinary food, now it was also influenced by Zhao and knew how precious extraordinary food was. It would save as much as possible. Extraordinary defensive equipment can change size at will according to the wearer's body shape. After the little monkey put on the heavy armor, it struggled to walk out of the tent dragging the mace without turning on its powers. The invisibility tent fell silent. Only Zhao, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and Lao Niu were left. "Master, I also want to make meritorious deeds," Lao Niu said angrily. The little monkey, who is also Zhao Yin's contracted beast, has a mace and heavy armor, as well as extraordinary food and water. The old bull was so greedy. "You also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me?" Zhao turned around and asked. The old cow lowered his head and looked at his front hooves. It had no problem killing zombies, but even if it killed them, it had no hands to help dig up corpse crystals and star crystals. "Master, Lao Niu is willing to kill zombies for you, but Lao Niu also has a big secret to tell you," Buffalo said in his heart. Zhao was slightly surprised. "Big secret? There seems to be a secret hidden in this buffalo." Only a few days have passed since the animals mutated in large numbers, and it has evolved to level E, even faster than the little monkey who followed Zhao. "There is definitely something wrong. Lao Niu almost killed you, my master, because of this secret. The story starts with how I became enemies with those zombies. This buffalo is not the plowing cow that Zhao imagined, nor did it live in this village before the end of the world. It was just a beef cow purchased from the Guangzhou city slaughterhouse. It had been matured by technology and harsh labor in the cattle farm. In fact, it was just over a year old. In the slaughterhouse, he saw his companions being killed one after another. Before death, the cow hides were cut open, water was injected into the muscles, and eventually they were made into various beef products. That kind of scene makes him live in fear every day.
He already hates human beings in his heart, but there is nothing he can do about it. Finally, late at night more than a month ago, it was led into the production workshop. It thought it was going to die. But he didn't expect that meteorite rain to come. The production workshop collapsed and the buffalo was crushed under the rubble. Fortunately, there was a slaughterhouse to support it, leaving some living space for it. At the same time, there were several cows nearby that were slaughtered and left behind their stomach pouches, which contained a lot of fodder residue and moisture. The buffalo survived a month with difficulty. Finally, a few days ago, it suddenly had the strength to knock open the roof of the workshop above its head. Entering this apocalypse, the buffalo saw the butchers of the past at first sight. They all changed their appearance and wandered in the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The buffalo didn't know what was going on. In anger, it rushed over and knocked them all over, trampling them with its iron hooves until they were crushed into meat paste. It found that its strength was ridiculously strong. It killed madly all the way. Slowly, it finally understood that those humans seemed to have become another kind of monster, and their strength was gradually increasing. Slowly, the buffalo began to get hurt when it killed. When it met a large group of zombies, it could only avoid them. When it was thirsty, it looked for dirty water to drink, and when it was hungry, it ate the newly grown grass sprouts. Until 2 days ago, the buffalo accidentally broke into the industrial park and found a shrub with 2 bright red fruits on it. The buffalo smelled the fragrance from a distance. The strange fragrance still fascinates the buffalo. It only ate 1 fruit, and then it felt a sharp pain all over its body. Finally, it fell to the ground and fainted. When it woke up, it found that it had become much stronger and had an additional armor ability. The buffalo became confident again and was ready to eat the remaining fruit. Unexpectedly, the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. So the cow and the zombie started a war, and finally the buffalo fled to the suburbs with injuries, which was when he met Zhao last night. At that time, the buffalo smelled the leaves of the chestnut tree from afar. It just felt that the chestnut leaves were similar to the shrub in some places, so it ate them and found that it could actually heal its injuries. The buffalo knew that the leaves were taken down by Zhao, so it did not choose to kill Zhao in the end. After the injury was healed, it left and prepared to return to the industrial park to seize the remaining fruit. The little monkey saw what happened later and told Zhao. Does the shrub have needle-like leaves, colorful branches, a layer of golden hair, and bright red fruits with faint golden threads? Zhao asked. The old cow looked surprised. Master, how did you know? Zhao Yin's breathing became heavy, and he understood in an instant. He was very familiar with that kind of fruit, having picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his previous life. However, it was 3 years after the end of the world. Lin Tianfeng's ability to rise in the apocalypse and crush other SSS-level superpowers is inseparable from those 3 fruits. When Zhao got this fruit for the first time in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name the fruit. Zhao called it golden silk fruit. The golden silk fruit can directly promote mutant beasts below D level to a higher level, but its greatest effect is that it can directly stimulate a special ability of mutant beasts. You must know that most mutant beasts only have one kind of superpower. The reason why Zhao had a deep memory of the little monkey was because it had 2 superpowers. Moreover, all mutant beasts' abilities are innate, and few of them can be changed. Each additional power can double the strength of mutant beasts of the same level, and even crush them. Bookbar. In his previous 7 years, Zhao had only seen the golden silk fruit, which could add superpowers to mutant beasts. It's a pity that the number of that kind of strange thing is too small to cultivate. A fruit tree can bear at most 2 fruits, most of which are 1, and the fruits will wither and die when they are ripe. Zhao never expected that in the small city of Guangzhou, not only a zombie king would appear, but also a golden silk fruit. Snapped. Zhao slapped the old cow on the head. Why didn't you tell me earlier? To the old cow, this slap was like scratching an itch, but it deliberately looked like it hurt. I'm sorry, master, my memory is not very good. In fact, it had been less than 3 hours since Lao Niu became Zhao Yin's mutant beast. Zhao Yin had been busy and had had no chance to tell him. Zhao Yin changed the subject. You must admit your mistakes if you make them, and I will not erase your contribution. If you get that golden fruit, You will be given 3 extraordinary foods of your choice, and I will reward you with 100 chestnuts. Old Newton was very grateful. He had not eaten extraordinary food yet, but seeing how eager the little monkey was earlier, he thought it must taste great. At this time, Song Xiaodao has not yet woken up, and it is impossible for Zhao Yin to take her to find the golden silk fruit. The road is too unsafe. It is impossible for Zhao Yin to scatter the effective power in his hands in 2 places. His principle in the end of the world is always to put safety first. So Zhao Yin was ready to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking the golden fruit. It was an industrial park, the place with the highest concentration of zombies in the entire Guangzhou city. It was unlikely that other people or mutant beasts would pick the golden fruits in advance. Zhao Yin walked out of the invisible tent, and Lao Niu quickly followed him, like the most loyal bodyguard. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin used the space ring to clean up the old site of the small foreign building. Lao Niu on the side didn't know what Zhao Yin was going to do. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. He still remembered that this small foreign-style building collapsed due to it. In the end, Zhao Yin found a deformed tent in the ruins, then continued to rummage, and soon found a deformed hanging pot with a few half-ripe chestnuts in it. When Lao Niu hit the small foreign building this morning, Zhao Yin asked the little monkey to pick up Song Xiaodao and run away. These things were buried here. Zhao Yin knocked the deformed hanging pot casually until it didn't look so ugly, and then put the space ring away. Immediately afterwards, he came to the place where food and daily necessities had been discarded. Most of the day passed, and the discarded food lost the protection of the space ring and deteriorated even more seriously. Self-heating rice and instant noodles have a layer of green hair, and meat foods such as salt-baked chicken, deli beef, braised eggs, and ham are also rotten and smelly. Zhao Yin took one look and stopped caring. He packed up all the daily necessities and the 10 buckets of well water that he had thrown away earlier. Then Zhao Yin made another wooden frame and fixed all the recovered materials on the old cow's back. With this beef truck, how could Zhao Yin not use it? The old cow was panting heavily, and there was a huge tree root on his back. With these supplies, it was like carrying a small mountain on his back. Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. Work hard, I will never forget your contribution. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will make you a more powerful mutant beast. Thank you, master. Come on. Zhao Yin patted Lao Niu's head. At this time, he was like a pyramid scheme leader. He casually threw the half-cooked chestnuts covered in mud to the old cow. Lao Niu didn't mind it either, chewed and swallowed it after a few mouthfuls, and followed Zhao Yin into the tent feeling refreshed. 3 hours later, as the sun set, the little monkey came back. Its armor jingled, and it held a mace stained with blood in one hand and a package made of rags in the other. Master, I got 3-star crystals, 3 F-level corpse crystals, and 536 non-grade corpse crystals, the little monkey said as if he was taking credit. Which zombie group did you kill? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. He didn't expect the little monkey to be so brave. At least 500 to 600 zombies were killed, including 3 F-class ones. The little monkey proudly communicated, it's that school. The zombies there dared to scratch my butt yesterday, and today I killed most of them. Zhao Yin immediately remembered the school where he met the female zombie. I remember asking the little monkey to lead away the corpses. When it came back, its butt was indeed injured. 1 day passed, and now the little monkey was able to kill half of the group of corpses on his own. You're not hurt, eat some chestnuts and have a good rest. Zhao Yin took out 10 chestnuts and took the package handed over by the little monkey. Before the little monkey left, he had eaten all the chestnuts he brought with him and had already drunk the bottle of Nongfu Spring. He was wearing heavy armor and dragging a mace weighing several hundred kilograms, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. The little monkey continued to take credit. Master, if I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced black tea, I would have been able to wipe out the entire zombie group. It's not worth wasting extraordinary food for ordinary zombies. Monkey, you did a good job. Zhao Yin continued to brainwash. No, it was a compliment. Then he looked back at the old cow. Did you see that? Learn from it in the future. The old cow looked at the little monkey with envy and nodded repeatedly.
It thought that the master would give it more rewards after picking the golden silk fruit, and it couldn't wait. Zhao sent the little monkey away, and by the way, he encouraged the old cow, and then opened the package. More than 500 ungraded corpse crystals. The energy contained is equivalent to about 5 F-level corpse crystals. With 3 F-level corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution degree increased to 100/0.26. This growth rate may seem slow, but it is the fastest way for an evolver to increase his strength. In fact, if Zhao Yin in his previous life had been exposed to this speed of obtaining corpse crystals, he would have been extremely shocked. If you want to quickly increase your evolution speed, you can only kill zombies of the same level or above, but how can they be killed so easily? After Zhao Yin used up the corpse crystals, he took out 3 star crystals and opened them directly. Nongfu Spring, it starts with the most useless Nongfu Spring again. Zhao Yin has gotten used to it, and then pinches open the 2nd star crystal. Canned beef, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24-hour energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of permanent strength +1. Finally, it is no longer an F-level one-time consumption food, and Zhao Yin is happy. Although it only adds 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin understands that there is no upper limit. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng ate more than 1,000 cans of this can, and his strength alone can crush the evolvers of the same level. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. He had always been frugal and set an example for his younger brothers. He would never let a few foodies see him. Zhao Yin pinched open the 3rd star crystal. Glutinous rice wine, grade F, extraordinary alcoholic beverage, strength +80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the additional effect of confusion within 3 hours. Zhao Yin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complicated expression. The wine inside was a charming amber color. In 10 minutes, the strength directly increased by a full 80 points. In addition to Zhao Yin's own strength attribute and the attack bonus of the equipment, even if he encountered a D-level zombie, Zhao Yin was sure to kill it. But the side effect was too great, 3 hours of confusion. If it was placed before the end of the world, it would not be a big deal. But in this end of the world, let alone 3 hours, even 3 minutes could directly cost him his life. Zhao Yin hadn't figured out how to use this thing in the future, and he also put it into the space ring. At this time, Song Xiaodao on the side finally opened his eyes. Zhao Yin. The little girl was still a little confused and called his name as soon as she opened her mouth. Zhao Yin looked back and the eye of true vision was opened. Human female, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/0, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes are not much different from Zhao Yin's when she was at F-level, except that she did not activate her superpowers and her mental strength was reduced by half. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing Zhao Yin in a trance, Song Xiaodao reminded him again. She got up from the ground, came to Zhao Yin and squatted down, hugged her shoulders and said coquettishly, "Is there anything else to eat?" Zhao Yin took out 3 chestnuts and handed them to her, pointing to the dress, tang sword, butterfly knife, pistol and 100 bullets piled beside her. "These equipment are yours. From today on, you have to kill zombies with me." After saying that, Zhao Yin stared at Song Xiaodao's expression. When she heard that she also wanted to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head like a rattle, and didn't even dare to take the chestnuts handed over by Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, I'll help you cut off your head. You need someone to clean up the star crystals and corpse crystals anyway. Don't you need the little monkey to do all the fighting and killing? In the end, killing is the basis for survival. If I die in the future, how will you survive?" Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao and said righteously, "Young people should learn more. Relying on others is inferior after all. Only what you have learned is your own, and you can deal with all crises." Song Xiaodao realized that Zhao Yin was actually thinking about her. It turned out that this guy cared about her so much. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure was getting taller and taller, and it seemed that he gradually overlapped with the figure of his brother in his heart. Her eyes were hot, and she took the chestnut from Zhao Yin's hand and whispered, "I know, Zhao Yin." Zhao Yin sighed, turned around and walked out of the invisible tent silently, his voice slightly hoarse. "Xiaodao, I will try my best to cut the head myself in the future. Everything must be trained before talking about other things." After the words fell,
Zhao Yin's tall back disappeared outside the tent, and the voice continued to come. I'll give you the dress you like, put it on, girls should be pretty. He is the master of the contract, so he should hide behind the scenes and let his brothers fight and kill. Walking along the river for a long time, how can you not get your shoes wet? Today's Zombie King reminded Zhao Yin that he should try to avoid fighting desperately in person in the future. Song Xiaodao's eyes were wet, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. She clenched the chestnut in her hand, and the joints of her little hand were clenched white. Mom, Dad, brother, do you know that I met a good person? Song Xiaodao changed into a dress and followed Zhao Yin's example, tying a butterfly knife to her arm, hanging a tang sword and a pistol on her waist, and wrapping the extra bullets in a rag and stuffing them in her chest. She quickly ate 3 chestnuts, and the light in front of her suddenly lit up. It was Zhao Yin who put away the invisible tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as the man in front of her was there, any place in this doomsday was her home. Go back to Guangzhou and kill zombies. At some point, the wind blew in the desolate world, making Zhao Yin's short hair even messier. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a little taller after her evolution. The dress, worn on her, was also curvaceous. But she was still barefoot, standing in the mud. Zhao Yin looked down at the sneakers with exposed toes on his feet, and sighed in his heart. He had obtained a lot of equipment from the star crystal, but why were there no pants and shoes? Monkey, old cow, are you full? If you are, it's time to work. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to Guangzhou City, Target Industrial Park. Monkey leads the way, Xiaodao is responsible for covering, and old cow follows me to protect me. Squeak! Hoo-hoo! The little monkey and the old cow were excited. Even Song Xiaodao had a solemn look on his face. Then, the little monkey dragged the mace and rushed forward first. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed, and Zhao Yin walked with the old cow at the end. The 2 people and 2 beasts walked farther and farther away. The wind was howling, the stars and the moon were rising, and the sky and the earth were dim. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered his previous life. An old survivor in his camp said before he died. This world should belong to humans during the day and other animals at night. But humans occupied the night and the day, so the world was punished. People have become zombies, and can only wander around non-stop. Now that there is no social framework to constrain, and no longer the difficulties of surviving in the previous life, Zhao Yin suddenly feels that the end of the world is actually pretty good. At least Song Xiaodao no longer has to rely on his studies, endlessly memorizing, doing homework, looking up information, and making up lessons. Ordinary people no longer have to fight to pay off their mortgages and car loans, right? There is no competition in the workplace, and they don't have to smile hypocritically at anyone, nor do they have to cry for anyone. Little monkeys don't have to be imprisoned in the zoo to eat and wait for death. Old cows will no longer be made into beef products. While Zhao Yin was thinking, he soon arrived in the city of Guangzhou. All he could see were collapsed ruins, dilapidated roads, car wreckage, and zombies wandering aimlessly. This time, Zhao Yin did not choose to use the ruins to cover his way, but let the little monkey take the lead and walk on the dilapidated road. Roar! A zombie immediately discovered Zhao Yin and his group, and staggered towards the little monkey in front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpse roars sounded nearby, and zombies from all directions rushed over. Squeak, 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 roar. The little monkey activated his supernatural power, and his thin body swelled rapidly. The monkey's face also became ferocious, and as it rapidly grew larger, the squeaks in his mouth turned into terrifying roars. In an instant, the little monkey turned into a 2-meter-tall beast, and the mace in his hand danced wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 zombies rushing towards him were immediately smashed in the head. Then, the little monkey rushed directly into the zombie group, and several zombies fell to the ground with each club. The heavy armor that the zombies grabbed on the little monkey was difficult to shake at all. At this time, it was like a meat grinder, and black blood flowed wherever it passed. The old cow also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go, compete with the monkey, and see who kills faster and more. Zhao Yin stood on tiptoe and patted the old cow's butt. The old cow was shocked.
After all, it was an E-class mutant beast. How could it be defeated by a monkey? It immediately activated its two superpowers. Its body, which was more than 2 meters tall, expanded a little more. Its muscles were full of explosive power. Then, a layer of fish scale-like armor covered its whole body and it rushed out suddenly. The next moment, the place where the most zombies gathered on the right side of the little monkey was hit by the terrifying figure of the old cow. All the zombies were directly smashed into pieces. Among them, there was a broken arm of an unknown zombie, which fell to Zhao Yin's feet with a plop. Zhao Yin looked down and wiped a drop of black blood off his face. In terms of combat awareness, the old cow is stronger than the little monkey. After all, it has been wandering in the industrial park since its mutation, and it is unknown how many zombies it has killed. At this time, the zombies had not yet formed a group, and most of them were cleared by the two mutant beasts. Song Xiaodao thought it would be a life-and-death battle, but she didn't expect that no zombie could come to her. She looked at the two majestic mutant beasts and was stunned for a while. Go and help. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you are not allowed to eat supper at night. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind. 10? Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and pouted, I'm still a child, can I kill less? She hesitated there, thinking about how to kill a zombie to report to Zhao Yin, and that would be enough. There are no children in the apocalypse, only life and death. If you don't have the ability, you will die. Those who can survive are the strong. Zhao Yin said loudly, you are now an evolver, which is stronger than most survivors. I'll give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you can't kill it, I'll let you replace the monkey as the pioneer tonight. Song Xiaodao's legs softened. Let her be the pioneer? Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Wouldn't that mean she would be dead? She drew out her tang sword, bravely stepped on her short legs, and approached the group of zombies fighting with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao was going to sneak attack a zombie when it wasn't paying attention, but she didn't expect that as soon as she got close, the zombie gave up besieging the little monkey and rushed directly to her. She was so scared that she waved her tang sword in panic. Puff! The zombie's shoulder was cut off by the tang sword, but the zombie seemed to have no feeling at all and continued to hug her with one arm. At this time, Song Xiaodao was too late to react and fell to the ground. Zhao Yin, help me. Zhao Yin had expected it, stepped forward and kicked the broken-armed zombie over, swung the sword to chop off the head, and pulled her up from the ground. To kill a zombie, you must chop off the head. Remember to swing the sword fiercely. Don't let the skull clamp your sword, and don't get scratched or bitten, otherwise you will become a zombie like them. Zhao Yin taught seriously. Song Xiaodao was still in shock, and his trembling body clung tightly to Zhao Yin, crying and saying, can you please not let me kill zombies? I can work for you. Work needs to be done, and zombies need to be killed. I told you at the beginning that since you have followed me, your life belongs to me. If you want to leave me again, I will kill you. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao away and pointed at the zombies not far away. Go and kill again, this is your only way out. He had experienced all this in his previous life. When killing zombies for the first time, many people couldn't even pick up their weapons, and in the end they could only be torn to pieces by zombies in their pants. Song Xiaodao was still a child, at least she hadn't wet her pants yet. She shed tears and glared at Zhao Yin fiercely. The good impression she had previously had was gone at this moment. At this time, the dozens of zombies nearby had been killed by the little monkey and the old cow, and there were only a few left. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order, and rushed up with the tang sword. A zombie roared and rushed towards Song Xiaodao, and she swung the sword and chopped the zombie's head. The strength of an F-level evolver is simply not something an ordinary zombie can resist. Because she used too much force, the zombie was directly split in half, black and green, and its internal organs flowed all over the ground, accompanied by a foul smell. At this time, all the zombies nearby were killed by Lao Niu and Xiao Hozi, and Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpse she had killed. Since the zombie outbreak, in her cognition, zombies are the most terrifying species in the world. Later, she saw Zhao Yin could easily kill zombies, and she was shocked. Unexpectedly, she has done it now. Did she really kill this zombie? Song Xiaodao felt like she was dreaming.
Suddenly, a warm palm gently stroked her head, and Zhao Yin's voice came to her ears, "Well done." Song Xiaodao felt a little warm inexplicably in her heart. After all, she was just a child and didn't hold grudges. "Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think I'm useless?" Those words hurt a little, but I have to make it clear to you. People always have to grow up. Sometimes, if we don't push ourselves, how can we know how much potential we have? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand, and put his other hand behind his back, raised his head 45 degrees, looked up at the night sky, and his stubble-covered jawline was clearly defined. At this moment, Song Xiaodao looked at him with sparkling eyes. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin, it's all because I'm too timid and let you down." Zhao Yin didn't answer, but ordered, "Go to work, dig all the corpse crystals back for me." After that, he bent down and dug up the head of a corpse in front of him, and quickly took out a gradeless star crystal. He was too lazy to wipe it, and directly crushed it and absorbed it. Song Xiaodao quickly put away his tang sword, took out his butterfly sword and did his old job. "Old cow, go crush all the heads that haven't been broken. Monkey, you also go dig for corpse crystals." Zhao Yin raised his head and ordered. His master was working personally, but the two mutant beasts were just watching. Is there any respect for hierarchy? The two mutant beasts had just finished fighting, and they quickly put away their superpowers when they heard this. The little monkey smashed a head next to him with a stick, and directly reached in to take out the corpse crystal. The old cow had no hands, but it didn't prevent it from helping Song Xiaodao crush the head. Song Xiaodao only needed to take out the star crystal. In just a few minutes, 157 non-grade corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao Yin, increasing the evolution rate by 0.0157 percentage points. Next, the two people and two beasts continued to walk towards the industrial park, and corpses were everywhere along the way. All the F-level zombies in Guangzhou City were summoned by the Zombie King and killed by Zhao Yin outside the southern suburbs this morning. Therefore, no zombies with grades were encountered along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Dozens of zombies appeared again among the ruins ahead, but the difference was that they all lay on the ground, motionless. The bodies of these zombies were all broken. "Zhao Yin, are those zombies sleeping?" Song Xiaodao asked. "Zombies don't need to sleep." Zhao Yin frowned. These zombies were obviously killed. Wondering who dared to come here to kill zombies? The little monkey said in his heart, "Master, it was Lao No who did it last night." Zhao Yin suddenly realized and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open the skull and take out the corpse crystal. Next, they encountered several waves of corpses killed by Lao No, and finally found that there was an F-level among them, and the star crystal and corpse crystal were still there. Zhao Yin opened the star crystal directly. Nongfu Spring, he smacked his lips and put it into the space ring. At this time, the evolution degree rose to 100/0.3215. The zombies in front gradually became denser, and occasionally a large group of thousands of zombies appeared. After several hours of high-intensity fighting, the little monkey and Lao Nyo were exhausted and panting. Zhao Yin had to let them stop and rest, and then they could continue to move forward after regaining their energy. However, Zhao Yin never asked them to kill zombies on their own initiative. If they were surrounded by a large number of zombies here, Lao Nyo and Xiao Hozi would die with their strength. As they went deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became more and more dense, almost to the point where it was difficult to move. Zhao Yin no longer dared to make any noise. After asking Lao No, he was told that since the appearance of the Zombie King, there have been more and more zombies here, and it has not been deep here for a long time. The industrial park is not big, but it has been summoned by the Zombie King. There are about 100,000 zombies. Even if a D-level mutant beast is trapped in the siege, it is probably difficult to get out. The mutant beast is just a flesh and blood body. Once the superpowers are exhausted, they will be piled up to death by the zombies. Going deep into the industrial park, zombies are wandering everywhere, and there is no end in sight. They are so dense that it looks like a temple fair before the end of the world. Zhao Yin and a few guys stopped under a broken insulation tile. "Lao Nyo, how far is it?" Zhao Yin asked in his mind without daring to speak. "It's just over the concrete pile in front." Lao Nyo responded in his mind. At this time, Zhao Yin was able to clearly see where the golden silk fruit existed. That area was not the densest place with zombies, and there was a lot of vegetation growing nearby. Many of the post-apocalyptic weeds and shrubs are rooted directly in the concrete. With Zhao Yin's size and skill, it is not difficult to pick the golden silk fruits alone by using the gaps between the ruins and the cover of vegetation. 96th. I'll pick the golden silk fruit. You guys stay here and wait for me, Zhao Yin said in a low voice.
Zhao Yin.
Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes, his face was full of worry, and he pouted and said, I'll go with you. No, if the zombies here are alerted, I can't protect you,
Zhao Yin said sternly.
He could still run for his life when he was discovered by zombies. There was no difference between taking Song Xiaodao and dying.
Laonyo, monkey, if there is any danger, I will escape alone.
You and Xiaodao will hide here, wait for the corpses to calm down, and then return the same way.
After we get out, we will meet up in the previous village. Zhao Yin was prepared for a rainy day.
After speaking, he took out all the energy-replenishing compressed biscuits, 3 in total. He was bleeding heavily because of the golden silk fruit. 2 pieces for the little monkey and 1 piece for the old cow. If you are also discovered by zombies and your powers are exhausted, take 1 piece. It can replenish the energy you have consumed. Remember, you must protect the knife.
The 2 mutant beasts nodded.
They could feel that Zhao Yin was giving an order and there was no room for negotiation. After Zhao Yin explained everything, he turned around and walked forward. In fact, all these arrangements were made out of Zhao Ying's cautious character, just in case. He was confident that he could easily pick the golden silk fruit, and it would not be difficult to travel this distance. Not to mention the vegetation. Zhao Yin walked through the gaps between the concrete without making any sound. When there was really no shelter, he leaned over and crawled through the vegetation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin successfully crossed the concrete pile that Laonyo mentioned. A large open space appeared in front of him, and at a glance, he saw a short shrub growing 30 meters away, swaying in the night wind.
There is a fruit hanging on it.
The bright red peel is faintly tinged with gold.
Golden silk fruit. Zhao Yin took a breath.
The zombies nearby didn't seem to be interested in the golden fruit. Even if they wandered to the tree, they would treat it as if it was nothing. Zhao Yin got into the grass and crawled forward carefully, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters.
8 meters, 5 meters.
Suddenly, a zombie slowly wandered towards Zhao Yin. In the grass, Zhao Yin could clearly see that it was a young man before his death. He was wearing tattered clothes and could vaguely see the logo of a tire factory. This zombie's body has been completely restored, and it won't take long for it to evolve to level F. The blood vessels under the pale skin were a disgusting black-purple color, crawling all over his face like earthworms, and turbid viscous liquid was dripping from his mouth.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As the zombies approached, a drop of saliva fell on Zhao Yin's eyelids, and he did not dare to move.
Fortunately, he had taken a shower last night and the smell of sweat on his body was not too strong. The strong wind diluted the smell, so the zombie did not notice him. The zombie slowly passed in front of Zhao Yin and gradually walked away. Zhao Yin wiped the saliva from his eyelids, continued to climb forward, and soon reached the golden fruit tree. He did not pick the fruits immediately, and continued to hide his figure in the grass, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Until within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs. At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly jumped up. He grabbed the golden fruit with precision, then fell down and pulled the fruit off the tree. Then Zhao Yin's body fell into the grass again. It took Zhao Yin no more than 2 seconds to finish all this.
Not a single zombie was found.
Zhao Yin looked at the golden fruit in his hand.
Before he could feel happy, a shout suddenly came from not far away.
There's someone there, help!
One nest.
Zhao Yin cursed secretly, and saw clearly that it was a middle-aged bald man, wearing a dirty suit, holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy in his arms.
He could still vaguely make out the entrance of a sewer well. Crawled out of the cracks. Finally someone is here, help, help my son.
The man yelled and quickly ran towards Zhao Yin.
Ho ho ho!
the zombies nearby boiled instantly. If you look down from a high altitude, you will find that this dead industrial park is like a surging ant nest. Countless zombies gathered crazily with the man and Zhao at the center. At this moment, Zhao didn't hesitate at all, he got up and ran away. If he was surrounded, even if his current strength doubled several times, he would probably have to rest. After the zombies surrounded him, the grass could no longer hide his figure. It will be difficult to leave then. The only thing Zhao could do at that time was to release the invisible tent to hide. These ordinary zombies cannot break through the tent's defense, but doing so will only cause more zombies to gather outside the tent, and will eventually be trapped and die here. Brother, you are the first person I have met in more than a month. Please don't run. Please save my son. The man shouted loudly from behind, his voice gradually shaking. Zhao wanted to scold his mother. He never expected that in this industrial park with no living space, there would still be people who could survive until now. The father and son could actually escape his perception, and they must have escaped the zombies' perception in the same way. Zhao didn't have time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him screamed louder and louder, and the zombies were quickly surrounding him. Zhao also became a target to attract zombies at this time. He took out the last bottle of iced black tea directly from the space ring and gulped it down. Zhao said nothing, and his speed increased a lot instantly. At the same time, he chose the direction where the zombies were the weakest, and stepped desperately, and his pants were about to run away. Asshole, how can you watch him die without saving him? I can die, why don't you save my son? The zombies have surrounded the man and the little boy, and countless hands are reaching out to the father and son, and the little boy is crying loudly. The next moment, the zombies instantly submerged the father and son, grabbing their hands and feet, and scrambling to bite them. The man desperately tried to protect the little boy in his arms. Suddenly, with a click, the little boy's head was instantly torn off by a zombie. As blood gushed out, the zombies nearby became more and more excited. Son! The man screamed heartbreakingly. In the end, the man was also pressed to the ground by the zombies. In an instant, the flesh and blood on his body were bitten off by the zombies. In the pool of blood, he still tightly protected the headless body in his arms. Son, our food is finished and there is no water. Dad doesn't know how to save you. Soon, the man was torn into pieces by the zombies, and not even a bone was left. He didn't see the guy turn around until the end. From beginning to end, Zhao didn't say a word, didn't look at him, and only cared about escaping for his own life. Zhao was still surrounded by the zombies. Although he tried his best to escape, he also escaped to the edge of the industrial park. But the zombies in front had formed a zombie wall, and there was not even a crack left. Poof! Zhao directly pulled out his machete and chopped down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him. Before the zombies could gather around him, he quickly stepped forward, then swung his knife again and stepped forward. This high-intensity killing allowed him to slowly move out of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp nails scratched his body. Although ordinary zombies could not break through the defense of military uniforms and fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin's exposed skin had already had countless scars. He chopped off the zombies beside him with a few knives, quickly took out a can of tuna that could resist the virus, opened the lid, grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. After this delay, his arms, thighs, and chest were bitten by several zombies. Although they could not tear the defense of his clothes, the bites were very painful. If he hadn't dodged temporarily, his neck would have been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Yin was furious, and swung his machete and chopped fiercely. The bloody smell left by the bald man and his son drifted in the air. Even though they had been devoured without even a bone left, countless zombies were still desperately rushing over there, one after another. Usually the zombies just wandered aimlessly, turning around when they encountered obstacles, but at this time, the attraction of flesh and blood made the zombies completely crazy. So much so that when several of them climbed the broken wall, they fell into the gap where Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts were hiding. Bang bang bang! The little monkey swung the mace and killed these zombies in a few strokes, which also attracted the attention of other zombies nearby. Roar roar roar! In an instant, a chain reaction occurred, and countless zombies rushed into the gap. Song Xiaodao's face was pale, and his hand holding the tang sword began to tremble. The little monkey remembered Zhao Yin's instructions before he left, and immediately ate a piece of compressed biscuit. His energy quickly returned to full. Squeak, roar. It activated its giant ability, threw Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder, and stood up and jumped out of the gap. At this time, the zombies in front of him were endless, and the word corpse wall was not enough to describe it. It should be called a zombie mountain. Please remember the Bookbar 96. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. The little monkey rushed into the zombie group, and countless zombies instantly submerged it. The heavy armor was scratched by the sharp nails of the zombies, and the mace was swung tightly. Every time it fell, several zombies were directly hammered to death. Boom! There was a loud noise beside him. It was the old cow rushing over quickly, knocking away a bunch of zombies beside the little monkey, and instantly relieved the pressure on the little monkey. For a moment, the two beasts looked extremely powerful, and countless zombies turned into meat paste with their cooperation. In more than 10 minutes, the two beasts killed thousands of zombies. But there were too many zombies, and the two beasts did not move a few meters from beginning to end. As time passed, their physical strength was rapidly depleted. First, the little monkey, it swung the mace and slowed down. Puff! A zombie with a broken leg crawled to the feet of the little monkey and bit its calf, where there was no heavy armor protection. At this time, the little monkey was swinging the mace, smashing several zombies in front of him to death. The reaction was a little slow, and the flesh on his leg was torn off by the zombie. Instantly, blood flowed, and soon, all the zombies around followed the bloody smell and pounced on the little monkey's legs. They just followed their instinct to bite, but they happened to find the weak point of the heavy armor defense. In the blink of an eye, zombies were hanging all over the little monkey's legs, blood was dripping, and the flesh in many places was eaten raw, revealing the white bones, and it couldn't even stand steadily. Roar! Pain appeared on the little monkey's ferocious face, but more of it was anger. It swung its stick suddenly and smashed all the zombies under its feet. The next moment, it didn't care anymore and took out the iced black tea, sandwich bread, and the second compressed biscuit that Zhaoyin had given it before from its arms. Little monkey, let me help you. Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck, said. The little monkey immediately handed the supplies in his hand to her and continued to beat the zombies that rushed over. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich bread and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Then came compressed biscuits and iced black tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp, and before he could taste it, the next moment, the wound on his leg visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and produced granulation. Its energy quickly recovered, and then, a great force emerged from its body, and its attributes doubled. At this time, its strength directly surpassed Lao Niu, an E-level mutant beast. The monkey's face was distorted, and then its body swelled again, and its muscles bulged rapidly. Roar, roar! It seemed to be in severe pain. After several roars, its body had risen by more than 3 meters, and one of its arms was as thick as a bucket. The golden hair on its body grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot long, dancing wildly with the night wind. Superpower. Frenzy. Finally, this monkey activated its second superpower for the first time in its life. Even in this life, Zhaoyin had never seen the little monkey activate his second superpower. It should have been activated when it reached E-level. However, as the little monkey's strength soared, the rage in his heart became more and more violent. Boom! The terrifying figure swung the mace suddenly, setting off a terrifying sonic boom. A large part of the corpse wall in front of him was blown away in an instant, and the flying corpses knocked down a large part of them, and many zombies' bones were broken. The terrifying monkey, wearing heavy armor, stepped forward and crossed 30 or 40 meters in the blink of an eye. His mace kept smashing forward. The broken corpses flew across, smashing a bloody road. The old cow behind him was also excited. He didn't expect that this monkey actually had a second superpower, and it seemed to be stronger than his second superpower armor. Then the old cow reacted and quickly followed the monkey's footsteps. Zhaoyin was lying in the gap between the ruins, his face was bloody and his facial features were unclear. The back of his left hand showed white bones, and there was a big hole on his neck, and blood was gushing out. He gasped, took out a piece of sandwich bread with difficulty, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin's injuries finally recovered, but he was still pale due to excessive blood loss. He opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring, drank most of the bottle, stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewed and climbed out of the crevice of the ruins. Zhao Yin climbed up the highest broken wall nearby and looked towards the industrial park. There, the corpse tide was surging wildly, guessing that the little monkeys were already trapped. The monkey still has a bottle of iced black tea, and it and the old cow have compressed biscuits, so they should be able to rush out. The old cow's horn is more comparable to a D-level weapon, and its overall strength is stronger than me, who is also E-level. After drinking iced black tea, the little monkey also surpassed my strength. If even they can't rush out, I will only lose one more life if I go to save them. Who will be safe forever in the end of the world? If you want to survive, you often need to fight hard. They are like this, and so am I. Zhao Yin can only comfort himself in this way. Therefore, he quickly put aside the self-blame in his heart. After recognizing the direction, he found that he had deviated from the direction he came from, so he picked up the machete and headed south. At dawn, Zhao Yin finally returned to the old site of the village in the southern suburbs. He did not set up the invisible tent, but lit a bonfire among the ruins, set up a hanging pot, cut a few chestnuts and threw them into the pot to cook. He threw 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire at a time. Gradually, the aroma of food spread, and the ripe chestnuts tasted very tempting. But Zhao Yin did not move a bite. He himself did not know whether he should wait for Xiao Dao and the two beasts to come back. Suddenly, Zhao Yin felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness. After his rebirth, he regretted for the first time that he should not be greedy for the golden silk fruit and take them to the industrial park for adventure. An hour later, the little monkeys did not come back. 2 hours later, they still did not come back. The firelight shone on Zhao Yin's face, flickering, and the wind blew away the sparks, floating past the corner of his clothes, and there was no expression on his pale face. They haven't come back yet, are they dead? He told himself in his heart that he had tried hard for Song Xiaodao, and it was her bad luck if she died. But the monkey and the cow, two mutant beasts with dual superpowers, are rare. Without them, he, the master of the contract, would be left alone. In his mind, Zhao Yin had already begun to think about where to find his next contract beast. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. The old cow was still carrying the supplies that Zhao Yin had tied to it, and its cowhide was full of wounds and blood, with a dwarf following beside it. Song Xiaodao's hair was like a chicken coop, messy in the wind, but she was not seriously injured, and there were still traces of tears on her face. "I'm back, are you all right?" Zhao Yin stood up and smiled. Looking behind Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao, he asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Woo woo." Before Zhao Yin finished speaking, Song Xiaodao pouted and cried, "The little monkey. The little monkey is dead, woo woo." The old cow beside him also had a sad face, and even his mind was dead. "You're not dead yet, how could the monkey die?" Zhao Yin asked loudly. Bookbar 96. These words were ruthless, but they were his truest thoughts at this time. "Woo, little monkey is here to protect me. Woo woo." When Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yin, he seemed to have found support and cried out of breath. "Master, there are too many zombies, and we almost can't get back." It was the monkey that turned on its madness ability and led us to the edge of the industrial park, but it also ran out of energy and drew away the swarm of zombies for us. Lao Niu felt very depressed. Zhao Yin didn't expect that monkey to have the spirit of sacrifice. "Did you see it die?" "No. I didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. "Master, although I didn't see it either, the monkey had no supplies at that time. It was a monkey that blocked the group of corpses by itself. I'm afraid it would be difficult to survive." Zhao Yin calmed down and suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes and felt the soul of the contract in his mind. After a while, Zhao Yin opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is not dead yet. In my mind, the aura belonging to the little monkey is still there." Lin Tianfeng in his previous life mentioned to Zhao Yin that the contract owner and the contract beast could sense each other's life and death. It was just that it was so long ago that Zhao Yin almost couldn't remember it, and he had never paid attention to this aspect recently.
Really? Song Xiaodao stopped crying immediately and raised his pear-shaped face. Lao Niu also became energetic and looked up at Zhao Yin.
Although they have only been together with the little monkey for a short time, they have experienced life and death together. Nothing can enhance friendship more than living and dying together.
Come and have something to eat.
When the old cow recovers from his injuries, we will go find the monkey,
Zhao Yin said.
A few hours passed. Since the little monkey was not dead, he should have left the group of corpses.
Now the only powerful fighting force around Zhao Yin is Lao Niu.
It has not recovered from its injuries. It is very dangerous to approach the corpse group rashly. Zhao Yin took out chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the old cow. It immediately lowered its head and started eating.
The chestnuts in the pot had been cooked into a paste.
Zhao Yin took out 2 large bowls from the old cow's back and filled 1 bowl for Song Xiaodao. Eat it. Song Xiaodao wiped his tears and took the rice bowl, but stared at the fire with dull eyes without taking a bite. Zhao Yin also filled a bowl himself, leaving all the remaining chestnut paste for Lao Niu.
70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already ripe.
Zhao Yin gave Song Xiaodao 3, and kept 5 for himself. The rest was divided into 2 parts, half for the old cow, and half he left for the little monkey. E-level mutant beasts eat a lot, and I don't know if that monkey is hungry, Zhao Yin muttered in his heart. Shaking his head, he lowered his head and started eating.
Zhao Yin, I can't eat it,
Song Xiaodao said after a while.
If you can't eat, don't eat.
If you are surrounded by corpses later and don't have the strength to run away, don't expect me to save you. Zhao Yin drank the chestnut paste and said vaguely.
If you encounter danger again, will you still leave us and run away alone? Song Xiaodao asked with complaint. Do you want me to die with you? Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao was silent, lowered his head and drank the chestnut paste. After a meal, the old cow's injuries were almost healed. Although the chestnut leaves were not as effective as sandwich bread, the old cow's injuries were not fatal. Zhao Yin did have a piece of sandwich bread, but he planned to leave it to the little monkey. Let's go back to the industrial park.
Zhao Yin didn't intend to rest.
Even though I haven't slept for 2 days and 1 night. 3 hours ago.
In the endless tide of corpses, the little monkey looked at the back of the old cow carrying Song Xiaodao away, and a touch of human sadness appeared on the monkey's face. A zombie bit the little monkey on the neck, tearing off a large piece of flesh. It roared to the sky in pain, squeezing out the last bit of its potential to maintain its madness ability, and swung its stick to smash all the zombies around it away. In the black rain of blood that filled the sky, the huge monkey trembled all over. After it took a brief breather, the corpses surrounded it again. With the bloody smell on the monkey, all the zombies became more and more crazy. At this time, the remaining energy in the little monkey's body can support swinging the mace a few times at most.
Boom!
The corpses beside him were smashed away again, and the little monkey was trembling more and more violently. At this time, it no longer had the extravagant hope of leaving, but only hoped to last a few more minutes.
It is just an F-level mutant beast.
Its insane superpowers have exceeded its endurance limit, swallowing up its internal organs and shrinking them, consuming its vitality all the time.
Just when the little monkey thought he was going to die.
Suddenly, all the zombies around him became quiet. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped. All the zombies stood motionless, as if they had turned into stone sculptures.
The little monkey didn't know what was going on.
At this moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from his ears.
Still not leaving? The little monkey looked back. There were zombies everywhere, and where were there any human figures?
At this time, the voice became urgent. Let's go, quickly.
The little monkey didn't dare to hesitate.
He stepped out with his long legs, spanning 7 or 8 meters in one step, and rushed out of the industrial park desperately. Without any hindrance from the zombies, the little monkey rushed out of the industrial park in less than a minute. At this time, its last potential was finally exhausted, and the next moment, its huge body shrank rapidly. The originally thin body became even thinner due to the forced activation of the second power. From a distance, it looked like a child's skeleton stained red with blood. The little monkey couldn't even lift the mace, and the heavy armor weighed on him like a mountain. Ho ho ho! At this moment, the group of corpses behind him suddenly started to move again. It was as if they had just slept, and for a moment, every breath of air was filled with a terrifying and depressing atmosphere. The little monkey turned around and saw zombies rushing towards him like a swarm of ants. It steeled itself, immediately threw away its mace, took off its heavy armor, and ran forward with difficulty on its short legs. It was so confused that it couldn't figure out its direction. The group of corpses was already a long way away from the little monkey. The slow-running zombies gradually lost the aura of the little monkey. In addition, the little monkey was too small. From time to time, it would duck into the gaps between the ruins and follow the little monkey to escape forward. The zombies chasing behind him gradually fell behind. In the end, only a dozen zombies were left hanging behind them. The little monkey ran for an unknown amount of time. It squinted its eyes dejectedly and wanted to continue walking, but suddenly everything went dark. There was a pop. The little monkey fell to the ground. It was already bright at this time, but its vision was blurry. In this desolate world, it doesn't know where the only human being who can depend on it is at this time. It was lying on the ground, still bleeding, vaguely aware that it was going to die. The little monkey turned his face sideways, wanting to see the world again, but a meteorite on the ground blocked all sight. It suddenly missed Jiaoyin. Somehow, the little monkey can feel that the master is still alive. It's great that he's alive. The little monkey slowly closed his eyes. Look, what is that thing in front of you? At some point, several people came not far from the little monkey, 4 men and 1 woman, all in ragged clothes. Their age and appearance could hardly be seen through the black and gray on their faces. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. What a monkey! How did it survive that meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived, just take it back. Great, I haven't eaten meat for more than a month. Although this monkey is thin, 1 or 2 pieces of meat for each person is still enough. Can monkeys eat it? Why do I feel like a human being? The woman said. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbed the little monkey's tail, held it in his hand and said, "If you don't dare to eat, we will share an extra portion." It's the end of the world, let alone a monkey, even if it is really a child, I would still dare to eat it. The woman suddenly laughed. When Jiaoyin arrived outside the industrial park, the group of corpses had become much thinner, and they were back to wandering aimlessly. Lao Niu, when you and the monkey separated, were you here? Jiaoyin asked in his heart. Master, it's in the industrial park in front. Lao Niu responded in his heart. Jiaoyin did not go deep into the industrial park immediately. He took Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao to hide in the ruins and looked up at the movements of the nearby zombies. If the little monkey had left the industrial park, he would definitely leave traces. After a while, his eyes shrank and he saw 3 F-level zombies wandering deep in the industrial park. Remember that all the F-level zombies were taken to the southern suburbs by the Zombie King, so these few should have just evolved. It was obviously the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son that catalyzed them. Jiaoyin quickly retracted his gaze and continued to observe. A few minutes later, he finally found that from the inside of the industrial park, all the way to the north, the zombies there were particularly dense. It should be the monkey who attracted it before leaving. Please remember Bookbar 96. Website, watch the fastest chapter update. Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Jiaoyin immediately led the way in front, with hurried steps. Jiaoyin, why go to the north? We separated in the southeast direction. Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. I didn't ask you to speak, don't speak. Jiaoyin seemed very irritable at this time. After circling the industrial park for a short time, Jiaoyin finally came to the north of the industrial park. At this time, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park was almost as high as that inside the industrial park. The shape of the entire group of corpses was like a tail growing out of the industrial park. Jiaoyin took Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu, using the ruins to cover his body, and walked towards the tip of the tail. Half an hour later, the group of corpses finally became sparse. Zhao took out his machete, walked out of the ruins where he was hiding, and rushed directly towards the zombies. Puff! Before a zombie could react, Zhao chopped it in half. When the nearby zombies just reacted, Zhao continued to strike with his knife, instantly killing 7 or 8 zombies. He held the machete stained with black blood and strode forward to kill. Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao both widened their eyes. They rarely saw such a brave Zhao. He didn't even let Lao Niu clear the way, let alone let Song Xiaodao cut the watermelon. At this moment, it seemed that in Zhao Yin's eyes, the corpse crystals were worthless. The dark brown blood was all over his head, face, military uniform, pants, shoes and socks. He looked sticky, like a killing machine. When Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao had already slaughtered all the zombies at the tip of the tail. He stood there in the wind with his knife, but a smile appeared on his dirty face. Monkey, the zombies beat you, I beat them back for you. At this time, Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu realized that he just wanted to help the little monkey vent his anger. Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao blankly. This guy is sometimes hard to understand. Zhao, take a rest, I'll help you get the corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao said while looking at the corpses on the ground. Zhao waved his hand, monkey is more important. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 1 night. He was exhausted from the continuous fighting. He walked in front with a machete. Suddenly, Zhao Yin's pace quickened a bit and came to a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao also hurriedly followed and found that it was a heavy armor and a mace. It was chased by the zombies, and these things were a burden. Zhao Yin understood something and quickly put the 2 pieces of equipment into the space ring, becoming more gloomy. The little monkey even lost the heavy armor and mace. You can imagine its situation at that time. From here, a colorful bloodstain appeared, spreading northward to the distance. The bloodstain was dark red, which was a normal life, left a few hours ago. Zhao Yin took Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao and walked along the direction of the bloodstain. This was a road before the end of the world. There were collapsed ruins on both sides of the road. Soon, Zhao Yin found a small pool of blood among the ruins. The scattered blood drops stopped here. Where is the monkey? Where did it go? Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao beside him irritably. Song Xiaodao looked at the bloodshot in Zhao Yin's eyes, and suddenly a fear rose in his heart. He stuttered, no. I don't know. It must have fallen here. No one treated it. Where can it go? Zhao Yin stared at her and scolded, why don't you find it for me quickly? Okay, I'll find it. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to refute, and hurriedly searched nearby. Zhao Yin himself stood there without moving. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey was still nearby, he would have felt it long ago. The little monkey is not here. There is a possibility that he was taken away by zombies, mutants, or by people. The possibility of being eaten by zombies is the smallest. It is impossible that there is no fur left, so only mutants and people are left. Zhao Yin, come and see. At this time, Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin hurried over. Song Xiaodao held something familiar in his hand. A piece of corn husk. Fresh corn can only be produced by mutant plants after the end of the world. Mutants only eat corn, but they can't carry it. Therefore, only humans can bring this piece of corn husk here. Someone took the monkey away. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. Great, someone actually saved the little monkey. Song Xiaodao showed a happy smile on his face. Zhao Yin glared at her as if she was an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered his mouth. She also vaguely understood that she had said something wrong. Zhao Yin slowly closed her eyes and opened her hearing to the fullest. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, there were many footsteps mixed with the whistling wind. Most of them sounded weak and should be zombies. There was no heartbeat or breathing. They took the monkey away. Zhao Yin calmed down at this time and frowned and said, they should still be within 10 kilometers now. It's impossible for them to go too far. In the end times, there are already evolvers, and there may be superpowers rising. But the meteor shower just stopped a few days ago. Jiaoyin didn't believe that there was another person who reached E-level strength besides himself. Even if there was, it was definitely rare, and the little monkey was almost impossible to meet. As long as the opponent's strength did not reach E-level, it would be impossible for him to go too far in a few hours in this world full of zombies. Jiaoyin jumped into the gap and carefully identified any clues left. There was a strong wind last night, and the desolate world was full of wind and sand, and all footprints disappeared. But as long as someone passed by, there would be some traces left. Soon, Jiaoyin found a drop of blood, dripping on a broken wall not far from the crack. Because the broken wall was vertical, the drop of blood was not covered by the wind and sand. They went north. Jiaoyin looked up and looked to the north with murderous intent. It can be imagined that someone put the little monkey into a sack or some other container to isolate the blood dripping from the little monkey, but a drop of blood seeped out. The other party did not care about the life or death of the little monkey at all. Obviously, in their eyes, it was just food. How do you know? Song Xiaodao asked. Jiaoyin pointed to the drop of blood. Now the survivors are all hungry. After getting a wounded monkey, they first think of eating meat. It is not safe to make a fire and cook outside, so they will definitely go back to the previous shelter. Jiaoyin continued, the corn husk is where they rested before. It is more than 10 meters away from here. There are drops of blood on the way back. It must be the direction they left. Song Xiaodao was a little confused when she heard it. Just when she was about to ask again, Jiaoyin suddenly picked her up. Jiaoyin, what are you going to do? Song Xiaodao was shocked. Jiaoyin threw her directly onto the back of the old cow. Sit still, shut your mouth. He strode northward. 50 meters to the north, Jiaoyin indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his guess. Along the way, blood was left at intervals. Sometimes there was a drop every 20 or 30 meters, and sometimes hundreds of meters. Not every drop of blood could be preserved. The other party was obviously very familiar with the surrounding environment, and the roads they chose avoided zombies, so Jiaoyin and his party had no obstacles. Half an hour later, Jiaoyin closed her eyes and listened, then opened her eyes boiling with murderous intent. Jiaoyin, did you find the little monkey? Song Xiaodao couldn't help asking. I heard a group of people, it should be them. Jiaoyin said coldly. What if they really hurt the little monkey, what would you do? Song Xiaodao asked. If the monkey loses a hair because of them, I will kill them all. Jiaoyin said. Although Song Xiaodao already knew Jiaoyin's character, he still couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body after hearing what he said. Tunnel, this is a low mountain. When the meteorite rain came, the entire mountaintop was smashed into pits. The trees on the mountain also ignited fires, burning the soil on the surface into a layer of hard slag. In just a few days after the meteorite rain ended, another weeds half as tall as a man grew up. The post-apocalyptic plants have amazing vitality, and some are rooted in stones. Under the low mountain, there is an unfinished road and a tunnel dug straight into the heart of the mountain. Now most of it has collapsed, but there is still a lot of space left. Finally home. 4 men and 1 woman returned to the tunnel. The man carrying a cement bag said with a smile on his face, "It's safe." The tunnel in front of them made them feel safe, and their voices became louder. I'm hungry. When are we going to skin the monkey? Another man asked eagerly. Who isn't hungry? The corn is only mature to 1 cob, and the soup made with rotten flour recently is stinky, said the woman. Bookbar. The man carrying a cement bag said, first boil the water, scald the monkey and pluck the hair directly. The monkey's skin is also edible. Peeling the skin off is too wasteful. Just burn him to death alive. Killing will bleed, and you can eat the blood. A man who didn't speak laughed. Yes, we must save food, the woman agreed. The 4 men were senior executives of the tunnel construction unit. On the night when the meteorite rain fell, the workers took a break and went to a rest area 1 kilometer away. In pursuit of excitement, the 4 of them drove women from the KTV into the tunnel to play. Therefore, they escaped an unprecedented disaster. At this time, several people walked into the tunnel, and a thin figure immediately came out,
have you found anything to eat? I found you paralyzed and you know how to eat. Why can't you ask us if we are in danger?
The man carrying a cement bag cursed at the woman who came up to him.
This woman was also dirty.
After the apocalypse, everyone drank sparingly, but she still washed her legs very white and wore stockings with holes.
But at this time, none of the four men paid attention to her, they were all waiting to eat meat. Someone went to bring some wood and light it.
Someone took out a rice cooker liner and came to a puddle not far away, which was their source of drinking water. From time to time, water dripped down from the top of the tunnel, and about 7 or 8 liters of water accumulated. The man carefully filled half of the pot and returned to the fire to burn it. The man carrying the cement bag finally put down the cement bag, and with a pop, a bloody little monkey fell to the ground, motionless.
The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. What kind of animal is this? Does it have meat to eat? None of the men spoke.
The woman who had gone out to look for supplies with them earlier said, although you didn't contribute much, you won't lose your share.
I'll give you the monkey's tail. Where's the meat in the monkey's tail? The woman in stockings was immediately dissatisfied and said, why can't I contribute any more? Didn't I stay to guard Lao Chin for you?
Manager Wei said that someone must stay. I went to look for food among the zombies. Why are you enjoying the happiness here? The woman looking for supplies said loudly. The two women worked at the same KTV before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse they were often jealous.
They both understood that they could only survive by following a few men.
But if you want to take advantage of them, you can only rely on beauty, so the two women regard each other as competitors.
Old Sheen didn't run away, did he?
At this time, the man who had carried the monkey back earlier, who the two women called Manager Wei, interrupted the quarrel between the two women.
The woman in stockings immediately put on a smile. I'm not running away.
I will try my best to handle the things you told me, Brother Wei. Bring him out and let him pluck the monkey's hair together.
Manager Wei ordered.
Soon, a thin man, probably in his 40s, was pulled out by a rope held by a woman in stockings. His hands were tied behind his back, and his walking posture was very weak. What's the use of keeping this trash? The stocking woman complained. It costs nothing to raise him. He is given some urine to drink every day, and he also eats maggots from carrion. He can also do some work for us and have fun when he has nothing to do. Manager Wei said with a smile, if a zombie comes over one day, you can use him to attract the zombie's attention. Several other men laughed.
The face of the man named Lao Chin was numb.
When he saw clearly that the little monkey on the ground was still breathing, a flash of pity flashed in his eyes. He and the monkey had the same fate, they were both fish on someone else's chopping board. Before the end of the world, Lao Chin was a cook on the construction site. He had to get up early every day to make breakfast for the workers, so he lived in the tunnel. When the meteorite rain comes, the unfinished tunnel is the best shelter. He had a large amount of grain reserves in his hands, so naturally he was approached by Manager Wei and others who usually didn't even look at him. At the beginning, everyone just thought that this was an ordinary natural disaster, and when it passed, everything would be fine.
At that time, everyone was still talking and laughing.
Manager Wei promised Lao Chin that he would increase his salary after the rescue team arrived. For this reason, Lao Chin tried his best to make delicious food all day long to please them. Just a few days ago, the meteorite rain stopped and things became different. All the stored ingredients spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour are the most resistant to rot. Although they are moldy and smelly, they can barely be swallowed after being cooked. When the food was shrunk significantly, Manager Wei went out and found a zombie outbreak.
So several people imprisoned Lao Chin and only gave him urine to drink every day.
Lao Chin knew that he would die sooner or later if he fell into the hands of these beasts, just like this monkey.
Brother Wei, you see I am so obedient, can you give me a monkey leg later? No, monkey head is also fine.
The stockings woman took a few steps forward, came to Manager Wei, lifted up her dirty short skirt, and didn't even wear underwear inside. She slowly raised one leg and rubbed the zipper of Manager Wei's pants with her thigh. Brother Wei, if a girl is hungry and thin, she will not look good.
Get out.
Manager Wei pushed the stockings woman away. I haven't had a full meal for a few days, how can I have that energy? The smile on the stockings woman's face froze, and there was a hint of hatred in her eyes. The other woman laughed.
Is the water ready?
Manager Wei turned to ask the other man.
It's steaming, it'll be ready soon.
The man stared at the pot and the fire and licked his cracked lips. Water that has been scalded with monkey hair can be drunk after filtering, don't waste it.
Manager Wei ordered. This is also a warning, not to allow men who boil water to drink secretly.
After that, Manager Wei walked to the depths of the tunnel. Leave Lao Qin and Yu Donghai here to pull monkey hair, and the others will follow me to see the corn. Yu Donghai was the man who boiled water. He nodded, and the others followed Manager Wei to the depths of the tunnel. Manager Wei was the highest ranking among the few people before the end of the world, and he was still able to convince the public after the end of the world, mainly because he was fair in doing things and never kept private things. Taking everyone to see the corn together was equivalent to telling everyone that he would not embezzle it, and everyone could supervise each other together. 2 days ago, they wanted to find more water sources and went deep into the collapsed tunnel, and accidentally discovered the corn that suddenly grew. The corn was as tall as a 5-story building and had 49 corn cobs. This morning, before they were about to go out to look for supplies, they found a corn cob that was ripe, so they broke it off and shared it on the way. As a result, they found that each person could be half full after eating a few corn kernels, and they were full of energy. Several people have realized that this is a mutated crop after the end of the world, and the nutrients it contains far exceed those before the end of the world. So, Manager Wei came back to arrange the monkey meat, and came to check the corn as soon as possible. At this time, Zhaoyin had already seen the tunnel under the low mountain.
The water is boiling, go get a big basin.
The survivor named Yu Donghai stared at the rolling water in the pot and gave instructions to Lao Qin on the side. Please remember the bookbar96. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Lao Qin numbly walked aside, picked up the big iron basin used for kneading noodles with his tight hands, and threw it to the fire with a clang. Yu Donghai directly picked up the tail of the little monkey, threw it into the basin, and then ordered, "Go, pour the boiling water in the pot on the monkey."
How can I carry the pot with my hands?
Lao Qin finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse.
Yu Donghai glanced at the rope on his wrist and sneered, "You want me to loosen it for you?"
Lao Qin looked at him without speaking.
Don't think that I don't know that you, Tamar, are a veteran.
You have practiced in the Shaolin Temple for 7 years.
After untying you, the few of us are not enough for you to do it alone.
Yu Donghai said sarcastically.
I've been hungry for 3 days.
How can I still have the strength?
You think too much. Lao Qin said hoarsely. Don't think about untying it, let's live in the next life.
After Yu Donghai finished speaking, he walked over, picked up a rag, wrapped the rice cooker pot and picked it up. Just as he was about to pour water on the little monkey, Lao Qin suddenly bumped into him.
Bang! Aha! The pan fell directly on Yu Donghai's body, and the scalding hot water poured all over him.
He screamed heartbreakingly and tore his clothes at the same time. In just a moment, a layer of terrible blisters appeared on Yu Donghai's red face.
Ah, help! Lao Qin had no expression on his face.
He looked at him coldly and did not try to escape. At this time, Manager Wei and others who had not yet had time to go deep into the tunnel heard the noise and ran back quickly. When they saw the ghost-like Yu Donghai and Lao Qin standing there with a smile on his face, they all immediately understood what was going on.
Lao Yu is finished, the stockings woman said with a smile. Many survivors after the apocalypse are a little neurotic.
No one could save Yu Donghai from such burns in such a harsh environment. When he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat with. Everyone watched calmly as Yu Donghai rolled over and howled miserably. Even Manager Wei only showed a hint of anger in a symbolic way, but had no intention of helping Yu Donghai.
He shouted at Lao Qin, "Is it you who did this?" "It's me," Old Qin said numbly. Snapped. A man stepped forward and slapped Lao Qin on the face. "If anything happens to brother you, I, Tamar, will kill you."
Lao Qin was already weak, his body swayed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Boom! Another man picked up a rolling pin and knocked old Chin to the ground with a stick from behind. "I'll kill you." Immediately afterwards, the two men punched and kicked Lao Chin. At this time, Manager Wei suddenly said, "Stop fighting, Yu Donghai can't be saved, and Lao Chin will have to dig a hole to bury him later." The words were so plain that it was completely different from seeing the life and death of his companions. Both men stopped and looked up. One of them said, "Manager Wei is right." Another person immediately echoed, "Yes, it is still useful to keep it." He. Lao Chin, whose head and face were covered with blood on the ground, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Manager Wei said coldly. "Ha ha. I'm laughing if you leave me, sooner or later another one will be killed. Aren't those few corns one less person?" Lao Chin said with a smile. Everyone knows what Manager Wei is up to. But when Lao Chin said this, everyone looked at Manager Wei. "You want to die." Manager Wei suddenly became furious. He stepped forward and kicked old Chin, who was trying to get up, to the ground again. Then, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed him in the thigh. Ha ha. Old Chin was still laughing, as if it wasn't his thigh at all. "Brother Wei, kill him," the woman in stockings said. Another woman also rarely agreed with the stocking woman's words, nodded and said, "Brother Wei, let Xiaoli dig a hole later. It seems that Lao Chin can't stay." They knew in their hearts that the two women were the most vulnerable in the face of Lao Chin, a time bomb. If anyone would be killed by Lao Chin, it would be them. Manager Wei was exposed and had no choice but to kill Lao Chin in order to prove his innocence to everyone. This seems to be what Lao Chin himself wants to see. Sooner or later, he would die, and he wanted to be happy. "Ha, kill me, otherwise I will definitely kill you if I get a chance," Lao Chin said. Manager Wei pulled out the dagger, with fierceness in his eyes, and stabbed old Chin in the neck. Just then, bang! A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl walked in from outside holding a pistol, white smoke still coming from the muzzle. Everyone looked at Song Xiaodao, their expressions full of astonishment. In the end of the world, other than them, there are still living people who can actually reach here? Soon, everyone relaxed. The other party was just a girl of 11 or 12 years old. Even if she had a pistol, did she really have the courage to kill someone? Manager Wei put the right hand holding the dagger behind his back with a smile on his face. "Little sister, the toy in your hand is not fun at all. Put it down quickly." Song Xiaodao really put down his pistol. At this time, everyone saw a tall man coming in from outside, followed by an extremely strong water buffalo. "Did you see it?" Zhao said. "I'm sorry, Zhao, I will listen to you in the future," Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. She thought that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhao arrived, she made sure that the little monkey would not die for a while, so she asked her to look outside. Children always need to grow up. At this time, everyone in the tunnel was looking at Zhao. Seeing that he did not carry any weapons, everyone was relieved again, and then everyone looked at the water buffalo with eyes like starving ghosts. How many meals does it take to eat such a big cow? "Brother, is this cow for sale?" Manager Wei asked subconsciously. Zhao asked back, "Can you afford it?" "I can't afford it." Manager Wei really couldn't think of what he could use to buy such a big cow from the other party in the end of the world. Then, he laughed and said, "Brother, you are planning to take refuge here, right? Since you are here, you are one of us." Zhao didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the little monkey. Manager Wei's smile froze, and he winked at the woman in stockings beside him. The woman in stockings immediately walked towards Song Xiaodao quietly, and she kept an eye on the gun in Song Xiaodao's hand. "Little sister, can you show me your toys?" "Go away." Song Xiaodao looked up and glared at her, saying directly, "I don't talk to the dead." They wanted to kill the little monkey, and Zhao said that he would kill everyone here. So in Song Xiaodao's view, they were all dead. Dead? The silk stockings woman was stunned for a moment, then a flash of resentment flashed in her eyes, and she smiled. "Little sister is really good at joking." After saying that, the silk stockings woman quickly grabbed Song Xiaodao's hand holding the gun, and quickly grabbed the gun. "Give you face but don't want it."
At this moment, Manager Wei and others all took a breath. Then the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the little girl suddenly struggled, and her slender arm hit the silk stockings woman's chest. The latter immediately screamed and flew out, and happened to fall into the fire next to her. She should have rolled and screamed, but at this time, the silk stockings woman lay in the fire without moving, letting the flames burn, as if she was sleeping in the softest big bed before the end of the world. She's dead. She died before she fell into the fire. Everyone was stunned, and the whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Soon, a smell of burnt meat emanated from the tunnel. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was the first to bend over and vomit. Manager Wei and others all felt a chill down their spines. They didn't understand how the little girl got so much strength. They didn't even see it clearly. Brother, my woman is just curious about the pistol, nothing else. Manager Wei quickly stammered an explanation to Zhaoyin standing aside. At this time, Zhaoyin had already arrived in front of the little monkey, without even looking at Song Xiaodao. He bent down and carefully took the blood-covered little monkey out of the basin. He just held him in his arms, looking at the little monkey's face with his eyes closed. At this moment, Zhao Yin's already cold heart suddenly felt a slight pain. In his previous life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, believed in Zhang Dongliang, and believed in many so-called best friends and confidants, but in the end, he ended up with the whole army destroyed and everyone killed. In this life, since the meteor rain stopped, Zhao Yin has been with this little monkey. It is not very smart and greedy, but it is a truly trustworthy partner. This time, Zhao Yin took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of sandwich bread without hesitation. He carefully tore the sandwich bread into pieces, soaked it in Nongfu Spring, and fed it into the little monkey's mouth. Lao Qin stood up and looked at Zhao Yin, who was holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than the little girl. Lao Qin could feel that this man cared very much about the monkey they were about to eat just now. Lao Qin waited quietly, waiting for the fate of Manager Wei and others. "Ha, brother, this monkey belongs to you, right? We rescued it." At this time, Manager Wei also noticed something, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Really?" Zhao Yin finally said, "Didn't you just prepare to boil water and pull out the hair?" Manager Wei smiled reluctantly. "No way, monkeys are primates, how can we dare to eat them?" He quietly walked towards Zhao Yin, came behind him, suddenly took out his right hand hidden behind his back, and stabbed Zhao Yin's neck with the dagger. At this moment, Manager Wei seemed to have seen that the little girl who had kidnapped this man would immediately surrender and let them play with her. At this time, Zhao Yin was still squatting there holding the little monkey, seemingly unaware of everything. It wasn't until the dagger fell on his neck that he slowly raised his head and looked at Manager Wei calmly. "You want to kill me?" Zhao Yin asked. "Don't move, ask that girl to hand over the pistol." Manager Wei shouted loudly with excitement on his face. Zhao Yin's eyes became colder and colder. The next moment, the light of the knife flashed. Manager Wei and others did not have time to see clearly how an extra knife appeared in his hand and how he drew it. Snap! Manager Wei's right hand fell to the ground at shoulder level, and the dagger rolled to his feet. Everything happened so fast, and when blood spurted out like a fountain, the screams came from Manager Wei's mouth. Zhao Yin said 3 words indifferently, "Kill them all." Everyone else ran away. No one had ever seen anyone like Zhao Yin, who felt more harmful than those zombies. The next moment, the buffalo they were thinking about suddenly moved. Its huge body blocked the entrance of the tunnel, and its horns suddenly shot up. The man running at the front was penetrated through the abdomen. "Ah! Save me!" The man screamed, the horns of the horn emerged from his back, and he hung there upside down, helplessly reaching out to his companions. But where can anyone save him? The old cow shook his head, and the sharp horns cut off the man's waist. 2 sections of his body were thrown away. The next moment, the old cow rushed towards the second man, boom. Song Xiaodao killed a man next to him with 1 shot. Zhao Yin immediately changed his posture and yelled loudly with a pained face, "Save bullets, save bullets. Their lives are not as valuable as my bullets." Oh! Song Xiaodao originally planned to be a war goddess in a police movie, but this dream was instantly extinguished by Zhao Yin.
He could only pull out his tang dao and slash at a woman who was running away. 10 seconds later, all 4 men and 2 women were dead. Including Yu Donghai, who was scalded by boiling water, his head was crushed by the old cow's hoof. Only Lao Qin was still standing there, his eyes so bright and eye-opening. After a while, he didn't see the cow or the little girl coming to kill him. Lao Qin asked doubtfully, "You won't kill me?" But no one paid attention to him, and even Lao Wanyo gave him a look of disdain, as if to say, "Are you worthy?" When Yu Donghai wanted to scald the little monkey with boiling water, it was Lao Qin who stopped him. Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo both saw it. So Jiaoyin didn't speak, and they didn't attack Lao Qin. At this time, Jiaoyin fed a whole piece of sandwich bread into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, the countless wounds on the little monkey's body began to glow with white light, and they gradually stopped bleeding and healed. When the little monkey opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Jiaoyin's face. There was a hint of confusion in its dark eyes, and it soon became pleasantly surprised. "Zitsiti, master, I thought I would never see you again, Zitsitizi." It happily jumped out of Jiaoyin's arms, jumped around him in a circle, and fell to the ground with a pop. Jiaoyin lifted the little monkey up and said, "The injury is not fully healed yet, stay here well." As he spoke, Jiaoyin held the little monkey in his arms like a son, with a smile on his face. He took out a few cooked chestnuts that he had left earlier, peeled them with his own hands and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before. He chewed chestnuts and was moved to tears. "Master, you are so good to me. Look at your dead look. It's okay that the zombies almost took your life. Even a few trash almost treated you as a snack." Jiaoyin said with disgust. "Trash?" The little monkey looked puzzled. Soon, it found several corpses in the tunnel and vaguely remembered that it seemed to hear human voices before it fainted. At that time, it thought it was the person who froze the zombies and saved it from the industrial park. So the little monkey told Jiaoyin everything that happened in the industrial park in his mind. "All the zombies are not moving?" Jiaoyin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded and said in his mind, "Not only are the zombies not moving, but even the wind has stopped." However, the man's voice is very anxious, as if it is also very difficult to freeze the zombies. Jiaoyin frowned when he heard this. Not only can he freeze the zombies, but he can also freeze the wind? In his memory, only 2 kinds of superpowers can do it. One is a space superpower, and the other is a time superpower. Both superpowers are extremely rare. In the past life, Jiaoyin had only seen a few people who possessed such rare superpowers 7 years after the end of the world. Although the superpowers they possessed were different in strength, the lowest was also S-level superpowers. Now, Jiaoyin has not even seen an evolver, but there is actually a superpower above S-level in Guangzhou City. Everything in that industrial park is like a mystery, different from what I knew in my previous life. What does the other party look like? Did you see it clearly? Jiaoyin asked. The little monkey shook his head. I didn't see it. There were zombies everywhere. I didn't have time to observe at that time. Is it a man or a woman? You should know, right? Jiaoyin said. The little monkey still shook his head. I didn't hear it. Jiaoyin raised his hand to hit, but after thinking about it, he took back his hand and cursed, "Idiot." He didn't know why the man wanted to help the monkey. Did they meet by chance or go for it? If it was the latter, what was the man's plan? There was an E-class buffalo in the industrial park, a zombie king who had devoured 3-star crystals, and the father and son who were eaten by zombies. Although they had no special powers and were not even evolvers, they escaped Jiaoyin's hearing. Thinking about it now, everything is not simple. When there is a chance in the future, I will go back to the industrial park to have a look. Jiaoyin lowered his head and made up his mind secretly. Soon, he fed all the chestnuts in his hand, and the wounds on the little monkey were almost healed under the treatment of sandwich bread. Jiaoyin turned and walked towards the body of Manager Wei. Lao Qin on the side looked at Jiaoyin in confusion, thinking that he was talking to a monkey before, but strangely, the monkey seemed to be able to communicate with him. The mystery of this man also made Lao Qin curious. Jiaoyin bent down and took off the sneakers on Manager Wei's feet,
and found that it was a pair of limited edition Jordans, which were sold for 5 or 6,000 before the end of the world.
Grandson is really rich.
Zhao kicked the corpse. Then Lao Qin saw Zhao take off the shoes with holes on his feet, revealing his smelly feet full of black and gray, and put on the new shoes directly. Zhao grinned, "It's a bit tight, but it will grow bigger after a few days of wearing." Song Xiaodao, who was standing next to him, followed suit and took off the sneakers on the feet of a female corpse. Song Xiaodao had always been barefoot before, and after walking for a few days, her little feet were already full of blisters. After she put on the shoes, her face showed a happy smile like Zhao. "Go, take off all their pants for me." Zhao instructed the little monkey who had finished eating chestnuts. The little monkey immediately stuck out his red buttocks, completely unaware of shame, and worked hard to take off the pants. Soon, the lower bodies of several men were naked. Lao Qin, who was standing by, was stunned. Who was this guy? He even took the pants of the dead? Lao Qin looked at the little girl again, and saw that she had also stripped the bodies of the two women. Lao Qin, who was standing by, had his eyes dropped to the ground. Bandits. This is definitely a gang of bandits. This was Lao Qin's first thought. At this time, Song Xiaodao was holding two bras in his hands, frowning and saying to Zhao, "They are too big. I can't wear them now. Why do they have to grow so big? It's not that they are big, it's that you are too young." Zhao glanced at the airport. "That's right. I'm too young. When I grow up, I can wear such beautiful bras." Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's words, and then shouted at Zhao Yin, "Help me put these clothes into your space ring." The recent star crystals have not opened pants, just like Zhao Yin is born without pants. Zhao Yin's pants and shoes are damaged every day, and there are only a few left. He looked at the pile of pants and shoes and socks on the ground, and collected them all with satisfaction. Then he said to Song Xiaodao, "Go find Lao Niu and let him carry all your things." "No, Lao Niu has to fight zombies. What if it gets damaged?" Song Xiaodao took the two bras and the torn stockings that he cared about the most. The other clothes were piled on the ground. "You want this thing?" Zhao Yin looked at the airport on her chest. "What's the use?" Song Xiaodao's face immediately flushed, and she said dissatisfiedly, "I'm about to be 12 years old and will grow up soon. Will you help me put it away?" The little girl was not going to compromise with Zhao Yin on this matter. Zhao Yin shook his head and was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He still walked over and helped her put away all the things. Then, Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the big iron basin on the ground. "Put it away. It's just right for Xiao Hozi and Song Xiaodao to take a bath." He saw the rice cooker pot again, picked it up and compared it on his head. It would be a good helmet. It just covers the eyes after wearing it, so he took out a machete, cut out the position of the face on the pot, and put it on his head directly. "Not bad, right?" Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded immediately, "Very handsome. A handsome man looks good in any helmet." Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and the old cow also nodded together, indicating that they agreed. This pot helmet can definitely block the attack of ordinary zombies. If Zhao Yin had this helmet last night, he would not have been injured so badly. There was nothing else Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. Zhao Yin looked around and finally set his eyes on Lao Qin's face. His face immediately sank. "Where is the corn?" "What?" Lao Qin did not react to the sudden question for a while. "Corn, the food you usually eat?" Zhao Yin asked. "They only give me urine to drink, and they eat maggots on rotten meat." "Oh, there is indeed corn in the tunnel, corn trees." Lao Qin stuttered. He was not afraid of death, but for some reason, he was a little nervous when facing this man. Zhao Yin heard this and turned to walk deeper into the tunnel. Little monkey and old cow hurriedly followed. "Zhao Yin, wait for me." Song Xiaodao followed. Only Lao Qin was left. He stood there in a daze, hesitating whether to follow him. But he was not familiar with the other party, and the man did not look easy to approach. What if the other party thought he had bad intentions? But if he did not follow, where could he go? Zhao quickly found the corn, or to be more precise, the corn tree. The main stem was thicker than a bucket and as high as a 5-story building. The branches and leaves were dense, like a towering tree, reaching the top of the tunnel. Zhao counted and found that there were a total of 48 corn cobs on the tree. There was a trace of being picked. Zhao guessed that it should be related to the corn husk discarded by Manager Wei and others. He used the eye of true vision to check the corn tree from top to bottom. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 52 hours to maturity. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 61 hours to maturity. Corn. 49 hours to maturity. Corn vine, F-level mutant plant. This corn tree does not grow crops with 2 functions like the chestnut tree. But this is normal. Zhao has lived 2 lives and has only seen chestnut trees as peculiar. At this time, the little monkey raised his head excitedly, staring at the corn cobs above his head, drooling and about to climb up. Wait! Zhao stopped him and said, "These corns are not ripe yet, we need to wait a few more days." The little monkey could only climb down disappointedly, looking up from time to time, staring at the corn cobs above his head. "Zhao, are we going to wait here for a few days?" Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn cobs need 3 days to mature. In these 3 days, the chestnuts consumed by the 2 mutant beasts are definitely worth more than 48 corn cobs. Corn is not for eating. It becomes seeds after it matures. Zhao explained. He is not short of food now, but the types of food. Wait 3 days and rest here. After that, Zhao led everyone out of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up a stealth tent. When passing the tunnel entrance, Zhao saw Lao Qin still standing there. "You haven't left yet?" Zhao asked in surprise. Lao Qin was a little reserved in front of Zhao, and subconsciously bent slightly like before the end of the world. "Little brother, I don't know where else I can go. Can I follow you in the future?" "No." Zhao refused without waiting for Lao Qin to finish. He had seen many such people in his previous life, and there were countless survivors who couldn't survive. Often when they see a strong person, they will cling to him like a dog, hoping to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Once they encounter a crisis, they will run faster than anyone else. Lao Qin heard this, and his face instantly showed a dead gray. After a long while, he nodded, "I understand." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. "Are you going to leave just like that?" Zhao was slightly surprised. Lao Qin turned around and asked, "Little brother, do you have any other instructions?" "The pants and shoes are good, take them off," Zhao ordered directly. A layer of cold sweat overflowed from Lao Qin's head. Then, Lao Qin smiled bitterly. He didn't understand why such a strong man was so obsessed with pants, but he can only take off his pants and shoes as ordered. After Zhao took it, he waved his hand, "Let's go." This is a pair of old liberation shoes. The size seems to be suitable for Zhao. In the end times, this kind of wear-resistant shoes is more practical than ordinary sports shoes. Zhao killed Manager Wei and others and occupied the tunnel. According to the rules, Lao Qin is his prisoner, including the clothes on his body. Lao Qin walked out of the tunnel slowly. He didn't feel much gratitude to Zhao, nor did he hate him. A pair of pants and shoes exchanged for a life that Lao Qin himself didn't think was still valuable. Of course, Zhao didn't save him out of kindness, but just happened to kill his enemy. When Lao Qin walked to the entrance of the tunnel, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed to a kitchen knife. "Can I take this away?" Zhao didn't say anything and nodded. Lao Qin grabbed the kitchen knife and walked out of the tunnel slowly. In the dim sunlight, he was only wearing a pair of briefs, and his legs were very white. Squeak! "Master, he is a good man. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him." At this time, the little monkey suddenly tugged at the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes. "You don't have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you want to give it to him?" Zhao Yin frowned and asked. "Give it to him. He helped me," the little monkey said with certainty. When Lao Qin helped it before, the little monkey fell into a coma, but the mutant beast's powerful perception still made it feel something. In fact, Zhao Yin did not want to occupy this tunnel, nor did he have to drive Lao Qin away. He was mainly worried that the other party, an outsider, would steal his corn. After thinking about it, Zhao took out 5 chestnuts, a pistol, and 50 rounds of bullets and handed them to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Give it to him and tell him that the gun is used to deal with survivors. Shooting at random will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the things and chased out. Zhao chose a flat place at the entrance of the tunnel and raised his hand to release the invisible tent. Then, he took out the golden silk fruit. "Monkey, you have done a good job in protecting Lao Niao and Xiaodao this time. This is a reward for you." The little monkey remembered clearly that the master went deep into the industrial park and almost lost his life just for this fruit. Holding the golden silk fruit given by Zhao, it asked in disbelief, "Master, is it really for me?" "Of course, I never treat meritorious officials unfairly," Zhao said. The old cow next to it immediately looked over, his eyes full of envy. It has been thinking about this golden silk fruit for a long time. 96. Now it has fallen into the hands of the monkey. But thinking of the little monkey's previous life-saving, the old cow didn't feel embarrassed to fight with it. Each mutant beast can only take 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime, and eating more is useless, Zhao said, directly dispelling the old cow's extravagant hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter and express gratitude to the master, but Zhao glared and interrupted, "Don't eat it yet?" The little monkey didn't dare to hesitate any longer, fearing that the duck in its mouth would fly away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth and chewed with its cheeks puffed up. After a while, the little monkey suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. The old cow next to it showed a gloating look, and it had experience in eating golden silk fruit. Last time, it also suffered great pain until it fell into a coma. Fortunately, the zombie king was not there at that time. However, if it really comes to experience, Zhao knows more about golden silk fruit than anyone else. Golden silk fruit can directly upgrade the mutant beast to a higher level and add a superpower. How can the pain that needs to be endured for such a perverted effect be small? But the monkey will definitely be fine. Zhao simply took out a quilt, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 5 hours later, and the sky had become dim. Song Xiaodao came back at some point, curled up his little body and slept on. Zhao was injured too badly last night. Although he recovered from his injuries by eating sandwich bread, his body was not fully recovered from the bleeding, so he slept too soundly. The little monkey and the old cow on the side stared at each other in a daze. Zhao opened the eye of true vision to the little monkey. Growth stage macaque, E-level mutant beast, strength 40, agility 42, physical strength 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talent, gigantic, frenzied, fire control. Mutant beasts, like zombies, will have an additional defense attribute after evolving to E-level. What Zhao really cares about is that the innate ability evolved by the little monkey this time is actually fire control. Fire-related abilities are definitely at the forefront of all combat abilities. Zhao was worried that the little monkey would evolve a useless ability. Unexpectedly, it was fire-related. Monkey, turn on the fire control ability and see. Wait, leave the tent and turn it on again, Zhao said, fearing that the little monkey would burn the tent. The little monkey was also very excited to see Zhao wake up, and communicated with his heart like offering a treasure. "Master, I feel very strong now." "Nonsense, it has evolved to E-level, of course it is stronger than before." Zhao took the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for the monkey's performance. He was full of expectations. The little monkey was also afraid of burning the master, so he stood more than 20 meters away from Zhao. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and slowly raised his hand to a pile of wood not far away. Puff! A flame ignited between its fingers, not much bigger than a soybean, and it went out in less than a second. The little monkey suddenly widened his eyes and stayed there. Zhao was also confused. Is this its fire ability? Master, I didn't eat enough, and I don't have the energy to activate my ability. The little monkey communicated awkwardly in his heart. Zhao frowned. In his previous life, when he found the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Mutated beasts with dual superpowers are too rare. Even Lin Tianfeng only opened the second superpower for the contracted beast at that time. As for the third superpower, it only exists in theory. First, we must find a mutant beast with dual superpowers, and then use the effect of the golden silk fruit to achieve it. In fact, Zhao Yin himself has never seen it. Could it be that the limit of mutant beasts is dual superpowers? Zhao Yin couldn't know the truth. He stared at the little monkey with a calm face, but secretly regretted the golden silk fruit in his heart. Master, can you give me extraordinary food? When I'm full, I can release the flame for the master to see. The little monkey said in his heart. No, I don't want to see it. Zhao Yin got up and walked into the invisible tent. His heart was bleeding, a golden silk fruit. Master, chestnuts are also fine. Let me eat enough, and I will release it for you to see. The little monkey followed Zhao Yin closely, pulling the corner of his clothes. Wait for Xiao Dao to wake up, and have dinner together. Zhao Yin said. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to rest in the tunnel, until the morning of the third day, he came to the depths of the tunnel alone. The corn tree has gradually withered, and the branches and leaves have begun to turn yellow. Zhao Yin broke off the last corn cob, put it into the space ring, called Song Xiaodao and the two beasts, and prepared to pack up and set off. Next, he did not plan to return to Guangzhou City, and the direction he set was the Dawei Mountains. In the previous life, Zhao Yin helped Lin Tianfeng set a trap in the Dawei Mountains in the second year of the apocalypse, and captured the flying white tiger, which was only a sea-level mutant beast at the time. Later, the mutant beast grew to the emperor level. In this life, he wants to live better, not only to enhance his strength, but also to continuously collect supplies. At present, what Zhao Yin lacks most is a life space. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered that in the fourth year of the apocalypse, a life space appeared in the Dawei Mountains, and it was obtained by a powerful superpower. When this incident reached Zhao Yin's ears, it was the fifth year of the apocalypse. The most popular rumor was that the superpower at that time joined forces with more than a dozen A-level evolvers to kill a zombie king. In the end, only the superpower survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he opened an SS-level treasure. SS-level treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the apocalypse fight for it, so that a bloody storm was set off at that time, and even SSS-level superpowers took action. The one who got the life space eventually died in the mountains. Zhao Yin packed up the invisible tent and walked out of the tunnel with Song Xiaodao and the two beasts. Zhao Yin, look, what is that? Suddenly, Song Xiaodao pointed in a certain direction and said. Hoo. Lao Qin ran all the way, the air in his lungs was pumping like a bellows, and the dozen zombies behind him were chasing him relentlessly. As he panicked, the zombies attracted more and more, and soon, hundreds of them gathered and chased him. Oh my God, since you let me live, why do you treat me like this? Lao Qin sighed in his heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die soon. At this moment, Lao Qin remembered a lot, those old friends, those stories, everything was gone, and he was the only one left in the desolate world, struggling to survive. In fact, it was quite boring. In fact, it was good to die. He was an orphan since he was a child, and he didn't know what his parents looked like. He was adopted by an anti-Japanese war veteran. When he grew up, Lao Qin also responded to the call and joined the army. He was in the army for 10 years. Once when he went home to visit his relatives, someone blinded one of his adoptive father's eyes. The man had a deep background, and his adoptive father could only swallow his anger. Lao Qin was furious and killed people with a knife. In this way, his future in the army was ruined, and he was reformed for another 15 years. After he came out, his adoptive father was left with only a desolate grave. In this way, he wasted half his life and didn't even marry a wife. He is middle-aged, with the crime of being a labor camp prisoner, and no decent job wants him, so he can only come to this construction site to work as a cook. I didn't expect the end of the world to come. Lao Qin held the kitchen knife tightly and ran all the way with his long white legs. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies appeared on the only road ahead, and the road was completely blocked. Old Qin looked back and saw a large crowd of zombies. They were all attracted by him when he was in a panic. He didn't know how many there were. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily. At this moment, the panic in his eyes slowly dissipated, gradually becoming desperate, and then calm.
Bookbar. He didn't have the strength to kill even one more zombie.
It's impossible to do it among the corpses.
Then die quietly.
It would be best if he was eaten by zombies without leaving any bones, because he didn't want to become a zombie after death, and he didn't want to be alone in the zombie wilderness.
Bang! Lao Qin directly dropped the kitchen knife and watched the corpses gradually approaching. Come on, eat me. If you don't eat cleanly, you will be your grandson.
Lao Qin laughed and cursed, struggled to hold himself up, and took the initiative to greet the group of corpses on the opposite side. He was limping and was instantly overwhelmed by the corpses. The air was full of corpse odor, and countless hands reached out to him.
The nearest zombie opened its mouth and bit his neck.
At this moment, Lao Qin closed his eyes and his expression became nervous again. He wanted to try his best to make his death not so ugly, but he couldn't help being frightened. It turned out that I was still afraid of death. However, Lao Qin did not feel the pain on his neck. Then, he opened his eyes and then I saw all the zombies, frozen there, as if they all turned into wood sculptures in an instant. At this moment, the wind stopped. Lao Qin saw the fine sand blown up by the wind in front of him, staying in the air, as if time had stopped and the years had frozen.
Walk!
A cold little hand grabbed Lao Qin's wrist and pulled him out of the pile of corpses. When Lao Qin came back to his senses, he only saw a short woman, wearing only a bra on her upper body and a pair of dirty jeans on her lower body, pulling him to run in front, leaving him with only a thin back. Lao Qin's body instantly seemed to gain strength, and his long white legs spread out. In the wind and sand all over the sky, men were naked, and women were naked from the waist down, running as fast as they could. Until she was completely away from the corpses, the woman let go of her hand and looked back at Lao Qin, sizing him up sharply.
Thank you. Lao Qin said.
Only then did he realize that although the face of the woman in front of him was dirty, she was very pretty. She is probably in her early 20s and looks a bit like the pre-apocalyptic star Lai Ying. At this time, the woman put a small copper lamp as big as a fist in her other hand into her trouser pocket, licked her chapped lips, and said hoarsely, "No need to thank me, you should thank him."
Lao Qin was confused. He didn't kill you.
He gave you food and a gun, which shows that you are worth saving.
The woman said.
When Lao Qin heard this, he thought of Zhao.
Was it because of that man that she saved herself?
The woman continued, "I lack a partner who can do things for me.
He tells me through his actions that you are the right person. Are you interested?" Lao Qin immediately nodded. "No matter what, you are my savior. You can do anything you ask me to do."
Old Qin saw the woman's ability just now. She was able to immobilize those terrifying zombies. By following this kind of person, not only can he repay his kindness, but he can also live longer.
He has nowhere to go anyway, so why can't he work for her?
The woman suddenly shook her body, then stumbled and almost fell.
Lao Qin quickly supported her. "Are you injured?"
It's okay." The woman stood firm and shook her head. She found a large meteorite, sat down on it, took out a handful of red berries from her pocket, gave half of them to Lao Qin, and ate the remaining half slowly. But her other hand was always tightly holding the copper lamp in her pocket. Lao Qin didn't see that her hand only had 4 fingers, and drops of blood were slowly flowing into the lampshade. Zhao Yin looked in the direction Song Shadao pointed. Under the dim sunlight, a bottle of medicine was placed steadily on a meteorite. Therapeutic potion, grade D, effective in treating injuries. Any life below D grade will be reborn immediately after taking it. Zhao Yin was lost in thought for a while.
Why is there a bottle of D-level healing potion here?
Since the end of the world, Zhao Yin has never given out such a truly life-saving treasure. In the previous life, any potion that could regenerate a severed limb was sold at a sky-high price, even as high as the evolution potion of the same level.
Zhao Yin was confused. Not many people knew the secret of star crystal now.
Even if the treasure was found, they would only keep it for themselves. Who would leave it here casually?
Could it be that a certain zombie lost its nature, chose not to devour the star crystals, used them as marbles to play with, accidentally broke the star crystals, and prescribed this bottle of evolution potion? How can it be? Zhao Yin himself was amused by this idea. Zhao Yin, look, there are words here. Song Xiaodao pointed at a certain part of the meteorite and said. Zhao Yin's attention has been on the treatment potion, so he didn't notice it before. I saw 3 words written crookedly in charcoal there, I'm sorry. It was written by someone. What shameful thing did that person do? Zhao Yin whispered. Who knows, maybe there are other survivors here. Song Xiaodao also said doubtfully. Zhao Yin was breaking corn before and didn't pay attention to the outside noise. Now he opened his ears, but found that the wind was even louder today, so that he couldn't tell whether there were any living creatures breathing or footsteps within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find the reason, Zhao Yin simply stopped thinking about it. Even if there were survivors, it was impossible to take out the things in his space ring. Let's go, Zhao Yin said. After saying that, he left quickly, like a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts hurried to catch up. Zhao Yin didn't slow down until he ran 2 kilometers. Song Xiaodao followed him with his short legs, and he was already panting with fatigue. Zhao Yin, is it possible that someone is apologizing to you? Impossible, I don't know any other survivors except you, Zhao Yin said. Seeing Zhao Yin's determination, Song Xiaodao stopped talking. Zhao Yin saw that the vegetation on both sides of the broken road was more lush than 2 days ago. Although these ordinary vegetation are not mutant plants, they are more vigorous than the vegetation before the end of the world. Many ruins were covered with weeds and vines, which took root directly in the concrete, and countless concrete blocks hit cracks. Zhao Yin knew that it would not be long before these ruins would disappear and be decomposed by vegetation. After several years, people might not remember what their homes once looked like. The world at that time was like a restart, entering a reincarnation, and returning to the primitive era. Once, Zhao Yin read a news article in which someone boldly assumed that before humans ruled the world, there had been countless destructions and restarts of civilization. No one knew why civilization was destroyed and when it was born. Perhaps that news was not an assumption, but a fact. Today's doomsday is experiencing the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of extraordinary civilization. Zhao Yin just didn't know what role the last human beings would play in the end. Did all the zombies evolve wisdom and replace human rule, or did humans eventually eliminate all zombies? But all this had nothing to do with him, Zhao Yin. What he was doing now was to collect as many supplies as possible and strengthen himself. He would not create any camps again, and would not be lost in power again. He just wanted to have enough supplies and be strong enough, and then live well with the people and animals he cared about most. At this time, a strong wind blew in the face, howling and sobbing. It messed up Song Xiaodao's long hair and pressed her dress tightly to her body, outlining the childish figure of a girl. Guangzhou City is about 500 kilometers away from the Dawei Mountains, and you need to go all the way north. Zhao Yin chose a shortcut and gradually walked into the former forest. As he moved away from Guangzhou City, the scattered zombies wandering on the road gradually disappeared. After the end of the world, all the forests were destroyed, and only a few mutant trees grew up overnight, and most places were still only weeds. It didn't rain after the end of the world, and the wind and sand were very strong. Zhao Yin took out 2 gas masks and put one on with Song Xiaodao. As for the old cow and the little monkey, blow it. 3 days later, Zhao Yin and his party had gradually walked into the Dawei Mountains. Zhao Yin, there is no way around the front, there are zombies blocking the road. Song Xiaodao pointed to the front and said. This was a tourist area in the past, and finally zombies appeared in sight. Monkey, go kill them, Zhao Yin ordered directly. At this time, on the road ahead, there was an overturned minibus, and 20 zombies were wandering around. 3 of the zombies were actually F-level. Zombie. When the monkey heard Zhao Yin's instructions, his eyes immediately shone with excitement. Now it is no longer the timid level 0 mutant beast it was at the beginning. It hasn't killed many zombies recently, and it has to worry about losing its sense of presence in front of its master. The little monkey rushed towards the 20 zombies with a mace in hand. Ho ho ho! The zombies immediately discovered the little monkey and swarmed towards it. The two F-class zombies were the fastest, and they got rid of the ordinary zombies behind them in an instant. It's a pity that what they encountered was an E-level mutant beast. The first release of this book bar provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. Roar! The little monkey also roared loudly while running. At the same time, his body expanded rapidly, his heavy armor jingled, his speed suddenly doubled, and his huge figure turned into a strong wind. Boom! An F-class zombie was shot in the head with a stick before it could get close to the little monkey. The mutilated body splashed with dark brown blood and flew out quickly. The second F-class zombie had already arrived in front of the little monkey. He opened his mouth to bite it, but the little monkey quickly turned around. Snapped! The hem of the heavy armor hit the zombie's face. While it was still dazed, the little monkey hit it hard with a mace. 3 seconds to kill 2 F-class zombies. What happened next was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away the mace and quickly shrank to normal size. He ran back to Zhao Yin and hugged his knees. "Master, the killing is over." "Good job." Zhao Yin patted the little monkey's head and rewarded him with a chestnut. Thinking back to a few days ago, when Zhao Yinshu arrived in Nanjiao village, it took him a lot of effort to kill the 2 F-class zombies, and he even used a pistol. "Zhao Yin, I'm going to cut the watermelon," Song Xiaodao said proactively. In fact, even if she didn't say anything, Zhao Yin would still give instructions. If it was just such a small amount of work, would he still have to do it himself? She took out her butterfly knife, walked to the nearest corpse of an F-class zombie, reached out and fiddled with the smelly and blackened brain, and soon found an F-class corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao wiped it clean skillfully, lowered his head and continued to look for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. But after searching for a long time, almost every drop of brain and every piece of skull had been cut open and inspected by Song Xiaodao. There was actually no trace of the star crystal. "Zhao Yin, what's wrong? This zombie's star crystal has been stolen." Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin walked over. "What's going on?" "I can't find the star crystal." Song Xiaodao felt that he was useless and couldn't do such a small thing well. Zhao Yin took out his machete, struck it a few times, and then walked to the body of another F-level zombie. Like Song Xiaodao before, he carefully searched every place, but in the end, there were still only 2 F-level corpse crystals. No star crystal. "Little monkey, are you too strong and the star crystal flew away?" Song Xiaodao looked at the little monkey and complained. The little monkey was also confused. This was how it used to kill zombies. Why did it fly away? Song Xiaodao and little monkey were searching nearby. "No need to look for it," Zhao Yin said and put away the machete. "Don't you want the star crystal?" Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. "This is just an ordinary F-level zombie. It has never swallowed star crystals at all," Zhao said. Counting the time, nearly half a month has passed since the zombie outbreak. Ordinary zombies have evolved to level F and should have appeared a few days ago. It's just that Zhao Yin and his party didn't encounter them while walking in the mountains and forests. Nowadays, most of the zombies that have devoured the star crystals should have evolved to E-level, and there may even be D-level among them. Can zombies that have not swallowed star crystals evolve? Song Xiaodao's expression changed. Zhao Yin said, "Not only can it evolve, but it will continue to evolve." Although Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Yin knew it, he believed in his words. Now, although she has become an evolver with Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao is still a little scared if she is asked to deal with F-class zombies alone. One can imagine how difficult the situation for ordinary survivors is now. She couldn't imagine what she would be like if she hadn't met Zhao Yin back then. Will he be directly eaten by zombies, or will he be sold to some people by Wang Quan, and end up living like that old Qin? Song Xiaodao didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, she threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms and hugged his waist tightly, her little body trembling non-stop. Zhao Yin was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" I'm fine," Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. "I just want to hug you, Zhao Yin. can you let me hug you for a while?
Zhao stood there, feeling the warm little body pressing against him, and he actually had a physical reaction. He thought about it, but still couldn't push her away.
Zhao.
Song Xiaodao buried his face in front of Zhao. If one day we encounter danger again, will you leave me and the little monkeys?
I will try my best to protect you. If there is a crisis that I cannot handle, I will go alone.
Zhao hesitated slightly and said seriously, so, you have to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised his head, pouted, looked at Zhao and said, you can't say something nice, you can just lie to me.
Do you like being cheated?
Zhao lowered his head and stared at the little girl's clear eyes with a little bit of ignorance. Song Xiaodao buried his face in Zhao Yin's chest again. In fact, I still prefer the honest you.
Didn't you say that I will be your woman in 7 years?
I will marry you when I grow up, so Zhao, you must do your best to protect your fiancé. Zhao didn't expect this girl to say such a thing. He raised his hand to push her away from his arms and scolded, go to work. Song Xiaodao still stood in front of him, opened his eyes and asked, Zhao, will you marry me in the future? Zhao turned around, monkey, go and take off her equipment, let her see how much she weighs. You bastard! Song Xiaodao screamed immediately, and protected himself with his hands in front of him, can't I go to work? After that, she went to cut watermelon aggressively. After Zhao collected all the corpse crystals, he set off to continue on his way. Along the way, Song Xiaodao kept his head down and stopped talking. At some point, the dim sun in the sky disappeared and was slowly covered by dark clouds.
Soon, thunder sounded and bean-sized raindrops fell.
The wind was stronger, carrying raindrops, crackling on Zhao Yin's face.
Cold. The F-Evolver was not ignorant of the cold and heat.
Song Xiaodao was shivering with cold, but still did not speak to Zhao Yin.
The two mutant beasts didn't care.
The little monkey was having fun in the rain, running a distance and then running back, then running forward and running back again. It seemed that it found this very interesting. The old cow followed Zhao diligently, taking the opportunity to nibble on the grass by the roadside from time to time, chewing slowly in his mouth.
Rest here tonight, Zhao said.
He found an open space and threw out the invisible tent.
Song Xiaodao quickly got in and took the initiative to make a fire and cook.
Zhao sat by the fire, recalling his past life. After the first rain after the apocalypse, plants all over the world would grow explosively, and the types of mutant crops would increase. Many survivors who had struggled for a month and a half would also be relieved by this rain. At the same time, the surviving animals gradually became active, and the jungle was the paradise for animals. They killed zombies and swallowed star crystals, or captured living creatures to eat meat, and their strength soared rapidly.
Many pseudo-mutated beasts would appear.
In short, this rain injected nutrients into this broken world of ruins.
All life except zombies finally had the possibility of survival.
Zhao remembered a lot, and it was already late at night before he knew it. Suddenly, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of rain, approaching rapidly.
Swan Zhao immediately recognized that it was the sound of human footsteps and looked back.
Song Xiaodao was already asleep, and the little monkey and the old cow opened their eyes, all with alertness. Old cow, you stay in the tent, monkey, come with me to see. Zhao finished communicating with the little monkey and walked out of the invisible tent with the little monkey.
Boom!
Thunder sounded in the sky, and heavy rain soaked Zhao in an instant. The little monkey's armor was shining with water. Zhao squinted and looked forward. In the dark night, 4 figures were running wildly, about 300 or 400 meters away from Zhao. 2 men and 2 women, all looked young. The 2 women were empty-handed, and the 2 men, one holding a shovel and the other holding a crowbar. They looked panicked, and from time to time someone was tripped by vines and immediately helped up by their companions. The direction they were running towards was exactly where Zhao was.
There are zombies ahead.
As several people approached, a girl with disheveled hair and black-framed glasses pointed at Zhao and the little monkey and shouted,
"Hurry up and take a detour."
Another short-haired girl said in a panic,
"No, the road is too slippery. Only this section of the road is flat."
Otherwise, when Captain Wang and the others can't hold on, we can't outrun those damn rats. After a tall young man finished speaking, he anxiously said to another young man with a flat head, "Xiaohong, let's go kill these 2 zombies." Kill zombies? The young man with a flat head asked in a trembling voice. It's too late, hurry up. The girl with glasses urged, "Hong Xiaotian, are you still a man? Didn't you say you would protect us?" The young man with a flat head gritted his teeth when he heard it, and the expression on his face was no longer hesitant. He picked up a shovel and followed the tall young man, and the 2 quickly ran towards Zhao. As the 2 approached, Zhao gradually saw that the faces of the 2 young men were gradually pale. Their clothes were tattered, but they were washed clean by the rain and stuck to their bodies wetly. Squeak! The little monkey seemed to feel threatened and suddenly became manic. Zhao raised his hand and patted its head, "Don't worry." The 2 young men were stunned and stopped. Are you a human?" the flat-headed young man asked. In the dark rainy night, they couldn't see Zhao Yin's face clearly. "What scares you so much, a zombie?" Zhao Yin asked. They were sure that Zhao Yin was not a zombie, and they all seemed to be relieved. Hong Xiaotian put down the shovel in his hand and said anxiously, "Brother, run quickly, a group of rats are chasing us." "Rats?" Zhao Yin's eyes lit up. "Brother, that's not an ordinary rat, it's bigger than a dog." Before Hong Xiaotian finished speaking, there was a roar behind him, even covering the sound of rain, like thousands of troops galloping. "Xiaohong, stop talking, run." The tall young man on the side pulled Hong Xiaotian, and the 2 girls behind him had already passed them and ran to the front. The few people did not find Zhao Yin's invisible tent. After running more than 10 meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw that the man was still standing there, with the child in strange clothes behind him. At this time, Zhao Yin used his eyesight to see the group of rats clearly. There were about 300 or 400 of them, each of them was the size of a medium-sized dog. All the weeds and vines were trampled flat along the way. "Brother, run quickly, why are you standing there stupidly?" Hong Xiaotian had already run a few hundred meters away and turned back to shout loudly to Zhao Yin. "Who cares what he does? Who can he blame if he wants to die?" said the girl with glasses. "Captain Wang and the others are probably dead. If no one holds back the rats for us, it's impossible to escape back to the shelter." "Let him delay for a while," said the tall young man. The short-haired girl on the side frowned and said nothing, but she quickened her pace a bit with the 3 people. Soon, the 4 disappeared in the rain. Rat, Grade F, Strength 25, Agility 36, Stamina 12, Spirit 2, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rat, Grade F, Strength 24, Agility 35, Stamina 13, Spirit 1, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rat, Grade F. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision and found that it was indeed a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutated beasts and mutant beasts is that mutant beasts are naturally mutated and have superpowers, while pseudo-mutated beasts mutate from zombie viruses and have no superpowers. Pseudo-mutated beasts are also living beings, and Zhao Yin can also contract them. Zhao Yin immediately rushed into the invisible tent and picked up Song Xiaodao, who was sleeping soundly. "Zhao Yin, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, Zhao Yin rushed out of the invisible tent, and the rain instantly woke Song Xiaodao up. Lao Niu also followed out and looked up at the rat group opposite. At this time, the rat group was less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu were both shocked. "Master, do you want to run?" Lao Niu's voice was actually cowardly. "These are hundreds of F-level pseudo-mutated beasts, not hundreds of zombies. They are not much different from mutant beasts except that they have no superpowers." Zhao Yin didn't say anything, and directly took out all the chestnut thorn balls in the space ring, and ordered loudly, "Let's work together and spread the thorn balls." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's idea, set a trap. Quick! A machete appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. With a powerful swing, the blade pushed through the pile of thorn balls, and countless thorn balls flew out immediately and landed on the path that the rats had to pass. When the little monkey was picking chestnuts, he accidentally touched it and was stabbed by the thorn balls. This shows the power of this mutant plant, otherwise Zhao Yin would not let them occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out his tang sword and imitated Zhao Yin to slap the thorn balls beside him.
But the fastest one was the little monkey.
After it activated its giant power, every time it swung its mace, hundreds of kilograms of thorn balls were spread out. The old cow used its horns and hooves, and its hide was stabbed by the thorn balls.
It was so painful that it gasped. 10 seconds later, Zhao Yin shouted, "Retreat!"
All the thorn balls were spread out, and the rats arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to retreat to the invisible tent. 300 or 400 rats the size of dogs were everywhere in the mountains and plains, all with bloodshot eyes, and they rushed forward with their sharp claws trampling the mud with madness. Chirp! The first rat in front instantly stepped on the thorn ball arranged by Zhao Yin, screamed in pain, and subconsciously jumped high to avoid it, but the next moment, its body fell on several other thorn balls, and its whole body twitched. Then, all the rats in front stepped on the thorn balls, and the scene just now was repeated. For a while, the chirping sound was endless, piercing Zhao Yin's eardrums. "Get ready, after the rats rush through the trap, try to knock them out for me, and kill them if you can't." Zhao Yin stood in the rain and ordered loudly.
Thousands of kilograms of thorn balls, almost every rat can hang a few on it.
Although not fatal, their agility was greatly reduced, and their speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the first rat rushed out of the trap, with more than a dozen thorn balls all over its body, bleeding, and rushing towards Zhao Yin's team with red eyes.
Then, the second one, the third one.
It seemed that they also knew that the thorn balls were set up by the guys in front of them. With hatred in his bloodshot eyes, Zhao Yin took out his compound bow and shot an arrow.
Poof! The nearest mouse was immediately pierced through one of its hind legs by an arrow.
Its body tilted, and it continued to rush towards this side with a limp.
It was met with Zhao Yin's second arrow.
The other hind leg of the mouse was also pierced by an arrow in an instant, and it no longer posed a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin ignored it and aimed at another mouse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows were shot out like beads. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 mice crawled on the ground with difficulty on their 2 front legs. Whoops! The old cow snorted. This time, it activated its superpower before the little monkey could. Its muscles bulged high, and its armor like fish scales quickly covered the cowhide all over its body. The old cow trampled the mud and rushed directly into the group of rats. A mouse was directly knocked away by it.
After landing, the rat's internal organs flowed out of the fart. "Tama, please be gentler, I told you not to kill me," Zhao Yin yelled.
That was the basis for his formation of the contracted beast army.
The death of one of them would be a huge loss. Lao Nyo has not done much recently and wanted to express himself well.
"Master, I have already restrained my strength, but I didn't expect to kill one of them."
A sly expression appeared on the cow's face.
When the little monkey on the side saw this, he immediately gloated and bared his teeth and shouted, "Master, look at me."
It swung the mace and struck it down with a bang.
A mouse was instantly knocked to the ground. His head was bursting, his brains were flowing out, and he fell to the ground, his limbs twitching constantly. "I think you're such a big pussy." Zhao Yin jumped to his feet and cursed.
Did these 2 bastards do this on purpose?
The little monkey also looked confused.
Is it so easy to beat?
Now that it has evolved to E level, it has completely forgotten that its basic power has doubled. Zhao Yin's heart was bleeding and he turned back to look at Song Xiaodao. She had already knocked out 2 mice with a sheathed tang knife. Zhao Yin finally felt better. "Take a good look, if you learn from Song Xiaodao, no matter how reckless you are, you won't be able to eat in the morning." At this time, hundreds of mice had already rushed out of the trap. Zhao Yin ignored the 2 beasts and continued to shoot arrows with his bow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the legs of 15 or 16 mice, and the little monkey also hit a large piece, and finally no more headshots were shot. As for life or death, God knows. The method used by the old cow was still very rough. He knocked the mice over directly, then raised his iron hooves and trampled on them.
Many mice had their limbs broken by it.
Soon, even Song Xiaodao knocked over the 5th mouse. At this time, almost all of the 100 that rushed out were wiped out, and not one of them could even get close to Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao shouted, "No, they want to escape." At this moment, all the rats in the trap, including those that had already rushed out of the trap and could not be controlled in time, all turned around and ran towards the way they came. Quickly, Song Xiaodao returns to the tent. "Monkey and Lao Niu, follow me," Zhao Yin ordered directly. These are all his contracted beasts, the power that makes up the contracted beast legion. Zhao Yin was dreaming a few days ago that he would one day meet such a group of mutant beasts that were not too strong but were numerous in number. Even a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. Now that the trap has been dug and the thorn balls have pierced their bodies, they are just one step away. How can they escape like this? Zhao Yin put away his compound bow, took out his machete, and quickly chased forward. Roar! The little monkey finally started his mad transformation. His huge figure grew taller again, his long legs spread out, and his speed actually surpassed Zhao Yin. He set off a gust of wind and chased forward. "Master, the monkey, will always be my most capable general and my vanguard. Don't hit your head," Zhao Yin shouted loudly behind him. Lao Niu's eyes were also red, but its two superpowers did not increase agility, so it could only hang far away at the end. Soon, Zhao Yin and the two beasts disappeared in front of Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao knew that his speed was far inferior to those of mice, and he would only be able to drag himself down. Returning to the tent, she clenched her fists. "I want to evolve to E-level, I want to evolve to E-level." At this moment, the two men and two women who had escaped earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters in front of them, a giant rat several times larger than the previous rat stood quietly in the heavy rain. Green Eyes stared at the four people, full of banter. When the four of them faced the giant rat, their legs became weak and their whole bodies trembled. So big. I'm exhausted and can't escape. It's over." The four of them looked pale. The giant rat didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It shook its 2-meter-long tail and approached slowly with a downward gaze. GG. A piercing scream came from its mouth, piercing the eardrums, and the tense nerves of the four people collapsed instantly. The two girls fell to the ground. "Woo! I don't want to die, Wu Hao, Hong Xiaotian, didn't you say you would protect me?" The girl with glasses cried. "Shut up!" Wu Hao, a tall young man, yelled, "It's the end of the world. We are all going to die. How can we protect you?" At this time, among the four people, Hong Xiaotian, who had always been the most timid and fearful, suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Hao, take Tang Ting and Pang Jinjin away first, and I will hold this mouse down." The girl with glasses stopped crying immediately. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked in disbelief, "Xiao Hong, are you sure? He will die. Just die." Hong Xiaotian trembled all over and said, "If no one holds it back, no one will be able to leave in the end. It's better for one person to die than for all of us to die." He suddenly looked at the girl with glasses, and his eyes gradually became gentle. "Jinjin, I fell in love with you when I was in high school, but I know that I am not your type. I am from the countryside. My parents divorced when I was young. I am not as well off as most of my classmates. I am introverted and my grades are not good. I am destined not to be worthy of you. Originally, I planned to keep this secret forever, but now I am about to die. I want to know, have you ever liked me in these years? No, have you ever regarded me as a friend?" The girl with glasses wiped her tears, stood up immediately, and said without thinking, "Xiao Hong, how can you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Actually, I liked you before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends." "Really?" Hong Xiaotian smiled. "We have been classmates for so many years, from elementary school to university, and even for internships, you and I entered the same company." "Would I lie to you?" said the girl with glasses. Hong Xiaotian smiled more and more brightly when he heard this, as if he had heard the happiest thing in the world. On a rainy night, he showed his white teeth. "Thank you." He turned around with satisfaction, calmly greeted the giant rat, and took one step at a time, steadily and calmly. It was as if he had never been the cowardly Hong Xiaotian. He was a hero, dying for his beloved girl and his best friend. Go! The girl with glasses pulled up the girl with short hair, turned around and ran away.
Wu Hao, who was standing by, took a last look at Hong Xiaotian's back.
Xiao Hong, take care of yourself.
After saying that, Wu Hao also turned around and ran away.
Hong Xiaotian slowly opened his arms, with a smile on his face, but the water stains in the corners of his eyes could not be distinguished from rain or tears.
Jinjin, thank you for being willing to lie to me in the end, he whispered.
The next moment, Hong Xiaotian faced the giant rat and shouted loudly, come on, come and eat me.
The voice echoed in the rain.
Pang Jinjin, who was far away, heard it, but did not look back. The giant rat's green eyes suddenly revealed human anger, as if it was annoyed that this human had broken its game. It suddenly increased its speed, bit Hong Xiaotian's shoulder, and shook its head.
Hong Xiaotian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string.
The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as expected, but suddenly increased its speed, turned into a black lightning, and chased the 3 people who escaped. A few seconds later, in the valley not far away, there were cries of women and screams of men.
At this time, 2 black shadows quickly walked out of the bushes not far away and approached Hong Xiaotian's position.
In the night, only 2 figures, one tall and one short, could be seen clearly.
The tall man bent down and felt Hong Xiaotian's life breath. Still breathing.
It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
Carry him on your back, go. It was a young woman's voice.
The man bent down and carried Hong Xiaotian on his back, and the 3 people quickly disappeared in the rain. A moment later, the giant rat came back with a bulging belly. Obviously, Wu Hao, Pang Jinjin and the other 2 had become its food. GG. After the giant rat found that Hong Xiaotian had disappeared, it roared angrily, sniffed, and instantly locked onto the direction in which 2 shadows, one tall and one short, left.
But it didn't have time to chase them.
GG. Suddenly, a louder rat cry came from a distance. The giant rat stopped rushing forward and quickly turned around and ran back, as fast as lightning. At this time, there were only more than 200 rats left in front of Zhaoyin. Together with the nearly 100 rats killed and injured by the trap set earlier, nearly half of them had been eliminated. At this moment, behind Zhaoyin and the 2 beasts, there were 100 or 200 injured rats left.
The remaining rats were all lightly injured and faster.
At this time, a large bush appeared in front of them. The rats seemed to have seen a savior and quickly got in, disappearing from Zhaoyin's sight in the blink of an eye. Monkey, old cow, split up and encircle them, and catch as many as you can. After Zhaoyin communicated with the 2 beasts through his mind, he quickly went into the bush. The 2 beasts immediately took action and went in from 2 other directions.
Bang, bang, bang.
Soon, more than a dozen mice were knocked unconscious by Zhaoyin.
Just then, Shiji. A mouse chirped, and Zhaoyin hadn't reacted yet.
Suddenly, his eyes went dark and he fell out. He rolled out of the bush, feeling dizzy and having a dull pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a train. The bush shook, and then a giant rat the size of a calf walked out. All the mice before had gray hair, but this giant rat was black and shiny, and even rain could not leave any trace. This book was first published on Bookbar 96, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters or disordered chapters. Its blood-red eyes stared at Zhaoyin, with bloodthirstiness and cruelty in them. As the giant rat roared, it revealed 2 fangs that were more than 10 inches long, and drops of liquid dripped down. This was not enough to scare Zhaoyin, but then, Zhaoyin's face changed completely. The shaking of the bushes became more and more violent, and then, another black giant rat walked out, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
12 black giant rats walked out in one breath.
Rat, Grade E, Strength 36, Agility 44, Stamina 27, Spirit 9, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rat, Grade E, Strength 39, Agility 43, Stamina 31, Spirit 8, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rat, all 12 are E-grade pseudo-mutated beasts. The giant rat that just knocked over Zhaoyin has an agility of 44 points, even the old cow is not as fast as them.
Monkey, old cow, come and save me.
Zhaoyin didn't think about it and called the bodyguard directly.
Boom!
The old cow was closer to Zhaoyin and rushed out of the bushes first, knocking over a giant rat close to Zhaoyin.
The bull's horns broke a big hole in the abdomen of the giant rat. After all, it was an E-grade pseudo-mutated beast. After being injured, it did not retreat, but was aroused to be fierce, and bit the old cow's front hoof. Unfortunately, the old cow had already activated the iron armor ability, and the rat's teeth rubbed sparks on the scales, but it didn't hurt the skin at all. With the added power of the giant power, the old cow swung its hoof, and the injured giant rat flew out, and one of its fangs was knocked off. Chirp, chirp. All the giant rats were enraged and surrounded the old cow in an instant. The wisdom of the giant rats seemed to have caught up with humans. They had seen the old cow's armor power before. At this time, no giant rat rashly attacked the old cow. They all surrounded the old cow, relying on their speed to avoid the old cow's attacks and looking for the weak points on its body. The old cow rushed forward, but couldn't even touch a rat hair, and panted anxiously. Swish! A giant rat took advantage of the old cow's distraction and grabbed the old cow's one eye with its sharp claws. The next moment, the old cow closed his eyes directly, and the scales on his eyelids blocked the rat's claws outside, and sparks flew again. The giant rat retreated after one blow, and when the old cow attacked angrily, it had already circled behind the old cow. Then, another giant rat took the opportunity to grab the chrysanthemum under the tail of the old cow. The old cow only had one eye, which had a great impact on its perception. At this time, it was unaware and continued to hit the other giant rat. Old cow, be careful. Jiaoyin quickly sent a telepathic message and jumped forward at the same time. Everything happened in a flash, but unfortunately, Jiaoyin was still a step too late. Blood splashed suddenly, and blood was dripping behind the old cow in an instant. Jiaoyin felt his heart twitch for a moment. He didn't have time to mourn for the old cow, so he endured the dull pain in his chest and chopped it down with a machete. Crack! The rat claw that stretched out to the old cow's chrysanthemum actually wanted to make a second attack, but was chopped off by Jiaoyin. Then, Jiaoyin was also besieged by the rats. He could only swing the machete tightly. Compared with the old cow who has an iron armor ability, Jiaoyin is more dangerous than it. At this time, the little monkey, who was 100 meters away, finally rushed back and saw the master who was in a bitter battle. Roar! The little monkey's eyes suddenly turned red. Master, I'm here. Where the hell have you been? You still know how to come back? Jiaoyin cursed. The little monkey didn't dare to explain too much. In fact, it took only a dozen seconds from Jiaoyin being knocked away by the giant rat to asking for help, and then the old cow rushed out and got injured. The little monkey is different from the old cow. Its two abilities have speed bonus. It caught up with a giant rat in a few steps, and with anger, it blew its head with a stick. Jiaoyin finally breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately used his body to block the old cow's anus. He was about to tell the little monkey to be gentle. The next moment, boom! The little monkey's huge body flew out immediately. Gee, this rat cry was enough to break the eardrums of ordinary people. The whole forest was shaking, roaring in Zhao Yin's ears, echoing endlessly. A larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall, 7 or 8 meters long including head and tail, was standing in the position to knock the little monkey away. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats all stopped their attacks and quickly formed a guard team around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the snow-white giant rat's face at this time was like an ancient emperor on tour. Arrogant, contemptuous, cold, and insolent. Rat King, D-level mutant beast, strength 74, agility 89, physical strength 57, defense 82, spirit 12, blood talent, haste. Jiaoyin saw the attributes of the Rat King and his face turned pale instantly. Is this fucking thing going to let people live? This Rat King is not a fake mutant beast, but a genuine D-level mutant beast with superpowers. Even if we don't mention its superpowers, with only 82 points of defense, Jiaoyin can only barely cut a little skin with a machete. After the little monkey fell and flew out, he immediately climbed up, shook off the heavy armor on his body, and his eyes were full of anger. Master, it's a sneak attack. The little monkey complained to Jiaoyin in his heart, I'm going to beat it to death. Don't be impulsive, this is a D-level Rat King. Jiaoyin hurriedly warned. With the speed of Jiaoyin and Lao Niu,
it is estimated that they can't even hurt a hair of this rat king, and can only eat fart behind them. Not dead, it was too late for Song Xiaodao to stop it. Zhaoyin smacked his lips with the rainwater and swallowed it directly. Little monkey, you bastard, wait, Zhaoyin will deal with you. The little monkey didn't care, grinned and laughed at Song Xiaodao for making a fuss, as if to prove something, chewed another leaf and spit it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp! Zhaoyin swallowed it directly, his eyes blurred, and he laughed foolishly. Song Xiaodao glared at the little monkey, and saw that its broken arm was still bleeding, and he thought of it saving his life several times. At this time, it should also be eating leaves to heal its wounds, but it was enduring the pain and feeding it to Zhaoyin. 96. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing, chewed the leaves in his mouth, opened Zhao Yin's mouth. Puff! She also spit it in directly. Zhaoyin smacked her lips, and seemed to still be savoring it after swallowing it. Soon, the big hole on his chest slowly stopped bleeding and healed. Although the injury was not completely healed, it had stabilized. It would only take some time for him to be completely fine. The little monkey then ate leaves to heal his injuries. Song Xiaodao walked towards the old cow with the healing potion. Seeing that the old cow's bones were exposed in many places and both eyes were blind, she suddenly felt guilty. Nyo, I'm sorry, I was only thinking about Zhaoyin before and almost wasted this bottle of potion. The effect of chestnut leaves was already difficult to treat the old cow. The old cow was panting, and only his ears moved. Song Xiaodao bent down, opened the old cow's mouth, and poured the healing potion into it. The next moment, the old cow's body was covered with white light, and the bones grew buds, followed by cowhide. Even the blind eyes were rapidly growing eyeballs and eyelids. Finally, even the eyelashes on the eyelids grew out. A bump bulged on the top of the old cow's head, and then a shiny black horn grew out. Regeneration of broken limbs. Song Xiaodao covered his mouth in surprise. Zhaoyin only said that this was a bottle of healing potion, but he didn't say that it could actually regenerate broken limbs. Soon, the old cow rolled over and got up from the ground, and all his old illnesses were healed. It nodded to Song Xiaodao to thank him, and then quickly walked towards Zhaoyin. Master, it's all my fault. The old cow's voice was transmitted. Unfortunately, Zhaoyin couldn't hear it at this time. The old cow's expression was not excited because of the recovery of his old illness, but extremely depressed. Today it realized that it was the most useless one. It was beaten from beginning to end, and it was still the master and the little monkey who protected it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirits also improved. Mom and Dad, are you back? Zhao Yin suddenly sat up and spoke to the air. In his mind, he seemed to see his parents who died in a car accident when he was 15 years old. He saw the prosperity before the end of the world again, saw the hustle and bustle of traffic, saw the tall buildings, saw all kinds of delicious food, saw all kinds of beauties. I thought I could never go back. I didn't expect that the end of the world was my illusion. Zhaoyin said with a silly smile, and suddenly shouted, Boss, another dozen beers, 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, 50 skewers of meat, a grilled fish, and another grilled eggplant, with more peppers. Then, he grabbed a handful of soil on the ground and put it in his mouth to chew. It smells so good. Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping around wildly, as if the chaos was the truth. Those unfulfilled wishes and unrepaired regrets all appeared before his eyes. Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation, just come back. Dad, Mom. Woo. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and cried. Tears mixed with rain, falling down. Some obsessions are difficult to erase even if you live 2 lives. Then he laughed again, you are back. I will be a good kid in the future. I will not go to nightclubs or buy lottery tickets anymore. I will go to school well. Su-won, you know, I fell in love with you when I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He is as black as a pile of dog shit. Did you go to Africa with him to feed mosquitoes, or did you like his big cucumber? From now on, I will never love again. I, Zhaoyin, have money and beauty. Ha ha. People live their lives with happiness. I will sleep with all the women in all the nightclubs in Jiangzhou. Ha ha, ha ha. Zhaoyin laughed loudly, and suddenly got up from the ground, and directly tore off his tattered women's suit and military jacket. Then, he took off his pants. Zhao only wore a pair of fishnet stockings and ran in the storm, galloping and jumping. Soon, he stopped, twisted his hips, and danced gracefully in the mud. At this moment, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth wide. At this moment, Lao Niu was also stunned. At this moment, the little monkey finally remembered what Zhao said before, "When my thoughts are confused, remember to tie me up." The little monkey ran forward, pulled a handful of vines, and then quickly came behind Zhao and tied up his hands and feet. But Zhao is an E-level evolver after all. Even without the power bonus of glutinous rice wine, he can't be bound by vines. Snap! As soon as the little monkey let go, Zhao broke the vines and punched the little monkey. "Boy, do you want to steal my woman?" Zhao scolded with a squinting eye. The monkey's thin body was knocked over and fell out. Then, Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu also rushed up and pressed Zhao to the ground together. Bang! A sheathed tang sword hit Zhao Yin's head accurately. Zhao Yin fainted directly. "Zhao Yin, I did it for your reputation. You didn't even wear pants. What if someone saw you naked?" "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin," Song Xiaodao said, and then chewed a handful of chestnut leaves in his mouth, chewed them up and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth. He was afraid that the previous blow would hurt Zhao Yin. Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the invisible tent, put on the clothes and the space ring for him, and then began to clean up the battlefield with the two beasts. Zhao Yin's machete was still stuck in the mud. After Song Xiaodao picked it up, he found that there were dozens of gaps, densely covering the entire blade. You can imagine how tragic the battle just now was. The monkey's heavy armor was also destroyed, and the mace was a little deformed, covered with scars left by the Rat King's claws. However, it can still be used. Of the equipment of the man and the beast, only the horn was still intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old cow that had grown 2 horns again, and was not ready to return it for Zhao Yin. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the Black Rat King not far away. Then Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, It's still alive." The monkey was tidying up his heavy armor, with a look of heartache on his face. Hearing this, he immediately raised his head. At this time, the Black Rat King was covered with shiny black hair and covered with mud, lying there motionless. But its lower abdomen was slightly bulging, and it was breathing weakly. Beasts, in fact, the little monkey had deliberately held back when he attacked before, but he was not sure whether the Black Rat King was dead or not. He immediately checked the E-level giant rats and found that there were still 6 of them with weak life breath. The little monkey was instantly excited and thought to himself, "Squeak. When the master wakes up and finds out that I have made such a great contribution, he should reward me." This book was first published on Bookbard, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Song Xiaodao was also very excited. "Great, when Zhao Yin wakes up, he will definitely reward us." The little monkey was stunned. What does it have to do with her? I caught the rats myself. How can this girl who only knows how to cry get a reward? Take it back, and when Zhao Yin wakes up, all of them will be contracted into contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao said excitedly. The little monkey immediately carried the Black Rat King and strode towards the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of the 6 giant rats with vines and asked the old cow to drag them towards the tent. Soon, a Black Rat King and 6 giant rats were all taken outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rainwater to wash all 7 rats clean, and then stayed there with the 2 beasts. If the life breath of any rat weakened, he would immediately add a few chestnut leaves. When the life breath was too strong, the little monkey would immediately come forward to add a stick. Zhao Yin had a dream, very long. In the dream, his parents came back. He could eat hot meals cooked by his mother every day, and hear his father's good night at night. It turned out that he could also enjoy the love of his parents like those people. When he was cold, someone would nag him to dress, and when he was lonely, someone would put down his work to accompany him. He was no longer alone, and when relatives were concerned about his property, he was forced to choose to sever ties one by one, including his grandparents. He was no longer a child without discipline since he was 15 years old. He is no longer the playboy who gradually let go of himself in loneliness and lack of love, and became unruly and unrestrained, and was called a playboy by others. He is no longer the one who hangs out in nightclubs every day, and wakes up in the morning with a strange woman beside him, and he will never know their names in the end. Zhao dreamed that he was 22 years old, and the end of the world did not come. He married the woman named Su Huan, and after marriage, Su Huan gave birth to a pair of children for him. He dreamed of him again, in his prime, successful in his career, and became a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou. Like most successful people, he has 3 female secretaries in his office, Jiang Xiner, Ningyu, and Song Xiaodao. He once bought a monkey at the zoo and a buffalo at the slaughterhouse. The 2 animals are Boss Zhao's favorite pets. Hee hee, hee hee. 3 hours later, Zhao finally woke up with a silly smile. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar blue ceiling, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. There was a pain in the back of his head. It turned out to be just a dream. Zhao smiled bitterly, and in an instant, he accepted the reality and sat up. He vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of glutinous rice wine occurred. Zhao looked down and saw that there was still a scar on his chest that had not completely disappeared. He was not dead. It must be the monkey and Song Xiaodao who saved him. Zhao walked out of the tent and saw the old cow standing in the heavy rain. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey were squatting under the belly of the old cow. Used the huge body of the old cow to block the wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay there quietly. Squeak! The little monkey was the most sensitive. He found Zhao in an instant and immediately jumped in front of him. Master, you finally woke up. Zhao, woo woo. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under the belly of the old cow and suddenly threw himself into Zhao Yin's arms. Damn Zhao, why did you make yourself like this? Do you know that you just scared me to death? Woo woo. She waved her little fist and hit Zhao Yin's chest. Maybe she just wanted to act like a spoiled child, or maybe she only knew how to be afraid at this time. Zhao hugged Song Xiaodao and asked, why didn't you go in to take shelter from the rain? Song Xiaodao rarely heard Zhao speak so normally. He looked up at him and was stunned. Master, these mice are still alive. I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 mice and said in his heart. Song Xiaodao let go of Zhao, stroked the wet hair on his forehead, wiped the tears from his face and said. I was worried about accidents, so I didn't bring the mice into the tent. I watched them with the little monkey and Nyo. Zhao then looked around carefully. There were dead mice everywhere. These included the bodies of 6 E-level giant rats and the white rat king. And the little monkey was left with only 1 arm. Zhao raised his hand and touched the monkey's head. Next time I'll prescribe a healing potion, I'll treat you again. The monkey jumped around Zhao, flattering him happily. Master can definitely prescribe a healing potion, master is the best. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the old cow, and seeing that his eyes and horn had recovered as before, he realized that his D-level potion was probably gone. But he said nothing. The cow's survival was more important than the bottle of healing potion. He came to the Black Rat King, slowly squatted down, raised his hand and pressed the Black Rat King's head, and directly activated the contract. After a while, Zhao felt the Black Rat King's weak life breath in his mind. The contract was successful. This Rat King has the ability to escape underground. Although its combat power is far inferior to that of the dead White Rat King, it can keep Zhao alive longer. It can be said that the value of this Black Rat King is even higher than that of the White Rat King for Zhao. If the Black Rat King had not been concerned about the life and death of the White Rat King, 100 little monkeys would not be able to catch it. Next, Zhao planned to treat the Black Rat King's injuries. He reached out to touch the ring, only to find that his 5 fingers were empty. Zhao, this is your space ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off his hand, handed it to Zhao and explained, you were unconscious before, and the little monkeys were too seriously injured. I can only. Zhao waved her hand and interrupted, you did a good job. When I open the next space ring, I will give it to you as a reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged her arm excitedly, really? Then you should open it earlier. This kind of thing can only depend on fate. Maybe you should pray to the Bodhisattva sooner or later. Zhao changed the subject. Song Xiaodao immediately let go of Zhao Yin's arm, clasped his hands together, knelt on the ground and closed his eyes.
I don't know how she prayed. Zhao Yun smiled and ordered, "Monkey, go and drag the body of the White Rat King to me."
The effect of high-level mutant beast meat on low-level mutant beasts is like the use of evolutionary potions by human evolutionists, which can activate the potential genes in the body and increase strength based on the level. The only shortcoming is that it needs to be consumed in large quantities for a long time, which is not as fast as the development of human potential by evolutionary potions. Zhao Yun remembered that the Black Rat King had a deep affection for the White Rat King. Now that it has become his contracted beast, it is better not to skin and bone it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over there.
Soon, the White Rat King, which weighed almost 2 tons, was dragged back by the little monkey by its tail.
Zhao Yun quickly took out the machete and dissected it on the spot. First, he cut off the 4 claws of the White Rat King along the joints. The sharp claws of the Rat King can directly tear apart the heavy armor of D-level, and even almost destroy Zhao Yun's machete. At least it can catch up with C-level weapons. Zhao Yun solemnly put it into the space ring, and then began to peel the skin. The defense of the White Rat King is as high as 82 points, all on this rat skin. You should know that the heavy armor defense of the little monkey was only 60 points at the beginning, which is completely different from the level. Zhao Yun peeled it very carefully and peeled off the whole rat skin completely. The white rat skin is nearly 8 meters long, the widest part is nearly 5 meters, and the narrowest part is the fur of the tail, which is also more than 1 foot wide. The most useful torso fur is 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, like a huge sheet. It is completely enough for Zhao Yun and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor each, and there is still a lot of surplus. After Zhao Yun put away the rat skin, he picked off the rat meat piece by piece, and the bones were disassembled and put into the space ring. Even the internal organs were processed by Zhao Yun and thrown into the invisible tent, ready to be cooked into waffle soup at dawn. The White Rat King was dismembered, and the space ring was filled again. Zhao Yun took out the chestnut leaves and asked Song Xiaodao to help feed the Black Rat King. He walked to the 6 E-level giant rats and signed contracts one by one. Soon, 6 weak breaths appeared in his mind. Zhao Yun took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them up with a machete, and poured rainwater into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky was already dawning. The Black Rat King and the 6 pseudo-mutant giant rats all woke up. Master! Master, master, master! Voices rang in Zhao Yun's mind. Zhao Yun finally couldn't help but smile. His dream of a legion was one step closer, and all the losses were worth it. Xiaodao, Monkey, Lao Niu. Take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yun gave an order. Meet it was daybreak, and the heavy rain that had been falling all night finally stopped. The weeds all over the field became a little denser again, and many low saplings grew half a foot tall overnight. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Zhao Yun stood in front of the tent, looking at the mountain of rat corpses. There are 396 gray rats in total, each one is about the size of a medium-sized dog. It is estimated that the dismemberment can produce 20 kilograms of fresh meat, which is about 8,000 kilograms. Each of the 6 dead giant rats can be dismembered to produce about 300 kilograms of rat meat, which is 1,800 kilograms. In total, nearly 10,000 kilograms of rat meat can be obtained. It's just a pity that these are the meat of pseudo-mutated beasts and cannot increase the strength of the mutant beasts. However, even if it is pseudo-mutated beast meat, the taste is not comparable to any meat before the end of the world. Black Rat King. Zhao Yun just opened his mouth, stopped quickly, and changed the subject sharply. The king of Wang Nima, I will call you Lao Hei from now on. Lao Hei, you take 6 E-class giant rats and peel off the skins and bones of these rats. Remove all the entrails. Monkey, you are responsible for cutting off all the mouse claws, collecting them together and sending them to the tent. Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu are going to collect firewood. I need 50,000 kilograms of firewood in place before dark. Zhao Yun directly issued a series of orders. It is worth mentioning that after the Black Rat King woke up, he went to the place where the White Rat King died. Unfortunately, he didn't see even a rat hair, and he always acted very unhappy. At this time, the Black Rat King received Zhao Yun's order, and hesitation immediately appeared in his eyes. Those gray rats were all his former subordinates, and the giant rats were the offspring of him and the White Rat King. Boom! Zhao kicked the Black Rat King on the butt, causing it to stumble. "Have you woke up yet?" The Black Rat King was startled and hurriedly knelt at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, although it still retains its memory, its affection for its master is even far greater than its previous treatment of the White Rat King. "From now on, I will deprive you of your identity as rats, and you will no longer be allowed to think about the feelings of the same clan. You have only one identity, and you are my contract beast and slave, Zhao Yin." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all screamed and fell to the ground and rolled over. The collars transformed by the souls of the contract in their minds slowly tightened their souls, bursting into flames, and burned. At this moment, the recognition of race slowly fades away in memory. For them, Zhao Yin's words are heaven's punishment. After a while, after the awareness of the race dissipated, the contracted soul returned to normal. 7 rats were crawling on the ground. "Master, I know I was wrong, and I ask for your forgiveness." Ask the great master for forgiveness. When the little monkey and old cow on the side saw this scene, they all trembled, secretly glad that they had not resisted their master in the first place. In fact, it is difficult for a contracted beast signed by the contract soul to have the mentality to disobey its master. Only the Black Rat King is so obsessed that he can barely question his master's orders, but Zhao Yin only needs one thought to deprive him of everything. The other 6 giant rats simply followed the Black Rat King into misfortune. "Be obedient and work hard with me. You will definitely become the most powerful mutant in the future." Zhao Yin was about to draw a pie for the Black Rat King, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of the little monkey and the old cow beside him, and remembered that he had said the same thing to them before. He changed his words, "You will become the most awesome mouse." As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King did not doubt his master's words at all, and suddenly became excited. "Master, old hay will work hard, go and cut the rat meat now." Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. "Go." The claws of the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats are extremely sharp. They can disembowel a gray rat corpse in a few strokes. After pulling out the internal organs, they can pull out the bones with a few strokes. Finally, when the skin was pulled off, there was a complete piece of rat meat. Even the sharp claws of the gray rat were simply torn off and thrown aside without the little monkey having to cut them off. The technology is not comparable to that of Zhao Yin before. Seeing this, Zhao Yin was completely relieved and simply ordered the little monkey to follow Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao to chop firewood. Zhao Yin returned to the tent by himself. He was not idle either. He lit the wood and set up a hanging pot. Then he chopped up the internal organs of the White Rat King and threw them into the pot with water and salt. Often high-end ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. Soon, the rich aroma of meat spreads. Outside the tent, the morning light had already appeared, and soon there were signs of dryness on the wet earth. Many craters have been filled with mud washed away by rain. The world is still very desolate, but it has become much smoother. At least it no longer looks riddled with holes. Song Xiaodao jumped back, followed by the transformed little monkey and the old cow, both of which were dragging thousands of kilograms of newly cut wood. "Hey, what smells so good?" Song Xiaodao sniffed. Zhao Yin did not close the invisible tent, but the scent spread out. "Zhizhi." The little monkey swallowed his saliva and pointed at the tent to remind Song Xiaodao. She immediately ran towards the tent. The little monkey put down the wood and quickly followed. Only Lao Niu was indifferent, but after thinking about it, no one helped him load firewood on his back, so he simply shook off the wood on his body and followed the invisible tent. At this time, Zhao Yin was holding a machete and cutting a huge wooden pile into a short wooden table. The large iron basin next to him where Song Xiaodao usually bathed was filled with a large basin of offal soup. There was still a pot of offal soup in the hanging pot. "Boil a pot, sizzling and steaming." "Zhao Yin, what is that?" Song Xiaodao's eyes were wide open, and he swallowed his saliva. "How is the firewood?" Zhao Yin asked. "About 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. Song Xiaodao said. "Let's go after we finish the offal soup." Zhao Yin slowly placed the shaved dining table next to the fire, and placed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and 2 wash basins. "I'll serve the rice." Song Xiaodao quickly picked up the wooden spoon and the iron basin, filled a large bowl, and placed it in front of Zhao Yin first, and then filled a large bowl for the old cow and the little monkey. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also made by Zhao Yin just now, and it was very rough. "Come and eat," Zhao Yin said. He didn't pay attention to this before, maybe because of the dream last night. Zhao Yin's ideas had changed. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walked up and immediately picked up the bowl and gobbled it up. They haven't eaten fresh meat for too long. Including Zhao Yin, he couldn't wait to eat his tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly saw the old cow still standing there, and then he remembered that it was a vegetarian animal. "Old cow, eat meat from now on," Zhao Yin said casually. The old cow looked confused. Let it, a cow, eat meat? But it still didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order. It walked over slowly and lowered its head to drink a mouthful of awful soup. The next moment, the old cow instinctively wanted to vomit, but then it widened its eyes. Zhao Yin laughed dumbly. Who said that herbivorous animals can't eat meat? Before the end of the world, many unscrupulous breeders fed swill to cattle and sheep. In fact, you just lack adaptation. Besides, you are a mutant beast. Can your stomach and intestines be compared with those of cattle and sheep? This is your best tonic. I know, master. The old cow seemed to finally understand something. Eat. Zhao Yin waved his hand. Soon, the old cow also followed the little monkey and devoured it. Seeing this, Song Xiaodao hurriedly fought with the 2 beasts for food, but unfortunately she was still eating too slowly. The large iron basin of awful soup quickly ran out, and Song Xiaodao only grabbed 2 bowls. Zhao Yin, they are bullying people. Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts and said dissatisfiedly. This girl is protecting the food again. In fact, Zhao Yin was only half full. The 2 mutant beasts were too capable. He added more firewood to the fire and handed the machete to Song Xiaodao. If you want to eat, go cook it yourself, the ingredients are there. After the Rat King's internal organs were processed, there were 200 or 300 kilograms, and Zhao Yin had only cooked less than 30 kilograms before. Anyway, the space ring couldn't hold it, so Zhao Yin planned to eat it all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao directly placed the large iron basin on the fire, added water, and cut nearly 30 kilograms of internal organs. Including meat and soup, there were more than 100 kilograms of awful soup. Zhao Yin added salt, and the 2 people and 2 beasts started eating again. Soon, Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao could not eat anymore, but the 2 beasts were still eating. Until they finished all the awful soup, the little monkey still looked at Zhao Yin with unsatisfied eyes. Okay, take a break and go to work, and continue eating in the evening. Even if they are rich now, there is no mining, so how can they continue to mine? The old cow immediately looked away and crawled on the ground to rest. Even the usually lively little monkey seemed to suddenly feel sleepy and closed his eyes to take a nap. 10 minutes later, their stomachs, which had just been full, visibly deflated. Zhao Yin, they. Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts in surprise. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly to stop Song Xiaodao from continuing to speak, and opened the eye of true vision. Spoils, growing macaque, E-level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talent, gigantism, frenzy, fire control, adult buffalo, E-level mutant beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talent, huge strength, armor. A high-quality mutant beast awful soup increased the agility of the 2 beasts by 5 points, strength by 2 points, and defense by 3 points respectively. As expected, the fastest way for mutant beasts to grow is to eat high-quality mutant beast meat. If the meat of the entire Rat King is consumed in the future, it is estimated that it will be enough to develop their E-level potential to the peak. Zhao Yin used the true vision eye to look at Song Xiaodao again, and her attributes did not change at all. Everything is still the same as in the previous life. Humans cannot quickly increase their attributes by eating mutant beast meat. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Get to work, Zhao Yin ordered. He quickly got up and followed Song Xiaodao to continue chopping wood.
Zhao was the only one left in the tent. He suddenly remembered that he still had a can of beef. So Zhao took it out. Now that there is no shortage of meat, there is no need to keep this can of beef. After he opened it and ate it, he checked his attributes and found that his strength had indeed increased a little. Then, Zhao cleaned up the tableware and took out the rat skin of the white rat king, cut it into pieces, and hung it in the tent to dry in the shade, preparing to process it and make leather armor. In one morning, the bodies of 400 gray rats and 6 giant rats were cleaned up by a few rats. Lao He came to the invisible tent and transmitted his voice, "Master, the work is done." Zhao hummed and was cutting the rat skin. Lao He saw clearly that what he had in his hand was the skin of his wife. He was stunned for a moment, but his emotions did not fluctuate too much. Now, the obsession that belonged to the past has been completely deprived by Zhao. "Take me to see," Zhao said, and walked out of the invisible tent. Nearly 10,000 jin of rat meat was piled up into a small hill, with banana leaves washed by rainwater underneath, and a larger pile of rat bones, as well as a pile of rat skins and claws next to it. "Master, the meat, skins, and claws of the 6 giant rats are all here." Lao He motioned Zhao to walk through the rat meat hill. Behind him was a pile of dismantled items from the corpses of E-level giant rats. "Well done," Zhao praised, took out 30 chestnuts from the space ring, threw them to Lao He, and said, "Take them and share them." Lao He was immediately excited. After the end of the world, there was no more food. Even though it was the Rat King, the supplies it usually enjoyed were mostly zombie rotten meat and corpse crystals. "It has been a long time since I have eaten this kind of food." Lao He picked up a chestnut, stuffed it directly into his mouth with the skin, chewed it a few times and swallowed it, squinting his eyes to enjoy it. It ate 6 in one breath, and the remaining 24 were shared by the 6 giant rats. All the rats expressed their gratitude to Zhao. Zhao waited for them to finish eating, then gave the order, "After they have finished eating, get back to work. Cut all the gray rat meat into slices and hang them in the taller woods. Don't get it dirty. Wash the internal organs, slice them, and hang them separately from the rat meat. Hang the rat skin in the bushes on the other side. Remember to dry it in a cool place, not in the sun." Now that there is not so much salt for pickling, Zhao plans to smoke the rat meat and internal organs into jerky, so that it is convenient to store. Rat skin is also an important material. Even if Zhao does not need it for the time being, he can use it to exchange for the necessary materials with others in the future, and even cook it for the contracted beasts at critical moments. After giving the order, Zhao turned and went to the other side. In the morning, Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts cut nearly 30,000 kilograms of firewood. Zhao ordered them to move all of them to the tall woods and place them in the directions indicated. Once this wet wood is ignited, the whole forest will be filled with thick smoke, and the temperature will rise. Smoking and baking will quickly sterilize and dehydrate the rat meat. When it gets dark, 50,000 kilograms of wood are placed. It's just that nearly 10,000 kilograms of rat meat, if you want to cut it into slices and hang it up, it's still a big project at the speed of 7 rats. According to Zhao Yin's requirements, the meat of each gray rat must be cut into hundreds of slices. In addition, how to hang it is also a troublesome matter. You need to climb the tree to cut off the small branches first, and then put the rat meat on the broken branches one by one. If you can't finish it in an afternoon, do it overnight. That night, Zhao slept alone in the tent. Including Song Xiaodao, he was sent out to help hang the rat meat. The next morning, after Zhao got up, he found that Gao Linzi had been on fire, and the smoke covered the sky. In order to prevent the fire from getting too big and setting the whole forest on fire, Zhao called Lao He and 6 giant rats and ordered, "Go and watch the fire. If the forest burns and destroys my jerky, I will use your meat to fill it." The 7 big rats trembled when they heard this and quickly went into the forest. Smoking jerky is a long process. Zhao saw the pile of rat bones. There are still residual meat residues, fascia, bone marrow, and cartilage on the bones. It is impossible to eat all these things before they rot. But if they are smoked like jerky, the dehydrated bones are not worth chewing. Although I am no longer short of food, I can't just watch it rot. How many people have nothing to eat in the end times? Jiaoyin still called Song Xiaodao, little monkey, an old cow. Anyway, you have nothing to do, just move all the bones to Gaomu forest and smoke them together. Until the third morning, the rat skins were dried in the shade and the meat was almost smoked. Jiaoyin asked all the contracted beasts to collect the rat skins and meat. He sat in the tent with Song Xiaodao and took off the rat skin of the white rat king. Jiaoyin cut out 2 sets of leather armor parts, one large and one small, and then cut a small piece of the tail skin and cut it into leather cords. Song Xiaodao used the rat king's claws to poke small holes in the leather armor parts, and then used leather cords to string them together and tighten them to make a complete set of leather armor. Although it looks a bit rough, the defensive strength alone is definitely better than that of ordinary D-level defensive equipment. After the 2 sets of leather armor were made, only 1/3 of the entire rat king's skin was used. Jiaoyin thought about it, called the little monkey again, and after letting it activate its dual superpowers, he also tailored a huge set of leather armor for it. In the end, only some scraps of the rat king's skin were left. Jiaoyin simply asked Song Xiaodao to piece them together, and made a big pocket on the chest of the little monkey's leather armor, making a backpack for Song Xiaodao. It will be much more convenient for them to collect corpse crystals and star crystals in the future, and it will also be convenient to carry supplies when going to battle. Next, he took out all the claws of the rat king, and after some research, he found that although the 2 hind claws were also very hard, they were not sharp enough. He has not yet figured out how to use them. But the 2 front claws are definitely killers. The 8 claw knives are 2 feet long, flashing with cold light, just like 8 short knives. Jiaoyin directly disassembled the 8 claw knives of the 2 front claws and gave one to Song Xiaodao and the little monkey as a melee weapon in the future. He also found the 2 front leg bones of the rat king and spliced them on the other 2 claw knives. It turned into a long sword, and Jiaoyin gave one to the little monkey and Song Xiaodao. The mace and the broken tang sword were confiscated directly. Then, Jiaoyin made 2 more long knives for himself as spares, and used the remaining 2 rat king claw knives as short knives. Okay, go and help collect rat meat. Jiaoyin waved his hand. After the little monkey shrunk his body, he took off his new leather armor, and carefully packed it into a bundle with a leather rope and carried it on his back as if it were a treasure. The short rat king claw was inserted into the belt around his waist, and the long rat king claw was held in his hand. Then he jumped and followed Song Xiaodao out. Jiaoyin was busy all morning and was about to rest when Song Xiaodao suddenly ran back. Jiaoyin, Lao Hei, and the others caught a few thieves. Who dares to steal my food? Is it a human or an animal? Jiaoyin asked. It's a few people. Song Xiaodao said. Jiaoyin quickly put away the rat king claw and followed Song Xiaodao out of the invisible tent. From a distance, he saw 3 men squatting next to the tall woods with their hands on their heads. A group of contracted beasts surrounded them, all trembling with fear. Jiaoyin walked over slowly. Master, they just ate a lot of dried meat and were going to pack it up and take it away. The old cow saw Jiaoyin coming and immediately sent a telepathic message. Jiaoyin kicked a man to the ground with 1 foot, snap. Then he slapped him in the face again. Fuck you, I killed the rats with my life, did you eat meat? Jiaoyin cursed. In his 2 lives, what he hated most was not only his daily life and his brother-in-law, but also thieves. The man covered half of his swollen face and looked up at Jiaoyin. Seeing that he was a human, the fear on his face was relieved a little. Sorry, brother, we really didn't know that these dried meats were yours. Don't know? Just because you don't know, you can eat them casually? Could it be that the tree will produce dried meat by itself? Jiaoyin raised his foot and kicked it. Crack! Several of the man's ribs were directly broken by the kick. Tell me, how did you get here? Jiaoyin scolded. His cruelty was not pretended, but a habit he developed in the past 7 years. Humans in the end times are sometimes more terrifying than most zombies. Dried meat made from nearly 10,000 kilograms of fresh meat is enough to make anyone and any force do whatever it takes. We live in a cave 1 kilometer away. The boss saw the smoke rising here before, so he asked us to come and see. Don't hit me. We didn't mean to steal anything, we were just too hungry. The man endured the pain and spoke hurriedly. Anyone else? Jiaoyin asked. And, there are still some people.
The man seemed to be deliberately hiding something.
How many are there?
Zhao bent down and grabbed his ear. With a little force on his hand, the man's ear was torn and he screamed.
Don't hit me, please, big brother, grandpa, I'll tell you everything, grandpa.
Zhao let go of his hand and ordered Song Xiaodao, take the other two away and interrogate them separately.
Whoever says something wrong will be made into jerky and fed to the mice.
The three men turned back to look at Lao Hei and the others, shaking more and more. After Song Xiaodao asked the little monkey to help take the two men away, Zhao found a stone to sit down, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Speak.
The man didn't dare to play tricks anymore and told everything.
Before the end of the world, they were employees of a loan company. On the day of the end of the world, they were doing team building and came to Dawei Mountain for tourism. When the meteor shower broke out, the hotel where they lived happened to be not far from a natural cave. In the end, most of the people in the company were killed by the meteor shower, leaving only 45 young people who ran fast and finally entered the cave to escape. There is a small pond in the cave, where many ornamental fish are kept, so a group of young people survived. Recently, the ornamental fish have been eaten up, and they dare not go too far, as there are zombies everywhere. It happened that this morning, their boss saw the smoke rising here and guessed that it had just rained heavily a few days ago and there would not be a forest fire.
So 90% of them should be human, so they sent a few of them to check.
So the theft happened. We are just too hungry, big brother, please forgive us this time, let us go. The man knelt on the ground, holding his ribs with a distorted face.
Zhao sneered in his heart and said, if you were not caught by me, would you go back to report the news? Then your boss would bring people to visit me and my dried meat?
The man saw that the truth was exposed, his face suddenly changed, and then he quickly cried out, big brother, you misunderstood, we are just asking for autumn wind, how dare we be greedy? Zhao just smiled and turned to walk towards the invisible tent. At this time, Song Xiaodao had already interrogated the other two men, and their confessions were basically consistent with what Zhao knew.
Zhao, what should we do with these three people? Make dried meat and feed Dahei? Song Xiaodao asked.
They still have more than 40 people. I'm afraid they have already known about the dried meat.
Leaving them behind will eventually cause trouble.
Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, let Monkey and Lao Hei pack all the dried meat, internal organs, and bones with rat skins and carry them on their backs.
We will go to their cave to rest tonight. Hasn't the news been sent back yet? Song Xiaodao asked. Do you really believe what these three people say? Zhao asked back. Song Xiaodao immediately understood something.
Perhaps they had prepared for being caught before they were caught, and had someone send the news back in advance and negotiated a consistent confession.
She smiled. Zhao, do you think there are girls in that cave? Do they have beautiful clothes?
They just said that all 45 people are men, but this can't be believed.
I'll ask all the contracted beasts to pack the supplies now. Song Xiaodao said, and ran out.
After the fresh meat shrank, about 4,000 kilograms of dried meat was baked, and the dried meat made from the internal organs was also 300 to 400 kilograms. It is worth mentioning that pile of bones. When it was fresh, there was still some meat and fascia on it, but after drying, the edible thing shrank significantly, and it almost looked like bare bones. Zhao found a leg bone and knocked it open, and the bone marrow inside also turned into a thin piece of oily skin.
Sure enough, everything was as expected.
If you cook it more, the meat and fascia should still be soaked, and the bone marrow can still be eaten.
My future contract beast army will need food.
Zhao asked the contract beast to pack all these junk in rat skin. The total amount of rat skin, rat bones, dried rat meat, dried rat viscera, and all rat claws was about 8,000 kilograms. Zhao directly asked Lao Hei to carry 2,000 kilograms on his back, and each of the 6 giant rats carried 800 kilograms on his back. At this time, each mouse was surrounded by mountains of supplies, with packages made of rat skin pressed against their necks and tops. Even Lao Hei's tail has 200 pounds of rat bones tied to it. If Zhao hadn't been worried that it would pee, the black charcoal stick below would also have suffered. In the end, there were more than 1,300 kilograms of rat bones left, which were of the lowest value.
Jiaoyin looked at the old cow and asked the little monkey to put it on its back.
Lan Yo kept complaining, "Master, I have already carried several thousand kilograms of supplies.
If I carry more, my actions will be affected."
Old Nyo, you have to know that when my contracted beast army is built in the future, you will be the biggest contributor. Not only all the contracted beasts will thank you, call you their big brother, and recognize you as their adoptive father.
I, Tamar, will directly designate you as my father-in-law. Legion Commander.
Jiaoyin drew the pie. The old cow was convinced and stared at the bull's eyes. "If you try hard, master, I can carry more." Jiaoyin didn't let the monkey stop until he added another 500 kilograms to the old cow and tied 300 kilograms to its tail. At this time, there were about 500 kilograms of rat bones left. Finally, Jiaoyin called the 3 men who had just been captured and ordered each of them to carry 100 kilograms on their backs, and Song Xiaodao carried 150 kilograms on his back.
The remaining 50 kilograms.
Jiaoyin couldn't carry it himself.
As the number 1 fighting force, the little monkey cannot keep transforming all the time, and it cannot carry much due to its size.
So, the last 50 pounds were carried by a monkey who was not much taller than his knees. After packing everything, Jiaoyin asked the 3 men to lead the way and rushed in the direction they came from.
At this time, 1 kilometer away,
a relatively clean-dressed man, with one hand on the holster on his waist and a lighter on the other, stood guard in front of the cave. He had half a cigarette in his mouth and was reluctant to light it for a long time. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. The man immediately became alert, quickly put the cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and aimed at the only dirt road leading to the cave. Book bar. At this time, a thin figure appeared in sight.
"Monkey, why are you running so fast?
You scared me." The man breathed a sigh of relief, put away his pistol and said with a smile,
"Ho-hoo. Yang Shan. Ho-hoo.
Where is the boss?" The young man named Monkey gasped for air.
"Boss, they just went to the big cave." "What did you, Huang Si, and the others find? Are there really people there? Is there anything to eat?" Yang Shan asked. "Ho-hoo, there are a lot of dried meats hanging in the woods. Someone is smoking meat there." Huang Si and the others went to investigate. "Let me come back first to report the news." "Ho-hoo, don't talk nonsense. When will the boss come back?" asked the monkey. "Don't you still know?"
"Our boss has been thinking about the group of people in the cave for a long time. I heard that the leader, a soldier, took all the young men out to look for supplies a few days ago.
He hasn't come back for a few days. I guess something happened."
"Great. If the soldier dies, the people in the cave will become a mess.
Let's just kill all their men. I remember there are many female students living there, and some of them are even school beauties."
Before the monkey finished speaking, Yang Shan interrupted and said with a smile, "Even if the cave is captured, the eldest female students will enjoy it first, and then it will be the turn of the leaders.
Don't think about it.
They will have already played when it is your turn and broken."
The monkey's breath gradually became calmer, and he smiled and said, "That's right. We only deserve to drink the boiling water from the boss and the others.
We should pay more attention to the dried meat we just found.
Let's wait until the boss and the others come back to talk about everything. Jiaoyin, can't you help me carry it a little bit?"
Song Xiaodao is now also an F-level evolver, and his strength is comparable to that of 2 strong men. But she was pouting at this time, looking like she was struggling. "If I carry it for you, I also have to carry it for the old cows and the others. How can I favor one over the other, but I still have to be crushed to death?"
Jiaoyin chewed a piece of dried meat in his mouth and walked at the end of the team. "I am your future wife, how can you compare Lao Niu and the others with me?" Song Xiaodao said dissatisfied. "Future wife? Did I agree?"
Jiaoyin rolled his eyes.
"Do you dislike me?"
Song Xiaodao dropped the package behind his back, clenched the long rat claw with one hand, and glared at Jiaoyin with the other hand on his hip. Jiaoyin stepped forward, carried the package back for her, raised his hand and patted the airport on her chest. "You see, even a man would dislike it." Song Xiaodao's little face turned red instantly, and he gritted his teeth. Jiaoyin, when I become stronger in the future, I will definitely beat your ass to pieces. Jiaoyin was too lazy to pay attention to the girl who was becoming more and more presumptuous in front of him. He quickened his pace and walked to the front of the team, and kicked the man on the back who had already broken his ribs and was carrying more than 100 kilograms of weight. Hurry up, what are you doing? The man staggered, but did not dare to resist, with a trace of hatred hidden in his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking, but he quietly looked back at Song Xiaodao behind the team, with a cruel look on his lips. The team marched forward for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, 3 men neatly dropped the packages on their backs and ran quickly to the muddy path beside them. While running, someone shouted loudly, Boss, help, we have brought your dried meat. Jiaoyin, they are lying to us. Song Xiaodao quickly chased after them, pointing at the backs of several people and said angrily. They are just doing what everyone would do in the apocalypse. To be precise, they want to trick us. Zhao Yin's face remained calm. After saying this, Zhao Yin turned around and took the package from the little monkey in his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, Kill them. Zhiji. The little monkey instantly activated his ability to become gigantic, and chased forward with his long legs. Zhao Yin, if you kill them, who will lead the way for us? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin stretched out 2 fingers, bent them slightly, and knocked on the head of Song Xiaodao, making a crisp sound. Idiot, didn't you hear them calling the boss? The cave they live in is over there. Song Xiaodao covered his head, as if he finally understood something. The man with broken ribs was running the slowest. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him and turned around suddenly. Then he felt terrified, his legs became weak and he fell to the ground. It was a huge monkey, 2 meters tall, covered with long hair, holding the rat king paw that the man had seen in one arm, and running at a speed of 5 to 6 meters in one step. Is this what the little monkey just changed? Although this idea is too outrageous, the little monkey's appearance at this time, except for its huge body and different coat color, is no different from the thin monkey in other aspects. I won't run away, please don't kill me. The man knelt down and kowtowed vigorously. If he had known that this monkey could transform, he would not have dared to escape like this even if he was beaten to death. I had always thought that Zhao Yin was running a juggling class before the end of the world, and these animals were the actors he raised, but he didn't expect to see an unimaginable scene. Boom! The little monkey swung the mace and hit him in the head. Then a strong wind blew and he caught up with the other 2 men. Boom! Boom! With almost no effort, the 2 men and the body of the kneeling man fell at the same time. At this time, Zhao Yin led the team to walk slowly and kick the body of the kneeling man away. Don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yang Shan had just lit the half-cigarette, but his lips trembled and the cigarette fell on his pants. Until the fireworks burned through his underwear and a burnt smell came, he raised his hands and slapped them randomly. Chao Nima, why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream has just begun. Zhao Yin stepped forward. The terrible monkey was following him, and then a little girl appeared at the corner of the road, followed by a buffalo as big as a hill, and then, a group of giant beasts that looked like mice appeared in Yang Shan's sight. Bang! Yang Shan slapped himself hard in the face. Why haven't you woken up yet? Tell your leader to come out. Zhao Yin finally came in front of Yang Shan, paused, and looked at him calmly. Fuck you! Yang Shan cursed and pulled out the pistol from his waist. But the next moment, his hands were suddenly empty. He didn't even see how Zhao Yin made the move, and the gun was already in his hand. Zhao Yin glanced at the gun in his hand, a rubbish homemade gun that could only fire a single shot of iron sand. Any gun in the space ring is better than this one. He turned the muzzle of the gun and slowly pointed it at Yang Shan's head. I'll just say it again, tell your leader to come out. Plop! Yang Shan knelt on his knees and kowtowed to Zhao Yin. His forehead was broken and bleeding. Brother, don't kill me, I didn't mean to offend you before, our boss is really not at home. Yang Shan, can you have some backbone? At this time, the people in the cave heard the noise and rushed out. More than a dozen people, all of them were young and strong men in their 20s. Some carried steel pipes, some held shovels, but no one had a gun in their hands. The leader was the cleanest, wearing a half-worn suit. He shouted loudly before he could see clearly, "Who dares to come here and make trouble?"
"Let them know who I am,"
Zhao said in a low voice. After saying that, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took out a lighter to light it. Song Xiaodao put down the package and rushed to the crowd opposite with the little monkey. The people on the opposite side finally saw clearly that the 8 terrible beasts beside Zhao were all pale, and the young man in the lead shouted in panic, "Don't, wait!" The next moment, the little monkey rushed into the crowd and slapped the young man in the lead out with a slap. It didn't use the mace, and rushed all the way. In the blink of an eye, most of the people were killed. Some people fell with their chests collapsed, and some people were smashed half of their bodies. In the end, there were 5 people left. The little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's intention and didn't kill them anymore. After a few slaps, some broke their hands, some broke their feet. When Song Xiaodao rushed over, everyone had fallen to the ground. She pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "I rushed out, can't you leave one for me?" The little monkey shrank, scratched his head embarrassedly, and squeaked a few times. Zhao Yin held a cigarette in his mouth and grabbed Yang Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. "You should know what I want to hear." Yang Shan's pants were wet, and light yellow liquid dripped down his pants. He was shaking like a sieve. Big brother, which side are you from? How many other sides?" Zhao Yin was slightly stunned. Soon, with Yang Shan's explanation, he understood everything. There are several smaller caves near this cave, and survivors will take refuge in them after the apocalypse. After the meteorite rain stopped, Yang Shan and his group killed several men in the cave in order to search for supplies, and then captured the women and tortured them. They were all strong young men, and with their humanity depleted, those women could not withstand the torment, and most of them died soon after. But there were also a few women who fled to a large cave 5 kilometers away. After Luo Chang, the boss of Yangshan, found out, he prepared to take possession of the place, but before he could get close, he was beaten back by a retired soldier leading hundreds of young men. Only then did the boss of Yangshan know that there were 700 to 800 survivors gathered in the cave. The 2 leading veterans knew how to make homemade firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was picked up from a corpse on the opposite side during the battle between the 2 parties. Luo Chang has been thinking about the materials in the cave. Being able to feed 700 or 800 people is so coveted, but it's a pity that there has never been a chance. Just last night, when a few boys went out to look for supplies, they caught a survivor in a large cave. After interrogation, they learned that 3 days ago, the leading veteran took all the young men out, saying that they were going to make a batch of the meat came back to replenish everyone's health, but it never came back. When Luo Chang was preparing to take people to the big cave this morning, he found smoke coming from the forest where Zhao Yin was, so he ordered the monkeys and others to go check. So Zhao Yin came. "Brother, those things were all done by the boss in the past." "No, it was all done by Luo Chang and the others. I am just a janitor. It really has nothing to do with me. Please, woo-woo." After Yangshan finished speaking, he started to cry. "I don't care what you did, but if your people eat my dried meat, you have to pay for it," Zhao Yin said. Yangshan looked at Zhao Yin in astonishment, and saw that there was no regret or anger on the other person's face. He was as calm as if he heard someone else eating and going to the toilet. The man in front of him was different from most people he had ever seen. He seemed to be even less human than them. Yangshan's heart trembled. Brother, just ask for anything you want. As long as there is something here, just take it." At this point he just wants to survive. As for what Luo Chang would do with him when he came back and found out that he had lost his supplies, he couldn't care so much anymore. "Then it depends on what you can get." Zhao Yin breathed out the smoke. When Yangshan heard this, he immediately stayed there. There was nothing to eat in the cave these days, only the tattered daily necessities and some clothes that Luo Chang and his men had looted. He looked at the dried meat and roasted bones carried by the 7 big rats behind Zhao Yin, then looked at the white animal skins worn by Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, and the mountains of supplies on the backs of the old cows. How can people see those rags? "Brother, there is water. There is a small pool in the cave. You can take it as you like." Yangshan could only say bravely. "It rained 3 days ago. Do you think I'm short of water?" Zhao Ying finally became impatient and said loudly, "Whoever can come up with supplies that satisfy me will survive today." Among the group of people who fell to the ground, the few who had not killed the little monkeys were wailing, but after hearing this, they all became quiet. "Brother, please spare us, there are still a lot of clothes in the cave." "Brother, I know that Luo Chang also hid 2 fishes. Although they are a little stale, they are still edible." "Brother, there are still 2 ounces of salt and half a barrel of vegetable oil in the kitchen." Several people spoke one after another, as if they were playing a quiz game, but none of them caught Zhao Yin's attention. Zhao Ying turned to look at Song Xiaodao. "These people are worthless, kill them." Song Xiaodao understood, and walked towards the few people at the end with the king ratclaw, gently waved the king ratclaw, and a human head was cut off immediately. With the sharpness of the rat king's claws, an ordinary knife blade cannot cut tofu so quickly. Song Xiaodao immediately narrowed her eyes happily, feeling that it was much easier to use than the broken tang knife. Then, with continuous swings, she quickly cut several people into pieces. Seeing this, Zhao Ying was very pleased that the child had finally grown up. Killing people is much easier. Finally, Song Xiaodao walked towards Yangshan and said to Zhao Ying, "Please give in, I will spray blood all over you." Zhao Ying took a step back and shook the dust off the white rat skin on his body. Although they will get dirty sooner or later, new clothes will stay clean day after day. "Wait, I remembered, there is something else." Yangshan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's rat king claw had already been swung down. The next moment, his eyes blurred. Zhao Ying grabbed her slender wrist and said to Yangshan in a cold voice, "You'd better not lie to me." Yangshan felt as if he was looking into the eyes of the god of death. These are perverted monsters and perverted little girls, and the man in front of them is the boss of the perverts, an old pervert. He was beating a drum in his heart, but in fact he didn't know if that thing would be appreciated by the other party. Brother, please come with me." After saying that, Yangshan stood up, stepped on the steaming blood tremblingly, and walked into the cave. Zhao Ying did not follow, but told Song Xiaodao, "You and the little monkey go in." Song Xiaodao rolled his eyes. He is an E-level evolver. He can kill everyone here casually. Does he need to be so cautious? Zhao Ying stood there and watched Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walking into the cave. There were only cigarette butts left in the cigarette in his hand. He threw it on the ground and crushed it with the sole of his shoe. Soon, Yangshan came out, holding a tattered cloth package in his hand, with little monkey and Song Xiaodao following closely behind him. "Brother, the things are here." Yangshan forced a smile and handed the package to Zhao Ying. "Open." Zhao Ying whispered. Yangshan immediately understood that the other party was worried that he had set a trap, so he quickly placed the package on the ground and opened it layer by layer. Layer after layer was opened, and the packages the size of a human head became smaller and smaller. In the end, nothing was left but the size of a walnut, wrapped in a layer of toilet paper. Zhao Ying slowly frowned, and Yangshan's legs swayed. In the end, he didn't dare to peel off the layer of toilet paper. Big brother, this is the only thing I can do." "Open," Zhao Ying urged. Yangshan could only bite the bullet and open the toilet paper, exposing a blood-red crystal to the sun. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. "A piece of star crystal. I picked this up in front of the cave when the meteorite rain came, and it was sandwiched among the meteorites." Yangshan was afraid that Zhao Ying would not believe it, so he said sincerely, "I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It is definitely not a handicraft." "You don't know what this is?" Zhao Ying asked and directly grabbed the star crystal in his hand. "Brother, although I don't know the function of this thing, Luo Chang said it must be an amazing treasure. Maybe the end of the world is related to this thing," Yangshan said earnestly. Zhao Ying nodded slightly when he heard this. They don't know the secret of the star crystal yet. After thinking for a while, Zhao Ying asked again, "Do you know where the cave is?" The man named Luo Chang was able to control a group of people at the beginning of the end of the world, and he was ruthless and vicious. Zhao Ying would not rest assured if he was not killed. Yangshan nodded quickly, "I know, if brother wants to go, I will lead the way for you." "Lead the way." Zhao Ying led the team directly towards the big cave. On the way, he pinched open the star crystal.
A bottle of iced tea came out.
If he could have given the little monkey a bottle of iced black tea with double attributes when he was dealing with the rats the day before yesterday, Zhao Ying might have had a white rat king contracted beast. It's a pity that time cannot be turned back. At this time, 5 kilometers away, outside a huge natural cave, Cielesan was lying on a wall made of rocks, shouting at some 30 men with weapons below. "Boss Luo, last time you knelt down and begged, our royal team let you go. Now where do you have the courage to risk your death?" Snake Luo Chang is 1.9 meters tall. Compared with the skinny men around him, he looks very burly. 6 At this time, Luo Chang stood in the middle of the crowd and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, I just came here to thank Captain Wang for not killing him last time."
"Where is Captain Wang? Why don't you let him come out and see him?"
"Our team leader doesn't have time to see you, so hurry up and leave.
Otherwise, even if team leader Wang has a good temper, if you piss him off, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this time, Boss Luo."
"Ha ha." Luo Chang laughed, and the group of people around him burst into laughter. At this time, Luo Chang already felt confident. He waved his hand, and the 2 younger brothers immediately escorted a man in his 50s to the front of the team.
"Thank you, brother, see if this is your person? He Jinping? What happened? How did you get caught by them?"
Xia Leshan's face suddenly changed.
"Deputy Captain Xia, I don't want to betray the cave, but they are beating me to death, and I can't bear it."
He Jinping was covered in blood, and his 2 arms were broken, hanging limply. At this moment, Xia Lesan understood that the news that Captain Wang and all the young men were missing could no longer be hidden. "Luo Chang, even without those young men, there are still 500 or 600 people in the cave.
You only have 30 subordinates, do you want to take over the cave?"
Xia Lesan scolded.
500 or 600 people? Luo Chang smiled nonchalantly and said, 500 to 600 women, children, old and young, now that they have lost their backbone, they should be panicking. I'm afraid they no longer trust you, right?"
Xia Lesan was silent.
Luo Chang told him what was on his mind.
Ever since the group of young men led by Captain Wang disappeared, there have been many voices opposing him in the cave. Many people are doubting the abilities of him and Captain Wang. Even if you still have charisma, those women and children have been raised too delicately by you and Team Wang.
What kind of humanity do you talk to them about?
Because of this, they don't know the dangers of the apocalypse at all. A group of men who even gave up their seats on the bus before the apocalypse a group of female students who are pursued by men, a group of children who are still sucking milk. How many people have the courage to take up arms?
After Luo Chang finished speaking, Xia Jinshan's face turned pale.
"Brother Xia, let's do this.
You open the door and let us in. It's better to follow me and live in the world."
"You are trying your best to please a bunch of losers, but in the end you are blamed,"
Luo Chang said loudly. "Don't even think about it."
Xia Leshan's eyes were red. "Unless I die." He was a soldier and served in the same army as Captain Wang. After he retired from the army, because they were from the same hometown, they started a pharmaceutical business together. The company made money this year. Xia Lesan and Team Wang led several senior executives of the company to the Dawei Mountains for team building. Unexpectedly, they encountered the meteorite rain. Immediately afterwards, the whole world changed. That day, he and Team Wang hid in this cave with their team. Hundreds of refugees had gathered inside, many of whom were more or less injured. It happened that Xie Jinshan's team carried a lot of medicine. The spirit of a soldier is to protect people. He and Team Wang discussed it and decided that rescuing people was the most important thing. It rained meteorites for a month, and hundreds of strangers gathered together for a long time. Naturally, they encountered many problems. They could only elect one person in charge. Because of Xie Jinshan and Team Wang's actions to save people, many people after casting a vote, he naturally became the leader in the cave. After the meteorite rain stopped, several groups of survivors fled into the cave. They learned from their mouths that a group of gangsters from a mortgage company lived in a cave 5 kilometers away.
The leader was named Luo Chang.
They robbed and looted materials,
killed many people.
After Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan received the news, they immediately summoned all the young men to form a caveguard team. Captain Wang was the captain and Xie Jinshan was the deputy captain. Moreover, Xie Jinshan was good at making weapons. He accidentally discovered that someone in the cave was carrying materials for making gunpowder, so he melted iron in the cave and made the simplest single-shot pistol. Soon Luo Chang arrived and was beaten to pieces by them. Xie Jinshan and Team Wang's prestige in the cave became even higher. 5 days ago, a few young men went out to look for supplies and brought back a huge dead rat. According to them, when they found the rat, it was still alive, but was bitten by something, and there were many others nearby. Traces of mice. Team Wang ordered people to boil the dead rat meat into several large pots of broth. Everyone tasted the taste of pseudo-mutated beast meat for the first time, and they all rushed to grab it. Unfortunately, there was too little rat meat, and everyone could only have a mouthful of soup. So someone encouraged the guards to catch mice, and the calls became louder and louder. Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan saw that the children in the cave were all sallow and thin, so they agreed. Xie Jinshan wanted to stay in the cave and continue making guns. Except for him, all the young men followed the king's team out. Now, Xie Jinshan thinks about it, this is a fatal mistake. At least there should be some young ones left. Then you go to hell. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron bow, aimed at Xie Jinshan and shot at it. Xie Jinshan quickly shrank his head, and the arrow was inserted into the crack of the stone in front of him. At this time, inside the wall, behind Xie Jinshan, there were more than 100 men over 60 years old gathered. All the uncles looked nervous. These are the people in the cave who can barely still be considered combatants. Get on the wall and defend yourself. Xie Jinshan gave the order, then pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired a shot towards Luo Chang. The effective range of the homemade pistol was less than 50 meters, and the barrel was uneven. In addition, Xie Jinshan had not practiced shooting for many years, so the shot naturally missed, but it hit the thigh of a man next to Luo Chang. Ah, fuck you. The man screamed, fell to the ground, hugged his thigh with blood gushing out, and cried. Disperse, retreat, quickly. Luo Chang immediately gave an order, completely ignoring the life and death of the injured man. More than 30 people quickly dispersed within 100 meters, all carefully staring at the wall, fearing that Xie Jinshan would shoot them in the back. I should have brought Yangshan's gun earlier. Luo Chang said regretfully. Boss, they have guns, it's not easy today, said a younger brother. What's there to be afraid of? There can't be too many materials for making guns and ammunition in the cave. Most of them should have been taken out by Captain Wang. Xie Jinshan doesn't have many guns in his hands, don't worry. Luo Chang said confidently. In fact, as he said, Captain Wang used all the power of the cave for rat meat. In the past few days, Xie Jinshan has only made one gun and collected enough gunpowder for 3 shots. Xie Jinshan has just fired 1 shot, and there are still 2 opportunities to fire. At this time, his forehead was sweating and he looked back. The old men behind him were still standing there, and no one went up the wall to help defend. What are you all doing? Xie Jinshan scolded. Captain Xie, it's not that we don't want to help, but we are really old. This wall is more than 2 meters high and we can't get up. Do you have any guns? Lend us some, said an old man with acne scars on his face. The guns were taken away by Captain Wang and his men. Where can we get them? Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, if you don't come up, I can't defend it alone. As long as they rush in, everyone in the cave will suffer. Everyone remained unmoved. Even if the sky fell, there were still tall people to support it. It's so dangerous to let them fight with young people. Captain Xie, my legs and feet are not good, I really can't go up, I'll defend you here. Lao Lu, you just turned 60, you are in the best spirits, you go up. Bullshit, I just had a prostate surgery half a year ago, how can my physical condition be as good as yours? A group of people were arguing, anyway, even if someone must go to die, then others should go first. One's own life is more important than anything else. At this time, Zhao Yin's mutant beast team had arrived 1 kilometer away. He listened attentively for a while, and couldn't help but show a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth.
Jiaoyin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked curiously.
I heard a stupid pig with a pack of wolves, like someone from before.
Jiaoyin sighed, human.
Once you stand at a high place, you are easily blinded by power. What you hear every day is flattery, and what you see is difficult to distinguish between true and false.
Someone? Is he your friend? Song Xiaodao asked.
Jiaoyin pondered for a moment, nodded and said, that's right.
You actually make friends with that kind of fool.
Song Xiaodao said contemptuously, ha!
Fool.
Jiaoyin frowned and said, that's very stupid. 96. At this time, outside the wall.
Boss, they are really having internal strife.
What should we do next? A younger brother asked. Everything that was happening inside the wall was heard by Luo Chang and others. Luo Chang smiled and shouted loudly into the wall, people inside the wall, listen, I have more than 300 brothers who will come soon, with guns and cannons, and the cave will definitely not be able to defend it. If Xia Jinshan is going to die, you all are going to die too. The men will be made into dried meat, and the women will play first and then kill them. The group of people inside the wall were immediately frightened when they heard this, and many old men were trembling all over. Having lived in a peaceful society for most of their lives, and being protected by guards even after the apocalypse, they never thought that they would be here today.
What, there are 300 more people? It's over. There are also cannons. How can we old guys hold on?
It's over, Xia Jinshan, it was you who harmed us.
If Team Wang hadn't injured Wang Chang back then, would he have been so cruel to us?
Suddenly, all the elders pointed their fingers at Xia Jinshan. Xia Jinshan's face turned red and he shouted, Fart, don't listen to him, it's all a bluff. As long as everyone works together, we can still defend the cave like last time.
However, no one listened to him at all.
The old men were still spitting like stars, drowning out Xia Jinshan's voice. At this time, Luo Chang shouted outside the wall again.
People inside, listen, I just want to kill Xia Jinshan.
If anyone dares to resist with him, and the wall is breached later, don't blame me, Luo Chang, for my evil intentions. I'll give you a chance. Whoever can get Xia Jinshan's head will be rewarded with 30 kilograms of food and allowed to join my team. Inside the wall, the elders started making noise again.
30 pounds of food, join his team?
Team Wang and the others can't come back.
Even if they can block the attack this time, what about next time? How long can we old people last in the apocalypse?
Joining Luo Chang's team and following those young people is the only way to survive.
Team Xia, you pushed brother Luo too hard.
You are not leaving no room for him, but you are leaving no room for ourselves. Jiaoyin was already 300 meters away and heard everything clearly. He did not choose to appear immediately, as if he was watching a good show.
This is human nature.
Once faced with a crisis, many people will choose to sacrifice others in exchange for their own interests. Confusing right and wrong, being ungrateful, he can do anything and say anything. In despair, these men can no longer distinguish between right and wrong, and they only want to idealize things. Someone took advantage of Xia Jinshan's unpreparedness, picked up a stone on the ground, and suddenly hit his head from behind.
Boom! Xia Jinshan felt his eyes go dark.
He stumbled forward and touched his head. His hands were covered with blood.
He turned around in disbelief and looked at the old man who hit him. You really want to kill me?
He thought that he would spare no effort to protect this group of people. Creating better living conditions for them, even eating the same as them, can change your sincerity. He believes that the mission of a soldier is to protect the country and the people in times of crisis, in exchange for glory and admiration.
But why is this so? Don't these people have any brains?
Xia Jinshan slowly fell down and fell in the middle of the crowd who were protecting him with his own hands. He stared at the sky with wide eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if there was an invisible voice breaking in his heart. That's faith. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to stand up, but that he was heartbroken.
Jiaoyin sighed, never underestimate the greed and ignorance of human nature. In his previous life, Jiaoyin, wasn't he the same as Xia Jinshan?
At this time, Luo Chang heard the internal strife inside, with sarcasm on his face, and yelled, "Why don't you open the door?" The thick wooden door was slowly opened by several uncles working together. Many uncles took the initiative to greet Luo Chang, all with flattering looks on their faces. "Welcome, Brother Luo. Brother Luo, you will be our leader from now on, please take good care of us. Please invite Brother Luo in quickly." Luo Chang took big steps and walked forward with a smile on his face. Boom! He suddenly waved the homemade iron bow in his hand and instantly knocked the first man who came up to him to the ground. "Nonsense!" Luo Chang spit out thick phlegm and ordered loudly, "Kill them all. These old guys can't even do any work, leaving them can only waste food. Kill!" Although there are only about 30 young men behind him, everyone is carrying a weapon. Facing a group of selfish old men is like chopping melons and vegetables. The key is that when the elders saw Luo Chang's sudden rebellion, they immediately dispersed. Many people fled into the cave immediately, and they were basically a mess. Zhao walked out of the forest with a cigarette in his mouth and squinted at the wall in front of the cave. It was already a purgatory on earth. "Old Nyo, you are here to guard the supplies. Song Xiaodao, Monkey, Lao Hei, Rat 1, Rat 2, put down the supplies where they are and go and do some exercise." After Zhao finished speaking, he spit out the cigarette but in his mouth and took out the machete. Puff! He chopped off the head of Yang Shan next to him with a knife. Blood spurted out, and before the headless body fell down, Zhao rushed forward. It's been a long time since he did it himself. It was rare to face a group of ordinary survivors, and Zhao had to stretch his arms and legs. Puff! The light of the sword flashed, and one of Luo Chang's younger brothers was split in half by Zhao. The rain of blood rose into the sky. Before it could stain Zhao Yin's white rat leather armor, his figure flashed past and rushed down. One person, and then, poof! Another person's head was chopped off. At this time, the little monkey and 7 giant rats also rushed into the crowd, followed by Song Xiaodao. In the blink of an eye, most of the crowd was slaughtered. No matter it is the group of uncles or Luo Chang's people, whoever encounters the contracted beast will die without any resistance. Luo Chang looked back and his face turned pale instantly. He has never seen such a big monkey, even more terrifying than an orangutan. I have never seen such a big mouse. And such a scary little girl. Luo Chang took his last look and saw a tall young man walking towards him. The weapon in his hand was dripping with blood. He quickly said, "Brother, don't, puff." Zhao swung his knife and chopped off Luo Chang's head. "Don't bother to listen to the other party's nonsense, they are all going to be killed anyway. Isn't it just for the pleasure of this knife that I ran so far?" After Zhao finished killing Luo Chang, he looked back and saw that outside the wall, the ground was full of steaming corpses. Except for a few contract beasts and Song Xiaodao, dozens of uncles all died in the hands of the contract beasts. "Monkey, Xiaodao, go and help Lao Hei and the others carry the supplies into the cave." After Zhao finished his instructions, he walked into the wall alone. Suddenly, a weak voice came, brother, wait." Zhao looked around and saw Xie Jinshan lying on the ground. At this time, there was a big hole in the back of his head, and blood was pouring out. There was a sharpened stick stuck in his waist, and he was leaning on the wall, curling up one leg and looking at Zhao weakly. Zhao frowned. He once admired such sacrificial soldiers. But now is the end of the world, and it would be foolish to sacrifice for others. However, although Zhao does not think that he is a good person, he does not think that he should kill indiscriminately. Just like he takes a bath whenever he has a chance and likes to keep his clothes clean for a few days, just to remind himself that he is still a good person. One person. Even after the end of the world, he will always be alone. Don't expect me to save you, there's nothing I can do. Zhao said. Hearing this, Xie Jinshan smiled bitterly. No, I'm not asking you to save me. Zhao was stunned when he heard this. Please don't kill those people in the cave. Whatever you want, you can go to Lao Wu. He is responsible for keeping the supplies. You tried your best to protect them, but they wanted you dead, and then you told me not to kill anyone? It's not easy for anyone. They just want to live. What's wrong?
It's not them that's wrong, it's this damn apocalypse.
Xia Jinshan slowly raised his head and looked at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. How great would it be if there wasn't that meteor shower? Zhao didn't know how this person's brain grew, so he said calmly, a person like you should have been killed by a meteorite in the first place.
Then did you promise me? Xia Jinshan asked.
Why should I promise you? Zhao was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore and walked forward. Soon, Song Xiaodao followed Zhao with the contracted beasts and the supplies on their backs, and walked into the cave together. A huge space appeared in front of me, which was 30,000 to 40,000 square meters, and the highest point was 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites were hanging from the top of my head, and water dripped from time to time, dripping into a pool in the center of the cave. Fish could be vaguely seen in the water. There was no one in the entire cave hall. Zhao looked around and immediately found a narrow cave entrance in the deepest part of the cave. They escaped from there. There must be no exit inside, otherwise Xia Jinshan would not have ended up like that.
Go in, Zhao said. Zhao, there are fish here. Song Xiaodao pointed at the pool.
We'll have fish soup tonight, but let's find the people inside first. After Zhao finished speaking, he ordered the little monkey to lead the way. This place was developed into a tourist area by businessmen before the end of the world. Many places have been repaired and polished by humans, and the roads are very smooth. But there is garbage everywhere, and human feces can be seen everywhere, dry and liquid, in various shapes, accompanied by urine. The air was filled with a foul smell.
Oh, what is that?
It's poop, so disgusting. Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped on a pile of fresh feces, revealing a disgusting expression. She tiptoed to Zhao and jumped in front of him, grabbing the corner of his clothes. Zhao, I stepped on it.
Zhao shook off her little hand. Go and rub it yourself, don't dirty my leather armor.
Song Xiaodao rubbed the soles of his shoes clean on the stone and quickly caught up with Zhao. It's disgusting, can't they build a few toilets? It's normal that the leader didn't manage it well.
Zhao said expressionlessly.
In the end times, many people think about how to survive every day, and they don't care about the quality of life anymore. The bad side of human nature can be seen everywhere.
The narrow cave entrance went all the way down, with railings and stone steps laid.
But there were traces of human destruction everywhere. After a while, the stone steps continued to extend downwards.
Will it go underground? Song Xiaodao said again.
Zhao shook his head.
He had never been here in his previous life, so how could he know?
Soon, the steep stone steps gradually became flat, and the passage became wider.
Until a hall larger than before appeared, Zhao finally saw the group of people.
About 500 or 600 people, all old and young, and women, all of them were ragged and unkempt, and now they were all crowded in a corner deep in the cave. There was no shortage of water in the cave, but this group of people lived in such an environment, and most of them were too lazy to wash their faces. Even the most beautiful women before the end of the world were so dirty that their facial features could not be seen clearly. In fact, there was another reason. Women in the end of the world could not be too beautiful. Sometimes, ugliness was also a kind of protection. Everyone showed a horrified expression when they saw Zhao and the mutant beast behind him. They had never seen such a big rat, and one of them was bigger than a cow. No, there was really a cow there. It was like a mountain of meat. And that skinny monkey, holding a claw knife taller than it. At the front of this terrifying team, stood a young man, wearing a white leather armor stained with fresh blood. It's him, he and Luo Chang killed Captain Xie together, let's fight him. A gray-haired old man pointed at Zhao. I saw Captain Xie killed by him with my own eyes, this man is a devil. Another old man said loudly. Let's go together, kill this devil together, otherwise we will all die. The old men did something wrong, and they didn't think Zhao would let them go. The only way to survive at this time was to encourage others to stop Zhao, and then escape in the chaos. So before Zhao arrived, the old men had already started to incite. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the old man who spoke last. His eyes were wide open, as if he still didn't want to believe that he was dead, and then he fell straight down with a bang. In the crowd, there were women's screams, children's cries, old women's groans.
Guns are always the best deterrent to humans. No uncle dared to stand up again.
Jiaoyin put down his pistol and said loudly, "Stop arguing, you will be fed to rats." In an instant, the cave was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Even the crying children had their mouths covered by the adults beside them.
If Xia Jinshan were here, I wonder what he would think. Jiaoyin just killed one person, which was more useful than his 100 words. Now, I declare that everything in the cave is my trophy, including the lives of all of you. Before I leave, my words are the rules. Whoever dares to break my rules will end up like that person just now. Do you understand?
Zhao Yin's voice echoed in the cave.
Everyone trembled and stared at Zhao Yin in horror, but no one dared to speak.
Should I obey Zhao Yin or try my best to find an opportunity to escape?
This is a multiple-choice question, and they are all waiting for others around them to make a choice first.
You are all talking, do you understand? Zhao Yin asked again.
No one still spoke, and there seemed to be only Zhao Yin's voice in the cave.
Bang!
Another gunshot, Zhao Yin fired directly, and in the crowd, a bald old man's skull was flipped over, and brains were sprayed everywhere. The next moment, the crowd fell into chaos again.
Ah! Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Woohoo! Team King, where is Team King? Why haven't you come back to protect us?
Don't shoot, please, my child is only 3 years old and cannot live without a mother. People close to the outside squeezed in as hard as they could, and those inside were squeezed until they couldn't breathe, so they pushed people out, boom. No one expected that Zhao Yin would shoot again at this time.
Another old man fell. Tamar broke my rules, right? Zhao Yin scolded.
The crowd finally fell silent again. Only then did they realize that wasting that person's words would lead to death. It turns out that he really doesn't have to think about killing, he does it completely casually.
Soon, voices rang out from the crowd. Listen, I understand.
Understood. Understood. There were more and more voices, and finally, they were all rushing to answer Zhao Yin's words, for fear that if they were a little slower, they would miss the opportunity to please the new leader. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly, and the crowd fell silent again.
He walked back and forth holding the pistol and said loudly.
Listen to me, all women over 50 years old come here and stand in a row.
Women under 50 years old and children under 5 years old also stand in a row alone.
Children over 5 years old, all stand this way.
You men, stand over there.
Zhao Yin pointed in several directions with the barrel of his gun. The next moment, everyone immediately took action, and the footsteps of hundreds of people roared in the cave. After 4 long teams were formed, there were still a few children under the age of 5 left in the same place, all of them crying loudly.
Whose children are these, and why hasn't anyone taken them away?
Zhao Yin looked at the group of young and strong women. In fact, there are still a group of young and strong women who were in the cave earlier to take care of their children. At this time, the woman standing at the front of the team whispered, "These children were rescued by Team Wang and others. Some parents were killed by meteorite rain, and some parents died of illness in the cave.
They are all orphans. So no one wants to take it away.
It was Captain Xia who has been taking care of them, and now Captain Xia." The woman looked at Zhao Yin in fear and did not dare to continue. Obviously she still believed that it was Zhao Yin who killed Xia Jinshan.
Zhao Yin did not explain.
He raised his hand and pointed at the group of ants, and selected a few who looked energetic. You, take these children away one by one.
No matter what method you use, you can't let me hear their voices again. Several ants immediately walked over and took the orphans away one by one.
They all covered their mouths.
The basic composition of the crowd can finally be seen at a glance.
There are 4 teams, and the ant has more than 300 people. There are still 74 people left. There were 49 children under the age of 5 and 37 children between the ages of 5 and 12.
42 young and strong women. There are 2 reasons why Zhao Yin lined them up separately.
First, the target is the group of uncles. Separate them just to kill them more easily. Although the elders are old, many of them still have the strength. In addition to what they have done before, Zhao Yin's character is unlikely to leave them here to cause more trouble. In addition, Zhao Yin plans to settle down in the cave. At least, this was a good shelter until he found the flying white tiger and the space pendant. So he has to have enough control over the cave. Where is Lao Wu? Who is Lao Wu? Zhao Yin thought again of Lao Wu, who Ste Jinhai said was responsible for managing supplies. Without Lao Wu taking the initiative to stand up, everyone immediately looked at a bald man standing among the group of elders. He is thin and wears a tattered suit. He is also one of the few people in the team who has washed his face. Hello, boss, my name is Wu Shuegue. While Team Wang is still here, let me manage supplies here. Wu Shuegue bent over slightly, revealing his shiny head. Please remember the bookbar96. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Zhao Yin nodded, come to me. Wu Shuegue looked to be in his 40s and was lame on one leg. Perhaps for this reason, he was not taken out by the king's team, nor was he called by Xie Jinshan to fight against Luo Chang. As soon as Wu Shuegue came to Zhao Yin suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. Old, boss. Wu Shuegue was shocked. How could the other party be so strong? Is he still a human being? I want all the supplies here, do you know what to do? Zhao Yin asked. All the materials, are in the warehouse, and every entry and exit is recorded in detail. This is the rule Xia had set before. I definitely don't dare to hide it from the boss, and I can't hide it. Wu Shuegue broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile. I will take you to see it now, boss. Please let me go. Zhao Yin nodded and found that this man was still organized even in crisis. No wonder he was placed in this important position by Team Wang and Xie Jinshan. Why is the leg lame? Zhao Yin asked. When I was a soldier, I was guarding the border with the Asen Kingdom. I became disabled during a conflict. I have a prosthetic leg. Another veteran. Zhao Yin let go of his hand and followed Wu Shuegue to the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked, it's still too noisy and not clean enough. As soon as the words fell, all the contracted beasts immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention. Zhiji. The little monkey was the first to rush towards the team where the old men were. As it takes a step, it completes its giant transformation. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw such a magical scene. Even the uncles looked at the monkey that suddenly grew bigger in shock. Immediately afterwards, Lao Hei and the 7 giant rats, still carrying mountains of supplies, rushed forward quickly, not to kill people, but to vaguely surround the uncle's team. The next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also rushed over. In an instant, the sound of impact, the sound of a sharp knife entering flesh, the sound of screams, the sound of bones breaking, can be heard all the time. The bloody smell quickly spread in the air. The head with white hair rolled around. Blood everywhere. No one from the other 3 teams dared to speak. Everyone looked at this scene tremblingly. At this time, the remaining elders were all panicking. They knew that these contracted beasts were listening to Zhao Yin. Someone shouted to Zhao Yin loudly, "You little bastard, what on earth do you want to do?" Boss, please forgive me, I never dare to do it again. Captain Xia was harmed by Lao Wan and the others, it has nothing to do with me. Boss, you can't leave, tell these beasts to stop. Wu Shuegue's lame legs were getting weak, and he did not dare to look back. I can only work hard to make myself look more relaxed. However, I vaguely heard that Captain Xia was harmed by Lao Wan and the others, and had nothing to do with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin followed him slowly, noticed something, and asked calmly, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I dare not, no, I'm not afraid, boss, don't get me wrong." Wu Shuegue's lips were trembling. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Zhao Yin's voice was cold. I'm afraid, no, not afraid." Wu Shuegue waved his hands one after another, speaking incoherently, and almost knelt down to Zhao Yin. "You should say that you only admire me and fear me, not fear or not." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he took steps forward. Wu Shuegue limped and led the way again, not daring to speak again. He was able to be valued by Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan, and he had a delicate heart. However, at this time, he found that the man in front of him was beyond his comprehension. It's not that the other person's thoughts are deep, but that they are too difficult to figure out. Soon, I came to a cave entrance, and the way was blocked by 2 iron gates. Wu Shuegue stepped forward and took off the chain, opened the iron gate, and explained, "This is the warehouse in the cave. It used to be a storage room for the cleaners in the scenic spot." Later, Team Wang saw that this place was suitable for stacking materials, so he asked me to clean it. "I'll move all the supplies here." "Boss, please come in with me." The so-called warehouse is only about 20 square meters. It was full of rags, but they were arranged in an orderly manner, which showed that Wu Shuegue, the warehouse manager, was usually very attentive. The first thing I saw was a pile of scrap iron picked up from somewhere, about 300 to 400 kilograms. Next to it was an earthen furnace and a dozen molds. Jiaoyin took a look and knew that someone had used these things to melt iron to make guns and daily necessities. In addition, there are more than a dozen large iron pots, hundreds of kilograms of charcoal, a pile of clothes, and more than a dozen bundles of bamboo poles 5 to 6 meters long. None of this junk has any effect on Jiaoyin. On the day when the doomsday came, there were hundreds of thousands of tourists in the scenic area, but only 1 or 2,000 people escaped into the cave. Many people were seriously injured. Team Wang asked us to rescue them with all our strength, but only 700 or 800 people survived. The clothes on the dead people were none of it was wasted. Xia Jinshan pointed at the pile of clothes and sighed as if he remembered something. "Where is the food? What have you been eating for more than a month?" Jiaoyin asked directly. Wu Shuegue pointed to the pile of bamboo poles. This was originally a bamboo forest planted next to the water pool in the scenic spot. After the end of the world, it withered and died for some reason. Team Wang asked us to cut it down for fishing. In addition, tourists are accustomed to bringing food. At that time, 1 or 2 thousands of people poured into the cave and brought a lot of food. Team Sa later made these big pots and used the fish he caught to cook some bread, ham and other things, which allowed us to survive that month with difficulty. After the food was finished, Team Wang found a newly grown vine in the cave. The leaves are edible, and they can pick 100 or 200 kilograms of it every day, mix it with fish and make soup, and finally few people starved to death. From Jiaoyin's perspective, Wu Shuegue's cheeks were sunken and his eyes were dull. Wu Shuegue licked his lips. Unfortunately, the fish in the pool cannot be endless. Team Wang is only allowed to catch 30 fish every day. It is said that the water is long and thin. Jiaoyin was relieved when he heard this. He was previously afraid that Wu Shuegue would say something like eating people to make ends meet. There are indeed mutated crops here. Take me to see that vine, Jiaoyin said. He spoke calmly, but felt a little excited in his heart. Recently, I have become tired of eating chestnut and rat meat, and I am lacking other food types to improve my diet. There is not only fish here, but also mutated vegetables that I haven't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuegue opened the pile of clothes and revealed a crack in the stone wall, which was naturally formed. "Boss, please come with me." Jiaoyin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mutated crop was actually hidden here. He followed Wu Shuegue into the crack. There was a cave inside, a cave hall covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. This place has not been developed as a scenic spot, and there is no light source shining in. Only the stalactites above the head occasionally flash phosphorescence, like the stars in the night sky. A thigh-thick vine took root on a stone wall not far away, covering an area of 70 to 80 square meters. Its round leaves were thick and tender. Crispy ear sprouts, E-level mutant plant, rich in nutrients. Efficacy, treat stubborn diseases. Special effect, cycle rebirth after 24 hours of picking. Jiaoyin took a breath, and it turned out to be an E-level mutant crop. Evolved people generally do not get sick, but once they do become sick, it is difficult to cure them. In the apocalypse, there are no medical conditions to speak of. The effects of this crisp ear vegetable can sometimes save lives. What Jiaoyin likes most is life-saving things. And the special effect of this crisp ear vegetable is that it is reborn in a cycle. No wonder Wu Shuegue said that he can pick 200 to 300 kilograms every day. No wonder those uncles and aunts, although all of them are skinny, few of them are sick.
Apart from food, the most lacking thing in the apocalypse is medicine. Even if Jiaoying doesn't need it, he can exchange it with other camps for the supplies he wants in the future. From now on, no one is allowed to come in again without my permission, including you. Jiaoying stared into Wu Shuegui's eyes and said. Wu Shuegui had a smile on his face. I know, boss, I will lock the warehouse door and give you the key. After saying that, Wu Shuegui's eyes flashed with sadness. Does this make it your own? How will the 400 to 500 people in the cave survive in the future? Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegui returned to the warehouse. Zhao Yin pointed at the dozen bundles of bamboo poles and said, distribute them immediately. For those who are still alive, find a few to pick crispy ear vegetables, and the rest will all go fishing, including children over 5 years old. Bookbars. All go fishing? Wu Shuegui was stunned. Is this to catch all the fish in the pond? Didn't understand? Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Shuegui was startled and bowed quickly. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Wu Shuegui walked out and quickly brought a dozen strong ants to carry all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Yin didn't go to see how they distributed the bamboo poles, and pointed at the big pots again. I will ask Lao Hei to send you some rat bones later. Those who caught fish today will have bone soup to drink, and those who didn't catch fish will not. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Zhao Yin understands it. He originally brought those rat bones that he despised because he didn't want to waste them. Rat bones don't have much meat, but they are heavy. Now they have become a burden for Lao Hei and the others. Once an accident occurs, the contracted beasts carrying the maximum load will not have much combat power. It's good to use them here at this time, at least it's much better than wasting them. Zhao Yin doesn't care about exhausting the pond to catch fish. What he wants is to catch all the fish in the pond and take them away during the time he stays there. Wu Shuegui was stunned again. Rat bone soup? It's the bones of those big rats, which are similar to cow bones, but taste better. Zhao Yin said. Wu Shuegui suddenly became excited. Captain Wang and his men paid a heavy price because the big rat was too delicious. Now they have rat bone soup to drink. Boss, I will tell them what you said. There must be many people willing to work hard for you. Wu Shuegui said happily, and then limped out. Zhao Yin didn't expect that rat bones would attract these people so much. In fact, from his point of view, rat bones are not a good thing, not even as good as the fish in the pond. But for the people in the cave, they haven't had a full meal for a long time, let alone the delicious food they have been thinking about. After Zhao Yin walked out of the warehouse, he went to the place where they lined up before. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts had dealt with all the uncles, leaving a few ants to deal with the bodies. Not far away, hundreds of people were holding bamboo poles in their hands. Many people had removed the threads from old clothes and were planning to twist them into hemp ropes. Next, they only needed to bend the iron wire in the pile of scrap iron into iron hooks and tie ropes to make simple fishing rods. Boss, I left 10 elderly ladies to take care of children under 5 years old, and 30 young women to pick crispy ear vegetables. All the rest were equipped with fishing rods. Wu Shuegui reported. Did you use this to fish before? Zhao Yin frowned and asked. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but this is the only condition we have. Although the equipment is simple, it is no problem for dozens of people to fish together to catch 30 fish a day. Wu Shuegui said. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and called out, Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao came over. Give each of them a piece of dried meat as bait for fishing. Anyone who dares to eat it will be killed. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao agreed and went to find the little monkey to help distribute the dried meat. Soon, a group of people carried fishing rods and went to the pond in the front hall. Zhao Yin followed the crowd and went to watch. Soon, the pond, which was not big, was surrounded by 500 or 600 people. Someone couldn't wait to cast the rod, and a few minutes later, a fish bit the hook, and then a more than 1-pound black bass was caught. Wu Shuegui's eyes widened immediately. Boss, what kind of meat did you give them as bait? We fished for a long time before, but no fish bit. The fish here are much harder to bite than outside. Why is your meat? It's the meat of big rats. Zhao said casually. Wu Shuegue was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The boss actually used rat meat to fish? That kind of rat meat is a top delicacy. Even before the end of the world, there would not be such a waste, right? Zhao was quite happy at this time. He walked directly to the ant who caught the fish, took the black carp off the hook, and looked at the bait on the hook. She just tore off a small piece of meat and put it on the iron hook. It was not wasted. Zhao nodded. Tonight, you can drink rat bone soup. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. The ant bowed excitedly. Zhao carried the black carp and walked towards the passage. He quickly returned to the hall in front of the warehouse and handed the black carp to Song Xiaodao. Go cook fish soup for lunch today. Great, there is fish soup to drink. Song Xiaodao happily carried the fish and jumped away. But after avoiding Zhao Yin's sight, she took a walk from the old cow's back, and then found the ants who were taking care of the children, and asked coldly, who can cook fish soup? I can. I can. I can, too. Almost all the ants can cook fish soup. Before the end of the world, they were all retired elderly people, and those who could travel almost had no health problems. Their hobbies at home, apart from playing mahjong and square dancing, were to have enough time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao threw the pot and fish to an ant who had washed her face. I'll give you a piece of dried meat secretly, and you help me cook fish soup, and don't let Zhao know. The ant nodded in surprise. Okay. Boss, the women who are responsible for picking crispy ear vegetables asked me to ask you if they also have rat bone soup in the evening? Wu Shuegue asked Zhao cautiously. Zhao nodded. Go tell them that those who work hard will have food. If anyone dares to hide it, even if there is only one person, I will kill them all and feed them to the rats. Today, he tortured and killed those uncles in the most cruel way in front of everyone. I believe no one has the courage to hide it. At least, they have not been brave enough to steal in the past 2 days. However, Zhao still used this method to let them supervise each other. Wu Shuegue trembled all over. I know, boss. After saying that, he did not leave immediately, and his face showed hesitation. Do you have anything else? Zhao asked. The corner of his eye fell on Song Xiaodao in the distance, and he saw the little lazy movements of the girl. Boss, there are actually some things in the warehouse. I don't know if I should give them to you. Wu Shuegue said hesitantly. Zhao looked back at him, his eyes gradually colder. Are you hiding something from me? I was in a hurry to see the crispy ear vegetables, and I didn't have time to look at the bill. Wu Shuegue's face suddenly turned red, and he knelt down with a plop. Boss, listen to me, I am definitely not hiding anything on purpose, but those things are useless, and it is more likely that after giving them to you, boss, they will bring you danger. What are they? Zhao was interested. He stared at Wu Shuegue's evasive eyes and immediately understood that the other party was afraid that he would suspect him of bad intentions. If the other party really wanted to hide something from him, he would not risk saying it at this time. Wu Shuegue took out a fist-sized rag bag from his pocket and handed it to Zhao respectfully with both hands. Boss, you may not believe it, there are 2 kinds of stones in the heads of those zombies, one is transparent and the other is blood red. The transparent stone has no effect, but the blood-red stone can make something appear out of thin air as long as it is cracked. Sometimes it is food, sometimes it is water, and it may be poison. Zhao Yin's eyes shrank. Isn't the blood-red stone mentioned by Wu Shuegue the star crystal? It turns out that they have discovered the secret of the star crystal a long time ago. Zhao Yin took the rag bag and opened it directly. Inside were 2 bottles of potion, a pink pill, and more than 100 corpse crystals. Boss, this is a transparent stone. Wu Shuegue pointed at the corpse crystal and said, Team Wang and the others did an experiment at first and had someone break a piece open. As a result, the person turned into a zombie. When Zhao heard this, he immediately remembered some things from his previous life. Once the corpse crystal is knocked open, it will release energy. People who have not used evolution potions to unlock their potential cannot bear it. If the corpse crystal is blindly turned on, most people will immediately turn into zombies, and only a handful of people will retain some consciousness and become monsters that are neither human nor corpse.
They have human intelligence, but have completely lost their humanity. It feeds on fresh flesh and blood, and can also rely on corpse crystals to grow. It is powerful and grows faster than ordinary zombies. They were later given a terrible name by the survivors: corpse demons. However, the number of zombie demons is extremely rare. So in his previous life, when Jiaoyin learned about their existence, it was already the 7th year of the end of the world. He died before he could learn more. He opens the Eye of True Seeing. Evolution Potion, Grade E, a primary potion. After taking it, it can turn on the E-grade evolution gene of the evolver and gain more power. Jiaoyin's hands trembled. It was exactly what he needed most right now. When Jiaoyin was in E-level in his previous life, he deliberately stayed for more than half a year without advancing, just to find the E-level evolution potion, but in the end he could only regretfully step into D-level. Once a survivor exceeds the level of the potion, no matter how much he takes, it is impossible to make up for it. He thought it would take a long time to find the E-level evolution potion, or it would be the same as in his previous life, but he didn't expect that such a coincidence would allow him to get what he had dreamed of. Jiaoyin forced himself to calm down and looked at the next bottle of potion. Talent and Superpower Potion, Grade A, High-Grade Thunder Potion. After taking it, the hidden talent and superpower of the evolver's bloodline will be opened after taking it, Grade A of the Thunder System. Jiaoyin suddenly felt a little short of breath, and his calm mood became boiling again. His face slowly turned red. At this moment, Jiaoyin was also in a daze with his willpower. What kind of luck is this? In terms of rarity, this bottle of supernatural potion is worth 10,000 times more than the E-level evolution potion. It is truly a treasure that cannot be obtained. In the 7 years of his previous life, Jiaoyin had only received the B-level power of true seeing. Even Lin Tianfeng only had a second type of power after becoming the contract master, which was just a B-level power system. It can be seen from this that the rarity of superpower potions cannot be obtained simply by having the materials and power. It all depends on fate. No one who gets the superpower potion will sell it. Jiaoyin never expected that he would get the third kind of superpower in this life, and it was a level. He quickly put the 2 bottles of medicine into the space ring, and then looked at the pill. Red-pink pill, Grade B, mid-level auxiliary pill. After taking it, you will fall in love with the opposite sex for the first time you see it. Isn't this an upgraded version of Fan Shensen? Before the end of the world, it would definitely be a treasure that the lickers would hold in high esteem. For Jiaoyin, it has no effect, Jiaoyin said. He quickly collected the space ring, almost as fast as he could collect the superpower potion. As for the remaining corpse crystals, they are all of no grade. From this, Jiaoyin guessed that the cave guard had gone out to kill the zombies as soon as they broke out. It relies on strength in numbers. Jiaoyin walked from 5 kilometers away and did not see a large number of corpses along the way. It must have been their fault. Otherwise, with the strength of the cave guard, without evolvers, it would be difficult to deal with zombies above F level, and it would be impossible to obtain star crystals. At this time, Wu Shuigui saw that the thing in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly disappeared, and returned to normal with just a slight surprise. There was mystery everywhere in this young man, and he was used to it. Boss, those medicines are very dangerous. You must be careful. We used to have a bottle of medicine. After Captain Wang asked someone to take it, the person bled from all his orifices on the spot and died in the blink of an eye. From then on, Captain Wang ordered another bottle of medicine. All medicines must be kept in a warehouse and no one is allowed to use them without permission. At this time, Jiaoyin knew clearly that the bottle was probably an evolution potion, at least E-level or above. That person is not even an evolved person, so it would be strange if he rashly took such a high-level potion and died. In fact, F-level accounts for a large proportion of the evolution potions prescribed by Star Crystal. Otherwise, if those evolvers don't have the Eye of True Seeing, all of them would be dead? When Jiaoyin felt sorry for the bottle of potion, he secretly sighed, not knowing whether to say that the escort team was unlucky or very lucky. It's not an exaggeration to describe them as having unlucky luck, but they have a treasure trove and don't know how to use it. This gives Jiaoyin an advantage. Where are the other things? Are there any? Jiaoyin asked, and then added, things made from blood-red stones. The records are all here. Wu Shuegue handed an account book to Zhao Yin and said, not long after the meteorite rain stopped, the food in the cave became rotten and smelly. Team Wang organized people to go out to search for supplies and got a total of 12 blood-red stones. The food and water provided were given to the survivors as prizes, and only these harmful transparent stones and medicine were left.
Did you eat all that food?
Zhao Yin asked with wide eyes.
Have eaten.
Wu Shuegue nodded nervously, and then hurriedly said, they ate it all.
I didn't eat a single bite.
At that time, the guard team had not been officially established. Captain Wang distributed it all to make them work hard.
It is said that it tastes very good.
After saying that, Wu Shuegue swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Zhao Yin felt a pain in his flesh. These bastards actually ate extraordinary food as ordinary food. They deserved to be poisoned by the potion. The captain called Captain Wang should be lucky to die outside, otherwise Zhao Yin would also pull out his tendons and skin him.
Extraordinary food?
Wu Shuegue was stunned. Zhao Yin was too lazy to explain to him, and waved his hand, go and see how the fish are caught.
If it exceeds 100 kilograms, start organizing people to smoke it into dried fish.
In addition, those crispy ear vegetables, make them into dried vegetables for me. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned and left. Crispy ear vegetables can be made into dried vegetables. This was Zhao Yin's original plan. During his stay, he tried to pick and dry as much as possible, and finally dug up the rhizomes before leaving. But Zhao Yin is currently short of Nongfu Spring. In order to protect the life of the chestnut tree roots these days, the remaining Nongfu Spring has been used up. He plans to go out to find the flying white tiger tomorrow after finishing the things on hand, and kill zombies to get corpse crystals and star crystals. As for the space pendant, the only information Zhao Yin knows is that it is on a corpse king. Zhao Yin found an open space, put out the invisible tent, told the contracted beasts to guard outside, and walked directly in. Zhao Yin, the fish soup is cooked, come and see, it's all milky white, come and taste your fiancé's craftsmanship. Song Xiaodao held a pot of fragrant fish soup and swallowed his saliva. Hey, where is Zhao Yin? The little monkey pointed to an open space. Song Xiaodao immediately understood that it was the invisible convertible, and hurriedly groped for the door. The little monkey grabbed her clothes and shook his head vigorously.
Song Xiaodao asked, what is Zhao Yin doing?
The little monkey squeaked and gestured, meaning that it felt that its master was getting stronger.
Is he evolving again? Song Xiaodao immediately understood something and widened his eyes. Didn't he just evolve to E-level? An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Until dark, Zhao Yin's figure finally walked out of the invisible tent. Human male, Power Awakener, E-level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/0.26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Physical Strength 50, Spirit 95, Talent B-level Shooting, Life Countdown, 109,963 days. At this time, Zhao Yin has opened up his E-level potential, and all attributes have almost doubled. His 5 senses have become sharper, and he can hear small sounds 5 kilometers away. If there are no obstacles, he can even see mosquitoes flying 5 kilometers away. Moreover, Zhao Yin has mastered the A-level thunder power, but he cannot detect it with his true eyes. Monkey, come here and let me test your strength. Zhao Yin said loudly with a bright face. In fact, Zhao Yin has never had combat powers and has always been timid in doing things. At this time, he felt like he was completely on edge. Master, are you really sure? The little monkey quickly asked in his heart, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back my strength, and if I hurt my master, 96, I have chestnut leaves that can be used for healing. If you defeat me, you will be rewarded with 5 F-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin said. Ziji. The little monkey was suddenly excited. Now, the master's prize is no longer material, but recognition and love. Master, take action, and let the little monkey learn the master's tyrannical strength. Zhao Yin stopped talking nonsense and punched the little monkey on the shoulder with 7 points of force. Boom! The little monkey suddenly staggered, took a step back, and looked at Zhao Yin with wide eyes. It remembered that its master had not had such strength before. Activate your powers and attack me with all your strength. Zhao Yin scolded.
The next moment, he punched the little monkey again. Roar! Master, be careful! The little monkey instantly activated his ability to become gigantic and punched Jiaoyin. It has understood that the master's strength is not what it used to be after this evolution, and it cannot be underestimated by the master. Boom! Two fists, one big and one small, set off a sonic storm. Just when the little monkey thought that he could definitely defeat his master by turning on his superpower, suddenly, an arc of electricity erupted from Zhao Yin's fist. The little monkey suddenly felt a shock all over his body, every pore was numb, and the force on his fist was forcibly interrupted, and then, bang! The little monkey's huge body fell and flew out. At this moment, all the contract beasts and Song Xiaodao were shocked. They looked at Zhao Yin in disbelief. Activate your dual powers. Zhao Yin scolded the little monkey. Master, I was careless before and didn't dodge. Monkeys are inherently stubborn, and the recent failure aroused the competitive spirit of the little monkey. It must retain its place in the owner's heart. Next, I will let the master see my strength. Very good. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey directly activated his second power, madness, and his huge body, nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly rushed towards Zhao Yin, setting off a gust of wind. Zhao Yin understood that when the little monkey activated his dual powers, his power and speed were about 2.5 times his own. He did not choose to confront the little monkey head-on, and an arc of electricity appeared on his fingertips again. The little monkey grinned widely, as if smiling. Its speed was much faster than Zhao Yin's. Before the arc was ejected, its speed suddenly exploded to the extreme. His figure instantly flashed behind Zhao Yin and grabbed his collar with his big hands. Oh no! However, before it had time to be proud, a power grid suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yin. It instantly shot down the little monkey's arm and onto it. The little monkey suddenly stiffened, and then his limbs twitched and fell to the ground. Zhao Yin turned to look at it and said calmly, "Monkey, you lose." After the paralysis all over the little monkey's body disappeared, he lowered his head and got up from the ground. His mood suddenly dropped. "Master, little monkey let you down. You are strong." Zhao Yin said sincerely, but he still took out 5 F-level corpse crystals and threw them to the little monkey and said, "This is your prize." "Master, are there any prizes?" The little monkey immediately became happy again. "Of course, you are my first contract beast, and the position of pioneer officer will always be yours," Zhao Yin said. In fact, Zhao Yin just wanted to try out his new combat power. He was able to defeat the little monkey mainly because he knew its strength very well, but it was the first time for the little monkey to encounter the thunder power. If we had it to do over again, or if the little monkey really fights for his life, or if the little monkey uses the Mouse King's claws, the ending may be different. Of course, Zhao Yin would not say this. He wanted to maintain the pressure at this time in front of his contracted beast. "Zhao Yin, when will I get such a powerful power?" Song Xiaodao pouted, clasped his fingers, and whispered, I also want to be as powerful as you? Do you think superpowers are just cabbage?" Zhao Yin asked. "I'm the only one who's still at level F. Even Shuyi and the others are better than me," Song Xiaodao said aggrievedly. Zhao Yin said casually, "Tomorrow I will hunt zombies. You can go too. If you want superpowers, just kill zombies and get star crystals. If you can really develop superpowers, it will be yours. You don't have to hand it in." "Really?" Never break a promise. In the apocalypse, less than 1 in 10,000 survivors will be able to obtain supernatural powers. Countless survivors spent their entire lives without even seeing a hair. He didn't believe that Song Xiaodao could really produce supernatural powers, he just wanted to comfort her. Zhao Yin had already planned to improve Song Xiaodao's strength. When she had enough corpse crystals to allow her to evolve to E-level, she would evolve. As for superpowers, let's wait until Zhao Yin becomes stronger. Song Xiaodao was stealing fish soup while waiting for Zhao Yin. There was not a drop left in the pot. "Zhao Yin, I'll cook fish soup for you again," the little girl said, and ran to the pond like a thief. After most of the day, more than 1,000 kilograms of fresh fish had been caught. Some ants were killing fish by the pond, and some ants were setting up fires to dry fish. Lao Hei led 4 giant rats to patrol the shore to prevent anyone from stealing. There were also 2 giant rats, one was supervising the picking of crispy ear vegetables, and the other was supervising the baking of crispy ear vegetables. In the evening, Wu Shuigui set up more than a dozen large pots and cooked the hundreds of kilograms of rat bones given to him by Jiaoyin, mixed with fish scales, gills, internal organs, fish oil, and other things. All the survivors lined up in a long line waiting for food. Everyone was smiling, as they hadn't had enough to eat for a long time. At this time, Jiaoyin cooked a big pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried a crispy ear vegetable with smoked rat meat, and roasted a large piece of rat king meat. In addition, a large pot of fish soup cooked by Song Xiaodao and a steamed big black bass filled the simple square table. There were also several iron pots on the ground filled with meat and fish soup. Then Jiaoyin called back all the contracted beasts and opened a bottle of Maotai that he had never been willing to drink. In an instant, the aroma of wine and meat floated directly out of the tent. A little girl of 11 or 12 was drooling with greed. "Uncle Wu, is Dad really not coming back?" the little girl asked. Wu Shuigui made a large spoonful of bone soup, deliberately picked up a large piece of crispy bone and poured it into the little girl's bowl, and sighed, "Even if Captain Wine comes back, he has to call that person boss, understand?" The girl was Captain Wine's biological daughter, and this was the only secret that Wu Shuigui dared not tell Jiaoyin. When she heard this, her eyes darkened. "In fact, if my father could be like the boss, Uncle Xia would not have died." "Uncle Wu, can you let me meet the boss alone? I have something to say to him." "You want to see the boss?" Wu Shuigui was stunned. What important things could a little girl have to go to see the boss for? He quickly warned, "The boss is not like your father. If it goes wrong, someone will die. Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. When your father and Uncle Xia are not here, I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't mention this matter again in the future." "Uncle Wu, I just say a few words, is it really not okay?" the girl begged. "How can I, your Uncle Wu, have such a big face? In fact, even I can't meet the boss casually," Wu Shuigui said perfunctorily. At this time, an ant who was queuing for food behind her was urging her, and the girl could only leave with the bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave, where there was a simple shack built with a wooden frame and a few torn sheets hanging on it. It was where the girl Wang Xiaolei lived with her father. Meow! Just as the girl approached, a weak cat cry came out of the shack. "Xiao Bai, there's food." The girl's voice was a little excited. Pull open the curtain to reveal a rough wooden bed, and on a dirty quilt, a kitten was lying. It was white all over, lying there weakly, starving to the point of only bones, but its blue eyes were still alert. Seeing that it was Wang Xiaolei, the kitten cooed and slowly crawled towards her. "Have a good meal tonight, and go to the West Mountain to look for the flying white tiger tomorrow morning, and kill zombies on the way to find star crystals. Rat 1, Rat 2, Rat 3, Rat 4, stay in the cave tomorrow, responsible for guarding supplies and deterring survivors, and the other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, all come with me. Now, eat," Jiaoyin announced. After a night's rest, the sky was bright the next morning. Jiaoyin left all the supplies behind, asked Shu Yi and the others to guard them, and took the 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. After the rain 4 days ago, the nearby mountains and forests became more lush overnight, and all traces of capital development disappeared. Instead, there was the grandeur of life, but for some reason, it always made people feel desolate and bleak. On the muddy road where Jiaoyin came yesterday, the weeds grew taller, waist deep, and Jiaoyin directly ordered Lao Hei to clear the way. Lao Hei's huge figure crushed all the way, and all the weeds turned into a layer of green carpet. Jiaoyin stepped on it, and his feet were soft, and the air was full of the fragrance of vegetation. It was rare to be so comfortable, as if this was not the end of the world. The team moved faster than when they came. 20 minutes later, Jiaoyin and his team went west for more than 10 kilometers, and the figure of zombies finally appeared on the road again. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies found Lao Hei at the front of the team and rushed towards it instantly. Their speed was several times faster than that of the unevolved zombies. Jiaoyin opened the eye of true vision. Male zombie, F-Class, Evolution 100/3, Strength 21, Agility 14, Spirit 1.7, Female zombie, F-Class, Evolution 100/1, Strength 20, Agility 15, Spirit 0.3, Male zombie, F-Class. Jiaoyin was shocked. All the zombies were actually F-Class. I remember that small group of zombies I met 4 days ago. Less than 1/10 of them evolved to F-Class. It was because of the rain that the surviving animals became active. Their flesh and blood catalyzed the evolution of the zombies. Jiaoyin murmured. At this time in his previous life, he was struggling to survive and didn't notice these. At this time, Lao He seemed to be provoked. He flashed and crashed into the group of zombies. The sound of snapping continued. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies fell to the ground. 4 of them were cut off by Lao Hei's claws, and the rest had their heads cut off. From beginning to end, Zhao Yin's footsteps did not stop. "Let's get to work," he said. The remaining 2 giant rats rushed forward quickly and cut off the zombies' heads in a few strokes. Monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind and picked up the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin and his party continued on their way, delaying for less than a minute. Less than a kilometer ahead, another group of zombies appeared. This time there were 40 or 50 zombies. Jiaoyin saw the tallest zombie among them at a glance. Male zombie, E-level, evolution degree 100/12, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Except for this E-level zombie, the others are all F-level. All rush forward and kill, and resolve the battle as soon as possible. Monkey, do you see that tall zombie? There is a star crystal. Go and pick its head for me. Jiaoyin gave a direct order. The attributes of that E-level zombie are a bit higher than those of the ordinary evolved E-level. It must have swallowed the star crystal. Roar! The little monkey immediately activated his giant ability, quickly put on a huge rat skin armor, and ran with the rat king claw in one arm. Every step he took made a roar. Moo! The old cow also became excited. Since the zombies recovered, it has not fought for a long time, except for killing those useless uncles. With its huge body, it rushed forward before the little monkey. Seeing that the 2 old subordinates of the master were so fierce, Lao He did not want to fall behind, and also rushed with 2 giant rats. In the blink of an eye, all the contracted beasts rushed out. At this time, Song Xiaodao put on the rat skin armor and hung behind his buttocks. Jiaoyin lit a cigarette, sat on a stone by the roadside, crossed his legs, and squinted at the battle ahead. At this time, all the mutant beasts had rushed into the zombie group. Even if they were 2 pseudo-mutant beasts, their strength was definitely not comparable to these zombies, not to mention that there were 3 real mutant beasts, which was just like chopping melons and vegetables. The E-level zombie was very excited to see the living creatures, but the next moment, most of his subordinates died in the blink of an eye. It roared, and all the zombies around it immediately rushed forward to intercept the old cow that was rushing in front, and then the E-level zombie turned around and fled. The E-level zombies that had swallowed the corpse crystals had already gained a lot of wisdom. However, the next moment, the E-level zombie felt a gust of wind behind it, and turned back in horror. A rat king claw flashing with cold light chopped at its neck. With the speed of this E-level zombie, it was impossible to dodge. Puff! The head flew up and was caught by the jumping little monkey. Then the little monkey held the head with one arm, biting the rat king claw in his mouth, and rushed all the way, killing 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Jiaoyin. Master, your head is chopped off. My head? Jiaoyin was speechless for a while. This monkey still couldn't speak. He was too lazy to care, so he took out a short rat king claw and cut the head open gently. With 2 clicks, an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal rolled out dark brown brains. Jiaoyin directly pinched the star crystal open, and white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle, grade C, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed plus 80, carrying strength plus 100, additional effect mount movement speed plus 5%. Jiaoyin was already ready to welcome Nongfu Spring, but when he saw the heavy saddle in his hand, he was stunned. It turned out to be a rare mount equipment, and it was grade C. Then, Jiaoyin felt a burst of joy in his heart. Is it that in this life,
the probability of getting good things from star crystals has increased, or is it that his luck is against the sky? However, it is a good thing to get good things, and there is no need to think too much. At this time, the mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao had resolved the battle, and all 47 F-class zombies had turned into real corpses. In fact, it takes longer to dig out corpse crystals than to kill zombies. Jiaoyin, all the corpse crystals are here. No star crystals were found. Song Xiaodao walked towards Jiaoyin holding a pile of corpse crystals. Then, she found something shiny in Zhao Yin's hand. What is this? Is it for me? This is a saddle, do you want to equip it? Zhao Yin took the last puff of his cigarette, stamped out the cigarette butt, and then stood up. Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head, I don't want the equipment. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on a group of mutated beasts, and then, his eyes directly locked on Lao Hei. It's perfect for riding. Old Hei, come here. Zhao Yin hooked his fingers. Lao Hei immediately became energetic and hurriedly came to Zhao Yin, Master. Its eyes were full of excitement. In the past, every time the owner called the little monkey and the old cow like this, there was always a reward. Zhao Yin directly put the saddle on Lao Hei's back, turned over and rode on. His feet were in the stirrups, feeling more stable and comfortable than he imagined. This mount equipment will be given to you from now on. Zhao Yin said. Lao Hei said happily, Master, I feel a lot lighter with this piece of equipment. This piece of equipment adds 100 points of weight-bearing strength to you. Even if you carry an extra 1,000 kilograms on your back, you won't feel any more tired than usual, and it nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yin snapped. Pat Lao Hei's shoulder blade. Thank you, Master. From now on, Lao Hei will carry Master on his back and fight in this apocalyptic world. Lao Hei said excitedly. The old cow and the two giant rats on the side all showed envious eyes. They all heard Zhao Yin's words, this equipment is tailor-made for four-legged mutant beasts. Zhao Yin felt the emotions of the three contracted beasts and comforted him, don't worry, we will issue mounts and equipment in the future, and you will all have them by then. Zhao Yin, I also want to ride Lao Hei. Song Xiaodao held the corpse crystal and raised his little head. Zhao Yin bent down and pulled her onto the mouse's back. Worried that she would fall, he simply held her in his arms and said to all the mutated beasts, let's go, we will reach Xishan in 10 kilometers. Along the way, we encountered several more waves of zombies. All the zombies had evolved to F level, but we did not encounter E level again. Zhao Yin easily harvested more than 200 F level corpse crystals. At this time, all the corpse crystals in his space ring can be converted into 4 E-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin finally arrived at his destination, and a huge valley appeared in front of him. Evolution West Mountain was once one of the most important attractions in the Dawei mountain range tourist area. There are more than 30 famous temples on the mountain. The most famous Tianlong Temple is well known throughout the country. There are countless tourists who come here to burn incense and worship Buddha every day. Yayan, the valley in front of us, was originally a commercial gathering place in the scenic area, with hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, and various luxury stores. Now, everything is gone. 96. The ruins are full of weeds and trees. Standing outside the valley, you can occasionally see zombies wandering in the wasteland. They are ragged, dead fish eyes, and blue veins are prominent under pale skin. They are all F level and move quickly. Zhao Yin rode on Lao Hei's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, closed his eyes and listened, and found that the deeper into the valley, the denser the footsteps of zombies. It is estimated that at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered here. Zhao Yin, there are zombies inside. Song Xiaodao also looked into the valley and lowered his voice and said, it seems that there are hundreds of them. Do you want to kill them? Not hundreds of them, there are tens of thousands of them in the depths of the valley. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately thought of the industrial park when he heard it, and his face turned pale instantly. Let's go. This is the place I'm looking for. Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. In his previous life, Zhao Yin captured the flying white tiger for Lin Huafeng here. But at that time, the flying white tiger had grown up and slaughtered all the zombies nearby. When Zhao Yin came, this place had evolved into a mountain forest with only one flying white tiger entrenched.
Don't worry, although there are many zombies, we are no longer as strong as before.
Do you really want to kill all these zombies?
Song Xiaodao was still afraid. The scene in the industrial park has left a shadow in her heart. Zhao Yin took out the E-level corpse crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Evolve to E-level now, so that you will have more strength in the battle later.
Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal and did not dare to say anything more.
She crushed it directly in Zhao Yin's arms. A faint white light spread in her palm and quickly penetrated into her body.
Song Xiaodao's body trembled slightly.
The evolver used the corpse crystal to increase the level, which was not like the first time to take the evolution potion. Soon, Song Xiaodao felt a strong force in her body, and her whole body became lighter, just like she had been carrying hundreds of pounds before, and suddenly put it down.
The whole person was comfortable and relaxed. After a long while, Song Xiaodao opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, have I evolved to E-level now?
Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Human female E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, physical strength 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. Okay, go down and prepare for the battle. Zhao Yin said, and threw Song Xiaodao off the rat's back, and ordered in his heart, Monkey, you go and lead the zombies out, remember not to exceed 500 at a time, and the other contracted beasts are ready to fight. Even though Zhao Yin's contracted beast group is now strong and his own strength is no longer what it used to be, he still dared not rashly go deep into the valley. Even if tens of thousands of zombies stand still and let the contracted beasts kill them, it is impossible to kill them all in one breath.
Once the energy is exhausted, they can only be snacks for the zombies.
The strategy he formulated is to lead the zombies out of the valley in waves and defeat them one by one. It is estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals in the valley, he and the contracted beasts can be promoted to D-level. The little monkey received the order and immediately activated the giant ability and rushed into the valley quickly. Roar! Several zombies near the outermost edge of the valley immediately spotted the little monkey and roared towards it.
The little monkey didn't bother to pay attention at all.
Its body turned into a gust of wind and rushed past several zombies in an instant.
Then, it ran 200 or 300 meters.
The roars of the zombies around it became more and more dense, and at least 200 or 300 zombies were attracted. The little monkey turned and ran, followed by 200 or 300 zombies, including a tall E-level. Get ready! Zhao Yin took out the long-handled Rat King claw and still sat on Lao Hei's back. The two giant rats and Lao Niu beside him, as well as Song Xiaodao, quickly dispersed and prepared to hunt the zombies. The little monkey stopped after running to Zhao Yin. Nearly 300 zombies gathered behind him, roaring and running wildly towards the side. There were still sparse zombies attracted in the distance.
Be quiet and kill as soon as possible,
Zhao Yin said, clamping his legs and actively heading towards the zombies rushing out of the valley.
Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts behind him immediately surrounded the zombies.
Lao Hei approached the zombie that rushed to the front, and Zhao Yin immediately swung the Rat King claw to cut it, but the next moment, the zombie was cut into two by Lao Hei's claw. At this time, Lao Hei had already crashed into the zombie group, waving his claws, and all the zombies nearby were slaughtered before they could get close. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that riding Lao Hei to show off was a mistake. It would only affect his speed in killing zombies. So Zhao Yin jumped off the rat's back and took out a machete from the space ring to replace the Rat King claw. The sharpness of the machete was enough to deal with these zombies, and the attached attribute of 15 points of knife-swinging speed could make Zhao Yin kill faster. As for the thunder ability, it requires energy consumption, so it is completely useless at this time. At this time, a zombie approached Zhao Yin with stiff steps, but at a very fast speed, and he swung the machete he had just replaced. Puff! A head flew up into the sky, and no one knew where it went. Then, before he could even look, 4 or 5 zombies had already surrounded him. Zhao Yin's speed was 5 or 6 times faster than theirs, and he got out of the encirclement on one side. Poof! Another zombie's head flew up. At this moment, all the contracted beasts behind him had already rushed into the zombie herd, and in an instant, they began to slaughter. Broken limbs and black blood flew everywhere. The most terrifying thing was the old cow. Now that it had regained its horns, it clamped its tail tightly to protect its chrysanthemums. With every collision, more than a dozen zombies were smashed to pieces. The zombie herd fell in groups, and soon became sparse. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the tall zombie 30 meters away, and then he swung his sword with all his strength. The 3 zombies in front of him were instantly cut in half. Zhao Yin stepped on his feet, and his body quickly passed through, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the tall zombie. At this moment, this E-level zombie hadn't figured out what kind of people he was going to face. Zhao Yin slashed with his sword, and it instinctively raised its hand to catch it. Crack! One arm was dismembered, and then Zhao Yin kicked it to the ground and slashed off its head. The difference in strength was too great. It was basically no different from killing an F-level zombie, just 2 slashes and 1 kick. The zombies behind him had been killed by the contracted beasts, and there were only a few left. Zhao Yin bent down to pick up the head of the E-level zombie, came to a safe place and carefully cut it open, and found an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal from the brain. Zhao Yin exerted force with his fingers, and the star crystal was opened. A white light flashed, and it was a sandwich. Not bad, this kind of extraordinary food that can quickly recover from injuries is needed now. Zhao Yin smiled, it's good that it's not Nongfu Spring. He put it away directly. The last zombie behind him was swung down by Song Xiaodao's Rat King Claw, and the head and half of the shoulder were chopped off, and the black heart fell on Song Xiaodao. The little girl's white leather armor was already covered with black bloodstains, and her little face was also dirty. Song Xiaodao didn't have time to feel distressed, and heard Zhao Yin Dao say, collect all the corpse crystals within half an hour, and the little monkey will go and lure the zombies. Zhao Yin also joined the team to collect corpse crystals. With the speed of him, Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts, it still took 27 minutes to collect them all. There were 336 F-level corpse crystals in total. Then, the little monkey continued to attract zombies. After more than 10 minutes, more than 300 zombies were attracted again. Zhao Yin looked closely and found that there was another particularly tall zombie in the dense group of zombies. Another E-level. 96 dots, so the killing was repeated again. After more than 10 minutes, the group of zombies was killed, and it took another 20 minutes to collect corpse crystals. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, he frowned and calculated that it would take about an hour to kill a wave, including the time it took the little monkey to attract zombies. The speed is too slow. It is conservatively estimated that there are more than 30,000 zombies in this valley. How long will it take to kill them? At least 4 or 5 days. Zhao Yin instructed Song Xiaodao, go to the cave and ask Wu Shuegue to organize a group of people to help collect the corpse crystals. You must select people who are quick and agile and arrive here within 2 hours. Also, remember to bring some supplies and all the tools in the cave that can open the skull. Tell Wu Shuegue that as long as he does a good job, I will leave all the rat bones to him when I leave in the future. The monkey and Lao Hei are faster, shouldn't they go? Song Xiaodao said in a daze. You are the weakest here. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately pouted and snorted, so I should run errands, serve tea and water, and I am not worthy of following you to kill zombies. She clenched her fists and ran back, muttering, Zhao Yin, you wait for me, sooner or later I will open a stronger superpower than you. This place is less than 30 kilometers away from the cave. With Song Xiaodao's speed, he can get back in 20 minutes. The remaining 1 hour is enough to organize people to get to Shishan. Zhao Yin turned around and said to the monkey, attract more at a time, control it within 500, as long as it doesn't make too much noise, there will probably be no problem. Understood, master. The little monkey went to attract the zombies again, and Zhao Yin directly pinched the star crystal he had just obtained in his hand. Compressed biscuits, it's still not Nongfu Spring, but a compressed biscuit to replenish energy. The compressed biscuits in the past were not very useful to Zhao Yin himself, they were all used by the little monkey and the old cow. The thunder ability he mastered now belongs to the elemental type, which consumes the most energy. Eating compressed biscuits at a critical moment will definitely increase his combat effectiveness. Zhao Yin put away the compressed biscuits, and soon the little monkey came back, followed by 400 or 500 zombies. At this time, within a few hundred meters around Zhao Yin, the corpses of zombies were lying horizontally and vertically. He picked up the bloody machete and ordered in his heart, "Prepare for battle." All the contracted beasts around him immediately dispersed, ready to welcome the arrival of the zombies. Jiaoyin looked intently and found that there were no E-level zombies in this batch of zombies. He felt a pity in his heart. 30 seconds later, the zombies poured out of the valley and the battle began again. Until the battlefield was cleaned up. 479 F-level corpse crystals were obtained. At this time, the old cow and the little monkey had activated their combat abilities for a long time and were very tired. Especially the little monkey, who had been responsible for attracting monsters, was breathing heavily. Jiaoyin found a clean open space, put out the invisible tent, and directly set up a big pot to cook Rat King meat for the little monkey and the old cow. As for Lao Hei and the 2 E-level giant rats, they did not have combat abilities, so they did not consume much energy. Jiaoyin still fed them chestnuts. After the 5 contracted beasts were full, they all crawled on the ground to rest, but Jiaoyin was not idle. He took out all the corpse crystals in the ring. He crushed dozens of them, regardless of whether they were of gradeless or F grade, and absorbed them crazily. Now that all the potential of E grade has been unlocked, Jiaoyin is ready to be promoted to D grade as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Jiaoyin had absorbed all the corpse crystals. Human male, awakened by superpowers, E-grade evolver, evolution degree 100/13.26, strength 62, agility 69, physical strength 50, spirit 95, talent B-grade shooting, life countdown, 109,963 days. He still needs more than 8,600 F-grade corpse crystals, or 83 E-grade, before he can evolve to D-grade. At this time, outside the tent, there was finally a burst of dense footsteps. All of them were normal humans, about 100 people. Jiaoyin didn't need to guess, and knew that Song Xiaodao led Wu Shuigui and others to arrive. "Have you all recovered your energy?" Jiaoyin asked in his heart. The 5 contracted beasts all said that they had recovered well. Jiaoyin led them out and directly put away the invisible tent. Wu Shuigui was leading more than 100 people, more than 30 young women and more than 70 ants. Everyone saw the pile of corpses beside Jiaoyin, and their faces were all shocked. In their minds before, Jiaoyin was a murderous devil, and he killed dozens of uncles at will. Only now did they know that he could not only kill people, but also kill zombies so crazily. "Boss!" Wu Shuigui limped on one leg, became more cautious, showed a dog-legged smile, and tried to trot towards Jiaoyin. "Boss, I heard that you need manpower, so I brought it for you." Jiaoyin's eyes fell on the group of women. "Do you know what you are called here for?" The few young women walking in front of the team immediately nodded. "Song Xiaomei has explained to us that we need to dig a kind of stone in the zombie's head." "Boss, these women are not afraid. They said they will do anything as long as they have food," Wu Shuigui said. Jiaoyin nodded slightly. It would be best if they could have such awareness in the end times. "Food is fine. You work hard for me and I will never treat anyone unfairly." After that, Jiaoyin took out more than 100 chestnuts. "Old Wu, share them. The nutritional value of this chestnut is 10 times that of before the end times. Eat them sparingly and they will not starve for 3 days." Wu Shuigui waved his hand, and all the women immediately came forward to get the chestnuts. They couldn't wait to eat them. Soon they found that even if they were eaten raw, chestnuts were fresh and delicious, better than any kind of fruit they had eaten before the end times. But they were just ordinary people. Each of them felt full after taking 2 bites. They originally thought that Jiaoyin was perfunctory to everyone, but at this moment, when she looked at Jiaoyin, they were all shocked again. How could he have such delicious and so hunger-resistant food? If this end times is hell, then the man in front of him is a miracle in hell. In fact, they didn't know that the crispy ear vegetables they usually eat were not less valuable than chestnuts, but each person could only eat 1 or 2 boiled leaves every day, so they didn't feel anything. 5 minutes later, everyone was given chestnuts. Jiaoyin ordered, "Everyone retreat 300 meters and come to help when you are needed. Song Xiaodao, you stay with them and be responsible for killing the zombies that are running over." Next, the little monkey went to attract the zombies again. Soon, another 400 or 500 zombies chased it out of the valley. Jiaoyin took a look and saw that there were actually 2 E-level ones. 2 more star crystals were about to be obtained. Jiaoyin ordered, "Get ready, spread out, and hunt in 30 seconds." After 30 seconds, the zombies had entered the safe range. Jiaoyin was sure that killing here would not attract zombies in the valley, and he was the first to rush into the zombie group with a machete. In an instant, the battle started again. The star crystal, Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24-hour water consumption after consumption. Please remember bookbar 96. Website, watch the fastest chapter update. Sandwich bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24-hour energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of healing injuries. After killing this wave of zombies, Jiaoyin personally went forward to find the bodies of 2 E-level zombies, took out 2 star crystals and opened them directly. Finally, Nongfu Spring is out. The effective sandwich bread can be replaced by chestnut leaves, which is not what Jiaoyin wants most at the moment. After he put away the things, he took the contracted beasts to rest on the side, and Song Xiaodao led the survivors in the cave to open the skull and take the star crystal. 5 minutes later, 493 corpse crystals were collected. Next, let Lao He go to attract the zombies. Jiaoyin stood up and ordered. After Lao He put on the saddle, his speed had surpassed that of the little monkey with dual powers. He couldn't let the little monkey waste energy all the time. 15 minutes later, Lao He ran out of the valley with the zombies. Song Xiaodao immediately led the survivors to retreat, while Jiaoyin and the contracted beasts continued to harvest. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Until dark, Jiaoyin killed 9 more waves of zombies and got 11 star crystals, 4,238 F-level corpse crystals, and 11 E-level corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook on the spot, set up several large pots to cook dried fish, and left Shu Wu and Shu Lu to protect the survivors. Then Jiaoyin released the invisible tent and walked in with Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts. "Jiaoyin, what are we eating tonight?" Song Xiaodao asked. "Just eat a little," Jiaoyin said, throwing out a large piece of rat king meat and 200 kilograms of chestnuts. While Song Xiaodao went to cook, Jiaoyin took out the corpse crystals and began to absorb them. The contracted beasts were all resting on the side. They were all exhausted today. Even Lao He, although he didn't consume much energy, was about to run out of physical strength. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao cooked the rat king meat soup, and Jiaoyin also absorbed all the corpse crystals obtained today. Human male, awakened by superpowers, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100/75.26, strength 62, agility 69, physical strength 50, spirit 95, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 109,963 days. There are still 25 E-level corpse crystals to evolve to D-level. "Jiaoyin, it's time to eat," Song Xiaodao called. Jiaoyin put away the eye of true vision, took out the wooden table and bowls and chopsticks in the space ring, filled the broth, and asked the little monkey to come to the table to eat together. Lao Niu and Lao He were still using the bowls on the side. This is also the class that Jiaoyin deliberately created. Let the contracted beasts know that there is a difference between close and distant around him, so there will be a sense of urgency. Jiaoyin chewed a piece of fat and lean rat king meat and took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiaodao, who was drinking broth, immediately brightened up and asked, "Jiaoyin, can you let me open one?" Jiaoyin glanced at her. No. How could she do such an exciting thing for him? After saying that, he pinched open a piece of star crystal, a white light flashed, and something fell on the table. A bottle of Nongfu Spring. "It's the damn Nongfu Spring again," Jiaoyin cursed. "It's like a curse, it's back again. Every time it starts with this thing." Immediately afterwards, Jiaoyin pinched open the second piece of star crystal. Nongfu Spring. Jiaoyin's face was gloomy. Could it be that all the good luck has run out recently? Song Xiaodao pouted. "Who told you not to open it for me?" Jiaoyin opened the third piece immediately without believing it, and a white light flashed, another bottle of Nongfu Spring. "I don't believe it." He opened the fourth piece directly. Iced black tea, grade F, extraordinary drink, replenishes 24-hour water consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of doubling physical attributes, lasting for 1 hour. Finally, it was a bottle of the extraordinary drink that Jiaoyin wanted, and his face looked better.
Keep up the good work and get something good. Jiaoyin said. Open the 5th star crystal. A white light flashed, Nongfu Spring. Puff. Song Xiaodao laughed so hard that he spit out his food. Who told you not to open it for me? Jiaoyin blinked and looked at Song Xiaodao. Do you really want to open it? Jiaoyin, open one for me, just one piece. Song Xiaodao stretched out a finger and said in a voice, I haven't opened a star crystal yet. Jiaoyin casually threw a star crystal to her. Take it. Song Xiaodao was immediately surprised, quickly grabbed the star crystal, and showed a cute smile to Jiaoyin. A mouthful of sticky rice teeth was white and crystal clear. She said, if you can open a superpower, can you give it to me? Jiaoyin nodded, open it. Song Xiaodao held the star crystal and closed his eyes, prayed for a moment, and then he exerted force with both hands, and there was a click. White light flashed in her hands, and then something stretched her hands apart. A pair of pink big-headed leather shoes for girls. Jiaoyin's eyes widened instantly. He had opened so many star crystals, but he had never seen pants and shoes. Song Xiaodao only opened a piece, and shoes came out. And it seemed to be tailor-made for her. Is there any justice? Big-headed leather shoes, grade D, type extraordinary defensive equipment, sturdiness 45, movement speed 52, additional effect, never smelly feet. When Song Xiaodao saw that it was not a supernatural potion, disappointment flashed across his face, and he handed the shoes to Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin, this is the color you like, you wear it. Jiaoyin was stunned, as if the girl had misunderstood something. This kind of thing could not allow him not to explain. The previous things were all because of poverty, and I needed equipment to save my life. I don't have any special hobbies, understand? Since you don't like it, can you give me this pair of shoes? Song Xiaodao held the shoes and said like a spoiled child. Jiaoyin raised her hand and knocked on her head, if you want something in the future, don't play tricks with me. Song Xiaodao smiled and immediately took off her shoes and changed into big leather shoes. She stood up and turned around in front of Jiaoyin. Under the mouse skin armor, her legs were white and straight, and she had the flavor of a grassland girl. Then Song Xiaodao approached Jiaoyin, with a happy smile on her face, and asked, does it look good? If it's so suitable, I'll lend it to you, and you can pay it back later. Jiaoyin said. Now, the one who needs to improve the most in the team is Song Xiaodao, and she opened the shoes herself, so Jiaoyin will naturally help her. In fact, Jiaoyin's previous explanations were all from his heart. He used to wear women's clothes because he was poor. Now, he has 9 contracted beasts and a lot of equipment, so his views are naturally different from before. Jiaoyin, this is your engagement gift to me. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Jiaoyin interrupted and said, eat. Her expression froze, and then she snorted coldly and went to eat obediently. I'll treat it as your engagement gift to me, stinky Jiaoyin. The little monkey finished the broth and ran to the side to take a nap. Jiaoyin and Song Xiaodao were both eating the broth in big mouthfuls. He took the opportunity to push all the remaining 5-star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. Let you open them all. Song Xiaodao was eating in anger, and he immediately became happy after hearing this. Really? Really? Jiaoyin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately put down his chopsticks and carefully pinched a piece. A bottle of iced black tea came out. Her face immediately fell. Jiaoyin, I didn't get any equipment or superpowers. Not bad. Jiaoyin said, how can equipment and superpowers be so easy to get? Iced black tea is already one of the F-level foods that Jiaoyin wants most. There are still 4-star crystals left, and Song Xiaodao carefully opened them one by one. Nongfu Spring, canned beef, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the effect of permanent strength +1, healing potion, grade D, effect of healing injuries. Any life below grade D can regenerate broken limbs after taking it. Space teleportation scroll, grade B, disposable consumable item, effect, random teleportation. Note, a space gate will appear after use, lasting for 1 minute, except for a bottle of Nongfu Spring. The other 3 items are all good things. Canned beef can permanently increase the strength attribute. It is a long-term growth item. In theory, as long as you can get more, you can keep increasing the attribute without being restricted by the level.
This kind of item didn't seem to be of much use a few years before the end of the world, but 3 years later, many evolvers have grown up, and it becomes harder to upgrade the level as time goes by. This kind of item that can permanently increase attributes becomes extremely precious. In particular, some powerful people who have established forces often spend a huge price to acquire such items. The D-level therapeutic potion that is most needed right now is the little monkey. It only has one arm left and its strength is greatly reduced. Zhao Yin had obtained B-level space teleportation scrolls several times in his previous life, and he could save his life at critical moments. This book is first published on Bookbar Est, providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order. It's all good stuff. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao in surprise, wondering in his heart, could this girl be a girl of luck? Otherwise, why would her luck be so bad when she opened the star crystal for the first time? Zhao Yin, why are you looking at me like this? Are these things good? Song Xiaodao blushed, then picked up the bottle of healing potion and asked, it feels the same as the bottle of potion that the cow drank last time. This is a D-level healing potion. Zhao Yin said, and put all the things on the table into the space ring. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of canned tuna to prevent viruses and a piece of sandwich bread, and pushed them in front of Song Xiaodao. If you are bitten by a zombie in the future, you can save your life by eating the canned tuna, and you can also take the sandwich bread. Is it a reward for my fiancé? Song Xiaodao took it in surprise. I'm afraid that if you die, no one will open the star crystal for me anymore. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled his nose, you obviously care about me, but you deliberately say that you are so bad. Zhao Yin picked up the healing potion and shouted, monkey. The little monkey beside him had woken up long ago because when he was sleeping, he heard Zhao Yin mentioning the D-level treatment potion. At this time, he was looking at Zhao Yin eagerly. It hurriedly communicated in its heart, Master, the little monkey will obey your arrangements at any time, and Pai Yanzi will not hesitate to stab him. Flattery is too much. As this monkey's strength increases, its wisdom becomes higher and higher, and it is no longer the silly little monkey it was before. Zhao Yin threw the healing potion over, use what I promised you tonight. I want to see you kill zombies at your peak tomorrow morning. The little monkey happily jumped up and down holding the healing potion, circling around Zhao Yin. The little monkey loves his master very much and is willing to dedicate everything to his master, Pai Yanzi. Roll! Zhao Yin kicked the little monkey away, lowered his head and continued to eat the broth. Tonight, let everyone in the beast rest. Tomorrow he plans to be promoted to D-level and collect more star crystals. Late at night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky. It looked more than 10 times bigger than before the apocalypse, like a bloody eye overlooking the earth. At this time, 5 kilometers due east of the invisible tent, there was a low mountain. In the moonlight, 3 figures stood under a big tree, hiding their figures in the shadows. Boss, that man is 5 kilometers to the west. He led the group of monsters to kill zombies all day long, killing at least 1,000 of them. Old Qin pointed in the direction of Zhao Yin and said. In the darkness, the woman's eyes were as bright as stars, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hong Xiaotian said, Boss, what do you owe him? Old Qin almost lost his life for this fishing net. Do you really want to give it to him? Aren't they all assigned? The woman finally spoke, her voice as hoarse as ever. You took the evolution potion, Lao Qin took the sandwich bread, this fishing net should be mine. Fishing nets can trap zombies. With them, boss, you will have extra security. Why bother, in this apocalyptic world? Okay, Xiao Hong, I know what's appropriate. The woman interrupted calmly. Neither Hong Xiaotian nor Lao Qin said anything. Their lives were saved by women. Among the 3, the woman is also the strongest. She led them to kill zombies and told them the secret of the star crystal. Both of them regard women as their closest relatives and plan to protect them throughout their lives. You two stay here, I'll be back soon. The woman finished speaking softly and stepped forward, recalling the experiences of the past month in her mind. The night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo site, she picked up a few more star crystals. She wanted to go back and give them to the man, but he had already left. She didn't know where he was. At that time, she was desperate. It was that man who saved her life. In this lonely apocalypse, she wanted to follow him all her life, but unfortunately, he didn't look down on her at all. Thinking of that man's obsession with star crystals, she observed this blood-red stone, accidentally smashed a piece, and turned on the copper lamp. So she opened all the remaining star crystals. A bottle of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, a piece of instant noodles, and a bottle of F-level evolution potion were produced. At that time, the woman had nothing, and the evolution potion allowed her to complete her first evolution. I still remember that I almost starved to death. Fortunately, I ate all the extraordinary food and finally managed to survive. Just like that, she survived. Be one of the first survivors to walk out of the shelter after the apocalypse. But later, the woman never met the star crystal again. She thought of the appearance of zombies and tried to kill them. Perhaps it was God's blessing. A few days later, she found that the star crystals were swallowed by zombies as expected. Zombies that swallowed star crystals were extremely powerful. She gradually discovered that Nongfu Spring could keep her from thirst all day long, and sandwich bread healed all her injuries. Instant noodles could keep her from being afraid of the cold at night. From then on, she completely understood that star crystals were the last hope of mankind. In fact, she did not get space or time abilities as Zhaoyin imagined. The woman just tried to use the copper lamp and found that as long as she used her own flesh and blood as lamp oil, she could freeze a space of 100 meters. The more sacrifices, the longer the freeze time. From then on, she began to use the power of the copper lamp to selectively kill powerful zombies to get star crystals. Later, she opened a piece of clothing that could conceal her breath. The woman knew that in the entire Guangzhou city, the industrial park had the most zombies, so she simply hid in it with the cover of the clothes. She didn't dare to sacrifice too much blood at a time, worried that her body couldn't bear it, so she used the copper lamp to kill a few powerful zombies every other day. Later, she met a father and son who were hiding in the sewer. The zombies didn't know how to open the manhole cover, and the iron manhole cover was not something that the unevolved zombies could break, so they survived. The woman thought of her dead children, so she planned to rescue them, and even took off her clothes that concealed her breath and let the man wear them, and wrapped the child in the clothes on her chest, so that both the father and son could conceal their breath. But after the man learned the function of the copper lamp, he stabbed the woman from behind. She escaped alone after being injured, and the father and son were trapped in the industrial park. She had used the copper lamp 3 times that day, and continuing might cause excessive blood loss and coma, so she could only hide outside the industrial park to recover. Until later, Zhaoyin came to the industrial park because the man attracted the group of corpses. The violent movement startled the woman hiding in the ruins. She happened to see Zhao Yin's embarrassed figure, and also saw the father and son and the clothes that concealed the breath being torn into pieces. When the woman used the power of the copper lamp to rush over, Zhao Yin had already escaped, and only the little monkey was trapped alone. She knew that the monkey must have something to do with him. So the woman did not hesitate to cut off one of her fingers as a sacrifice to help the little monkey leave. Later, she tracked the bloodstains left by the little monkey and found the underground tunnel. At that time, Zhaoyin had already arrived there. The woman wrote sorry with guilt, leaving behind the only bottle of medicine she had opened besides food, the efficacy of which she did not know. Later, she discovered that the zombies were becoming more and more powerful, and it was no longer an easy task to enter the zombie horde to find high-level zombies. She rescued Lao Qin, and the two joined forces. The woman was responsible for immobilizing the zombies, and Lao Qin killed them quickly, which could slow down the time it took for her to use the copper lamp. 4 days ago, the two accidentally met Hong Xiaotian, who was almost killed by Lao He. So, there is one more person in the team. It's just that zombies are becoming more and more difficult to kill nowadays. Even if the woman prescribed the second bottle of evolution potion, which turned Lao Qin into an F-level evolver, he almost lost his life yesterday. Even if the zombie was immobilized, it would be difficult for Lao Qin to break through the defense with a kitchen knife. Each time he cut the knife, he could only cut a little of the zombie's skin until the lamp oil ran out and Lao Qin was seriously injured by the zombie. It was the woman who cut off one of her fingers again to save his life. 96.
the star crystal inside the zombie produced a fishing net. On the night of the rat tide, she saw Zhao Yun release the invisible tent with her own eyes and knew that it was a treasure made from star crystals. At this time, a group of survivors gathered outside Zhao Yun's invisible tent, letting the woman know that Zhao Yun was there. His hearing was extremely terrifying. The woman was holding the copper lamp tightly, with only 3 fingers left in her left hand. Drops of blood flowed into the lamp body along the blood groove. A faint light shone on the woman, and she seemed to be walking in another space. Nowadays, the woman has a better understanding of the copper lamp. As long as she slowly drips blood, the copper lamp will only emit a light shield, hiding herself in another space. This will last her a long time. Soon, she approached the mouth of the valley and saw the survivors sparsely resting in a circle, leaving a large open space in the middle. There should be a stealth tent there. The woman showed herself and took out a palm-sized octagonal fish net. It looks like a children's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao Yun suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, he had heard human footsteps 4 kilometers away before, but they suddenly disappeared not long after. At that time, he became alert. At this time, in his hearing, among the 147 breathing sounds outside the tent, there was suddenly one more. Zhao Yun quickly walked out of the invisible tent, and at the same time a machete appeared in his hand. Without looking, he quickly approached the position where the breathing sound was, and slashed with the knife. Ah! A shrill female voice broke the silence of the night. The woman did not expect that Zhao Yun would discover her in this way, and she was so panicked that she could not even use the copper lamp in time. Zhao Yun's reaction was so fast that she couldn't react at all. Her legs weakened and she fell to the ground. Zhao Yun's knife stayed in the air, staring at the vaguely familiar face in front of him. It's you? Granary. Zhao Yun did not expect that she would survive. This woman that he almost forgot could actually appear again. Don't kill me, I don't mean any harm, the woman quickly explained, then raised the fishing net in her hand. I'm here to give you this. Zhao Yun's eyes shrank. Even if he didn't open the eye of true sight, he was extremely familiar with what he saw in front of him. Isn't it the animal trap that appeared in the previous life? Animal trapping net, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effective in capturing and trapping, additional effects, changing size, camouflage. Zhao Yun looked at her with squinted eyes. Why did you give it to me? He felt obvious changes in this woman, who seemed to have adapted to the apocalypse. Return the favor. The woman calmed down, patted her butt and stood up. I don't want to owe you anything. Favor? Zhao Yun frowned. He had not heard this word for a long time. In the apocalypse, there are only farmers and snakes, and only ingratitude. What he hates most now is others getting closer to him for no reason. He snatched the animal trap away from the woman's hand and said, Your favor has been repaid, and you can leave. Oh, the woman responded. She knew that this guy was not easy to get along with, so she approached him invisible both times. But he was still discovered, and he was still so heartless. She knew that Zhao Yun could only feel relieved if he saw her leave with his own eyes, so she turned and left without hesitation. Zhao Yun stared at her back and opened the eye of true seeing. Human female, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 14, agility 18, physical strength 13, spirit 9, life countdown, 145 days. Zhao Yun's pupils shrank. This woman has become an evolver, but why does she only have 145 days left in her life? Wait. Zhao Yun said. The woman immediately turned back with a happy smile. Do you believe me? Are you injured? Zhao Yun asked. The woman subconsciously hid her left hand with only 3 fingers behind her back, smiled and shook her head. No, I'm fine, I've always been fine. Zhao Yun had already seen the 2 missing fingers clearly, looked down at the animal trap in his hand, and instantly made a guess. Did you also give me the bottle of healing potion last time? I saved the 2 father and son in the industrial park, but they almost killed you. The potion was my compensation for you. However, I didn't know it was a healing potion until I heard what you said. The woman stared at Zhao Yun without moving her eyes away for a moment. Did you survive on the food provided by Xingjing? Zhao Yun asked again. The woman nodded, yes. Zhao Yin already had the answer in her mind. Her evolution level was still F level 0%, which meant that she didn't even know how to use corpse crystals. It was impossible to get so many star crystals, unless in the previous life, someone could create an evil prop. As long as you sacrifice your life force, you can get some powerful power. People who possess this kind of prop are like being cursed, and they will not end well in the end. But in the apocalypse, they know that there will be no good end, but they still flock to each other, and it is difficult to stop. Each one of them looks like crazy. The flesh and blood you sacrifice to that thing is actually your life force. Zhao Yin reminded him. Is it vitality? The woman's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, she felt relieved, so what if she sacrificed her life force? Without that copper lamp, she would have died countless times. Thank you, she said. It was not my original intention to save you, I just followed the trend. You also gave me star crystals to compensate for the food I gave you, so you don't owe me anything. Zhao Yin raised the animal trap in his hand. The animal trap is very useful to me. I have another message for you. You should upgrade your evolution level as soon as possible. At least, you can live longer. Although Zhao Yin does not follow principles, he has his own rules. This woman has brought him nothing but benefits so far, so he doesn't mind letting her live longer. Do you know about corpse crystals? The woman reached into her bra and found a piece of corpse crystal. She still likes to hide things there. The woman spread it out in the palm of her hand for Zhao Yin to see. Is this it? This thing did not come from the star crystal, but was produced from the zombie body, so the woman had been cautious and did not dare to try it, but she kept all the corpse crystals she got. Zhao Yin's eyes flashed slightly and he looked at the woman in surprise. The corpse crystal was actually E-level. He nodded. This is the corpse crystal. After it is crushed, the energy will overflow. Only evolvers can absorb it. As your strength increases, your vitality will also increase. The woman's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although she didn't know that she was losing her vitality, she already felt that there was something wrong with her body. Thank you, can I come see you again in the future? After saying this, she smiled. Next time I won't send you messages for nothing. Of course, if there are star crystals or corpse crystals, I can tell you what you want to know. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said. Then how should I find you, she asked. It depends on fate. In the end times, everyone has no fixed place to live, no communication, and many people are separated forever. After saying that, Zhao Yin's face turned cold. You can go. The smile on the woman's face slowly dissipated, and she nodded. Oh. She turned slowly, and suddenly turned back and said, by the way, my name is Tang Tang, can you tell me your name? Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin frowned and said. The name is very handsome. Tang Tang smiled, turned around and walked away, and her back gradually disappeared into the night. Zhao Yin retracted his gaze and turned back to the tent. He lay on the soft quilt, put the trap in his hand and looked at it, and suddenly found a drop of her blood on it. He wiped it with his finger in disgust, and then put it into the space. The next morning, it was not dawn. Wu Xuegue led people to prepare breakfast outside the tent. Zhao Yin got up and stretched, then turned around to see that Song Xiaodao had already cooked dried meat and chestnut porridge. After breakfast, all the contracted beasts returned to their peak state. Zhao Yin left the invisible tent and looked into the valley. In the dim light, the zombies were much more active than during the day, with shadows and endless shadows. We must find the flying white tiger as soon as possible. With one more powerful contracted beast, the speed of killing zombies will definitely be much faster. If we can form a contracted beast army. Zhao Yin didn't think about it anymore, as there was still a long way to go. Get ready, still follow the order of yesterday. Monkey and Laohe will take turns to lead the zombies, and the other contracted beasts will be on standby. Song Xiaodao will be responsible for killing the mist zombies and protecting the survivors who help dig out the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. Next, he repeated the scene of yesterday, luring zombies, killing them, taking corpse crystals, luring zombies, and killing them again. During the day,
Zhao Yun had obtained a total of 22 star crystals, 9,107 F-level corpse crystals, and 22 E-level corpse crystals, since he had been killing from morning to night. When he rested at night, Zhao Yun took out the corpse crystals and absorbed them. When there were 8,681 F-level corpse crystals left in his space ring, Zhao Yun was shocked, and then the familiar strong energy boiled in his body. His already toned muscles swelled a little more, and his vision and hearing increased again, reaching a radius of 10 kilometers. When everything was calm, Zhao Yun felt light all over again, and his mind was clearer than ever before, and he felt extremely comfortable. Human male, awakened superpower, D-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 93, agility 101, physical strength 82, spirit 125, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 159,963 days, his temperament has changed again, and the whole person looks more energetic. If there is no accident, Zhao Yun can live for more than 430 years. Zhao Yun retracted the eye of true vision and clenched his fist. His current strength can catch up with ordinary D-level mutant beasts. Because he has developed the peak potential of E-level, all attributes are far better than ordinary D-level survivors. Zhao Yun felt that with the improvement of energy, his lightning ability can also last longer. Zhao Yun, have you evolved again? Song Xiaodao felt the change in Zhao Yun and asked. Zhao Yun nodded. When it reaches D-level, the remaining corpse crystals are not enough for a contracted beast to evolve. Let the monkey be upgraded to D-level tomorrow. I also want to evolve as soon as possible, so that I can fight side by side with you. Song Xiaodao said with a pout. Zhao Yun was in a good mood tonight, so he patiently explained, human evolvers, if they cannot obtain the same level of evolutionary potions to develop their potential, it will be difficult to make up for it after they are promoted rashly. Monkeys are different. Mutant beasts can use high-level mutant beast meat to improve at any time. Don't you want to be a stronger evolver? Song Xiaodao hurriedly shook his head. Let the little monkey evolve first, I'll wait for you to open the E-level evolutionary potion. Zhao Yun took out 22 star crystals and pushed them all in front of Song Xiaodao. Open it, if there is an E-level evolutionary potion or superpowers, it's all yours. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled and narrowed his eyes into crescents. You said it, don't cheat. Zhao Yun's eyes did not blink, staring at Song Xiaodao to crush the first star crystal. The white light dissipated, and another compressed biscuit was added to replenish energy. Not bad, a good start. Zhao Yun said. He sat on the carpet, took out a cigarette and lit it, squinting at Song Xiaodao to open the star crystal. The second star crystal opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yun, I don't think my luck is that good anymore. Song Xiaodao said disappointedly. Zhao Yun smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The probability of getting Nongfu Spring from a star crystal is the highest. Keep on getting it. The third star crystal still got Nongfu Spring. The fourth one was still Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yun's face finally changed, and her smile froze. Song Xiaodao was about to open the fifth one, but Zhao Yun hurriedly said, wait, I'll open it. He quickly snatched the star crystal from her hand. Zhao Yun, let me open another one, I'm sure I'll get a supernatural power. Song Xiaodao said unconvinced. Stinky hands, what else are you going to open? Zhao Yun directly pinched the star crystal in his hand, the white light dissipated, and a piece of sandwich appeared in his hand. Then, Zhao Yun opened another bottle of Nongfu Spring. A total of 6 star crystals were opened, and 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring were obtained. His face was ashen. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to offend him, and said cautiously, or, let's open it tomorrow. Open it all tonight. If something that can improve strength comes out, the speed of killing zombies tomorrow will be faster. Luck is something that can be believed, but it can't be believed completely. As Zhao Yun spoke, the star crystal in his hand was pinched open. A white light flashed, and with a plop, something fell on the table. Zhuge Liannu, Grade C, Type Extraordinary Long-Range Weapon, fires 100 arrows in 10 seconds, additional effect, automatic reload. Note, the power depends on the arrow, the higher the level of arrows below sea level, the greater the power. Zhao Yun's words were held back. What did he say? An extraordinary long-range weapon that he had longed for a long time, and it can be fired continuously, and even the special effects are so awesome, automatic reload. This crossbow is matched with his shooting talent. Even 100 E-level zombies can be completely solved within 10 seconds. As for arrows, Zhaoyin has 132 in his space ring. If he replaces them with arrowheads made of Rat King claws, they will definitely be able to catch up with D-level arrows. But he currently has no tools to cut Rat King claws. However, there are still 6 E-level giant rat claws in the space ring, which can be cut with Rat King claws. There is absolutely no problem making more than 100 E-level arrows. Then, Zhaoyin opened all the remaining star crystals. There were 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 bottles of iced black tea, 2 instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 sandwiches, and 1 compressed biscuit. In addition, there was a yellow peach and a mount equipment. An unprecedented big harvest. All 22 star crystals were opened. Yellow peach, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24-hour energy consumption after consumption, additional effect, permanent agility +1, mount helmet, grade D, extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 50, impact force 45 additional attribute, mental power 20. Zhaoyin picked up the mount helmet. The helmet is a beautiful silver white, made of extraordinary metal, covered with hollow patterns, and there is a 3-foot-long horn in the middle, which is ferocious and terrifying. Zhaoyin has always wanted to get a piece of equipment for Lao Niu, but there are not many that can suit it. This mount helmet not only increases mental power and impact force, but also increases the 50 points of movement speed that Lao Niu needs most. Its way of attack is to move and charge and then collide. Other contracted beasts do not need as much movement speed as Lao Niu. It is simply tailor-made for it. Zhaoyin immediately called the old cow to him, and solemnly put on the first piece of equipment for him. Old Niu, I once said that I would make you one of the most powerful mutant beasts after the end of the world. Now this is just the beginning. From now on, as long as you work hard for me, there will be more equipment waiting for you. In the future, I will find a cow for you to make you so awesome. Zhaoyin said seriously. The old cow was moved to tears, and said in his heart, the old cow is willing to die for his master. Zhaoyin gave the saddle to Lao He earlier, and Lao Niu was still a little sad. After all, it was the cow that followed Zhaoyin first. Please remember the bookbar. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. At this time, the gloom in his heart was swept away, and all that was left was endless admiration and gratitude for his master. Zhaoyin patted Lao Niu's head. Go to rest early and kill a few more zombies for me to see tomorrow morning. After saying that, without waiting for Lao Niu's reaction, he grabbed the yellow peach and started eating it. Agility increased a bit. Immediately afterwards, he took out the sharp claws left by all 6 giant rats, and used a Rat King claw to cut them according to the proportion of the arrow. That night, Zhaoyin did not sleep. At dawn, 100 arrows were made. Zhaoyin ate the canned beef in the space ring, and his strength increased a little. By this time, everyone had finished their breakfast. Today, with Zhuge Lian Nu, the monkey's strength has returned to its peak. Lao Niu has added new equipment to attract more zombies at a time, just 700, and faster. Zhaoyin then ordered the little monkey to attract the monsters. The little monkey immediately turned around and ran towards the valley. 20 minutes later, a massive group of 700 zombies ran out following the little monkey. Zhaoyin took a quick look and saw 3 E-class ones inside. 3 more star crystals. He immediately took out the Zhuge Lian Nu and aimed at the corpses. After they entered the shooting range, he continuously pulled the trigger with his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air one after another, falling into the corpses like meteors. Each one stabbed into the zombie's head accurately. In the blink of an eye, a large group of corpses fell down at the front. After Zhaoyin shot all the arrows, Lao Niu's terrifying figure turned into an afterimage, and he couldn't wait to be the first to rush into the group of corpses. Boom! 40 or 50 zombies were directly smashed into pieces. Lao Niu had already rushed into the center of the group of corpses. At this time, the impact force was exhausted. It directly activated the iron armor ability, turned around suddenly, and a dozen zombies that had just come up around it were killed. It bounced off. Terrible power surged through the group of corpses, with severed limbs and arms flying around. No zombie could break through the old cow's defense. At this time, the whole cow seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. Zhao Yin was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Lao Nyo's strength had actually increased so much.
The main thing is that the helmet adds the most needed speed to it. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
When the little monkey turned back and rushed towards the group of corpses, the old cow had already killed half of the zombies, and it was stunned.
I accidentally let this cow steal the spotlight.
No, the little monkey has to keep his position as the pioneer officer. The next moment, the little monkey activated both powers, holding a rat claw in one hand, and transformed into a whirlwind, truly becoming a meat grinder. At this time, Lao Hei and 2 giant rats rushed into the group of corpses. Then, before the 3 mice had time to kill a few zombies, they discovered that not a single corpse was left in the group of corpses around them. The last half of the zombies were almost all killed by the old cow and the little monkey in less than a minute.
It's so fast.
Zhao Yin was excited. Song Xiaodao, immediately bring people forward to get the corpse crystals, and take out the star crystals from the heads of the 3 E-class zombies first. In addition, have people pull out the arrows, be careful not to damage them.
Song Xiaodao and his people arrived quickly, commanding a group of ants, quick, pull out the arrows first. We won't be able to collect all the corpse crystals in 20 minutes. Don't even eat at noon.
A group of ants speeded up when they heard that they had no food to eat. The arrows were pulled out one by one and handed to Zhao Yin along with the 3 star crystals and corpse crystals. Zhao Yin put the corpse crystal and star crystal into the space ring, grabbed a handful of arrows and approached the Zhuge Liannu in his hand. There was a whooshing sound, and they were all sucked into the arrow compartment in the crossbow.
Auto-loading special effects.
Theoretically, as long as Zhao Yin has enough arrows, he can fire continuously. It's just that making arrows is a technical job that requires professional carpenters.
Zhao Yin doesn't know how to make it.
He can only try to figure it out slowly in the future, or directly find professional survivors. 20 minutes later, the ants handed all the corpse crystals to Song Xiaodao, and then retreated under the leadership of Wu Shuegue, while Lao Hei entered the valley to lure the zombies. You can go faster and try to attract 1,000 zombies at a time.
Zhao Yin warned.
Lao Hei's voice came from his heart, I understand, master.
25 minutes later, Lao Hei ran out of the valley.
There were probably more than 1,000 corpses behind him, including 2 E-class.
The same routine was repeated again.
Zhao Yin fired a wave of arrows first, and after killing 100 zombies, the contracted beasts began to charge. Zhao Yin also personally followed up with the Rat King Claw. With the addition of Zhao Yin, all the contracted beasts worked hard.
Even Lao Hei didn't want to lose his limelight to the monkey and Lao Nyo.
After all, it was a D-level Rat King, so it was like a chicken blood. The body turned into an afterimage and charged fiercely. More than 1,000 zombies were quickly dispatched.
Enter the process of Song Xiaodao leading people to collect corpse crystals again.
After a morning, Zhao Yin killed 7,529 F-level zombies and 19 E-level zombies.
All the contracted beasts began to get tired again.
The ants responsible for collecting corpse crystals were also sweating profusely, and many of them were panting heavily.
Zhao Yin ordered to stop cooking.
In order to let the ants replenish their physical strength, he deliberately took out 200 chestnuts and gave them to Wu Shuegue. The easiest one in this team is Song Xiaodao. Her task is to kill the mist zombies. But after a morning, all the contracted beasts are desperately killing, and there is not a single zombie that missed her. So, Song Xiaodao was naturally arranged by Zhao Yin to cook. After eating and drinking, Zhao Yin took out 10,000 F-level corpse crystals. Monkey, immediately promote to D-level, I will increase the speed of killing zombies in the afternoon. The little monkey didn't expect that after the master had enough corpse crystals, the first person he thought of was himself, and he looked at the pile of corpse crystals in front of him excitedly. Master, the little monkey will do his best to kill zombies for you, even if it's Pai Yanzi.
Stop. Zhao Yin hurriedly asked it to stop, hurry up and get promoted.
After saying that, Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the other contracted beasts. Don't worry, come one by one, sooner or later it will be your turn. The little monkey grabbed the corpse crystals and absorbed them.
When there were more than 100 left, its body suddenly shook.
Then, it felt the powerful force in its body, and it could no longer suppress it. At this moment, a terrible momentum rose from the little monkey. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao looked over and were shocked. Roar! The thin monkey grew to nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, with muscles bulging all over his body, his eyes turned golden, and the fangs in his big mouth became sharper. Its size is much larger than when it was at level E. Zhao Yin didn't feel surprised. Before the death of this monkey in the previous life, it had grown to level B, and its size was even larger at that time. Roar! Then, the little monkey activated its second ability, Frenzy. Its hair grew again, turning dark gold, and its height rose by half a meter again, reaching about 4 meters, which was not much less than the size of the old cow. However, this was not over yet. Then the little monkey let out another painful roar, and the next moment, it suddenly spurted out a mouthful of scorching flames. The table that Zhao Yin had worked hard to make in front of him was only stained with a few sparks and was instantly burned to ashes. Even the pots and bowls on it were melted by the fire. Third ability? Zhao Yin almost forgot that the little monkey also had a fire ability. Can it only be used when it reaches D level? As soon as Zhao Yin had this thought, he immediately felt a burning breath coming towards him. After he collected the remaining corpse crystals of the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiaodao back and shouted, "Stop, do you want to burn the house?" The little monkey woke up and quickly put away his fire ability. When it saw what it had burned, it was stunned and explained anxiously, "I'm sorry, master. The energy in my body was too strong before, and I couldn't control it. I will work to compensate, okay?" Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and his face returned to calmness. After all, the mutant beast's self-control is not as good as that of humans. The little monkey's evolution speed was too fast before, and at the same time, the third ability in his body was stimulated, resulting in a brief loss of consciousness. He looked around. Fortunately, the invisible tent had a defense of 430 points and could not be ignited. Otherwise, Zhao Yin would have no place to cry. He opened the Eye of True Vision. This book is first published on Bookbar, providing you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Growth stage macaque, D-level mutant beast, strength 83, agility 87, physical strength 72, defense 72, spirit 38, blood talent, gigantic, frenzied, fire control. Zhao Yin, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiaodao was still in shock and patted the airport on his chest. Do you still remember that golden silk fruit? Zhao Yin asked. Of course I remember, could it be? Song Xiaodao understood something in an instant. How could she forget that golden silk fruit? When she and Zhao Yin went to the industrial park together, she almost died. Golden silk fruit can add a superpower to the mutant beast, which is the third superpower of the monkey. Zhao Yin said. At this time, the little monkey couldn't help but raise a palm and try to release the third superpower again. Boom! A flame rose from its monkey paw, wrapping the entire palm and burning fiercely. The terrible temperature spread all around, but it didn't feel any discomfort, and the monkey's face was full of joy. But before it could hold on for long, its body quickly shrank and turned into a thin little monkey covered with gray hair, and the flame disappeared. Master! Master, I can't seem to use the third ability again. The little monkey hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Yin anxiously. You consumed too much energy when spraying flames before. The biggest disadvantage of elemental abilities is that they consume energy too quickly. Before evolving to A level, it's best not to spray flames easily. Zhao Yin said. Even he himself didn't dare to use the large-scale thunder ability easily now. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yin didn't even use the small-scale thunder ability to kill those ordinary zombies, fearing accidents. However, when you meet a real opponent, you can try to attach the flame to the weapon, so that you can hold on longer. The little monkey waited for some energy to recover in his body, and immediately picked up the Rat King claw to try. A thin layer of flames attached to the Rat King's claws, and indeed the energy consumption slowed down a lot, basically the same as the consumption when it activated the Berserk ability. Okay, eat some Rat King meat to recover your energy as soon as possible, we're about to fight. Zhao Yin said, taking out a piece of Rat King meat and throwing it to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and bit it directly, eating the raw meat. After Zhao Yin rested for another half an hour, all the contracted beasts recovered their energy.
Even the aunties outside the tent became lively again after eating chestnut porridge. Zhao Yun ordered to continue to lead the zombies.
In the evening, Lao He led the sixth wave of zombies, and it took a full hour to bring more than 1,000 zombies out of the valley. After Zhao Yun led the contracted beasts to kill the zombies, he found Lao He and asked, "Why did you take so long, what went wrong?" "Master, all the zombies in the valley have been killed. I searched for a long time before I found enough for 1,000.
Lao He responded in his heart. "Have you finished killing them?"
This morning, Zhao Yun noticed that the deeper into the valley, the denser the zombies. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yun has killed more than 30,000 zombies, but conservatively estimated that there should be at least 5,000 in the valley.
"Impossible, did you miss something?" Zhao Yun asked.
Lao He shook his head, "Master, I didn't pay too much attention. I just came back after finding 1,000 zombies."
Zhao Yun frowned.
Unless he heard it wrong this morning, there were not so many zombies. But he is already a D-level evolver, and the probability of making a mistake is almost zero.
There is another possibility.
Maybe there is a zombie king who summoned all the zombies.
Zombie king? Song Xiaodao's face turned pale when he heard this.
She will never forget the zombie king she encountered in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou last time.
For ordinary evolvers, the zombie king is an invincible existence and cannot be defeated at all.
Everyone almost died there that time, including Lao Niu who had reached E-level.
Zhao Yun, let's go. If the zombie king finds us, we won't be able to leave. Song Xiaodao said, holding Zhao Yun's sleeve. Zhao Yun's face showed surprise.
He had always been thinking about the zombie king in the Dawei Mountains.
The star crystal in the body can open the SS level life space pendant.
This time, we were originally looking for the flying white tiger, but we didn't expect to meet the zombie king first.
Don't be afraid.
Zhao Yun raised his hand and rubbed Song Xiaodao's head, revealing a smile. Now that I have obtained the combat ability, the little monkey has also been promoted to D-level.
Today's star crystals are enough for Lao Niu to be promoted to D-level.
A D-level triple combat mutant beast, a D-level dual combat mutant beast, plus a combat mutant like me, are enough to crush any zombie king of the same level, even if it has the potential to be an emperor.
At worst, there is Lao He, who can take us away.
If it was before coming to Shishan, Zhao Yun would not have such confidence, but now he is full of confidence. After the little monkey was promoted, there were still 6,110 F-level corpse crystals left in the space ring. 6 waves of zombies were killed in the afternoon, and another 7,452 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level crystals were obtained. Then, Zhao Yun directly took out 10,000 F-level corpse crystals and gave them to Lao Niu, letting it start to upgrade immediately, and the remaining 3,562 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level corpse crystals were all collected. Then Zhao Yun walked into the invisible tent and took out the 30 star crystals he got today. He pinched it continuously, and a burst of white light flashed. 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring for sandwich breads, 3 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of iced black tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, 3 instant noodles, military jacket, grade F, butterfly knife, grade F, healing potion, grade D, effective in healing injuries, any life below grade D, immediately regenerates broken limbs after taking it, healing potion, grade C, effective in healing injuries, any life below grade C, immediately rushes up after taking it, and restores to peak state. Energy ring, grade B, type of extraordinary auxiliary equipment, spirit 25, special effect, can store spirit power, call it at any time during battle, upper limit 200 points of spirit power, cyclic use, 25 food supplies, 3 equipment, 2 bottles of healing potions were produced. 2 F-level equipments are rubbish to Zhao Yun now, but 2 bottles of healing potions and an energy ring are exactly what Zhao Yun needs most. Now, Zhao Yun's mental power is only 95 points. If the ring is fully filled with mental power, it is equivalent to having 200 more mental power. In the future, the time for using lightning power will be more than 3 times that of usual. Zhao Yun directly put the energy ring on his hand and stored mental power in it. After his mental power was exhausted, he immediately ate compressed biscuits to fill it up, and continued to store it in the ring. Until 200 points of mental power were fully stored, he walked out of the invisible tent. No one noticed that he had an extra ring on his hand. At this time, the old cow had absorbed all the corpse crystals, and Zhao opened the eye of true vision. Adult buffalo, D-level mutant beast, strength 100, agility 75, physical strength 80, defense 130, spirit 30, bloodline talent, huge strength, iron armor, all contracted beasts and Song Shaodao, follow me into the valley to kill zombies. Zhao directly ordered, Wu Shuegue leads all survivors to stay on the spot. No one is allowed to leave before I come back, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place and not go anywhere. Wu Shuegue said seriously, whoever dares to escape, I will be the first to kill him. For 3 days, Wu Shuegue witnessed the power of Zhao Yin and his contracted beasts. In fact, he also had his own calculations in his heart. The hundreds of people in the cave had no way to survive in the end times. If they could get the protection of Zhao Yin, the big tree, there would be hope in the future. So Wu Shuegue was sincerely working for Zhao Yin. Please remember Bookbar 96. Website, watch the fastest chapter update. Zhao Yin took out a pistol, equipped with 30 bullets and handed it to Wu Shuegue. Take it, this thing is no problem to deal with F-level zombies, and it is also good for killing people. Wu Shuegue took the pistol and found that it was many times better than Xia Jinshan's homemade revolver. He was overjoyed, thank you, boss. Zhao Yin led the contracted beast into the valley, facing the sunset. The mountain wind was very strong, blowing out from the valley mouth, floating the monkey walking in front, covered with gray hair. Song Xiaodao's hair was blown like a chicken coop. She was 1.5 meters tall and followed Zhao Yin closely, using his tall figure to block the wind. It has been a week since the rainstorm. All the vegetation in the world has exceeded the pre-apocalyptic period. Many big trees in the valley have grown to the thickness of buckets and 20 to 30 meters high. Although it is not a mutant plant, it is also a mutant to some extent. All the ruins in the valley disappeared, and the reinforced concrete was decomposed by vegetation, turned into sand and rust, and finally washed into the ground by the rainstorm. The world has been restarting and moving towards another civilization. Perhaps, the original intention of the creator was to create a zombie civilization, but the human survivors did not want to see it and wanted to fight for their lives. Entering the depths of the valley, as Lao He said, there was not a single zombie. Zhao Yin became more and more certain that there was a zombie king here. Previously, Lao He was able to lead away the last wave of zombies, probably because the zombie king had not had time to summon them. However, Zhao Yin couldn't figure it out. Since the zombie king had discovered him, why didn't he take the initiative to attack? Could it be that its wisdom had already sensed the danger? While thinking, Zhao Yin gradually walked into the deepest part of the valley. Traces that are difficult for ordinary people to find are easy to judge with his eyesight. Soon, Zhao Yin found broken grass roots, broken branches, and shallow footprints on the rocks. All pointed to the zombies going to the southwest. Go southwest. Zhao Yin ordered. An hour later, night fell, and Zhao Yin led the team to a cave. At this time, several zombies were running into the cave. Even if they found Zhao Yin's team, they ignored them. The zombie king is here. Zhao Yin paused and closed his eyes to listen. The footsteps in the cave were vaguely heard. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 zombies in it. Judging from the frequency of the sound echoes, this cave went deep into the mountain. The narrow passage was 2 or 3 kilometers long, and the innermost was a large hall. Zhao Yin was happy. He was still thinking that if the zombie king let all the zombies rush up, he could only take the risk of killing the zombie king and then evacuate quickly with the team. At this time, it was discovered that this zombie king obviously did not understand the art of war. Summoning all the zombies into the bottle-like cave was simply seeking death. 1 bottle of iced black tea and 1 sandwich bread for each contracted beast. Zhao Yin took out 5 bottles of iced black tea and 5 pieces of bread and distributed them to all the contracted beasts. There were pockets on the little monkey's mouse skin armor, which were directly filled with it. The old cow and 3 mice were hidden in their mouths. At the critical moment, they only needed to bite through the packaging and eat it. Remember, no contracted beast is allowed to waste extraordinary food unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhao Yin warned sternly. Zhao Yin, where is mine?
Song Xiaodao asked. You stay with me, find lone zombies to kill, and if you meet the Zombie King, go as far as you can. Zhao Yin said. With Song Xiaodao's strength, facing the Zombie King alone is like delivering food. Song Xiaodao smiled sweetly when he heard this, and pulled Zhao Yin's clothes. You must protect your fiancé there. See, Zhao Yin still treated her as his fiancé, which was completely different from the treatment of those contracted beasts. Zhao Yin slapped Song Xiaodao's hand away, not bothering to pay attention to this girl, and sensed the space ring, which still had 3 compressed biscuits in it. He left one for himself, and gave the remaining 2 to the little monkey and the old cow. When you fight later, save some energy if you can, and try to save this biscuit. The little monkey and the old cow nodded and promised that they would never waste extraordinary food. After everything was arranged, Zhao Yin ordered, Old cow, this time you take the lead and rush in. The monkey follows closely. Lao He is responsible for the left wing, I am responsible for the right wing, and Rat 5 and Rat 6 kill the mist zombies. Push all the way in, and try to end the battle within 2 hours. Moo! The old cow roared excitedly. The master actually let him be the vanguard this time. It suddenly felt like a salted fish turned over. Then, the old cow activated its iron armor ability, and the scales on its body turned black and gold, covering its entire body. It clapped its tail and suddenly rushed into the cave. Suddenly, there was a violent crash and the zombies' roars boiled up. The little monkey also knew that in this situation, the old cow with the armor ability was more suitable to be the vanguard. With a low roar, he rushed in with 2 Rat King claws, 1 long and 1 short. Charge! Zhao Yin also took out the Rat King claws and rushed in with Song Xiaodao and the remaining contracted beasts. The cave was pitch black. At this time, the old cow had gone more than 100 meters deep into the cave. Most of the zombies were smashed along the way. The little monkey followed closely behind and strangled them, leaving only a few zombies. Old Black and the 2 giant rats rushed up and solved the problem. Zhao Yin followed behind with Song Xiaodao. In fact, Zhao Yin's previous arrangement was still too cautious. In the case that the zombies could not form a blockade, even if the zombies were several times more, they would have to give up when they met the little monkey and the old cow. Everything was easier than expected. Even if they encountered E-level zombies, none of them could stop the attack of Lao Niao and Xiao Hozi. After half an hour, Zhao Yin had traveled 2 kilometers, and the zombies in front of him suddenly disappeared. Lao Niao and Xiao Hozi in front of him stopped and looked back at Zhao Yin with unsatisfied eyes. Master, are you done? Xiao Hozi asked in his heart. Lao Niao was also active for a rare time. He asked in a muffled voice, Master, are there any more zombies? I feel that it is too easy to kill after I was promoted to D-level. And this helmet is so cool. Zhao Yin listened carefully and found that there was no zombie in the passage within 1 kilometer ahead. There were only about 1,000 zombies in the hall at the end of the passage. The Zombie King should be there too. Lao He, go in and see where the Zombie King is. Find its position. Come back when you find the Zombie King. Don't fight it head on. Zhao Yin ordered directly. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Zhao Yin wanted to find out the situation inside first. Lao He responded in his heart, and with a flash of his body, he rushed to the end of the passage. King after Lao He left, Zhao Yin slashed off the head of a dead zombie with his knife, sat on it as a bench, took out a cigarette and bit it between his teeth, and lit the lighter with a snap. Hiss! Zhao Yin took a deep breath. In the darkness, the fireworks flickered, reflecting the outline of his face, with beads of sweat rolling down, and his eyes dark and deep. Zhao Yin, do you want to cut watermelon? Song Xiaodao asked. She came in with Zhao Yin, and she had never killed a zombie, so she remembered her old profession. This book is first published on Bookbar to provide you with a reading experience without wrong chapters and out-of-order chapters. Zhao Yin shook his head. No, kill the Zombie King, and let Wu Shuegue and others come in to collect. The battle is not over yet, try to save energy. Zhao Yin had only 1 B-level non-combat ability in his previous life, and he was able to survive the last 7 years of the apocalypse, which was related to his caution. How many powerful people with abilities have capsized in the gutter by accident? Zhao Yin has seen countless of them. Soon, a big hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and Lao Hei's figure quickly emerged from it. Then, the big hole rippled like water waves and disappeared in front of his eyes in the blink of an eye. It was the first time that Zhao saw the earth escape ability, and a wave of fluctuations rose in his heart. Fortunately, Lao Hei was concerned about the White Rat King at the time, otherwise if it escaped, it would attack at any time with this ability, and Zhao didn't know what the consequences would be. "How is it, did you find the Zombie King?" Zhao asked. "Master, I saw a big zombie. If there is really a Zombie King in the cave, I think that's it," Lao Hei said in his heart. "It can only judge by its size and cannot detect detailed information. All contracted beasts are now in tune with Zhao and are familiar with his measurement units." Lao Hei continued in his heart. The hall is about 5,000 square meters, with 1,429 zombies in it, 16 of which are E-level zombies. The big zombie is alone in a cave, as if guarding something. It discovered me as soon as I approached, so I had to come back to report to the master. Guarding something? Zhao was in a trance. No wonder he killed so many zombies in the past 3 days, but the Zombie King did not appear. Even if it felt the crisis, it did not take the initiative to attack but chose to hide here. Zhao asked again, "Can you see how big it is?" "It's about the same as the monkey after opening the first superpower." Lao Hei's heart was solemn. When facing the Zombie King, Lao Hei felt the crisis. Zhao frowned and thought, if the little monkey just opened the giant superpower, his height would reach nearly 3 meters now. Generally, an ordinary zombie of 3 meters in height is at least sea level, but when the Zombie King is at D level, it can grow to 3 meters. D-level Zombie King? Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and looked back at the 3 contracted beasts of the same D level. With their current abilities, they could crush the Zombie Kings of the same level if they fought at the same time. However, Zhao still took out something. Beast Trapping Net, Grade B, type of extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effective capturing and trapping, additional effects, changing size, camouflage. The star crystal with the SS level space pendant in the Zombie King's body was coveted by Zhao in his previous life, and he would never allow any mistakes to happen. If he could take down the Zombie King more easily, he would not want the contracted beasts to get hurt. There were not many chestnut leaves left now, and the healing potion and sandwich bread could not be wasted easily. Zhao stuffed the beast trapping net into the rat skin armor and stood up from the zombie head. Zhao said in a deep voice, "Enter the hall, kill the Zombie King, and take the treasure." Boom! All the contracted beasts were shocked and quickly surrounded Zhao and Song Xiaodao in the center. The old cow led the way, the little monkey and the old black were on the left and right, and the rat 5 and rat 6 followed behind. The team of 2 people and 5 beasts quickly rushed into the hall. The remaining 1 kilometer of the passage was not blocked by zombies, and it took a few minutes to pass through. At this time, all the zombies in the hall had gathered, and a huge zombie with a height of 3 meters stood in the center of the zombie group. From the face, it looked like a young man under 30 years old in life, but the muscles on his face had deformed his facial features, his skin was a sky blue, and veins crawled all over his face. Its dead fish-like eyes stared at the entrance of the hall, with cruel, cold, bloodthirsty eyes, and wisdom at the same time. Its clothes had long been torn and hung on its body like rags, no different from naked fruit. As soon as Zhao walked into the hall, he heard a deafening corpse roar. Roar! 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 The Zombie King roared, shaking the cave hall, with gravel and dirt falling from the top, and then more than 1,000 zombies roared and rushed towards Zhao and his party. At the same time, Zhao also opened the Eye of True Vision. Male zombie, D-level, evolution degree 100/99, strength 220, agility 140, defense 195, spirit 15, awakened ability, stone skin. It almost evolved to sea level, and its attributes and level ratio are even more outrageous than the Zombie King killed by Zhao last time. The key is that this Zombie King has actually awakened its ability. The last Zombie King was only on the verge of awakening, and only showed the ability of rapidity when he was dying, but it was a pity that he was killed by Zhao before he fully awakened. Kill, go straight to the Zombie King. Zhao Yin's voice was transmitted. Roar!
The little monkey, who had been maintaining the ability to grow gigantic, quickly went into a frenzy. Then, a layer of flames spread from his hands, quickly wrapping around the two Rat King claws in his hands. His body turned into a whirlwind and rushed into the group of zombies. The old cow, who was standing at the front of the team, was slower, and now he also activated his dual abilities, and rushed to the opposite side with a bang. Although Lao Hei did not have combat abilities, after being equipped with the golden saddle, his speed had already caught up with the little monkey who was still E-level at the beginning. With the unique Rat King claw, his strength was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary mutant beasts. After he rushed into the zombie group, more than a dozen zombies were cut into pieces in an instant. Zhao followed closely behind the three contracted beasts, shooting rapidly with the Zhuge crossbow in his hand. After killing more than 100 zombies, he immediately changed to the Rat King claw and harvested frantically. Song Xiaodao and the two giant rats could only follow behind Zhao. There were not many zombies that were missed in front. Otherwise, they would ensure that Zhao would not be attacked by zombies from behind. Soon, the little monkey with a clear goal had rushed into the center of the zombie group. When he was less than 10 meters away from the zombie king, he suddenly accelerated and chopped. The zombie king did not seem to expect that the enemy was so strong. Pieces of stone skin quickly emerged on his body, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Crack! The little monkey was much faster than it, and one of its claws slashed at the zombie king's neck, but it only cut through a layer of stone armor and was stuck half an inch into the flesh. The zombie king's body was also knocked crooked by the huge impact. It stretched out its hand and punched the little monkey, but before the fist fell, a giant that was even bigger than its body hit it. With a loud bang, the zombie king was knocked out and hit the stone wall 50 meters away. It was a pity that the zombie king's stone armor ability was not broken by the old cow's helmet. He quickly climbed up, and the wound on his neck cut by the little monkey burst into flames, and the smell of burning rotten flesh spread. The zombie king raised his hand to put out the flames, his face full of anger, and stepped quickly towards the little monkey. At this moment, Zhao had arrived, raised his hand, and there was a loud bang. A thunderbolt struck the zombie king's head. The entire cave hall was illuminated as if it were daytime. Ability: the zombie king suddenly trembled violently, his steps staggered, and his muscles were twisted by the spasms of electricity. Roar! Ugh! The zombie king was furious and stared at Zhao, but he couldn't move forward faster. Boom! Zhao raised his hand, and the thunder elements in the air gathered crazily, and another thunder struck the zombie king's forehead. The zombie king fell to the ground with his buttocks and twitched violently. At this time, the little monkey arrived, and a Rat King claw chopped on the zombie king's head, cutting off another piece of stone skin. When the black blood flowed, it was burned by the terrible flames. Roar! The zombie king finally felt the crisis of life and death. At the moment when the paralysis of his body disappeared, a layer of stone armor grew on his body again, quickly wrapping the previous stone armor. If the previous stone armor was a layer of stone clothes, then this layer of stone armor was a stone shell, which looked hideous and thick. 96. When the little monkey chopped the second knife, there was a clang and a spark flew, but it didn't hurt at all. At this time, Zhao saw the changes of the zombie king in his true vision. Male zombie, C-level, evolution 100 to 0, strength 220, agility 140, defense 395, spirit 15, awakened ability, stone armor. It actually broke through to C-level at this time. Zhao understood in an instant that the evolution of the zombie king had reached 99%, and it had accumulated enough, and finally broke through at the moment of life and death. However, it may be because of the breakthrough in this situation that the strength and agility did not increase, but the defense increased to a terrifying level. Nearly 400 defense value. Even the stone skin ability has evolved into stone armor. Why do you choose to be a turtle? Zhao suddenly felt funny. If the zombie king breaks through normally, Zhao may need to let the contracted beasts drink iced black tea and fight to the death, and even have to pay some price in the end. But it actually raised its defense to the extreme in order to save its life. At this time, the little monkey slashed the zombie king's head for the third time, and another burst of sparks splashed. Then, the zombie king sitting there punched the little monkey in the lower abdomen, bang. The little monkey was shocked back a few steps, and then raised the Rat King claw and rushed up again, and at the same time sent a telepathic voice, "Master, I can't cut it anymore." "Don't be afraid, monkey, get out of the way," Jiaoyin said in his heart. The little monkey immediately put away the Rat King claw and retreated violently. Before the Zombie King got up from the ground, boom, another thunder fell on its head. The stone armor of the Zombie King is not an insulator, and no matter how strong the defense is, it is ineffective against the thunder power. The Zombie King twitched again, and the three thunders made every muscle in his body spasm and twist. Jiaoyin thought to himself, "The old bull will knock it down." The old bull, ready to go, rushed forward immediately. Bang, the Zombie King was knocked to the ground, slid several meters and hit the stone wall behind him. The next moment, boom! Boom! Jiaoyin fired two more thunderbolts. When the Zombie King was twitching and unable to move, Jiaoyin took out the animal trap net that he had prepared long ago. He communicated with the animal trap net with his mental power, raised his hand and threw it out. The animal trap net locked the Zombie King and turned into a big net in the air, instantly covering the Zombie King's huge body, and then quickly shrank. Roar, roar! The Zombie King roared unwillingly, but the toughness of the animal trap net was as high as 280, which was not something it could break. Jiaoyin suddenly felt exhausted. Thunderbolt was already the strongest thunder ability that he could release at his current level. He had just released 5 in a row, and his mental power was almost exhausted. While absorbing the spiritual power in the energy ring, he ordered, "All contracted beasts, kill all zombies." At this time, Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats were still protecting Jiaoyin, preventing the zombies from approaching him and the 3 contracted beasts in the front. The zombies had all gathered, and Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats were covered with black blood. As the little monkey, the old cow and the old black turned back to kill the zombies, they cleared a large area in a moment, and Song Xiaodao and the 2 rats finally felt relieved. Then, Song Xiaodao walked towards Jiaoyin. "Jiaoyin, I ate my canned tuna." "You were bitten by a zombie?" Jiaoyin asked. Song Xiaodao lifted the rat leather armor on his arm, and there were 2 deep teeth marks on his wrist, with bright red blood flowing out. "It was an E-level zombie. I killed it and was bitten, but I felt fine after eating the canned tuna." If there was no canned tuna to resist the virus, she would have become a zombie at this time. Jiaoyin looked at Song Xiaodao, her face was pale, her chest was heaving violently, she must be very tired. "Just rest beside me, let the monkeys deal with the next battle." There were less than 1,000 zombies, which was very easy for a few contracted beasts to deal with. Song Xiaodao suddenly took out a star crystal and said in a voice, "Jiaoyin, I just killed the E-zombie, I accidentally cut its head, and this star crystal fell out." "Oh." Jiaoyin reached out to take it. Song Xiaodao continued, "This is the first E-level zombie I killed. If it opens a superpower, can you give it to me?" The night before yesterday, Jiaoyin said that as long as she killed the zombie herself, the superpower would belong to her. Jiaoyin did not think that a star crystal could open a superpower, not to mention that Song Xiaodao almost lost his life for this star crystal. He naturally would not break his promise, and nodded and said, "Open it, except for the supernatural power, everything must be handed over to me for safekeeping." There is no order without rules, although now, Jiaoyin has already regarded Song Xiaodao as his own. No one can break his rules, otherwise he will still follow the footsteps of the previous life. Sometimes, people's hearts will change, just like Jia Yin's former good brother Lin Tianfeng and adopted son Zhang Dongliang. They also shared life and death with Jiaoyin at the beginning, especially Zhang Dongliang, who almost died for Jiaoyin several times, but what happened in the end? In front of huge interests, even loving couples, best brothers, and biological parents, how many people eventually turned against each other? So in this life, Jiaoyin will not let the people around him feel that they also have a share of his things and have the right to fight for them. He must ensure that they live well, respect themselves in their bones, and have no rebellious heart. If they want something, they can only please Jiaoyin, calculate and betray, or be arrogant, and they can only get nothing in the end. On the contrary, once they take action, they will pay a painful price. Although Song Xiaodao is still young, he must be brainwashed from an early age. This is the mind technique that Jiaoyin learned in her previous life at the cost of her life. Song Xiaodao immediately crushed the star crystal in her hand, and then a flash of white light passed by. A medicine bottle appeared in her hand. The bottle was as transparent as crystal, and most of the bottle of light blue medicine emitted silver light, reflecting a dreamy brilliance on her little face. Zhaoyin, who didn't care at all, suddenly widened her eyes at this moment.
Zhaoyin, what is this? Is it a healing potion again? Song Xiaodao asked with a frown.
She had never seen a superpower potion, and she didn't even know that the thing that activates superpower genes is a potion. Zhaoyin immediately opened the eye of true vision. Talent superpower potion, grade S, type wind advanced potion. After taking it, activate the hidden talent superpowers of the evolver's bloodline, wind S level. Secret room. Zhaoyin couldn't come back to his senses for a long time.
What kind of luck is this? I haven't heard of S-level supernatural potions in my previous life. Zhaoyin, speak up, what on earth is this? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously.
Supernatural potion, wind system. Zhaoyin tried to make his voice calmer, and it's S-level.
Song Xiaodao's excited face flushed. Really, you didn't lie to me?
She herself didn't believe that supernatural powers really came out. Zhaoyin calmed down. If this bottle of potion was in the hands of others, he would definitely kill people and take the treasure without hesitation. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates, but since it was something promised to Song Xiaodao, he would give it to her even if it was an SSS level supernatural power. I'll keep it for you first, and use it when you go back to the invisible tent. Zhaoyin said, and took the supernatural potion and put it into the space ring.
The first time to develop supernatural powers hidden in the genes, except for the SSS level, other supernatural powers need to go through a painful process. The time required is relatively long. Only the top SSS level superpowers are an exception. The current situation is obviously not suitable for Song Xiaodao to absorb immediately. Zhaoyin, let you use it. I don't want it anymore.
Song Xiaodao bit his lower lip and said as if he had made up his mind.
Don't want it anymore? Zhaoyin was stunned and asked, didn't you always want to become a superpower?
You saved my life. I have been eating and drinking for free by your side for so long, but I have never brought you any benefits. This bottle of potion is S-level, and you need it too. Song Xiaodao smiled. Zhaoyin, I'll give it to you, just as I pay for your food. Zhaoyin looked at the tender little face in front of him, and an indescribable taste emerged in his heart. Finally, this little girl and the Song Xiaodao and Zhaoyin's previous life gradually overlapped. Zhaoyin shook his head. I have SSS level superpowers, except for SSS level ones, they are not worthy of me. How can SSS level superpowers be so easy to get? There are not many in the whole world. Every strong man who gets it will not easily reveal any information about his own superpowers. At this time, a huge roar resounded in the hall. Roar! The ground under his feet and the stone wall above his head were all shaken slightly. The paralysis on the zombie king's body has disappeared, and he is struggling desperately. But Zhaoyin just looked back and ignored him. With the toughness of the hunting net, it can't break free anyway. The 5 contracted beasts have come to the end of killing the zombies. After the last zombie was smashed by the old cow, the contracted beasts walked back to Zhaoyin. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhaoyin interrupted. Song Xiaodao, ride Lao He to inform Wu Shuegue and ask him to bring people in to collect the corpse crystals immediately. Monkey, old cow, rat 5, rat 6, follow me to kill the zombie king. At this time, the zombie king has become a living target, but it is still not easy to kill it. First, its energy must be exhausted. Only when the zombie king loses the stone armor superpower can the rat king claws slowly cut. After saying that, Song Xiaodao climbed onto the golden saddle on Lao Hei's back and rushed out of the cave. Zhaoyin led the 4 contracted beasts towards the zombie king. Attack, all of you, consume its energy as soon as possible. Zhaoyin said. The 4 contracted beasts attacked immediately. At this time, the battle was over. The old cow and the little monkey no longer saved their energy. They went all out for every attack. The sharp claws of the 2 giant rats also left a string of sparks on the zombie king. Zhaoyin also took out the rat king claw and chopped forward.
Ao ao, roar. The zombie king wailed in fear. It had wisdom that was not inferior to that of humans, and seemed to beg for mercy. Don't stop, kill it until it's dead. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. What he wanted was the star crystal in the zombie king's body. What's the use of it begging for mercy? Not to mention that Zhao Yin couldn't contract zombies. Even if it was a contracted beast, Zhao Yin would definitely kill it for the sake of that SS level treasure. At this time, if the zombie king wanted to survive, he could only desperately activate the stone armor ability, and his energy was rapidly consumed. As time passed, the hideous stone armor slowly became thinner and finally disappeared. Puff! The little monkey slashed the wound on the zombie king's neck with a knife, instantly expanding the wound by several millimeters, and a trace of black blood stained the rat king's claws. Zhao Yin's heart was shocked, and he realized that the zombie king's ability could not support it. All contracted beasts retreat, monkey, continue to aim at the wound and cut it for me. Zhao Yin retracted the rat king's claws and took a step back. The old cow and the two giant rats did not move forward, only the little monkey waved the rat king's claws. Bang! Bang! As the wound expanded, a large amount of blood flowed as the knife chopped down. After another half an hour of chopping, finally, the zombie king howled, and with a click, the head rolled out of the trap. But its head was still not dead, and its big mouth opened and closed, as if it wanted to bite people. If we only talk about the abnormal defense of the zombie king, the stone armor ability has reached the A level, and after the stone armor disappears, it is enough to match the defense of ordinary B-level zombies. When it evolved to C level, it sacrificed the evolution of strength and agility, and piled up its defense to a terrifying level, which is also good enough. Zhao Yin picked up the head of the zombie king, grabbed the hair and held it in his hand, and slapped it twice. Why is it so hard? At the same time, he was relieved that this zombie king was finally no longer a threat. Next, Zhao Yin put away the hunting net and led the contracted beasts out of the cave. Leave the cleaning of the battlefield to the survivors. The head of this zombie king is the hardest. It is unknown how long it will take for the little monkey to cut it to get the star crystal. The cave was full of corpse stench, and Zhao Yin did not want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, his steps paused, and he remembered that Lao Hei had discovered that the zombie king was alone in a cave room. Was it guarding some treasure at that time? Zhao Yin's heart moved. Looking back, he soon saw a cave entrance not far from where the zombie king had just been killed. It seemed to be artificially opened, and the entrance of the cave was an upright oval, winding and unable to see what was inside. Go in and take a look. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. The contracted beasts hurriedly followed. At this time, the head of the zombie king in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly looked hideous, and his mouth bit hard. The teeth clashed violently, as if they did not want Zhao Yin to get close to it. This cave has been occupied by me, including all the treasures in you. They are all my personal belongings. Zhao Yin raised his hand and slapped the zombie king's face twice. Soon, he entered the cave. It was cleaner than expected, as if the zombie king had been deliberately keeping it clean before. A zombie actually also cares about hygiene? Zhao Yin was puzzled, and walked through a winding passage of more than 10 meters, and entered a cave room. Then, he was slightly stunned. There were no treasures as imagined. The cave room was only more than 20 square meters, and there was a wooden bed in the innermost part. 2 corpses, one big and one small, sat on the edge of the bed. Their faces were dry. They were not zombies, but real corpses. They seemed to have been specially treated and did not decay. It was vaguely recognizable that they were a mother and daughter. The little girl's body could only be judged to be about 5 or 6 years old. The older female corpse had already dried up to the point where her age could not be seen. They definitely did not die after the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would have become zombies. Judging from the degree of dry skin, they had been dead for at least 7 or 8 months. In an instant, Zhao Yin understood something. He lowered his head to look at the zombie king's head in his hand. Its dead fish-like eyes were full of pleading. Some pictures appeared in Zhao Yin's mind. About half a year before the end, a mother and daughter died in an accident.
The husband of the woman and the father of the little girl, who is the zombie king in his hands, is grief-stricken and does not want his wife and daughter to leave. He stubbornly made them mummies and kept them by his side, thinking that they would be companionship and eternity and would never be lost. In order to avoid the eyes of the world, he found this cave and hid the bodies of his wife and daughter inside. On the night when the meteorite rain came, he happened to go out and died in the meteorite rain. He returned a month later, swallowed a few star crystals, and regained consciousness. However, the zombie king persisted in his obsession and had some memories of his life. So it returned to this cave and stayed here ever since. Except for his wife and daughter, it doesn't care about the life and death of its subordinates in the outside world. It wasn't until Zhaoyin almost killed all the zombies in the valley that the zombie king felt a sense of crisis and summoned all the remaining zombies. Even the superpowers evolved by this zombie king are defensive stone armors, because of the biggest obsession in his heart. It is to protect. Guard him in life and death, that trace of regret. Zhaoyin sighed in his heart. His heart felt calm, but there was also a slight disturbance. Monkey, go bring the headless corpse of the zombie king and spark it with these two corpses. Zhaoyin ordered. The little monkey immediately walked out of the cave and walked in carrying the corpse of the zombie king. At this moment, no one noticed that a touch of relief and gratitude arose in the eyes of the head. It slowly closed its eyes and never opened them again. Flames appeared on the little monkey's hand, and the three corpses were set alight in an instant. The blazing fire illuminated the faces of 1 man and 4 beasts. The contract beasts didn't understand why Zhaoyin did this, and he didn't explain. Zhaoyin rarely does good deeds, especially in the last days. Only if it doesn't affect his interests and has nothing to do with his safety, can there be any possibility. However, the 2 female corpses were quickly burned to ashes, but the zombie king's corpse only had its skin burned black. The flames ignited by the little monkey's superpower were extinguished, and he couldn't be cremated. Zombie king, it's not that I won't help you, it's that your Tamar evolved defense is too strong. Zhaoyin said to the head on his hand. At this time, Lao He had Song Xiaodao sitting on his back and rushed in from outside the cave. Zhaoyin, Wu Shuegue and the others are here and are collecting corpse crystals and star crystals. Song Xiaodao happily said to Zhaoyin. Go and watch. Don't let the survivors touch the star crystals. You can put them away yourself. Zhaoyin ordered. Song Xiaodao suddenly pouted, I just came back and you asked me to leave again? Then next time you can be a pioneer, or let the monkey do these things. Zhaoyin said. Song Xiaodao was startled and said quickly, how can I compete with the little monkey for credit? After saying that, she jumped off Lao Hei's back and quickly left the cave. Zhaoyin turned over and rode on Lao Hei, let's get out of here. When he walked out of the cave and left the cave hall, he saw a fire at the end of the corridor. Wu Shuegue and others were not able to see at night, and everyone held lit wooden sticks in their hands. This would make it much slower to put away the corpse crystals, but there was no other way. Song Xiaodao was not far away, sticking out his butt and using his rat claws to cut open the head of an E-class zombie. Zhaoyin left the cave, found a flat place, and threw out the invisible tent. His eyes fell on Lao Niu, Lao Hei, and the 2 giant rats. I haven't used extraordinary food before, so take it out. After receiving the order, several contracted beasts spit out the extraordinary food given to them before, and it was stained with a lot of saliva. Zhaoyin was mainly worried about being eaten secretly by their greedy mouths, so he was too lazy to pick them up. He told the little monkey, put them all with you and give them to them in the next battle. Gigi, master, the little monkey will never steal it, the little monkey promised in his heart. This is the master's trust and love. So you must never let your master down. It wiped all the food clean and put it into the large ratskin armored pocket on its chest. Monkey, come in with me. Zhaoyin carried the zombie king's head and walked into the invisible tent. After the little monkey followed, he immediately took the head from his hand without Zhaoyin's instructions, put it on the ground and chopped it off. Zhaoyin was smoking on the side, setting up a hanging pot and cooking the rat meat. The little monkey chopped it off time and time again. Every time he slashed, the zombie king's face twisted. Boom! 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 Until dawn, the head was not cut open, but the little monkey's energy was exhausted several times, so Jiaoyin let it eat the meat of the king rat to replenish it. Eating a large amount of rat king meat actually increased the little monkey's attributes by a few points. Finally, when the morning light rose outside, the little monkey slashed down with a mouse king paw, and a click came out. Jiaoyin stood up like lightning, and before the zombie king's brain could flow out, he kicked out his head like a football and kicked it out of the tent. The little monkey was panting and holding the mouse king's paw, and was stunned. "Master, don't dirty the invisible tent." After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he quickly chased after him. His head flew 70 or 80 meters away. A crack was cut in the middle, and a large amount of black brain matter flowed to the ground. Jiaoyin bent down to pick it up, took out a pair of rat claws, and pulled out all the corpse crystals and star crystals inside along with the brains along the cracks. He rummaged carefully and found 4 pieces in total, including the opening star crystal and a sea-level corpse crystal. "Finally got it." Jiaoyin was more serious than ever before. He took out a pack of tissues from the space ring, wiped all the star crystals and corpse crystals clean, and then returned to the invisibility tent alone. Just as he was about to open the star crystal, Song Xiaodao suddenly walked in from outside the door. Song Xiaodao dumped the rat leather backpack on the ground, and there was a crash. Large and small corpse crystals, mixed with blood-red star crystals, piled up like a hill. "Jiaoyin, we have collected all the corpse crystals and star crystals. There are 5,682 F-level corpse crystals, 34 E-level corpse crystals, and 34 star crystals. They are all here. There are still 3,562 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level corpse crystals left in the space ring, adding up to a total of 9,244 F-level corpse crystals and 45 E-level corpse crystals." After Jiaoyin figured it out, he said, "Call Shu Lu over." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's thoughts, turned around and walked out. Soon, a giant rat covered in black blood followed Song Xiaodao and walked in. After Jiaoyin picked out 34 star crystals from the hill, he put away 44 F-level corpse crystals, and took out 80 level corpse crystals and put them into the hill. After gathering enough energy to evolve from E-level to D-level, Jiaoyin collected all the remaining corpse crystals. Jiaoyin then looked at the giant rat and said, "Shu Lu, do you know why I'm looking for you?" Shu Lu's eyes flashed, and he secretly glanced at the pile of corpse crystal hills several times. Jiaoyin had made the monkeys and cows evolve to D-level in the past 2 days, and the 2 E-level giant rats were greedy. "Master wants me to evolve?" Shu Lu asked impatiently. Jiaoyin originally wanted to give him a pass, but he didn't expect that this idiot didn't know how to cooperate. No wonder he could only be used as cannon fodder. "Shu Lu, you are very smart, and you are the pseudo-mutated beast that I am most optimistic about." Jiaoyin looked calm and smiled kindly. In fact, all 6 giant rats look similar. Jiaoyin has always regarded them as tool rats and usually doesn't even bother to talk to them. Where to look? In my heart, pseudo-mutated beasts are always no worse than mutant beasts. Since God created your species, there must be a reason for it. Don't belittle yourself. Jiaoyin looked majestic. "You guessed it right, today I will let you become my first D-class pseudo-mutated beast." Shu Lu's whole body trembled with excitement. It turns out that the master thinks so highly of himself. Shu Lu began to ask himself, had he been too lazy when working for his master in the past? Oh no. Jiaoyin waved his hand. "No need to say anything, just absorb this pile of corpse crystals. I hope that you can continue your efforts in the future and become the best giant rat." "Shu Lu, I am willing to die for my master." Rat Lu prostrates himself on the ground with his front paws. Although the contracted beasts are 100% loyal, they all have their own thoughts and can be lazy sometimes, so they need to be encouraged. After Jiaoyin wasted a wave of saliva, he stopped looking at Shu Lu and took out the bottle of S-level potion. This kind of treasure feels extremely heavy even in Zhao Yin's hands. You should also use the supernatural potion. Jiaoyin finally looked at Song Xiaodao. "Jiaoyin, you should use such a powerful ability." "I will be fine if I have you to protect me," Song Xiaodao said. Jiaoyin smiled, his eyes slowly drooped, and the scene of Song Xiaodao's death in his previous life lingered in his mind again. He rarely showed his true feelings. After dying of betrayal in his previous life, any feelings were a luxury for Zhao.
Song Xiaodao, you are the only person around me. I just hope that you will never betray me, okay?
Song Xiaodao didn't know why Zhao suddenly said such a thing, and suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this moment, Zhao in front of him suddenly no longer looked like that cold guy, but more like an ordinary young man who had just graduated from college before the end of the world. 96. Song Xiaodao didn't know why this kind of heartache came from him, and he didn't know why it started. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she said seriously, Zhao, I will never betray you, even if I die. Go and activate your superpowers, and live longer. Zhao slowly raised his eyes were clear.
He walked out of the emotions that should not belong to him. If zombies eventually conquer the whole world, all the survivors will die. I hope you can accompany me to the end. Zhao said.
Song Xiaodao bit his lip, stepped forward to grab the superpower potion, and looked at Zhao. I will marry you in a few years, whether you want me or not. After that, the little girl walked to the corner of the tent, no longer hesitated, opened the superpower potion directly, and drank it with her head tilted back.
Then, Song Xiaodao's face flushed, frowned, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead.
She groaned, obviously enduring the pain caused by the genetic changes in her body. Zhao also tried this kind of pain. He retracted his gaze and took out all the corpse crystals. First, open all 34 star crystals in the E-level zombie. 7 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 6 sandwich breads, 5 compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of iced black tea, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef cans, 1 can of tuna cans, 1 instant noodle, military jacket, grade F, machete, grade D. In addition to extraordinary food and drinks, the military jacket is the second extra item. Zhao has rat skin armor and rat king claws, and weapons and clothes below grade C are basically useless.
This is the second intact machete except for the broken one.
Zhao was a little disappointed, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. He looked at the remaining 4 pieces of Zombie King Star crystals, then grabbed one and exerted a little force with his fingers. Click! A burst of white light flashed. A black glove appeared in his hand. The whole thing was as quiet as a cicada's wing, and it felt light in his hand. Wind gloves, grade C, type extraordinary auxiliary weapon, sturdiness 85, additional effect attack speed plus 98, a rare grade C auxiliary weapon, increases attack speed. After Zhao puts it on, whether he is barehanded or swinging the Rat King claw, his speed increases by nearly 100 points. Zhao puts the gloves on his right hand, which usually holds the knife, and no longer pays attention to the gloves, and pinches the second piece of the Zombie King Star crystal. After the white light, a red arrow appears in his hand. Explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect hitting the target causes an explosion, covering a 50-meter range of indiscriminate attacks. Note, disposable weapon, disappears after explosion. This explosive arrow is definitely Zhao Yin's top killer weapon at the moment, but it's a pity that it's only a disposable weapon. But at a critical moment, relying on this explosive arrow alone may be able to turn the tide of the battle. It's worthy of being the star crystal in the body of the Zombie King, and even opening 2 pieces has produced good things. Zhao then cracked the 3rd star crystal. When the white light rose, he prayed in his heart, I must open the space pendant, I only want the space pendant. There were only these 2 star crystals left, and he was afraid that the information he got in his previous life was wrong. Soon, the white light disappeared, and a gray hat appeared in his hand. The furry material was like dog skin, with dog ears, dog eyes, dog nose, dog teeth. There was even a thumb-long dog tail at the back of the hat. Solar Dog Head Hat, grade C, type extraordinary defense equipment, solidity 120, spirit 50, with the additional effect of releasing an extraordinary energy shield to resist any form of attack below 800 points once. Note, each time the shield is released, it needs to be exposed to the sun for 72 hours to charge. Zhao stared at the hat, his eyes were a little straight. Another special equipment, the powerful effect attached can even catch up with B-level rare equipment. But this style is really weird. Who designed it? I've seen bear head hats and tiger head hats, but who the hell would wear a dog's head? Zhao complained, but still put the dog head hat on his head. The main reason is that the side effects are too good. It's something that can save your life. Then, Zhao pinched the last piece of Corpse King Star crystal. A dazzling white light flashed, and his palm felt cold. It was a pendant. Under the unknown metal chain that looked like purple gold, there was a miniature woman's palm. It was lifelike, with white and delicate skin, slender fingers, and even crystal-clear nails. If this palm was not only the size of a broad bean, people would definitely think it was real. Zhao Yin was not a hand fetishist, but when he saw this palm, his heart jumped. In the palm, there was a spherical bead, which was gray. World Bead Necklace, SS Grade, Unknown Type, Effect, Self-Contained Space, Unlimited Growth. Note, need to drip blood to recognize the master, currently level 0, can absorb any extraordinary energy to upgrade. Finally got it. Zhao Yin held the World Bead Necklace, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. In the past life, countless people flocked to the treasure. For this pendant, I don't know how many people died, and even attracted SSS level strongmen to fight for it thousands of miles away. He didn't expect that it would be in his hands so easily. Originally, he just came to find the flying white tiger. Zhao Yin was not sure whether he could really see the Corpse King in this life. But everything went so smoothly, as if it was destined. However, Zhao Yin thought about it carefully, and it seemed natural. With the 3 mutant beasts in his hands now, any one of them was enough to become the overlord of an area, not to mention that Zhao Yin himself also mastered the thunder combat ability, and his equipment was even more incomparable. If he couldn't get the treasure, then how many people in this world could get it? Zhao Yin took out the Rat King claw and cut his finger. A pool of blood flowed from his fingertips and dripped onto the gray beads. The next moment, the world bead chain quickly melted into a warm yellow light and penetrated into Zhao Yin's palm. Then, at his neck, the shadow of the world bead chain emerged and slowly condensed into a real object. At this moment, Zhao Yin's mind had an extra connection, and he could clearly perceive everything about the world bead chain. It was similar to the connection between him and the contracted beasts. The difference was that the world bead chain had no consciousness and was just a dead object after all. Zhao Yin's mind moved, and his figure instantly disappeared from the original place, and he appeared in an unfamiliar space. Then, Zhao Yin was slightly distracted. He found that this space was pitifully small, with only a square foot of solid ground under his feet, surrounded by gray mist. Zhao Yin raised his hand to touch it, and found that he seemed to have touched an invisible barrier. In the gray mist, fluorescent lights flashed from time to time, making the space dim, and the solid ground under his feet was a kind of black soil. SS level treasure, only such a small space? He couldn't believe it. Soon, the information of the world bead chain flashed through Zhao Yin's mind, and he instantly understood, is it only level 0 at present? Theoretically, as long as there is enough extraordinary energy, this space can even turn into a world. What exactly is extraordinary energy? Zhao Yin was puzzled. In his previous life, he had never come into contact with the life space, so he didn't understand it. The first thing he thought of at this time was corpse crystals and star crystals. Zhao Yin didn't have star crystals in his hand at this time, and even if he had them, he couldn't use them to upgrade to space. With a thought, an F-level corpse crystal appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin touched his neck, but found that the place where the world beads existed was empty. The world beads turned into this space at this time. As long as he entered, it would disappear, and it would materialize after he left. Zhao Yin had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Then, he suddenly felt that throwing the corpse crystal in his hand into the gray mist in front of him was replenishing energy for the space. So Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw it, and the corpse crystal fell into the gray mist. In the blink of an eye, the corpse crystal was decomposed, and the next moment, Zhao Yin felt a shock under his feet. The space became a little bigger, and only the owner of the space could feel this change. Zhao Yin estimated that it increased by about 1 centimeter. Is it because of insufficient energy? Then, he took out 10 F-level corpse crystals, raised his hand and sprinkled them out, and the 10 corpse crystals fell into the gray mist and decomposed and disappeared instantly. Bookbar the space shook again, and this time it lasted for almost a second before stopping. The space grew by 10 centimeters. In Zhao Yin's perception, the world beads were still only level 0. The energy is still not enough. After Xu Lu was promoted to level D, Zhao Yin had only 37 F level, 44 E level, and 1 C level corpse crystals left. At this time, he gritted his teeth, took out all the E-level and F-level corpse crystals at once, and threw them out like they were free. All the corpse crystals were decomposed and absorbed by the space in an instant, and then vibrated again. This time, the vibration was stronger than before, and it lasted for more than 7 minutes. The space grew to a diameter of about 45 meters before it stopped. Jiaoyin stood in the middle of the space, and finally felt spacious in front of him. He sensed the level of the world beads, which was still only level 0. He looked up at the top of his head, which was about 45 meters high. The whole space was cylindrical, and the barrier floated slowly within 1 meter with the gray mist, making the space sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, which seemed very unstable. But it looked like a dream. Jiaoyin, however, had no mood to appreciate it. He felt a pang of pain when he remembered that he needed to consume corpse crystals to upgrade the space. In the future, he planned to plant mutant crops in this space to feed the contracted beast army. How many corpse crystals would be needed? Can't we use other things instead? Jiaoyin thought of extraordinary equipment, food, and drinks. Strictly speaking, they should all contain extraordinary energy. As for extraordinary food and drinks, Jiaoyin couldn't even think of trying them. It would be better to use corpse crystals directly. As for extraordinary equipment, he currently has extra equipment, including 2 military uniforms, 2 butterfly knives, 2 maces, and 1 heavy armor. He also has 3 machetes, 1 with a chip and 2 intact ones. Except for the need to keep a machete as a spare, all the remaining equipment can be used for trial. Jiaoyin took out a butterfly knife and threw it directly into the gray fog. Sure enough, as expected, it was decomposed and absorbed in an instant. He grew another meter. Jiaoyin finally felt better. It would be nice to upgrade the space with useless equipment. He threw another butterfly knife and 2 military jackets into the space, and the diameter of the space increased to 49 meters. Then, Jiaoyin continued to experiment. Throw the broken machete and mace into the gray fog. After being decomposed, the space vibrated for a long time before stopping. 2D level equipment directly increased the diameter of the space by 200 meters, reaching 249 meters. Jiaoyin suddenly thought that since the incomplete equipment could be decomposed and absorbed, what about the destroyed equipment? So, he took out the 4 destroyed equipment, an E-level women's suit and 2 F-level military jackets, and the D-level heavy armor that the little monkey used at the beginning. All of them were taken out and thrown into the gray fog. In the blink of an eye, they were decomposed again. After the space vibrated again, it increased by another 112 meters. Sure enough, the energy in the damaged equipment was not lost. Just like the intact equipment, they can all be absorbed by the space. Jiaoyin was delighted and threw the extra machete, the heavy armor and the mace he opened the day before yesterday into the space. 3D level equipment increased the diameter of the space by 300 meters. At this time, the space directly reached 661 meters. Jiaoyin calculated that the energy contained in an F-level equipment is equivalent to an E-level corpse crystal, which can increase the space by 1 meter. The energy contained in an E-level equipment is equivalent to 10 E-level corpse crystals, which can increase the space by 10 meters. A D-level equipment is equivalent to 100 E-level corpse crystals, which is roughly equivalent to the ability contained in a D-level corpse crystal, which can increase by 100 meters. At this time, Jiaoyin had no equipment to discard. The only corpse crystal left was the C-level one left by the zombie king. If he calculated correctly, then this C-level corpse crystal could increase the diameter of the space by a huge 10,000 meters. But in the end, Jiaoyin was still reluctant to throw it out. Although he needs to obtain the D-level evolution potion before he can upgrade his level, the contracted beasts have no such concerns at all. The little monkey has now opened his 3rd ability. If he is promoted to C-level, his strength will be a terrifying situation. The cost-effectiveness is definitely higher. Moreover, the 661-meter diameter space is now enough for him to store things and plant the chestnut tree and crispy ear vegetables. The idea of large-scale planting of extraordinary corn can only wait. Zhao Yin's mind moved, and he left the life space. Song Xiaodao was still sitting in the corner, biting her lip and forcibly enduring the pain. She was already sweating profusely, and her sheepskin armor had long been taken off. She was wearing a thin dress, which clung to her thin body, and the girl's figure was vaguely visible. The outline appears. Jiaoyin didn't look much and walked out of the invisibility tent. At this time, the sun was 3 in the sky, and 2 hours had passed unknowingly before he opened the star crystal and entered the lifespace. Wu Xuegue and others had had breakfast and were resting a few hundred meters away. The 5 contracted beasts were gathered outside the tent, waiting and keeping watch for Jiaoyin. Rat Lu has completed its evolution. Mouse, Grade D, Strength 72, Agility 78, Physical Strength 51, Spirit 11, mutated by zombie virus infection. Jiaoyin took one look and ignored them, his eyes falling on the 3 mutant beasts. Monkey, Lao Niu, Lao Hei. Jiaoyin called. The 3 contract beasts immediately stood up and quickly came to Jiaoyin. Master! 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 Jiaoyin took out the sea-level corpse crystal from the space ring and said, "This corpse crystal can only promote one of you to sea level, but you are the contract beasts I care about most. After thinking about it, I can't give it to anyone fair." The 3 contracted beasts all had solemn expressions, staring at the corpse crystal. Mutated beasts don't have many desires. Apart from eating, they just yearn for powerful power. This corpse crystal is too tempting for them. Jiaoyin then said, "Let's do this. For the sake of fairness, let's have a duel. Whoever wins in the end will win." Lao Niu and Lao Hei were instantly confused. Who doesn't know that the monkey has 3 powers, all of which complement each other? With the equipment given to it by Jiaoyin, it is simply a fighting machine among mutant beasts. When fighting a little monkey, isn't it just waiting to be beaten? Master, I'm quitting. I can't beat the little monkey. The voice of the old cow came out in an angry voice. Lao Hei also sent a message, "Master, let the little monkey evolve first. It is the strongest and I am willing to let it." After completing the process, Jiaoyin directly threw the sea-level corpse crystal to the little monkey. "Evolve now, and you will no longer be a little monkey in the future." When Jiaoyin met the little monkey in his previous life, it was a sea-level monkey. At that time, his body could remain gigantic without turning on his powers. Therefore, from now on it will no longer be a little monkey, but a giant monkey. Sea level, the little monkey crushed the corpse crystal directly, and the magnificent extraordinary energy, bright and dazzling, suddenly bloomed in its palm, and the next moment, it quickly drilled into its body. Roar! It could not help but activate the giant power, and its body expanded visibly, from a skinny monkey as high as the knees, to a giant beast of nearly 3 meters in the blink of an eye. But this is not over yet. With the rapid absorption of extraordinary energy, the nearly 3-meter tall body continued to expand, 3 meters, 3 meters 1, 3 meters 2, 3 meters 5. 4 meters, 4 meters 5. Jiaoyin was shocked, and at this time he could only look up to see the height of the monkey. Please remember Bookbar 96. Website, watch the fastest chapter update. Even if you have been prepared in your heart, you are still shocked. It's not that you haven't seen this kind of giant beast in your previous life, but you have seen too many. But at the beginning of the end of the world, Jiaoyin has definitely never seen it. He didn't know if there were any mutant beasts stronger than the little monkey in the world today. But what was certain was that even if there were definitely not many. At this time, the 2 pseudo-mutant beasts, Rat 5 and Rat 6, were crawling on the ground, holding their heads with their claws, trembling all over, as if they had no courage to face the monkey. Even Lao Hei and Lao Niu instinctively retreated dozens of meters away, looking at the monkey from afar like a plague god, with fear in their eyes. In the classification of mutant beasts, sea level and below sea level are another watershed. The blood pressure from the mutant beasts made them feel palpitations. If it weren't for the monkey who shared life and death with them, they would have run as far as they could. In the end, the little monkey grew to nearly 5 meters and finally stopped. However, the energy in the body was still pounding violently, and the next moment, roar. The little monkey couldn't help but activate the second ability, Frenzy. Its body expanded again, 5.1 meters. 5.2 meters. Finally, its height reached 6 meters, its palms were as big as manhole covers, its legs were like 2 huge tree trunks, and its golden hair became clearer and brighter. Each hair was half a foot long, covering its entire body. The Rat King claw that Zhao gave it was like a small toothpick in his hand, and the rat skin armor rolled up and carried on his back looked a little funny. Zhao was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake, and he had wasted that precious Rat King skin. He didn't expect the little monkey to evolve so fast. The rat skin armor that he worked hard to make was going to be eliminated after just a few days of wearing. Even if it could be made smaller and worn by itself, it would waste a lot of scraps, which were all precious resources. In fact, the little monkey's own defense power has now surpassed the rat skin armor by a lot, and even if it can still be worn, it will not play any role. The Rat King claw is no longer suitable for the little monkey to use. The biggest disadvantage of Zhao Yin's homemade weapons is that they cannot be changed in size at will. At this time, the little monkey finally completed the evolution, and Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Adult Tongtian monkey, sea-level mutant beast, strength 164, agility 175, physical strength 130, defense 147, spirit 78, blood talent, gigantic, frenzy, fire control, with terrifying attributes. If the monkey is an opponent now, it can definitely easily wipe out Zhao Yin's entire team. Master, master! The little monkey shouted excitedly. It felt that the evolution was complete, and happily wanted to find Zhao Yin to flatter him, subconsciously shrinking its body before that as usual. Its body did shrink a lot. But soon the monkey was stunned. It found that when its body shrank to 2 meters high, it could not shrink any further. The little monkey was stunned and confused. It wanted to hug its master's thigh. How can it hug him in the future? Lie down? Yes, lie down. Lie down, and it can hug its master's thigh. So, the 2-meter-tall behemoth suddenly leaned on the ground, sticking out its red buttocks, and grabbed Zhao Yin's legs with its big hands like a palm leaf fan. Master, the little monkey has now been promoted to sea level, all thanks to you, the master. In the future, I can still be the first pioneer under your feet, fight for you, and stab you with a knife. Zhao Yin wanted to kick it away, but found that the legs that were caught could not move at all, so he said helplessly, "Okay, don't hug your legs all the time in the future." After that, he signaled the little monkey to let go. The little monkey quickly released his palm and communicated with his heart, "Master, no matter what time, I am the little monkey who loves you the most." In the past, when the little monkey flattered him, Zhao Yin thought it was cute, but now looking at that big face, he suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. He didn't want to disappoint his contracted beast, so he endured the discomfort and took out the spare machete. Monkey, now the Rat King claw and rat leather armor are no longer suitable for you, take this machete. The extraordinary equipment obtained by the star crystal can change size according to the wearer's body shape, which is more suitable for the little monkey. The little monkey took the machete and was about to flatter him, but Zhao Yin waved his hand, "Okay, return the rat leather armor and Rat King claw to me, Lao Niao, Lao Hei, you also need to take a break, and follow me to find the flying white tiger in 3 hours. After that, Zhao Yin looked at Rat 5 and Rat 6, "You two, the next task is to escort the survivors back." Next, Zhao Yin called Wu Shuegue to inform them that they could return to the cave. "Boss, I'll let them leave with the 2 rat masters." Can I stay? Wu Shuegue said cautiously, "I used to be a veteran. I killed zombies with Captain Wang and the others. I can stay and help." Zhao Yin subconsciously glanced at his lame leg and said, "No need to kill zombies next time. I will return to the cave soon." That's it. After that, Zhao Yin ignored him and turned to walk towards the invisible tent. How could Zhao Yin not understand Wu Shuegue's thoughts? He just wanted to hold on to his thigh tightly. Most survivors in the end times have this idea. The human heart is the most unpredictable. Zhao Yin is not going to create any base in this life, and of course he will not take this lame man with him. What's more, the zombies Wu Shuegue said to kill were the former non-grade zombies. Now any zombie is F-level. Ordinary people can't kill them so easily. Wu Shuegue stood there, staring at Zhao Yin's back, and the smile on his face gradually became bitter. He already felt that Zhao Yin had no intention of staying to protect the cave. Captain Wang, Captain Xia, it's all because of old Wu that he's useless. He met such a strong man but couldn't keep him, Wu Shuegue murmured bitterly. I won't give up. There are 500 or 600 people in the cave, all of them are human lives, and there are so many children among them. Now that you are gone, I will definitely protect them, even if the boss really leaves in the end, even if I die, I will die in the cave. Wu Shuegue clenched his fists, and after a long while, he turned and walked towards the group of ants who were chatting and laughing. They have all had enough food in recent days, and their moods have improved. Song Xiaodao has fallen into a coma in extreme pain. Her little face is pale, her eyebrows are frowning, and beads of sweat are still oozing from her forehead. Zhao Yin walked over and hugged her in his arms, and in an instant, her mouse skin armor was wet with her sweat. He put her on the quilt, took out a piece of compressed biscuits, and fed her with Nongfu Spring. Replenishing her energy can alleviate the pain to a certain extent. After being fed a piece of compressed biscuit, her frown finally relaxed and she fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the biscuit packaging and the empty Nongfu Spring bottle on the ground, which were turning into light spots and slowly disappearing into the air. Zhao Yin's mind also cleared up, and then he was slightly stunned. I know that she will be fine without wasting extraordinary food, why should I do this? Am I feeling sorry for her? Zhao Yin rubbed his face, how could this be possible? He, Zhao Yin, had already cut off his 7 emotions and 6 desires with the claw of the flying white tiger in his previous life, and his heart was as hard as stone. In the end times, only people with a heart of stone, vicious and cruel, can live longer. This is what he has been sticking to since his rebirth. Zhao Yin secretly warned himself in his heart that this was a stupid mistake and he must never make it again. Book bar. He lit a cigarette, sat aside and waited slowly, looking at Song Xiaodao's little face with indifferent eyes. As the little girl evolved, her skin was still as delicate as a baby's, but after being exposed to the sun and rain for some time, she looked a little dark. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, like a beautiful butterfly flapping its wings. Brother, don't go, don't leave me. In her sleep, she cried and murmured the deepest obsession in her heart. After so long, Song Xiaodao acted heartless, and Zhao Yin always thought that she had forgotten that past. This was the time when her willpower was the most unclear, but she still spoke out her heart. But Zhao Yin did not regret it. If he had rescued Song Xiaojian at the beginning, he and the little monkey might have lost their lives. He simply stopped thinking about it and transferred all the items in the space ring, except for food and chestnut leaves, to the life space one by one. Then he made a fire and cooked. 3 hours later, Song Xiaodao woke up. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Human female, awakened power user, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, physical strength 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. It's just the information of an awakened power user, the true vision. I cannot detect what specific power it is. Prove that her power awakening is successful. Zhao Yin, have I awakened my power? After a brief moment of confusion, Song Xiaodao climbed up from the bedsheet. Zhao Yin nodded, go and try your ability, and then come back for dinner. At this time, the broth and chestnut porridge were already cooked, steaming hot. He knew that if this girl didn't try her power, she might not be able to eat. Song Xiaodao immediately rushed out, subconsciously using the wind power, and then... bang! Ouch! Song Xiaodao hit his head on the invisible tent, lying there with his legs spread out, covering his head and rubbing it desperately. Don't break my tent! Zhao Yin warned hurriedly. Shouldn't you feel sorry for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao patted his butt and stood up, staring at Zhao Yin angrily. A head injury will heal, but a broken tent is gone. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao shouted, the tent is an A-level extraordinary treasure, how can I break it? If you don't try your superpowers, I will call the monkeys to come in for dinner. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao chuckled and turned to leave the tent. Zhao Yin touched the stubble on his chin. This girl dared to argue with him when she was just a little bit strong. This is not a good thing. He secretly made up his mind to find an opportunity to give her a good beating. Before leaving, Song Xiaodao did not close the door of the tent, intending to let Zhao Yin see her figure while sitting in the tent.
Little monkey, can you accompany me to try superpowers? Why do you activate the giant superpower for nothing? Song Xiaodao looked at the giant monkey in confusion.
The little monkey was taking a nap, and he was instantly unhappy when he heard this. Whoever has activated the superpower, your whole family will have activated the superpower. It rolled its eyes at Song Xiaodao, raised its hand to grab her collar and threw it at Lao Niu, then looked at the embarrassed Song Xiaodao with contempt, and closed its eyes and took a nap again. Song Xiaodao felt that the little monkey just made a casual move, and it was definitely not something he could compete with. After being afraid, he did not dare to go to the little monkey to try the superpower again, and then looked at Lao Niu.
Niu, can you accompany me to try the superpower?
Lao Niu slowly stood up, looking at Song Xiaodao with contempt, and nodded to signal her to come over. Song Xiaodao suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, remembering that it was the first time he saw Lao Niu. It showed this look.
One by one, they all looked down on him.
She took out the Rat King claw directly, and a gust of wind instantly wrapped her body, and then rushed towards Lao Niu quickly. At this time, Zhao Yin's heart shrank in the tent. The speed bonus brought to Song Xiaodao by the wind power is almost as fast as that of the White Rat King who had the speed power at the beginning, but Song Xiaodao is only E level now, and he doesn't look that fast. At this moment, a layer of scales quickly covered the whole body of the old cow. It tucked its tail and let the Rat King's claws hit it, smashing a string of sparks.
Bang!
The old cow didn't even move, but Song Xiaodao's arm was numb from the shock.
The power gap is too big.
She stepped back a few steps and found that the old cow was looking at her playfully, and the little monkey and Lao He beside him showed mockery in their eyes.
Humph, you are all looking down on me. The little girl was a little angry. Niu, I'll let you know how powerful I am.
She suddenly raised her hand, and 3 wind blades were released from her palm, cutting through the air rapidly, slashing towards the old cow with a howling like a gust of wind.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The indifferent old cow stared at him instantly, and it was too late to dodge. 3 wind blades hit him, and 3 scratches were cut on his scales, and his huge body shook. At this time, the little monkey and Lao He who were watching the excitement also changed their expressions, and they were all a little surprised.
Zhao Yin in the tent smiled. It was the old cow who was too careless. The old cow's shortcoming is speed. The advantage of the wind system is fast speed and many changes. Unlike the rapid ability of the White Rat King at the beginning, although it is a little slower, it has various means of attack. Song Xiaodao immediately became excited. Stinky cow, I was so good to you before, let you laugh at me. Wind blades swept away, and the old cow dodged quickly. Although the wind blades could not really hurt it, it hurt when it hit its body. The key is that it is too embarrassing for the cow, and the master is still watching. The old cow finally got the chance and rushed towards Song Xiaodao, but a wind blade came towards it. The target was directly for the eyes, and the old cow could only dodge with force. The next moment, when chasing, Song Xiaodao had already dodged to another direction. The old cow finally got serious and even used the speed bonus of the helmet. Finally, he was able to surpass Song Xiaodao in speed, and then he swung his tail. Bang! The tail hit a wind wall directly. When the remaining power was used up, the wind wall broke, and Song Xiaodao also dodged and pulled away. Stop, Niu, I won't fight anymore.
Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted loudly. The old cow stopped and looked at her in confusion. At this time, Song Xiaodao was panting and sat on the ground. I'm so tired, Niu, you were so awesome. Although she couldn't use her S-level superpowers to her full strength, she still exhausted her energy in a short time. She just mastered the superpowers and didn't know how to save energy at all. She threw out the strongest attack method she could use at one breath. Song Xiaodao finally understood why Zhao Yin didn't use his thunder powers easily. The stronger the power, the faster it will be consumed. Okay, come in and eat. Zhao Yin shouted in the tent, there are things to do later. The 3 contracted beasts immediately rushed to the tent. The happiest thing for them was the reward from their master, and the other thing was eating. Song Xiaodao took a few breaths, and finally stood up exhausted and walked into the invisible tent. Zhao Yin, I still can't beat Niu. When you reach level D, it's still uncertain who will win.
Zhao said, Lao Nyo is a mutant beast, and its natural attributes are much higher than those of the evolvers. It is rare to have dual combat powers. You have performed very well. Of course, if you were Lao Nyo's enemy, you have died many times just now, and you should thank it for showing mercy. When it comes to encouraging children, Zhao Yin is not stingy with words. Song Xiaodao became happy again. Zhao Yin, am I qualified to be your fiancé? Eat. The monkey's appetite has increased again. If you don't eat, there will be nothing left. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately forgot about his fiancé and picked up the bowl to join the army of foodies. After eating and drinking, Zhao Yin put the invisible tent and all daily necessities into the life space. At this time, Wu Shuigui and the two giant beasts had already returned to the cave. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the north of the valley. There was a cliff there. In his previous life, Zhao Yin found the flying white tiger in a cave on the hillside of the cliff. It's about 10 kilometers to the north of the valley. Along the way, there are ruins of former buildings. Later, after the decomposition of vegetation, they eventually turned into piles of uneven sand and gravel. The little monkey held Huawei's 2-meter-long machete in one hand and swung it all the way, cutting through weeds and shrubs. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and two contract beasts behind him. His speed was not slow at all, as if he was walking on flat ground. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the cliff directly north of the valley. Zhao Yin raised his head and looked at the cliff about 70 meters high. There was an irregular circular hole there, about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Everything is no different from the previous life. Please remember the bookbar96. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates, with the ability of that flying white tiger. As long as it doesn't take the initiative to die and come to the ground, the previous zombie king can't do anything to it. Zhao Ying said, it lives in this cave, and the zombie king below has become the best bodyguard. It can also leave from the top of the mountain to hunt at any time, and its freedom will not be restricted. In the previous life, when Zhao Ying came, the zombie king was no longer here and left here for unknown reasons. At that time, Zhao Ying did not understand why the flying white tiger chose to live here. At this moment, he finally understood that in the beginning, Feitian White Tiger was using the zombie king as a bodyguard. Song Xiaodao, take this animal trap. Lao Hei, you take Song Xiaodao to escape to the top of the mountain. Once the flying white tiger appears, you two will try your best to capture it. Zhao Yin took out the animal trap and handed it to Song Xiaodao. The little girl raised her hand to take it, and climbed onto Lao Hei's back with excitement. Old Hei, take me to Earth, escape quickly and let me see what it's like underground. The soil under Lao Hei's feet immediately rippled, and then a large dark hole was revealed. It slowly sank with Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin then said to Lao Nyo, you are here, the flying white tiger has a low chance of escaping from the ground, but you can't take it lightly. Once it appears, you will be knocked unconscious by me. I understand, master. Now Lao Nyo can be regarded as a cow who has seen the world, and he immediately understood that the master wanted to block all the Feitian white tiger's escape routes. Monkey, come up with me and outflank it on the left and right. If you encounter resistance, don't be polite. Give it a good beating first. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he took out 2 rat claws and used them as climbing hooks to climb up quickly. The little monkey's sharp nails easily inserted into the cracks in the stone, and he slowly kept at the same level as the owner. Soon, 1 person and 1 animal arrived in front of the cave. Strange, why are there no zombies? At this time, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley, including men and women, all young and strong, about 50 or 60 people. Everyone was holding equipment in their hands, including several large nets made of nylon ropes, big knives with shovel heads welded to steel pipes, and some, like Zhao Yin back then, were holding pig-killing knives made of steel bars with handles welded. The leader was a tall young man with a samurai sword in his hand. There was no scabbard. The blade was faintly glowing with silver. He was holding an E-class extraordinary weapon. Standing next to him were 2 young men, both with broad shoulders and thick backs. At first glance, they looked like they had been training for a long time before the apocalypse and had not suffered much hunger after the apocalypse. Both of them also had extraordinary weapons in their hands. One was holding a butterfly knife, and the other was carrying an F-level baseball bat. Brother Bao, what should we do? There are no zombies here at the entrance of the valley. Do we need to go deep into the valley to lure them away?
The young man holding the butterfly knife had a hairlip, and his words were leaky. The leader, Brother Bao, frowned and said nothing. He was still observing the valley and seemed to be very hesitant. At this moment, the pockmarked young man holding a baseball bat suddenly trembled and pointed somewhere behind him. Brother Bao, look, then, there. What did you see? Brother Bao couldn't help but turn around, and then his eyes widened. Everyone looked over, and in an instant, they all turned into wooden sculptures. At this moment, the whole world was quiet and could hear the needle drop. I saw a mountain of dead zombies piled there, too many to count, at least tens of thousands.
How did so many zombies die? They were killed. Look, they are piled up neatly. Impossible. Who can kill so many zombies? Not even Datu's group can do it.
We came here a week ago to lure out zombies and kill them. In just 1 week, unless it was an army or those mutated rats. When someone mentioned the group of mutated beasts, everyone fell silent and turned pale. In fact, like Jiaoyin, Brother Bao and others used to lure out the zombies in the valley and kill them, but they only lured a few of them and killed dozens of them in one day. A week ago, the zombies suddenly became stronger. As a result, several people died in the camp, and they never came back. 2 days ago, they got a batch of nylon ropes and weaved a few large nets. Then they remembered the zombies in this valley, so they came fully armed today.
I didn't expect to see this scene. Brother Bao shook his head. It shouldn't be mutant rats.
I heard that after the king team disappeared in the cave, the group of mutant rats also disappeared.
Even if they appeared, they should attack nearby humans. Why would they come here to kill zombies? Come on, come with me and have a look.
As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Bao was the first to walk in front, and everyone immediately followed him. Soon, when they arrived in front of the mountain of corpses, Brother Bao looked solemn. They are humans. Although many zombies' bodies are broken, most of their heads have marks of knife cuts. It's a pity that there are so many corpse crystals, and among so many zombies, there should be some that can produce star crystals, but they have all been taken away, said the pockmarked young man.
In this apocalyptic world, can anyone really kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days? Brother Bao murmured solemnly, if so, how powerful are they? Brother Bao, how about we leave quickly?
If we bump into each other, we are no match, said the young man with a hairlip.
Brother Bao nodded. Rabbit, take everyone back to the camp and tell Sisterly what happened here.
Brother Bao, what about you? The hairlip young man asked.
Matzi and I will go in and take a look.
Brother Bao then said to Matzi, the two of us will go in and see what's in the valley. There are no zombies guarding us now.
Maybe we can still find supplies.
Okay, Brother Bao. Although Matzi was frightened, he did not dare to disobey the order because Sisterly had announced in public that Brother Bao is now also an evolver.
The power of the evolver scared Matzi even thinking about it.
Even though he hated Brother Bao in his heart, he still tried his best to flatter him on weekdays. Jiaoyin made complete preparations and even took out a bottle of iced black tea in his hand.
He will never allow any mistakes. Isn't it just for the flying white tiger that you have gone through so much trouble?
He and the little monkey hid all their auras, slowly approached the cave entrance, and then suddenly pounced in.
A dark and damp smell hit my face.
What I saw was a narrow cave less than 20 meters deep. There were only bare rocks.
Where was the shadow of the flying white tiger?
Xinxing Master, no, the little monkey said in his heart. The ground was covered with thick dust, and there was no trace of any living thing living here. Jiaoyin was in a trance for a moment, and his thoughts were too idealistic from the beginning. The first release of this book provides you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters.
Subconsciously, I thought that the flying white tiger was the aborigine here.
At this moment, it seemed that when I met it in the previous life, it must have happened later. It's not that Jiaoyin didn't think that this situation would happen, but that he didn't want to think too much about it. In his previous life, the flying white tiger was an imperial-level contracted beast in the hands of Lin Tianfeng.
He created too many myths for the team.
Even Jiaoyin died under the claws of the flying white tiger in the end.
Zhao Yintai wanted to get it. Part of the reason is because of Lin Tianfeng's hatred. Even if Lin Tianfeng dies, this hatred cannot be completely eliminated.
This hatred has already formed a kind of paranoia in Zhao Yin's heart. Even if he knew that the flying white tiger was here, even if there was only 1% chance of finding it, Zhao Yin would still come. Zhao Yin stood there. Was he too obsessed? He spent a lot of money for that powerful contracted beast. At this point, it seems like a joke. In his previous life, he got the flying white tiger a few years later, which Zhao Yin could not accept now.
Master, how about I go search nearby?
Seeing that his master was not in a good mood, the little monkey cautiously conveyed his inner voice. Zhao Yin was silent for a long time and said in a deep voice, "Go back." He quickly came out of his mood and turned around to leave. The little monkey quickly followed. Zhao Yin left the cave and shouted to Lao He on the top of the mountain, "Come back, grumble." Lao He on the top of the mountain responded. Zhao Yin ignored him and took out his rat king claws to climb the stone wall and returned to the valley. At this time, Lao He had already returned with Song Xiaodao to escape.
Song Xiaodao asked, "Zhao Yin, why don't you arrest him? Do you suddenly dislike that flying white tiger?"
"That white tiger is too ugly and not worthy of our team."
Zhao Yin laughed at himself. Song Xiaodao believed it. "You are so handsome, I am so cute, and the little monkey and the old cow are both handsome, okay? How can you let an ugly tiger bring down your appearance?"
In short, in her heart, any decision Zhao Yin makes is right, and the reasons are so reasonable. Zhao Yin stared at the child's serious face and smiled, his gloomy mood swept away. "I, Zhao Yin, will form an army of contracted beasts sooner or later. One more of them is not too much, and one of them without is not a big deal."
Zhao Yin said with a smile. "Yes, that ugly tiger is not so lucky."
Song Xiaodao said seriously.
"Let's go back."
Zhao Yin put away his smile, climbed onto Lao Hei's back, lifted up Song Xiaodao, and asked her to sit in front of him.
"Go back to the cave and set off for Xinqing tonight. There is an earth dragon dog there, with potential no less than that of the flying white tiger." "Is it a dog?" Song Xiaodao guessed something when he heard the name.
"He is the king of dogs, and his superpower is the clone." Zhao Yin hugged Song Xiaodao and emphasized, "They are definitely the aborigines of Xinqiang."
Song Xiaodao lay lazily in Zhao Yin's arms. "Can it be turned into many dogs?"
"When you are hungry, just kill one to eat meat, and then let it continue to clone." "Wow!
So much dog meat to eat." "Ha ha!" Zhao Yin laughed. The laughter echoed in the valley, spread far and wide, and lasted for a long time. Song Xiaodao's words were innocent and a bit bloody in the apocalypse. Although unrealistic, they suited his taste.
Song Xiaodao looked back and saw the evening sunlight shining on the side of the young man's face, and there was also a touch of sunshine in his smile. This was the first time she saw him smiling like this.
"Zhao Yin, before the end, there must be many girls who like you, right?"
"There are many, but they just like me to take them to live life in luxury, and my wallet."
"Brother Bao, there is nothing here.
Even the broken walls and ruins have been decomposed by vegetation."
"Let's go back,"
Matzi said to Brother Bao.
"Wait a moment and take a walk inside." Brother Bao kept walking.
He is an evolved person, walking between weeds and shrubs, still walking as fast as flying, but the pockmarked person behind him is panting from exhaustion.
Brother Bao, walk slower." Matzi said, "Aren't they all the same inside?"
"There really are supplies left."
"Even if there are, those people would have moved away long ago." "What do you know?"
Brother Bao scolded, "It is safer here than other places. Only if we delay here for some time will Sisterly feel that we have worked hard to find supplies."
Matzi suddenly realized that many people in the camp would be dissatisfied if they didn't make any achievements today.
Brother Bao is still thoughtful. No wonder Sisterly will let Brother Bao become an evolver. In the apocalypse, if you want to live longer, you must not only have strength, but also know how to guess people's hearts. Matzi, you still need to learn a lot of things. I will never be able to learn enough from Brother Bao in my lifetime, Matzi said. Brother Bao had a smile on his face, stopped, took out a small piece of dried meat made of unknown meat from his pocket, tore off a corner and handed it to Matzi. "Eat it, don't tell me that I treated you badly by coming out with me. After saying that, Brother Bao started eating by himself.
Thank you, Brother Bao, thank you, Brother Bao. Matzi was overjoyed and bowed vigorously to thank him.
Most of the ordinary people in the camp ate rotten food found a few days ago. After being steamed and sterilized at high temperature, they could not taste anything at all, leaving only a musty smell in their mouths.
Many people with weak constitutions died after eating a few meals.
As a confidant of Brother Bao, Mazi ate better, and all the spoiled food was not so harmful to the body.
Only an evolver like Brother Bao could eat jerky. Brother Bao, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Mazi chewed the tiny pieces of meat in his mouth and was reluctant to swallow it for a long time.
Pheasant meat, a pheasant bigger than a dog, killed by Sister Lee herself.
Are there really pheasants that big? After the apocalypse, aren't there enough strange things?
Didn't Sister Lee tell you that she had seen a group of more terrifying rats from afar, bigger than calves, and they were all real mutant beasts?
Just then, Mazi suddenly looked somewhere. Bao, Brother Bao, is it that big rat?
Brother Bao looked back and saw a rat bigger than a car, carrying two people, one big and one small, followed by an even more terrifying buffalo and monkey, walking leisurely in the dusk. Zhao Yin had already discovered the two survivors and didn't intend to pay attention to them.
Brother, wait! Suddenly, someone shouted.
Zhao Yin turned around and looked at Brother Bao and Ma Zi, and immediately noticed that they were holding extraordinary weapons issued by Xingjing. He opened the eye of true vision without making a sound. Baseball bat, grade F, attack type extraordinary equipment, firmness 16, attack 14, samurai sword, grade E, attack type extraordinary equipment, firmness 29, attack 31, additional effective swinging sword speed +9, then, his eyes fell on the two people, and found that one of them was actually an evolver. Human male, F-level evolver, current evolution degree 100/0.02, strength 16, agility 15, physical strength 12, spirit 13, life countdown 19,908 days. What do you want to ask me?
Zhao Yin asked. Brother, the mouse you are riding and those two beasts are both mutated beasts, right?
Seeing Zhao Yin respond to him, Brother Bao immediately boldly stepped forward and approached. He subconsciously thought the little monkey was an orangutan. When the little monkey and the old cow heard each other calling each other this way, they immediately breathed heavily, and Zhao Yin's voice came from his heart. Don't be impatient for a moment, let's see what they want to do. This man was the first evolver Zhao Yin saw after the end of the world.
Zhao Yin looked down at the two people condescendingly. You also know about mutant beasts? To be honest, there is a strong person in our camp.
She can distinguish extraordinary treasures after the apocalypse. Many of the surviving animals have begun to mutate.
If they can grow so big, what are they if they are not mutated beasts?
Brother Bao said with a smile.
Really? Then she is really powerful. Zhao Yin responded.
No wonder they not only have evolvers, but also extraordinary weapons. It turned out that someone had activated a detection power that was similar to the Eye of True Seeing. Zhao Yin was also a person with this kind of superpower in his previous life. Although his combat effectiveness was not very good, in the early days of the end of the world, he was definitely the most powerful helper for team development.
Brother Bao continued, but brother, mutant beasts are not easy to deal with. Most people will die if they encounter them.
You can make these mutant beasts docile. Their profession before the apocalypse must be animal trainers. Before the apocalypse, they are your pet?
That's right.
Zhao Yin said casually.
Another pockmark asked, did you see a group of people killing zombies here before?
Where did they go?
A group of people killing zombies?
Zhao Yin was slightly startled. It soon became clear that they must have seen the mountain of corpses at the entrance of the valley. There were at least 3,000 people, killing all the zombies in the entire valley.
Matzi still couldn't hide the trembling in his voice.
In his opinion, it would be impossible to kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days without thousands of people. I haven't seen it before, Zhao Yin said. It is definitely a terrifying force that can kill tens of thousands of zombies.
Brother, you are alone with your children in the apocalypse. You don't know how sinister people are. If they see you with so many mutant beasts, they will definitely kill you. Rob. Motzi said. In the minds of everyone in their entire camp, except for the group of rats, other mutant beasts were not scary. It only takes 1 or 2 evolvers to lead a team to hunt. For example, the pheasant that Sisterly took Brother Bao and others to kill half a month ago was just a little bigger in size and strength. Those mutated beasts are resources, fresh flesh and blood. Fortunately, I didn't meet that group of people. Thank you for letting me know. Zhao said.
Song Xiaodao in his arms raised the corners of his mouth and tried his best to suppress a smile. At this time, Brother Bao and Motzi have determined that the young man in front of them is a doomsday novice. The two of them looked at the 3 contracted beasts with greed in their eyes.
Ha ha. Brother Bao laughed, hiding his impatience. Brother, luckily you met us. Come back to the camp with us. There are many companions there, all good people. Sisterly will protect you.
After killing these 3 mutated beasts, you can at least get several tons of meat, which is enough for many meals.
Thinking about it, both of them were secretly swallowing their saliva. Zhao also laughed. After I go, will you and your companions ask you to help me take care of the 3 mutant beasts in my hands? Brothers are smart people. There is no free lunch in this world, right? You only need to hand over 2 of the mutant beasts. Sisterly will definitely keep 1 for you.
Maybe in the future, Sisterly will take credit for your contribution and will also let you also become an evolver. Brother Bao said seriously.
Motzi also quickly said, do you know what an evolver is?
Before the end of the world, he was a godlike existence.
People like you can't even imagine it. Oh.
Zhao nodded, lowered his eyes, hiding the slowly rising murderous intent in his eyes, and said indifferently, what if I don't go? Having said this, Brother Bao simply stopped hiding it and his face darkened.
Then don't blame me for being rude.
I advise you not to toast, but to drink as a penalty.
Motzi also said.
Although those 3 mutated beasts are scary, there are only 3 of them after all.
Motzi has extraordinary weapons in his hands.
Brother Bao is even more proud of being an evolver and has an E-class extraordinary weapon in his hands. As long as they capture Zhao, the 3 mutant beasts will not dare to resist.
My favorite food is fine wine.
Zhao slowly raised his eyelids and looked at the 2 of them calmly. I don't usually like killing people if it's not necessary. Unfortunately, in this apocalyptic world, many people like to seek death.
What did you say?
The expressions of Brother Bao and Motzi changed simultaneously. They discovered that the aura of the apocalyptic Xiaobai in front of them suddenly changed. Those eyes were obviously calm, but they felt cold all over their bodies.
They felt as if they were naked in Chile.
Monkey, Zhao wanted to call him Monkey, but suddenly he stopped talking.
How do you need your number 1 general to deal with this kind of garbage? The knife, I leave it to you.
After Zhao finished speaking, he grabbed Song Xiaodao by the collar and threw her away. Song Xiaodao was thrown by this unexpected move and sat down on the ground in a panic.
He got up and patted his buttocks, pouting, you stinky Zhao, can't you be gentle? She is your fiancée.
Brother Bao and Motzi were stunned.
Let a little girl solve them? This Tamar is mentally ill.
Brother Bao scolded. Brother Bao, this child has started to grow up, and is much better maintained than those women in the camp.
Maybe this kid hasn't started eating yet. Ma Zi did not hide his evil eyes.
Brother Bao's eyes lit up, looking at Song Xiaodao's round and straight legs under the rat skin armor, licking his lips and said, I like tender ones, you go catch this girl, I'll deal with the men.
Ma Zi immediately strode towards Song Xiaodao, little sister, you followed the wrong person, our brother Bao will definitely treat you well. Before he finished speaking, poof! A black light flashed, and the expression on Ma Zi's face froze, standing there motionless. Ma Zi, what the hell are you doing? I asked you to catch someone.
Brother Bao cursed behind him, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ma Zi's head rolling down, blood gushing from his neck, and then he fell straight down. The bright red blood was steaming, dyeing a large area of wasteland red, and an ugly head rolled to Brother Bao's feet. Only then did he see clearly that the little Lolita was standing in the place where the pockmarks had blocked his view. She held a rat king claw in her hand, and blood was dripping slowly along the claw blade. Don't worry, I kill very quickly, and I can chop off the head with one knife. It doesn't hurt at all. Song Xiaodao said to Brother Bao seriously. You, don't come over. At this moment, Brother Bao couldn't help but retreat in fear, and all the arrogance from the evolver was gone. He looked at the little Lolita in front of him in horror, and he already understood that the other party was also an evolver, and stronger than himself. Then, Song Xiaodao flashed, so fast that Brother Bao couldn't look down on him. Instantly arrived in front of him. She looked up at Brother Bao and said, when I kill you later, remember not to resist, otherwise don't blame me if it hurts. Fuck me. Brother Bao swung his samurai sword with all his strength and slashed at Song Xiaodao. The next moment, Song Xiaodao raised his little hand that was still full of baby fat, and pinched it between his thumb and index finger. Ding dong! The katana was gently held in her hand. She stuck out her tongue and made a face at Brother Bao. Hey! I told you not to resist, puff. The rat king claw of her right hand waved. Brother Bao lowered his head in horror and saw that his stomach had been cut open horizontally, and his intestines were slowly flowing out with thick blood. Ah! Brother Bao let out a heart-rending scream, his knees softened and he knelt on the ground. Don't kill me, please. What he begged for was not Song Xiaodao, but Zhaoyin, who was still sitting on the rat king Lao He. At this moment, Brother Bao finally understood who the young man in front of him was. This was a being so powerful that he couldn't even imagine it. We have a lot of dried meat and a lot of women in our camp. As long as you spare my life, brother, I'm willing to take you to the camp. Jerky? Zhaoyin immediately raised his hand to signal Song Xiaodao not to kill anyone yet, and asked in a deep voice, how many are there? It's mutated animal meat, a pheasant bigger than a dog. We spent a lot of effort to kill it, and now there's still more than half of the meat left. Sisterly ordered people to make dried meat. Brother Bao continued, besides this, there are also supplies left over from before the end of the world. Although the taste is not very good, you must feed these mutant beasts. Feeding them is still no problem. Zhaoyin immediately understood that the pheasant was just a pseudo-mutated beast, and it was the weakest pseudo-mutated beast. There was only one, and it was half-eaten. How much meat was left? How could Brother Bao know that any piece of Zhaoyin's chinchilla jerky was better than the chicken jerky they regarded as their treasure? Moreover, the contracted beast next to Zhaoyin usually eats rat king meat and mutated crops, so why does it need the rancid food before the end of the world? How many evolvers are there in the camp? How many extraordinary equipment, extraordinary food, drinks, and medicines are provided by star crystals, and what else is left? Zhaoyin asked with narrowed eyes. Brother Bao had a look of shock on his face. From Zhao Yin's tone, he seemed to know more about post-apocalyptic wonders than Sisterly. He was actually blind before, thinking that the other party was a doomsday novice. In addition to me, there are 2 sisters in the camp, Sisterly, and a man named Saturday. There are 4 evolvers in total. Among them, the 2 sisters Li have special abilities other than evolvers. As for the weapons and supplies, I don't know how many there are. They are all kept in Sister Li's hands. She mentioned a woman named Sister Li several times, who must be the leader of the camp. For a woman to be able to form a force so quickly in the last days, apart from luck, she must also have certain means. It is normal for the other party not to let her subordinates know how much supplies they have. What special abilities do they have? Zhaoyin asked. Sister Li can recognize the strange objects produced by the star crystal. Sister Hua can shoot and can use any long-range weapon very well. Brother Bao held his internal organs in pain to prevent them from continuing to flow out. His tone was urgent, and he only hoped that Zhaoyin could let him treat the injury as soon as possible. In just a few moments, he had lost so much blood that his face turned pale. If it weren't for the physique of the evolved person being different from ordinary people, Brother Bao would have been unable to withstand it. Knife, sew him up, don't let him die. Zhaoyin ordered. How can I be asked to do everything? Song Xiaodao said dissatisfied, I can't do it either. She had never even sewn her clothes, let alone her wounds. You cut it, why don't you let me stitch it up? Zhaoyin said confidently, hurry up,
do whatever you want, it will be fine if you don't die. When Brother Bao heard this, he was frightened on the spot and shouted quickly, "Little sister, wait, I will do it myself, I can do it myself." He took out an iron needle from his pocket. It was polished from steel bars, rough in workmanship, but carefully coated with a layer of animal fat. This is how most people preserve ordinary iron tools in the apocalypse. By coating them with the grease of pseudo-mutated beasts, the iron tools will not be corroded by the unknown energy in the air. The thread used for suturing is processed from pheasant intestines. Brother Bao bit the katana in his mouth and stuffed the internal organs back into his abdominal cavity while trembling. The veins on his forehead stood out like earthworms and he sewed them up directly with a needle and thread. Song Xiaodao on the side frowned and couldn't bear it in his eyes. He seemed to be more cruel than her murderer. "Jiaoyin, if we run out of sandwich bread and chestnut leaves in the future, if I get injured again, do I need to be sutured in this way?" "Are you scared?" Jiaoyin asked. "I'm afraid of pain." Song Xiaodao said seriously, "What should you do if that time comes?" Her character was originally timid, but it was Jiaoyin who cultivated her into a deformity after the end of the world. Jiaoyin said, "After all the treatment drugs are used up, I will not let you get injured. When you are injured, there must be treatment drugs. The previous shortage of supplies will never happen again." With the life space, he only needs to go back to the cave and plant chestnut trees with as many chestnut leaves as he wants. At this time, Brother Bao finished the stitches, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, pointed out of the valley and said, "From here, 30 kilometers to the west is the camp. Monkey, take him with you." Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, grabbed Brother Bao by the collar, and carried him directly on his shoulders. Song Xiaodao picked up Brother Bao's samurai sword and baseball bat skillfully, and walked over to give them to Zhao Yin, its extraordinary equipment. Zhao Yin directly put it into the space ring. A group of people and beasts went out of the valley. At this time, the sun was setting, and the shadows on the ground were very long. In the previous life, Zhao Yin thought that after falling out with Lin Tianfeng, as long as he gave in, he would be safe. Later, he found out that the other party had no feelings for the old times and wanted to kill them all. In this life, Zhao Yin will never allow such a thing to happen again. As long as he has an enemy, he must have a break. The three views and morals before the end of the world have long been annihilated in the dust. The leader in the camp will not ask right or wrong, and will definitely go to him if there is a chance. It would be better for Zhao Yin to take the initiative to find him. With the speed of the three contracted beasts, half an hour later, they arrived outside a small valley. This is our camp. Brother Bao was bumpy all the way, and lost a lot of blood, and pointed weakly at the valley. Zhao Yin looked up and saw that this was a village before the end of the world. Someone had blocked the entrance of the valley with a railing made of wood. Through the gap, one could see that a number of simple stone houses had been built between the ruins. Smoke rose from the cooking stoves, and a stench of rotten food was emanating from the grill. Several young men who were on sentry duty inside the grill soon discovered Zhao Yin and his party. Is that a mutant beast? How could there be such a large mutant beast? Where did the mutant beast come from? No, someone is writing on the mutant beast. Is that Brother Bao? He's covered in blood. It's bad, something's wrong. Several young men became confused in an instant, and someone took out a bone whistle and blew it, woo-woo. The next moment, the entire camp was shaken in an instant, and 100 or 200 young men and women, all carrying various weapons, rushed to the grill. Zhao Yin was still riding on Lao Hei, walking forward slowly. Don't do it, don't move, hurry, let Sisterly out. Brother Bao was still carried on the shoulders of the little monkey, shouting in pain. Brother Bao, have you betrayed Sisterly? Why did you bring outsiders to the camp? A tall young man shouted. More than a dozen people held homemade bows and arrows in their hands, aiming at Zhao Yin and his party who were gradually approaching. Someone shouted loudly, "Stop, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you." Zhao Yin frowned and signaled the three contracted beasts to stop. The little monkey slapped Brother Bao on the buttocks, and with a loud bang, a large amount of blood flowed out from the wound that had just been sutured on Brother Bao's stomach. He screamed in pain and continued to shout, "Let Sisterly come out and talk, don't do it, otherwise I will die, and you will all die." However, the leading young man simply couldn't listen. On weekdays, Sisterly is the absolute authority in the camp. Even if Brother Bao is an evolver, he must abide by the rules. Brother Bao betrayed, brothers, kill him, kill those 3 mutant beasts and eat their meat. The leading young man ordered loudly. Whoosh! 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 A dozen archers immediately started shooting arrows. Song Xiaodao in Zhao Yin's arms raised his hand and caught a flying arrow in his hand. "Zhao Yin, it's an arrow." Zhao Yin took it and took a closer look. It was an iron arrowhead and a wooden arrow shaft. Please remember the bookbar96. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. The tail feathers made of pheasant feathers are actually very finely crafted. In particular, the arrow shaft that Zhao Yin cares about the most is made of fine white birch wood. It is straight and round, and it is also coated with a layer of pseudo-mutated beast grease to prevent corrosion. The overall quality is actually better than the arrows Zhao Yin got at the shooting range. Just when Zhao Yin was watching the arrow, a scream came. "Ah! What Chao Nima, Zhou Lao Qi, you really dare to come?" Brother Bao was hit by an arrow on his shoulder and cursed loudly. "Traitor, if you dare to curse, shoot him to death," Zhou Lao Qi ordered. All the archers aimed in the direction of the little monkey and Brother Bao, and whoosh, whoosh, another shower of arrows fell. The little monkey didn't care about Brother Bao's life or death at all. He still grabbed his clothes and let the arrow fall on him. Before Brother Bao could continue to scold him, he was instantly shot into a hornet's nest. The physique of an F-level evolver cannot withstand such an arrow attack. The arrow that landed on the little monkey didn't even damage a hair, it bounced off and fell to the ground. "Monkey, shock me," Zhao Yin said in his heart, waving his hand to grab a few arrows that were shot, and put them into his life space. He can be sure that there is definitely a craftsman who makes bows and arrows here. Zhao Yin suddenly worried that the craftsman was accidentally killed by the monkey, and then sent a message, "Don't rush to kill yet." The little monkey bared his teeth and threw Brother Bao's body directly out. Like a cannonball, it hit the wooden railing straight. Boom! The corpse was smashed into countless pieces of rotten flesh, and a large piece of the wooden railing was smashed. The group of people at the back were injured by broken wood and fell to the ground crying for their fathers and mothers. The rest of the people were all scared and backed away. Even the group of archers stopped. At this moment, everyone looked at the monkey in horror. How could there be such a terrifying mutated beast? Even arrows can't hurt it. It's so powerful. Is this really the mutant beast we know? Compared to this monkey, the mutant beasts that Sisterly and the others killed before were nothing short of a joke. Stop! At this time, a loud shout came. Immediately afterwards, a short and fat young man came in a hurry, putting on his pants as he walked. His naked and white upper body was covered with strawberry marks. Clearly, he was doing something fun. Zhao Yin opened the eyes of true sight, and his information immediately appeared. Human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0.42, strength 16, agility 15, physical strength 13, spirit 14, life countdown, 29,070 days. Brother, you are finally here. When Zhou Laoqi saw his eldest brother coming out on Saturday, he immediately calmed down a lot and pointed at the rotten meat left by Brother Bao. Brother Bao betrayed you and brought this man and a few mutant beasts to break into the camp. Brother Bao is dead. Zhang Bao is dead? Saturday looked at the pile of rotten meat, somewhat lost in thought. He and Zhang Bao are both evolvers in the camp, and in this apocalypse, they are definitely considered strong. He never thought that an evolved person would die so easily. It's that orangutan. It's so scary. Brother Bao was thrown over and smashed like this. Zhou Laoqi continued, deliberately not mentioning that Zhang Bao was shot dead by someone else. On Saturday, he was in a trance and was able to smash an evolver into a pulp with one blow. I can't imagine what kind of strength he has. Then, he raised his head and looked towards Zhao Yin, and his whole body was shaken violently. What 3 huge mutant beasts!
The pheasant mutant beast he saw last time was outrageous enough, but in front of these three mutant beasts, they were just like little chickens. How many meals is this enough for? This was his first thought, and soon Saturday realized that this idea was too dangerous. Brother, if I offended you before, I apologize to you on behalf of Sister Lee. The camp is simple and I won't invite you in. If brother has any needs, just ask me. Saturday tried his best to look more humble, bend slightly. Your people want to kill me and eat the flesh of my mutated beasts. Jiaoyin finally spoke. Lao He immediately stepped forward and slowly approached the wooden fence. Immediately afterwards, Lao He and the little monkey followed. As the three behemoths approached, Saturday felt his heart beating crazily and his legs becoming weak. Not to mention the others, their faces were all pale, and some of them were frightened to the point of peeing. Brother, what should I do? Zhou Laoqi asked tremblingly. Saturday was like a wooden sculpture. He looked at Jiaoyin and his entourage in horror. How did he know what to do? Zhao Yin's voice continued, I came to ask for an explanation from your camp, but I was attacked by you. Do you think I, Jiaoyin, can be bullied? Lao He walked directly into the wooden fence and came to the crowd. Jiaoyin sat there high, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, looking at everyone indifferently. Still, do you think my mutant beast can really be eaten at will? The three contracted beasts were all boiling with murderous intent. They had all seen the greedy eyes of these humans. A bunch of little trash actually want to eat their meat? The most angry one is not the little monkey who has always been the most irritable, but the old cow. Before the end of the world, it was a beef cow. It saw its companions die under the butcher's knife and was made into beef products. Now it has become a mutant beast. I didn't expect that someone still wants to eat its meat. Moo! The old cow roared, and the sound waves spread, and the earth trembled slightly. Many people screamed immediately, and blood flowed from their ears. The old cow looked at Zhou Lu and others with bloodshot eyes. The murderous intent contained in it made Zhou Lu, the evolver, weak all over. A kind of terror from the soul swept through the whole body, with a plop. Zhou Lu bent his legs and knelt down. Brother, we really don't mean to offend. Brother? Jiaoyin sneered, can you evade me with a word of no intention? Zhou Lu gritted his teeth, and a flash of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly jumped up and snatched the kitchen knife from Zhou Laoqi's hand. Puff! He didn't cut Jiaoyin with his knife, but directly cut Zhou Laoqi's neck. The kitchen knife was embedded in the neck and stuck in the bones. Brother! Zhou Laoqi's eyes widened, and he grabbed Zhou Lu's hand holding the knife tightly, and said with difficulty, You killed your own brother? After the end of the world, the two brothers depended on each other for life. Once, you swore to me that you would stay with each other, live and die together, and never betray me. Zhou Laoqi shed tears. Because the two brothers were of one mind, they had made many contributions under Sister Lee. The evolution potion rewarded by Sister Lee was originally for Zhou Laoqi. But he gave it to his brother. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lu acted so ruthlessly at this time. Second brother, it's better to die alone than to die together. Zhou Lu said indifferently, now I am an evolver, and I still have a lot of good life to live. I can only apologize to you, second brother. After the words fell, Zhou Lu grabbed Zhou Laoqi's messy hair, pulled the kitchen knife hard, and snapped. The head was cut off. Blood gushed on Zhou Lu's face. For some reason, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, Zhou Laoqi has become a burden to him. Jiaoyin gave him an excuse to get rid of him. He finally got over his psychological barrier. He held Zhou Laoqi's head and knelt in front of Jiaoyin. It was this waste who attacked you. I killed him. Zhao Yin's face became colder and colder. He didn't expect Zhou Lu to be so decisive. Not enough. Jiaoyin shook his head. Not enough? Zhou Lu immediately dropped Zhou Laoqi's head and looked at the survivors beside him. How many more do you want to kill? Give me a number. A group of survivors heard this. Some turned around and fled into the valley, some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, and some cursed. Chao Nima Zhou Lu, do you still have humanity?
Sixth brother, we are classmates. We came to the camp together. Don't kill me. Sixth brother, let me go because I slept with my mother and sister. This is the living beings, this is human nature. This was also the end of the world that Zhao had seen through in his previous life, but could not escape in this life. Seeing this scene, all that was left in his heart was numbness. Zhao asked loudly while everyone in the camp was in panic. Who is Sister Li? Why haven't you come out yet? Sister Li went to a large cave 40 kilometers away and won't be back today. Saturday answered honestly immediately. Cave? Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed.
Not only does that cave have clean water, but there are also many live fish. However, there have always been 2 veterans leading 700 to 800 people to occupy it. In fact, it is not just Sister Li, but all the nearby forces are covetous. Those 2 veterans knew how to make guns and built a stone wall outside the cave. Even if the evolvers wanted to break in, they would have to pay a lot of money. Sister Li was worried about being taken advantage of, so she waited until now. Bookbar just this morning, Big Two from Beishan sent news that all the young people in the cave were wiped out by a group of mutated rats, and now the cave is occupied by an alien evolver. Oh. By the way, Brother Big Head is nearby. The strongest evolver in several survivor camps has evolved to E level, and he still has some powerful equipment in his hands. Led by Big Two, including the 2 sisters Li from our camp, and several nearby camps, a total of more than 20 evolvers went there. How can the best cave resources in the Dawei Mountains be allowed to be taken over by an outside evolver? Speaking of which, let's talk Saturday. He suddenly saw Zhao Yin's face gradually becoming gloomy. Zhao Yin's dried meat, rat skin, rat bones, as well as the fish and crispy greens are all still in the cave. With so many evolvers gone, Zhao Yin didn't know if those 6 pseudo-mutated beasts could stop them. After all, there is no one to command them, and the intelligence of the pseudo-mutated beasts is too low. Zhao Yin jumped off Lao Hei's back and grabbed Saturday. Let me ask you, where do so many evolvers come from? After the meteorite rain stopped, Sister Li was the first to discover the secret of Star Crystal. She spread the news. She wanted to let more people survive and get paid to help people identify items. Saturday tried hard to remain calm and said, she didn't expect that Brother Big Two would develop better than our camp in the end. Several other camps also turned against Sister Li after identifying common strange objects. Only that cave has always been occupied. People are worried that no one told them the secret of the Star Crystal. Jatama is a stupid woman. Zhao Ying cursed, and then asked, where are your supplies, and who is that craftsman? The supplies Xingjing sent out are all carried by Sister Li, and no one is allowed to get close. As for the craftsman you mentioned, brother, we have masons and blacksmiths in the camp. The man who makes bows and arrows. Zhao Ying said. Oh, it's Dandan, Sister Li's biological sister, who went to the cave with Sister Li. Compared with the extraordinary materials in Sister Li's hands, Zhao Ying cared more about the craftsman. If he had enough arrow shafts, he could make hundreds of squirrel claws into arrows. With the Zhuge Lian, killing zombies would be easier than cutting leeks. But in the end, the materials and craftsmen all went to their own caves. Zhao Ying got nothing from this trip except some news. Brother, I have made it clear that there are still women in this camp, old and young. If you like just take them away. Saturday tried to squeeze out a flattering smile, but it was uglier than crying. Click. Zhao Ying directly broke Saturday's neck. In fact, he had murderous intentions the moment he killed Zhou Laoqi on Saturday. This person reminded him of Lin Tianfeng. Zhao Ying kept the supplies and contracted beasts in the cave in mind, threw away Saturday's body, and ordered, go and clear this camp. If you find any supplies, bring them to me. If anyone resists, I will kill them. If someone wants to escape, don't pay attention. As soon as the words fell, Song Shaodao immediately got off Lao Hei's back and rushed out with the 3 contracted beasts. There was a loud rumbling sound, and those simple stone houses could not withstand the attack of the contract beasts, and were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. None of the survivors dared to resist, and they all fled in all directions. Soon, the warehouse in the camp was knocked down by an old cow, and all the supplies were exposed. Zhaoyin walked over and saw a pile of tattered clothes, black and rancid food, animal bones, wood for birding, and a small pile of nylon rope fishing nets. Very poor. Zhaoyin still collected the pile of nylon rope fishing nets, maybe they would be useful in the future. Immediately afterwards, Song Xiaodao walked back quickly, holding 2 butterfly knives in his hands and carrying a large bundle of arrows on his back. Zhaoyin, a butterfly knife was found in the stone house on Saturday, and another one is in the hands of another survivor. All the arrows in this camp are here. Zhaoyin put it away directly. There was nothing left to search here. He rolled over on Lao Hei's back and lifted up Song Xiaodao. Back to the cave, full speed. At this moment, hundreds of survivors gathered outside the cave. The 27 people in the lead are all evolutionaries, both male and female, standing in the center of the team. There are a total of 16 survivor gathering places on hundreds of hills in the entire Dawei Mountains. Except for Luo Chang and Docker's Cave, which were wiped out, people have come to the remaining 14 camps. Brothers and sisters, after the apocalypse, we are all struggling to survive in the hands of zombies. We should stay together for warmth, but these people in the Great Karst Cave monopolize the best shelter, the cleanest water source, and the most delicious fish in the Dawei Mountains. As we are all human beings, you have been tolerant of them. Many people in our camps have starved to death, but we have not attacked them. But, just a few days ago, Captain Wang and the young and strong men died. An outsider came and occupied our common resources. What do you think we should do? A middle-aged man with a height of only 1.5 meters, a big head and a fierce face, said passionately to everyone. The big cave is the resource of the entire Dawei Mountains. Why give it to an outsider? Go in, kill that outsider, and divide the resources equally among our camps. Big head brother, you are the leader of this matter. From now on, our camps are willing to listen to your command. Several people immediately spoke up, just like the supporting role of a certain cloud club before the end of the world. In fact, everyone knew that the camps that spoke were usually on good terms with Big Head Brother, and now they took the opportunity to fight for his command. The entire Dawei Mountains will be unified sooner or later. Today's command may be the future leadership of the Dawei Mountains. Attacking the big cave is just a prelude. Big Head Brother is warming up for the future election of the leader of the Dawei Mountains. Someone immediately raised an objection. It was Sister Lee who told us the secret of the star crystal. It was also her who told us how to use the evolution potion and corpse crystal. She is the benefactor of all the camps. Shouldn't the command be given to her? The speaker was the leader of the camp who ranked third in the strength of the entire Dawei Mountains except for Big Head Brother and Sister Lee. He was a tall and thin young man. Behind him stood 4 evolvers, all of whom were people in his camp. Among the 14 camp leaders here, only Sister Lee and the tall and thin young man could really compete with Big Head Brother for the command. But at this time, he took the initiative to recommend Sister Lee to compete. Sister Lee looked 25 or 26. Even in the end of the world, her skin was white. She wore a clean dress and her chest was bulging. She had her hair tied up high, a slim waist and a perky butt, and straight legs. She didn't carry any weapons, but she wore an inconspicuous gray ring on her left white finger. Behind Sister Lee stood a stern-looking girl, about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a men's military jacket on her upper body, covering her thighs, revealing a pair of legs that were even longer than Sister Lee's. Compared to Sister Lee, Dandan was less charming and more pure. If she were in the pre-apocalyptic world, she would definitely be a school beauty. At this time, many evolvers, intentionally or unintentionally, set their sights on the 2 sisters. Swarm Sister Lee smiled softly, and her voice rang out slowly, "Everyone, my sister and I are just 2 little women, how can we command? I think that Big Head Brother and Gao Feng are both suitable." Just when everyone thought that Gao Feng supported Sister Lee and she was returning the favor, Gao Feng's face changed. He took the initiative to provoke Sister Lee and Big Head Brother to fight. In fact, he wanted to benefit from it. I didn't expect that this woman would see through it at a glance. Sister Lee straightened her proud chest, her 2 snow-capped peaks swayed slightly, her bright eyes moved slightly, and she smiled charmingly with her mouth covered. The best destination for a woman has never been to become a leader, but to find a man who is truly trustworthy to marry. My sister and I have already discussed that whoever becomes the leader of Dawei Mountain in the future, we will marry him. Please remember the Bookbar website to watch the fastest chapter updates. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was boiling instantly. Did I hear correctly? Sisterly wants to share a husband with her younger sister? Both sisters are top beauties with extraordinary strength. How many people want to marry one of them but cannot? Who can have such good luck? Only a hero like Big Head Brother can be worthy of Sisterly and her sister. Brother Gaofeng looks better. I think he is more suitable, but it's a pity that his strength is not as good as Big Head Brother. Gaofeng stared at Sister Li's smiling eyes. His face was already ashen. Everyone knows that countless men in the entire Dawei Mountains are drooling over these two sisters, and Big Head Brother has already regarded them as their own possessions. At this time, even if Gaofeng said that he didn't want to fight, would others believe it? Would Big Head Brother believe it? Sure enough, Big Head Brother immediately seemed to be injected with chicken blood, walked directly to Gaofeng, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. The force was so strong that Gaofeng's body shook. Big Head Brother narrowed his eyes, hiding murderous intent. Brother Gaofeng, do you want to compete with me for the command today? Big Head Brother, you think too much. Even if I have the intention, I don't have the courage. Gaofeng smiled, with a bit of flattery. He still needs a few F-level corpse crystals to be promoted to E-level, and he is definitely not a match for Big Head Brother at this time. Ha, you are sensible. Big Head Brother saw that he admitted his defeat, and it was not good to turn his face at this moment. He turned around and looked at everyone. In this case, then I will not refuse. Thank you for your promotion. I will temporarily take over the position of commander. Someone immediately came forward to congratulate. Sisterly still had a smile on her face. Suddenly, she approached Gaofeng and whispered in his ear, "Coward." Gaofeng clenched his fists, knowing that after today, Big Head Brother, the reckless man, would never let him go. In fact, this woman's plan has succeeded. After waiting for him and Big Head Brother to fight, the two sisters will definitely take action. After all, Sisterly was the first to discover the secret of the star crystal, and she was also able to identify the star crystal artifacts. Her family background was definitely the richest among the people present. In fact, Gaofeng had always suspected that her true strength was above that of Big Head Brother. Gaofeng only hoped that the following guess would come true, then. At this time, Sisterly withdrew her attention from Gaofeng. Her expression was indifferent, and she looked at Big Head Brother, who was full of excitement, with a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Big Head Brother was completely unaware, and after the congratulations disappeared, he shouted, "Everyone, there is no time to lose. With your help, it is only a matter of waving your hands to take down the big cave. Now, as the commander, I order all the evolvers to retreat, and all the ordinary survivors to go up and tear down the wall for me." After the words fell, Big Head Brother showed murderous intent in his eyes and waved his big hand. "Kill. Destroy the cave. Plunder." All the evolvers immediately retreated 30 meters, including Sisterly and her sisters and Gaofeng. A group of survivors rushed to the stone wall with a howl. There were 200 or 300 young and strong men in the 14 camps, all fully equipped. In their opinion, there was only one evolver in the cave, and the others were all vulnerable. However, the next moment, the wooden door opened automatically, and a giant rat the size of a calf walked out. Then, the second, the third. After 5 similar giant rats walked out, a larger giant rat the size of a yellow cow poked its head out from behind the door. G-Rat 6 screamed, and the sound waves rolled. At close range, the eardrums of several survivors were broken, and they fell down, covering their ears and rolling and howling. At this moment, everyone, including Big Head Brother, changed their faces wildly. "Big Head Brother, didn't you say there was only one evolver? How could there be so many mutant beasts?" How would I know?" Big Head Brother was also confused. Obviously, the information he got was wrong. Last night, he asked someone to come to inquire about the news and caught a lone ant picking up firewood. He was told that after Captain Wang and his men disappeared, a man named Zhao occupied this place. Big Head Brother was so happy that he killed the ant on the spot. At this time, Shulu had already walked out slowly from the door. Seeing the weapons in the hands of the group of people, bloodthirst flashed in his scarlet eyes. Jeef, with a loud rat cry, all the giant rats instantly rushed towards the crowd, and then the killing began. Ordinary people's weapons chopped on the giant rats. At most they could only cut off a few hairs, and could not even hurt the flesh. Every time the giant rats swung their claws, someone was torn to pieces. In a moment, nearly half of the 200 or 300 ordinary survivors were slaughtered. The remaining people were unable to form combat power and all fled in all directions. Run, this is the terrible group of rats. Big Head Brother, help me. Ah, my intestines are flowing out, who will save me? The scene was like hell on earth. The giant rats were so fast that they shuttled through the crowd and killed 2 or 3 people in almost 1 second. It was a luxury for these ordinary survivors to even escape. At this time, Big Head Brother remembered to give orders. Quick, everyone go up to save people, everyone go up and kill those damn rats. However, more than 20 evolvers were all trembling. They had never seen such a terrible mutant beast. Seeing this, Big Head Brother shouted, "Who is afraid of death? I will settle accounts with them one by one. If all these ordinary people die, the major camps will exist in name only. Can you still be high and mighty?" After saying that, Big Head took off a machete from his waist and rushed forward first. Immediately, more than a dozen evolvers followed behind him. The giant rats were terrible, but Big Head Brother was E-level and had a D-level extraordinary weapon in his hand. Since Big Head Brother led the way, what were they afraid of? Only Sister Lee and her sister stayed where they were. "Sister, are we going too?" Dandan asked, holding the bow and arrow tightly in her hand. "Why are you going?" "Follow me. Those rats are all E-level." Sister Lee's face was already pale. The reason why she didn't remind Big Head Brother was that on the one hand, she hoped that the domineering and disgusting man would die under the claws of the giant rat, and on the other hand, she needed someone to hold the giant rat to buy time for the 2 sisters to escape. "What? E-level?" Dandan's face turned pale instantly. Sister Lee didn't tell her sister that the largest giant rat had reached D-level, otherwise she was worried that her sister would be weak. The 2 sisters turned around and ran for their lives, and Dandan couldn't help but look back. At this time, the extremely brave Big Head Brother had been pierced through the chest by Rat 6, and the sharp claws threw him high up and then cut him in half. The blood rain was splattered, and this reckless man who tried to create a myth after the end of the world with his domineering and bravery came to an end. The remaining 5 giant rats gave up chasing ordinary survivors and all turned to attack the group of evolvers. Under their claws, the combat power of the evolvers could not resist for a moment, and soon began to flee. At the command of Rat 6, all the giant rats chased after the escaping evolvers. "Sister, where is Gao Feng? Why didn't I see him?" Dandan found something and couldn't help asking. "Wingdings, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. He ran away a long time ago. Do you think he will really listen to Big Head Brother's orders?" Sister Lee said. At this time, the 2 sisters suddenly felt a chill on their backs. Looking back, a giant rat was rushing towards them. Not good. Sister Lee's face turned ugly. She grabbed her sister's hand and stepped forward desperately. After the giant rats chased the evolvers away from the cave, 5 figures walked out of a nearby grove. It was Gao Feng and the 4 evolvers in the camp. "Beasts are beasts, they have no brains." Gao Feng laughed. "The most brainless one is the idiot Big Head Brother. He dared to seize the cave without understanding the situation, which created an opportunity for us. Brother Feng is still far-sighted. He sent people to keep an eye on the cave. When Wu Shuegue and others returned today, they were escorted by Rat 6 and Rat 5, and were seen by the people Gao Feng had arranged to spy outside the cave. At that time, Gao Feng got the news that there were mutant beasts here, and guessed that it might be a group of rats. He didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, and everything was completed as expected. Big Head Brother is dead, and the leaders of other camps will not survive. Lily and Dandan, those two bitches, will sooner or later rely on you, Brother Feng. By then, the entire Dawei Mountains will be Brother Feng's world. Gao Feng was not overwhelmed by the surprise, and stared at the cave. Hurry in, take all the supplies before the giant rats come back. After speaking, he pulled out the butterfly knife at his waist and led his subordinates to quickly run to the stone wall. Wu Shuegue led more than 500 survivors to wait behind the stone wall. After seeing that group of people were defeated by the rats, everyone smiled. But before they could cheer, they saw Gao Feng and his group. The smile on Wu Shuegue's face froze, and then he shouted loudly, close the door quickly. However, it was too late. Gao Feng flashed and went inside the door. He swung his butterfly knife and cut the throat of an old lady who was about to close the door. Her wrinkled face was distorted, her eyes widened, and she looked back at Wu Shuegue, as if she wanted to reach out for help. Before she raised her hand, she lost her strength and fell down softly. Panic screams came from the crowd in an instant. Anger flashed across Wu Shuegue's face, but it was quickly replaced by a flattering smile. He bent his knees and knelt down and kowtowed, brother, please don't kill people. There are old and young people here. No one can pose a threat to you. Please, please. Bang! Gao Feng slapped Wu Shuegue in the face. Did IF** King ask you to speak? The huge force of the evolver knocked Wu Shuegue to the ground, and his cheek swelled up instantly. He didn't care about the pain and continued to get up and kowtow, brother, as long as you stop killing people, everything is fine. Faced with Wu Shuegue's humility, Gao Feng suddenly couldn't kill him. I just want supplies, not kill people. Gao Feng scolded, where are the supplies in the cave? Everyone was relieved when they heard it, and immediately an ant said flatteringly, boss, I know where it is. There are several thousand kilograms of dried meat, tens of thousands of kilograms of dried fish, and crispy ear vegetables. Gao Feng was stunned, and the four evolvers behind him also opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect that there were so many supplies in the cave. They couldn't take them away. Move them all to my camp. Whoever moves more, I will leave a place for her in the camp. Those who don't move will be killed. Gao Feng pointed at the hundreds of survivors and ordered loudly. A group of about 100 ants immediately turned around and walked into the cave. Zhao Yin's supplies were in the back hall of the cave, and the giant rats usually guarded them. Stop right there. Wu Shuegue was immediately anxious. If we lose those supplies, the boss will not let us go, so stop right there. Bang! Gao Feng kicked him to the ground. You are afraid of the boss, but not me? Wu Shuegue rolled over and stood up with difficulty. Suddenly, he took out a pistol from his back and pointed it at Gao Feng. The boss's strength is beyond your imagination. Even if you bring the supplies back to the camp, it will only be a disaster for you. I advise you to leave immediately. This matter can still be discussed. His previous humility was just to save more people. Wu Shuegue was tough at this time because he understood that if he lost those supplies, no one here would have a chance to survive. The pistol could only kill one evolver at most, and he would not have another chance. Wu Shuegue only hoped that these people would be cautious. Do you know the valley in Shishan? There are tens of thousands of zombies. The boss can kill them all. How many people are there in your camp? Can the strongest one catch up with those powerful zombies? Wu Shuegue trembled and scolded. Everyone was in a trance. Wu Shuegue at this moment was completely different from before. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat, and then he laughed. I've seen boasters, but I've never seen someone as boastful as you. He suddenly put his head close to Wu Shuegue's gun. Shoot, do you have the guts? Kill me, and then my subordinates will kill everyone here. Wu Shuegue's hands trembled, and for a moment, he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. The next moment, his hand was empty, and the pistol was taken away. Bang! Gao Feng shot Wu Shuegue in the chest directly, and the bullet passed through, and a large amount of blood came out. Don't hurt Uncle Wu. At this moment, an 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed out and protected Wu Shuegue with her body. Please don't hurt Uncle Wu. Wang Xiaolei's hands firmly pressed Wu Shuegue's wound to stop the flow of blood, and her face was full of tears. Now, Uncle Wu was her last relative and support.
Fuck me. Gao Feng was angered by the girl's actions and hit her head with the butt of his gun. The next moment, a white shadow flashed, and Gao Feng felt severe pain in his hand. A large piece of flesh was torn off his hand and the pistol fell to the ground. A skinny little cat, covered in hair, was standing on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, baring its teeth and grinning, staring at Gao Feng fiercely. Gao Feng covered the back of his bloody hand and stared at the cat in disbelief. He is an evolver and is only one step away from evolving to level E. How could he be hurt by a kitten? But this kitten doesn't look like a mutant beast. Catch that cat! Gao Feng ordered loudly, don't kill it. The 4 evolvers immediately surrounded the little white cat, and 8 palms approached the little white cat. However, the next moment, the white cat's figure flashed, and instantly jumped on the face of an evolver. It flashed past, bringing with it a series of blood beads. Sway! Ah, my eyes, Brother Feng, save me. Only then did everyone see clearly that one of the evolver's eyes was broken, and the black and red liquid inside flowed out, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Inside the down on the little white cat's back, a pair of palm-sized fleshy wings slowly retracted and landed on Wang Xiaolei's shoulders at some point, as if they had never moved. It continued to grin, trying its best to look ferocious, but it still had a milky air. Wang Xiaolei had long been frightened and sat on the ground at a loss. She knew that Xiaobai was different from other animals, but she never thought that it could be so powerful. The remaining 3 people all backed away in horror, no longer daring to catch the white cat with their bare hands. The evolved person who lost his eyes stumbled and howled indiscriminately. He hugged an ant and broke her neck. Brother Feng, Lao Ji's eyes are blind and it's hard to catch him. If the delay continues, the giant rats will come back. What should we do with the supplies? Someone asked Feng Feng. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. Although he coveted the white cat's abilities, the situation at this time obviously made it impossible for him to get the cat. Kill it for me. Xiaobai, go quickly and don't worry about me. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Xiaolei picked up the little white cat on her shoulder and threw it outside the cave. Meow. The little white cat hovered in the air, then landed back on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder in an instant. Without even looking at its owner, it continued to show its teeth at Gao Feng and the others. Meow meow. Its screams became louder, and it was obviously a little panicked, but it didn't want to leave. Gao Feng and the 3 evolvers all took out their weapons and were no longer as careless as before. Bookbar 96. Everyone's expressions were tense, and they spread out to form a siege, approaching Wang Xiaolei and the little white cat. When the first evolver got within 5 meters, the little white cat flashed again and pounced on his face just like last time. The man was well prepared and slammed the iron bar in his hand forward, bang. The little white cat was immediately smashed away, its little body rolled on the ground, and blood was flowing from its mouth and nose. After all, it is too small and has not even evolved to F level. It has been eating sparse food with Wang Xiaolei for a long time, and its nutrition cannot keep up. It was completely unexpected to be able to hurt the evolver before. At this time, Gao Feng and others were going all out, and the situation was completely different. After all, they were all evolutionaries who had experienced actual combat. The man continued to pursue with an iron rod. Wang Xiaolei suddenly pounced on the little white cat. Don't kill Xiaobai, you are not allowed to kill Xiaobai. The little girl stared with watery eyes. She had nothing but courage. Wu Shuegue on the side was still breathing. Seeing this scene, he said with difficulty, Xiaolei, don't. It was difficult for him to say one more word. Don't kill Xiaobai. Wang Xiaolei glared at the evolver stubbornly. Just like her little white cat, they would not hesitate to lose their lives in order to protect each other. Get away. The evolver swung the iron rod and suddenly hit Wang Xiaolei on the head. Wang Xiaolei closed her eyes in fear. Apart from that, she could do nothing. Boom! An iron rod hit something, but Wang Xiaolei didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaobai rolling in the air and hitting the stone wall on the side. Then, there was a click. That little body didn't even make much sound. When he fell to the ground, blood surged from his mouth and nose, and his blue eyes were still staring at Wang Xiaolei with nostalgia. Xiao bai, woo.
Wang Xiaolei quickly crawled over and held the little white cat in her arms. It felt like its whole body was limp, like it had no bones, and its spinal cord showed an abnormal twist. Seeing this, Gao Feng stopped the evolver.
Unless there was extraordinary medicine, the white cat would be dead. Hurry, go move supplies, the giant rat is coming back soon, hurry.
The three evolvers immediately drove the survivors in to move supplies, and soon, hundreds of people poured into the back hall. The blind evolver had calmed down and begged in the direction of the peak.
Brother Feng, I remember you still have a piece of healing bread, can you heal me?
Gao Feng raised his head and looked at the three subordinates walking away. Cruelty flashed in his eyes, and walked towards the blind evolver. Brother, I am willing to cure the bread, but I can't cure your eyes. Brother Feng, please let me live first.
Maybe in the future I will be able to find some treasure that can help amputated limbs to regenerate.
I, Jia, swear that I will only serve you, Brother Feng, in this life. Jia said tremblingly.
Even if you die, you will serve me.
In this fucking apocalypse, how much food does it take to raise another waste?
Gao Feng shook his head, poof.
The butterfly knife pierced Jia's heart. Bless me, brother, I don't want to, it's the end of the world that is forcing me. Jia wanted to open his mouth to curse, but Gao Feng raised his hand and cut off his jaw and the teeth in his mouth. Then the sword flashed again and cut off his head. When blood spurted out, Gao Feng pulled back. Soon, the three evolvers drove a group of survivors, and everyone walked out with supplies on their backs. All the supplies that Zhao had piled up there were empty, spread evenly among more than 500 people. When the three evolvers saw the dead Jia, their expressions changed. Then, they all remained silent in tacit agreement.
Brother Feng, you have brought everything you can.
There is also a plant with edible leaves, but it is not easy to transplant. Gao Feng saw more than 10,000 kilograms of dried fish and meat, and a smile appeared on his face. It's just wild vegetables, not nutritious, just bring these.
Let's go.
Driven by several evolvers, all the survivors quickly left the cave. In the entire cave hall, the only sound left was Wang Xiaolei's cry. The little white cat was still held in her hand. Wu Shuegue on the side, with blood pouring from his entire upper body. The world has quieted down, leaving only sadness. When Zhao was still 5 kilometers away from the big cave, he suddenly asked Lao He to stop.
Zhao, what happened?
Song Xiaodao asked.
I came back late, someone took away my supplies.
Zhao Yin's face was gloomy. He heard the footsteps of hundreds of people in the other direction, and there were vague conversations about dried meat and fish. No need to think too much, in this end of the world where supplies are scarce, those must be his supplies.
Turn around and head 3 kilometers north.
Zhao Yin ordered. At this time, many survivors saw that Gao Feng had successfully robbed Zhao Yin's supplies, and their minds became active. Brother Gao Feng, thank you for showing up, we have a way out. A young and strong woman wearing a tattered t-shirt with half of her white bun exposed said flatteringly.
Way out? Gao Feng was stunned.
Brother Gao Feng, you don't know that none of the previous leaders of the Great Cave are good people. Whether it is Captain Wang or Xie Jinshan, they didn't treat us as human beings.
Yes.
An ant immediately echoed, every time we get something good, they take it first, and we haven't even had enough food. The most hateful person is Wu Shuegue, he is a traitor. The one named Zhao immediately handed over all the supplies when he came. Zhao is a beast, he wants to take away all the food and cut off the way out for all of us. They all deserve to die. There are more and more voices, some people really hate those leaders, and some people take the opportunity to show their loyalty to Gao Feng. Most of them have not thought about what they have done for the cave, they only know that the distribution method of several leaders is unfair. Brother Gao Feng, we will join your camp in the future.
Yes, if we join Brother Gao Feng's camp, we can live better.
Gao Feng always had a faint smile on his face, looking at a group of wrinkled ants fantasizing there, as if he had really agreed. These old guys still haven't figured out what the end of the world is. An evolver lowered his voice and sneered, what's the use of them in the camp? If they didn't need to move things temporarily, Brother Gao Feng would have killed them all. Another evolver whispered. These words, word for word, were all heard by Zhaoyin 2 kilometers away. There was no expression on his face, but he suddenly remembered the scene of Xie Jinshan begging himself to let these survivors go before he died. He remembered Wu Xuegue, the serval figure. The old cripple was once a disabled soldier. In the end of the world, he did not hesitate to give up his dignity for the hundreds of lives in the cave. He is not here, is he dead for these survivors? Zhaoyin, they are carrying our supplies. Song Xiaodao pointed at the crowd in front. At this time, with Lao He moving at full speed, Zhaoyin was less than 500 meters away from Gao Feng and others. With Song Xiaodao's eyesight, he could already see the familiar ants and the rat skin packages they carried. Humph, those dried meats were smoked by Nyonyo and I after we cut trees hard. They are so bold to steal our things. Song Xiaodao's eyebrows were raised, and his little face was full of anger. Zhaoyin instantly caught the figures of Gao Feng and other 4 evolvers in the center of the team. Human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/94.76, strength 17, agility 16, physical strength 15, spirit 17, life countdown 19,953 days, bookbar estud, human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/1.01, strength 15, agility 16, physical strength 14, spirit 16, talent B-level shooting, life countdown 18,953 days, human male, all 4 are F-level evolvers. Zhaoyin didn't know whether this camp had good luck or bad luck, as it actually opened 4 bottles of F-level evolution potions in a short time. But the weapons in their hands were still F-level, and they didn't even open a piece of extraordinary clothing. You know, Zhaoyin had opened so many star crystals and got a lot of things, but he only opened 2 bottles of F-level evolution potions. But luck is hard to explain. The 4 F-level evolvers were just chickens and dogs in Zhaoyin's eyes, but they dared to steal his things. Zhaoyin, I'm going to kill them. Song Xiaodao said. Zhaoyin thought of something, shook his head, and then jumped directly from Lao Hei's back, turned around and said to Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts, you wait here, I'll go and see. Zhaoyin, don't kill people? Song Xiaodao widened his eyes, feeling that Zhaoyin seemed to have changed. When did he become so kind? I, Zhaoyin, may not have principles, but I have my own rules. Zhaoyin continued, all the traitors must die, but these survivors have worked for me for a few days. Even if they have no merit, they have worked hard. If someone is just coerced, I will spare their lives. After saying this, Zhaoyin put away all the weapons on his body, took off his ratskin armor, and changed into a ragged ordinary set of clothes. Only the dog head hat was left to save his life at any time. At this time, he looked like a defeated deserter, slowly heading towards Gao Feng's team. It's the boss. How did he become like this? What boss? The kid surnamed Zhao must have been killed by zombies and all the mutants. He deserves it. Even if he wasn't so embarrassed, brother Gao Feng would have killed him. The aunties walking in front of the team immediately recognized Zhaoyin. Everyone was shocked at first, and then, seeing his embarrassed appearance, they all started to ridicule him. In the past in the cave, they had only seen Zhaoyin let the mutants kill people, but had never seen him do it himself. So in their opinion, even if Zhaoyin is an evolver, Gao Feng and the other 4 evolvers can completely crush him. The wind blew, lifting the rags on Zhaoyin's pants, revealing his white thighs. He lowered his head and seemed to have not noticed the team at all. Brother Gao Feng, that person is Zhaoyin. The voice finally reached the center of the team, and a young and strong woman pointed at the embarrassed young man in front. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes, stared at it, and then laughed. I thought that the strong man who could control so many mutant beasts had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turned out to be this thing. The other 3 evolvers had shown fear when they heard Zhao Yin's name before, and now they all saw Zhao Yin's embarrassment. All of them laughed immediately, and the survivors on the side laughed along with them. I don't know what adventure this kid had that allowed him to drive those mutant beasts. Now he's the only one left. It's so unlucky that we bumped into him. Haha, he used to have so many mutant beasts, but he didn't even get a piece of extraordinary equipment. He must be a fool. He may not even be an evolver. He didn't notice us at such a close distance. At this time, Zhaoyin finally looked up, then paused and looked at the crowd approaching calmly. What are you doing?
Why did you bring my supplies here? Zhao Yin asked. What do you mean your supplies? These supplies are now Brother Gao Feng's. Zhao Yin, you dare to come back? An old lady was full of resentment, changing her humbleness in the past. Zhao Yin, you are about to die, do you know that? You have been dominating the cave for so long, but I didn't expect that you would have this day, huh? The bad roots of human nature always like to see people who are high and mighty fall from the altar. In the end times, whoever has the power can grab more resources. In Zhao Yin's opinion, this is natural, and anyone would do the same. He did not kill these people. Although he took away the crispy ear vegetables and fish, he gave them rat bones as compensation. Zhao Yin is not a good person, but he does not think he is so evil. What about Wu Shuegue? Did he betray me too? Zhao Yin asked. Wu Shuegue, he died a long time ago. He was killed by Brother Gao Feng. That bastard was in cahoots with you and should have died a long time ago. An old lady gloated. Zhao Yin's eyes were cold. In the entire cave, the only person he recognized was Wu Shuegue. Although he was a stupid and dumb old cripple, there were too few people like him, even fewer than the giant pandas before the end of the world. If there is still hope in this world, Zhao Yin can be missing, but people like Wu Shuegue cannot be missing. At this time, Gao Feng led 3 evolvers and walked over in a grand manner. The survivors took the initiative to make way for him. Hey, kid, your name is Zhao Yin, right? All these supplies belong to me now. Gao Feng stood not far from Zhao Yin. Since I have met you, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. How about I take you into the camp? In his opinion, although Zhao Yin is a waste, his ability to tame those mutant beasts is very worth exploring. Zhao Yin turned his eyes and looked at Gao Feng calmly. I will also give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, cut off an arm, and I will give you 1 minute to escape. What did you say? Gao Feng was stunned, and then laughed. Huh, kid, I think you are scared crazy by the zombies. Zhao Yin's eyes suddenly became sharp, sweeping across all the survivors. You all still have a chance. Now who is willing to go back to the cave with me? Come behind me, I will give you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9, 8. Zhao Yin counted the seconds loudly directly. None of the survivors moved, and they all stood there and looked at Zhao Yin sarcastically. Boy, you are bluffing here. An evolver said impatiently, stepped forward, and slapped Zhao Yin in the face. Bang! The next moment, everyone saw Zhao Yin's figure shaking, and the evolver's head suddenly shattered. The brain matter flew everywhere along with the white skull, and along with the bright red blood, it splashed Gao Feng and others. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't expect that an evolver would die like this. Gao Feng and the remaining 2 evolvers all broke out in cold sweats in an instant. They didn't even see how Zhao Yin made his move, it was too fast. At this moment, they finally understood that Zhao Yin was at least an E-level evolver, and might even be D-level. Don't. Brother, I'm blind. Tiger Gao Feng shouted loudly while pulling back violently, and then turned around and fled with the remaining 2 evolvers. 96. Zhao Yin did not chase, and continued to count, 3, 2, 1. At this time, a group of survivors reacted, and an auntie immediately shouted, Boss, don't be angry, I'm old and slow to react, I'll stand behind you. They forced me to do this, the big cave is my home, I won't go anywhere. Boss, I'm willing to go back to the cave with you. Almost instantly, hundreds of people all rushed behind Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin bit his head and whispered, it's too late. In fact, for Zhao Yin, killing people is easier than taking them back. Monkey, Lao Hei, Lao Niu, all come out and kill people. The calm words fell, and the ground shook a few times. Then, a huge monkey as tall as a 2-story building rushed over frantically, holding a huge machete in its hand, and taking a step of more than 10 meters. Behind it followed Lao Hei carrying Song Xiaodao, and then Lao Niu. The 3 huge mutant beasts brought up a strong wind, forming a series of wind rolls behind them. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the crowd, and the monkey's knife chopped the bodies of more than a dozen people. In this kind of massacre, Lao Niu was the most fierce. Dozens of people were knocked away along the way.
Although Lao He was a little slower, the wind blades in the hands of Song Xiaodao on his back swept through, and everyone within a radius of 30 meters was slaughtered. Screams, cries, and begging for mercy gathered into a sound wave like purgatory. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the backs of Gao Feng and the other two who were escaping. He was too lazy to chase them. He took out the sniper rifle that had not been used for a long time and found that there were still 3 bullets left. Zhao Yin aimed and shot. Bang! 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 3 gunshots, Gao Feng and the other 2 were shot in the head. Zhao Yin put away the sniper rifle and looked back. Hundreds of people had been slaughtered by the 3 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao. The ground was covered with steaming blood and broken limbs. Song Xiaodao, Xiao Hozi, and Lao He were all picking up the moleskin packages. Some blood was stained on the moleskin, but fortunately the supplies inside were not dirty. Zhao Yin followed them and collected all the piled packages. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Xiao Hozi picked up the weapons from the 4 revolvers, and also found that Gao Feng actually had a piece of sandwich bread on him. It was an unexpected harvest. After Zhao Yin put it away, he rode Lao He to the cave. When they were still 2 kilometers away from the cave, a straight line of smoke and dust suddenly appeared in front of them. It was 6 giant rats rushing towards this side rapidly. They just returned to the cave and found that the supplies had been robbed, so they followed the traces along the way. Seeing Zhao Yin, Rat 6, who was in the front, immediately stopped and crouched on the ground. The other 5 giant rats also showed timidity, like children who had done something wrong, curled up behind Rat 6, all holding their heads with their paws, and did not dare to look at Zhao Yin. Master! Rat 6 is useless, supplies are lost, and among the evolvers who attacked the cave, 2 women were lost by Rat 3. Women? Zhao Yin immediately thought of Sister Li and the 2 sisters, and scolded with a gloomy face, "No dinner tonight." The 2 women didn't know where they fled, and Zhao Yin didn't have time to waste time on them. As long as they are not fools, they should have gone far away and would not appear nearby again. At this time, Lao He carried Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao on his back. He didn't stop and walked directly in front of the 6 giant rats. However, Lao He's eyes when looking at the 6 giant rats were full of indifference. After Zhao Yin walked away, the 6 giant rats followed him listlessly. When Zhao Yin returned to the outside of the cave, he saw corpses all over the ground. Shu Lu went forward and dug the soil under the wall with his butt sticking out, and soon dug out a pile of extraordinary equipment. 17 weapons, including 11 F-level weapons, 2 E-level weapons, 1 D-level weapon, and 2 F-level clothes. Master, these are all the equipment on the group of evolvers, and they are all brought back. Shu Lu communicated carefully in his heart. Zhao Yin threw all the equipment on Gao Feng and others, as well as the few pieces he had obtained in Sister Li's camp, into the gray fog of the lifespace. The diameter of the lifespace increased by another 140 meters to 801 meters. Then, he got off Lao He's back and strode into the cave. He heard a girl crying from a distance. Zhao Yin was surprised. Are there any survivors left? Soon, he saw Wang Xiaolei. She had already taken off her shirt, wrapped something in it, and was crying out of breath in her arms. Wu Shuigui, who was standing by, was barely breathing, his eyes wide open, and he was relying on his willpower to support himself. He was hanging on to his last breath, but he just wouldn't die. The old cripple didn't die? Zhao Yin was a little surprised. Boss, please save Xiao Bai, save Uncle Wu. The moment Wang Xiaolei saw Zhao Yin, she immediately stood up with the little white cat in her arms, came to him, pouted, and cried even harder. Zhao Yin was stunned. Did he think of him, Zhao Yin, as a savior? Zhao Yin pushed her away with disdain, took out a few chestnut leaves and crushed them, and stuffed them into Wu Shuigui's mouth. After all, they had known each other for a while, and the other party had worked hard for him. In the end times, people like Wu Shuigui would be one less if one died. Zhao Yin didn't care whether irrelevant people lived or died, and he couldn't do what Wu Shuigui did. In his opinion, it was stupid selfless dedication. But deep down, he inexplicably didn't want the old cripple to die. He didn't care whether the old cripple could swallow it or not, and turned around to go into the back hall.
Boss, please save Xiaobai, it hasn't taken the medicine yet, woo woo, please, boss.
Wang Xiaolei's dirty little hand grabbed the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes. Zhao Yin struggled and found that she was holding it very tightly, and her little hand was clenched white.
Aren't you afraid of death? Zhao Yin asked. Boss, Uncle Wu said you are not a bad person. Xiaobai is going to die. I don't know who else I can ask to save it.
Wang Xiaolei's eyes were red from crying, but she calmed down and said seriously. At this time, Zhao Yin paid attention to the thing in her arms, which was a little bigger than a palm. At first he thought Xiaobai was a child, but at this time he finally saw a tuft of snow-white fluff exposed outside. Zhao Yin's eyes shrank, and out of the sharpness of the Lord of the Contract, he directly opened the eye of true vision. Growth stage White Cat, Mutant Beast, Strength 9, Agility 23, Physical Strength 6, Spirit 12, Blood Talent, Extreme Speed. Zhao Yin was in a trance for a while. Isn't this a flying white tiger? The flying white tiger in the previous life was evolved from a white cat, and its initial ability was Extreme Speed. Although the titles under the eyes of true vision are different, Zhao Yin doesn't believe that there are two identical mutant beasts in the Dawei Mountains. He quickly took the package from Wang Xiaolei's arms and opened it carefully. At this moment, Zhao Yin's movements were as gentle as a groom unbuttoning the bride's clothes on the wedding night. A little white cat covered in blood appeared in front of him, and the two fleshy wings on its back were softly attached to the fluff. But at this time, the little white cat had no breath and its heartbeat stopped. Its pupils were slowly dilating. The last breath of life was also slowly dissipating. The next moment, Zhao Yin quickly took out a piece of sandwich bread, stuffed it into his mouth to chew, and then broke open the little white cat's mouth. Poof! He generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and opened it to pour into the little white cat's mouth. After feeding it a piece of sandwich bread, the little white cat's belly was bulged and rounded. It slowly began to have a heartbeat, and then began to breathe weakly. Decision watching it slowly recover in his arms, Zhao Yin wanted to laugh out loud. The flying white tiger's extreme speed ability is stronger than the white rat king's speed. Not only on land, the speed reaches the limit that the body can support, and the medium of the speed ability is the pair of flesh wings, which have the ability to fly at high speed. This is not the reason why Zhao Yin values the flying white tiger. As long as I find another golden silk fruit in the future, I can develop psychedelic abilities. Any life form other than zombies, as long as the mental power is not as good as the flying white tiger, can be easily controlled by it, and the control time depends on the strength of the opponent's mental power. In the previous life, when Zhao Yin and Lin Tianfeng first established the base, there were many forces that wanted to annex them. Lin Tianfeng directly sent out the flying white tiger. With a glance, all the evolvers whose mental power was not as good as it fought each other, and they won the victory without any effort. Zhao Yin was still immersed in joy, and the little white cat slowly opened its eyes in his arms. Seeing that the person holding it was Zhao Yin, it immediately bared its teeth, grinned, and threatened. Then it found Wang Xiaolei next to it, and its figure flashed, and it rushed into the latter's arms, buried its little head in Wang Xiaolei's chest, and trembled all over. As a top-level D-level evolver, Zhao Yin gave it a terrible feeling, and it couldn't even muster the courage to fight. Little rascal, it was Zhao Yin who saved your life, how can you be ungrateful? Song Xiaodao stared at him with dissatisfaction. Wang Xiaolei hugged the recovered little white cat, crying with joy, and apologized to Zhao Yin with a crying voice. Sorry, boss, Xiaobai is timid, please don't be angry. Humph, its life was saved by Zhao Yin, without Zhao Yin it would have died long ago. Song Xiaodao put his hands on his waist and stared at Wang Xiaolei fiercely. She felt that Zhao Yin's sandwich was fed to the dog. No, the other party was originally a cat. Zhao Yin's face also showed displeasure, as if his girlfriend was thrown into the arms of someone else. Maybe this cat was born with the ability to psychedelic. Zhao Yin was inexplicably unwilling to use force on it. He stared at Wang Xiaolei. Give it to me. Before he could finish, Wang Xiaolei lifted up the little white cat and looked up at Zhao Yin seriously. Boss, actually when you first came to the cave, I wanted to give Xiaobai to you. Zhao Yin paused and asked. Why do you do this? It eats my food every day. I don't want to keep it. If the boss doesn't want it, I will kill it and eat its meat. Wang Xiaolei said softly. Meow. The little white cat immediately trembled all over.
obviously understanding what Human said.
But when Wang Xiaolei said this, her eyes were slowly red. It was precisely because she cared about the little white cat that she wanted it to live a better life. At her age, she already understood that in the end times, the little white cat can only live better if it follows a powerful person. Wang Xiaolei said her purpose in a roundabout way, because she didn't want Zhao Yin to take the initiative to speak and bear the crime of stealing someone's love. This scheming was also for herself and Wu Shuegue. Only when Zhao Yin felt comfortable could they live. Zhao Yin understood, and finally looked at Wang Xiaolei with a straight face. I will give you a batch of food, and it will have nothing to do with you from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the fur behind the little white cat's neck. Meow meow. The little white cat struggled desperately, trying to continue to get into Wang Xiaolei's arms. Zhao Yin directly picked it up, pressed his right hand on its head, and activated the soul of the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the breath of the little white cat in his mind. It stayed in Zhao Yin's arms obediently, licking his fingers like a flatterer. Master, Xiaobai is hungry. In the voice of communication, there was a baby voice, like a little girl. Zhao Yin couldn't help but smile on his face. Among the contracted beasts, the little monkey was naughty, the old cow was dull, and the old black always had a mouse nature. But this little white cat was soft and cute. Zhao Yin didn't like animals before, but at this moment, it was like ice and snow melting in his heart, and he couldn't overlap the image of the little white cat with the flying white tiger in his previous life. Zhao Yin raised his hand, and the little white cat spread its fleshy wings and flew up in the air. It circled and landed on Zhao Yin's head, hugging his doghead hat with its fleshy front paws. Meow. Master, it's fun, Xiaobai wants to play more. It made a joyful sound. Wang Xiaolei's eyes flashed with disappointment. She didn't understand how Zhao Yin tamed Xiaobai. But she understood that it had completely forgotten its former master at this time. She wanted to call out, but she remembered what Zhao Yin had just said, and couldn't help crying. Zhao Yin was in a good mood, and took Song Xiaodao and a group of contracted beasts to the back hall of the cave. He had checked before that the packages taken away by Gao Feng and others were all meat, but the most important dried crispy year vegetables were not touched. Those people didn't know the value of crispy year vegetables, and Zhao Yin was worried that they would be abused. A huge tree root was leaning over the place where the supplies were stored before. It had not been watered with Nongfu Spring for several days, and most of its life force had disappeared. In 2 days, the chestnut tree root would die. The clothes, quilts, pots and pans that the old cow used to carry were thrown everywhere. There were footprints on the clothes and quilts, and several porcelain bowls were broken. In the mess, there was a pile of dried crispy year vegetables, about 200 or 300 kilograms, wrapped in a large bag made of rags. The bag was open, and some of them were scattered on the ground. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He had picked more than 1,000 kilograms of crispy year vegetables in the past few days, and only baked this much dried vegetables. No one touched it. In the eyes of Gao Feng and others, the meat was the most important. Uncle Wu, Uncle Wu, you finally woke up. Wu Shuegue sat up. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding and scabbed. The few leaves that Zhao Yin stuffed into his mouth could only treat him to this extent. His life was saved, but his face was still pale. Wang Xiaolei suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried aggrievedly. Don't cry, Xiaolei has grown up and become sensible. You did the right thing. Uncle Wu heard it all. Wu Shuegue gently stroked the girl's little head, his eyes full of pity. In fact, he had never been unconscious, and he saw everything about the little white cat. Don't be sad. Xiaobai will live better with the boss. Uncle Wu will find a way. When the boss leaves, try to let him take you with him. Wu Shuegue said. Xiaolei is not going anywhere. She will wait for her father here with Uncle Wu. Wang Xiaolei shook her head, and her snot and tears were rubbed on Wu Shuegue's clothes. Captain Wang will never come back. Wu Shuegue knew that this was too cruel for a 12-year-old girl. But this is the end of the world, and with this girl's temperament, Wu Shuegue believed that she would definitely accept the reality. He changed the subject and said sternly, I am old and lame, and now I am injured.
I can't take you with me. Listen to Uncle Wu and go to see the boss with me. Wang Xiaolei cried even harder and hugged Wu Shuegue tightly.
Be obedient, do whatever I tell you to do later, don't ask or tell. Jiaoyin stored the dried crispy ear vegetables in the space ring and released the invisible tent. It was late at night, and he planned to rest for a night. Tomorrow, he would clean up the fish in the pond in the front hall, make dried fish, and then leave the cave. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Wu Shuegue licked his face and followed Wang Xiaolei into the back hall. Boss, you saved my life, please accept my greeting. As he spoke, Wu Shuegue bent his knees, knelt down, and kowtowed several times.